your home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and Joe, baby. It's not an O, baby. It's a Joe, baby.
I like that.
Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Lakers 115, Golden State Warriors 113 in a just sensational game. It really was. But unfortunately, Joe Shasky, that is the 11th loss now in the last 14 games for your Golden State Warriors. And they're searching right now. I guess they're having player-only meetings before the game even starts. There's a lot to unpack there. We got the NBA versus the NFL. LeBron taking a shot after the game, a different kind of shot, if you will. But first and foremost, hey, Merry Christmas. How was it, bud?
Merry Christmas. It was great. Obviously, I think the majority of people out there spent way too much money.
Yep.
Only to watch your kids, open up all the gifts, and we realize how spoiled they all are.
Yeah.
If you're fortunate enough to be able to provide like that. Yeah. As I lose
Are you all right over there? You all right, bud?
I don't know what's going on. No, we had a great Christmas. The little guy had a great time. He had more fun with the wrapping paper than he did the actual gifts. And then we bring his little dunk hoop everywhere he goes because he has to dunk the ball at all times. And then seeing the Warriors give up a baseline layup with the game on the line, I was telling him, hey, that's horrific defense. And, I want to start with Jonathan Kuminga.
Ooh.
It's funny, right? When people say, hey, he hasn't played the game a long time, everyone, thinks that we're, attacking his basic IQ, how smart he is. No. That's not what I'm saying. There are kids out there who play from the time they are 7 on, and there's just a fundamental understanding of basic basketball instincts, offensively and defensively. And one of the learning curves for someone who picks up the game late in life is that there are certain principles that get ingrained in you at practice over years and years and years and years of this. And when you get to the NBA level, they just don't practice like you do at the lower levels. Now, and I'll go where I'm going here in a second. Wiggins gives up that layup to Austin Reeves late in that game. And you see a young Jonathan Kuminga, he's still very young to me, face guarding a guy who's out of bounds. The number one principle when you are teaching shell defense to any age, okay, it doesn't matter what age, is that you always have to have your eyes on the ball. Now, is there a time and a place where you're face guarding a guy who's super lethal in the middle of the meat of the game? Absolutely, there's a time and a place. It's not Rui Hachimura out of bounds in that situation. It's man-to-man defense, Joe. But when you're teaching this to the kids, it's help defense. And I'm going OG coach on you, so
please,
bear with me.
Please.
Okay. When you are guarding, if I'm guarding you, Joe, I want to say between you, the hoop, and the man, right? And the ball. I call it pistols. Oh. I got my pistol on you. I got my pistol on the ball. That way I'm always locked in so that I can be a helper. And you notice in this situation, the lack of understanding, off-ball, shell defense, help defense, just showcase that. Is that the reason they lost? Absolutely not. Schroeder is late to slide over. He's a small guy. He's the farthest defender. He's got to help as well. Wiggins giving up a layup. You got to drive that guy back to the middle of the court. Obviously you're making him go left, so I do like that. That game was lost in the meat of the game when you were chasing down 5, down 7 with 6 minutes to go. That game wasn't. Now, that was one moment in that game, and I think the inexperience of Jonathan Kuminga kind of showcased itself right there. And Steph Curry did everything he could to will you out. An old school classic. I don't know how many more of those we got when it comes to Lakers, LeBron, Steph. But they needed that win.
I mean,
Joe,
am I wrong?
You could say that with 11 of their last losses in the 14 games. They needed that win. They needed that win against the Pacers. They needed that win, whether it was against the Clippers or whomever. They're soul searching right now.
100%.
And when I hear from Anthony Slaters or whether it was the Dave McMenamins, whoever it was, saying they're having a player-only meeting before this game on Christmas Day, and that Stephen Curry speaking to the team and saying this season can go one or two ways, and this is the inflection point, basically.
Yep.
And then they go out there and lose the game the way they did. The Lakers didn't have their best player. Anthony Davis didn't play in that game yesterday. Played 7 minutes, rolled his ankle, and Lisa Stalters told us for 3 quarters, he's questionable. We knew he wasn't coming back. All right? So in the last 3 games that the Lakers have played the Warriors, Anthony Davis has played 15 minutes. So you haven't even seen their best player. And that's what's most frustrating for me if I'm a Warriors fan watching that. LeBron James, I know he's LeBron James.
He's amazing.
He might be the greatest player of all time.
Yes.
He's also 39. He's about to be 40 on Monday. And the amount of times I saw just simple, just pick and roll stuff or little screens to get either Brandon Pajemski or Dennis Schroeder on him late in the game and just bully balled him. And you're going back to help defense there. I was like, where's my Draymond Green? Where's my Andrew Wiggins? Where's
100%.
just that is just such a mismatch. And Dennis Schroeder, God love him. He's trying on defense. He's trying to be a pest with Austin Reeves. But Austin Reeves is also like 6'6", 6'7". He's a tall guy. He's a big guy.
Austin Reeves was awesome yesterday.
Dalton Connect, tall, 6'6", 6'7". Like
Christie's big.
Doug Christie, 6'5". Like that was the thing yesterday too, was not only the Lakers' youth, their size was a problem too.
Totally.
And you might not think that, they laid off Anthony Davis on the size. Well, it wasn't that. It was all the other wing and it was all the other shooting guards that were making the difference in that game. And Dalton Connect, the rookie, credit to him. Credit to Rui Hachimura. 5 3-pointers a game. I think that's the most he's ever made in his career. 5 of 7 from beyond the arc.
Are you kidding me?
Everyone, I think it was. I think they were saying it on the broadcast. Everyone else stepped up in that game when Anthony Davis went down. And for the Warriors, it was Steph, it was Wiggins, and Trace Jackson Davis,
who has butterfingers at times.
Yeah.
I like the guy.
But I don't want to be, I'm not harping on Trace Jackson Davis today.
He had a good game. There's no doubt about it. Curry was outstanding late in that game. There's no doubt about it. And he hit some just remarkable shots. The circus shot in the corner with LeBron closing out on him.
That was unreal.
I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable.
The one that Schroeder had, I think, a possession or two before when LeBron has that block on Wiggins.
And it bounces right to Draymond.
Right to Draymond and just the quick dime. That was beautiful.
It was. It absolutely was. Actually, we're going to get lost in the sauce here. The Steve Kerr inbound, they're down 113-110. He has Buddy Hield flashing to the corner. Draymond goes to set a screen on his guy. Then Draymond sets a screen on another flasher in Schroeder. They get the switch. So now Austin Reeves switches on to Draymond, and then he sets another screen for Steph Curry's guy. So they had a great play there by Steve Kerr to have Draymond basically screening 3 or 4 different guys. Hopefully you get some miscommunication on the switches, and they got exactly what they wanted. And they got a wide open Steph Curry shot at the top of the key.
I was surprised they didn't foul in that. I even texted the group chat. I was like, I would foul in this situation. Steph is hot. He's going to get a shot off. Just force them to beat you at the line right now. And listen, to be honest, that's not the strong suit of the Golden State Warriors is free throw shooting this season. And by the way, yesterday they were 13-17. Actually, Kuminga shot it pretty well for the most part. 6 of 8 for him is pretty good. Everyone else other than Trace Jackson Davis was perfect. And then the Lakers, obviously, perfect 18 for 18. So if you want to go there is the difference. But I'm not really harping on the free throw shooting today. I did think Jonathan Kuminga, listen, he played 28 minutes off the bench. I think he's going to be the whipping boy today. I think a lot of Warriors fans are going to call in, and please do it. 888-957-9570. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Jonathan Kuminga, I did think he was giving something to the Warriors late in that game. He was getting to the lane, and he was driving, and he was forcing them to foul.
He's one of the few guys who's athletic.
Yes.
On the Warriors.
And they were in the bonus with 6 minutes to go.
Yep.
So they needed to do that. And the Lakers, I thought, fumbled that game more than the Warriors kind of came back.
Totally agree.
There was just some boneheadery. I think there was some luck involved, too, and it's better to be lucky than good. The block, which went right into Draymond, obviously. If the Lakers get that possession, it's probably game over at that point, but they didn't. They get the 3, and they claw right back. And to your point, and we'll dive into it more, the NBA versus the NFL, and just admiring and just appreciating what we're seeing from Stephen Curry and LeBron James. The fact that these two still have to carry the league
it's crazy
at their age, and this was the primetime game at 5 o'clock. Basically, these are going to be 2 playing teams, probably.
Yeah,
probably. And that's basically what they are right now. They're 2 playing teams. It wasn't the defending champion Boston Celtics. They played earlier in the day, and did anyone even care about that game?
No.
Well, no one cared. And they lost, by the way, to Tyrese Maxey and the Batman, Joel Embiid, wearing his mask.
The Batman?
Yeah, just that guy. I can't get
running into refs and going crazy.
I think they've won 7 of the last 10. I think they're actually been pretty good.
Well, Kate Scott was smoking a cigar on Instagram yesterday.
Oh, really?
So I think she was feeling pretty good.
Shout out, Kate. I mean, they got to be feeling good about that, not Jalen Hurts getting the concussion protocol and the Eagles choking that game away. But there is an overarching theme here I want to get to at some point, Joe Shasky, in regards to the NFL taking over on Christmas. I'm sure you saw it all over your feed. I'm sure you're watching both games. The games weren't very good. The Steelers offense, I'm not believing in that. I don't know what's going on with the Texans this year. They're just not very good. Obviously, the Tank Dell injury the other week, just horrible. But
Joey, you know what we did? We had the games.
Beyonce was cool. There you go. Yeah.
My wife was not impressed with the Beyonce.
Wow, that's a hot take,
I was not impressed with it. Am I alone?
I wasn't either.
Whoa.
You weren't either. I'm just going off Michelle. Michelle's just like, this is a lot for not a lot of bang. You know what I mean? Like a very expensive, and she didn't.
The horse didn't get. He didn't.
She likes Beyonce. She's not a crazy over the top Beyonce fan, but you know, she was like leaning forward. Was it Jack Harlow who came out with him?
Post Malone, right?
Oh, Post Malone. Excuse me, Post Malone. And I like Post Malone. I seen him in concert. Jack Harlow. What am I doing?
I think Shabuzi too. It was both of them.
Shabuzi, is that the guy that does the country song?
Yeah, he did the Jaquan. He did the
I added him to the playlist.
Yeah.
But getting back to the NBA, NFL, I'm watching two old gunslingers. Right, for so many years in the NFL, it was Manning versus Brady in the AFC. Right, that was the thing, and it kind of like propelled the league to where it is now. And obviously, there's been the Favres and the Elways and the Montanas and all those guys. But when most of us like our age, around our age, it's Manning and Brady, right? They kind of carried the mantle of the league for a long, long time.
Yes.
LeBron and Steph have carried this league forever. Once Luka went out of that Dallas game, I went out too. I said, I'm turning this off. I'm not alone. I'm not trying to hate. But like me and the little guy are going to take a nap. I'm going to put on Empire Strikes Back. We lied down. I had the iPad on the side with the football game going on, which was a blowout. I had Empire Strikes Back up on the big screen. Exactly. And everybody misremembers the line.
That was Michelle when Beyonce came out.
Seriously. I kept telling my son, together, you and I could rule the galaxy. But
I get the references. Bonte's not here, so don't worry. I get all these.
I know you do. And I absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, Empire Strikes Back it's still an all-time classic.
Yeah, it's probably the best Star Wars movie.
Lando Calrissian's just so back and forth.
So much swag, though.
No, tremendous trip. I mean, he was going at Princess Leia. If I was Han, I'd be pissed.
Oh, are you kidding me? Come on.
Yeah, seriously. So, but like you, I was like, all right, man, I got the NFL game on. And even though the NFL game was a complete blow, both games, blowouts, I didn't turn it off.
No.
And once you tap into Netflix, it's impossible to exit back out.
That's the thing I wanted to get into as well.
Look at you. You're shaking your head, Carter. You feel me?
And 888-957-9570. You can hit us up via call or the Comcast Business text line. Good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. If you're going back to school, I think your school should be out hopefully for you for the next at least week and a half. So shout out to you again, 888-957-9570. I want to get your thoughts on this game. Just a bad loss for the Warriors last night when the Lakers were out their best player in Anthony Davis for damn near the entire game. LeBron James takes over. Dalton Connect makes shots. Austin Reeves hits the game-winning layup. Like, you cannot lose a game via a layup in that situation. It's
totally
just
agree.
Inexcusable, and we'll hear from Steve Kerr at some point. But obviously, the big talking point for the national perspective right now is what LeBron had to say after the game, because I think LeBron and some of the NBA players are taking it personally that the NFL is trying to take over. Joe Shasky, this is LeBron with Lisa Salters on ESPN after the game.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
And then he walked off the court.
Okay. So I don't know if you ever had this moment, but we used to have this height chart at the house, okay? And it was up on the wall.
With the pencil?
Yeah.
You put it in the doorway?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Dad would come up and, like, even if friends and family came over, you'd get put onto the banister.
It's always a fun game.
My mom still got it to this day. And we used to have multiple basketball hoops in the backyard, okay? And Pops was a good athlete. You know, anybody who ever played ball with my dad, you'll out there and contest. My dad was not ready to give up the mantle, whether it was basketball, baseball, softball, golf, it didn't matter. And then one day I beat him in the backyard. And I knew by how difficult the game became and how much he was cheating and how much he was trying as hard as he possibly could. I knew one day that I had lapped him. It's like getting taller than your dad.
Yep.
And there's nothing they can do about it.
Or outdriving him.
Exactly.
Like if you just if you play golf with your dad and it's just like, oh, my dad, he would always outdrive me. And then one day I just smoked it past him. I was like, oh, future is now, old man.
And I remember distinctively dunking on him on one of we had different size hoops in the backyard, dunking on him, looking back and being like, it's over. Like, you're never going to be able to take me down ever again. This is my time. You are down. I am up. Let's roll. And he ended up winning that game, even though I got the ferocious dunk in his face. And I'll never forget the look on his face. It's still mine. I'm not giving up the crown. And that's what LeBron felt like yesterday, where it was like, LeBron, I get it. You're an all-time great. You're a legend. Bro, this thing is coming. And it's already here. And it's taken everything that you wanted. And there's nothing you can do about it.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Is that what you're saying right now? Not just for LeBron, not just for Steph, but the NBA? the downfall is here and it's coming hard.
The NBA needs to look at what Major League Baseball has done over the last couple of years. I can't believe I'm saying this.
That is insane.
I can't believe I'm saying this. But
Adam Silver's got to hit up Rob Manfred. Is that what you're saying,
Joe? Was any of the games outside of the final 7 minutes of Steph versus LeBron? Was it literally? You could have told everyone in the world, you have to watch the NBA on Christmas. This is a seminal game. These are all big games. These are big moments. Nothing happened.
I'm glad you said the last 7 minutes because for most of that game, for like 3/4 of it, I was just like, this is a game. Like no one was really like running away with it.
I know.
It was very methodical. I think Doris Burke on the broadcast for ESPN even said at one point, this game has just felt like the entire first quarter, just kind of going through the motions for both teams.
As a kid, I would wake up and it'd be like Knicks in the morning. And then,
they'd lose because it's the Knicks, but you were a kid, so maybe they were good back then. So.
Right? But like 9 a.m., Knicks, like, let's go. Like, we would get excited. And it was all day, and they owned the entire day. And all the games felt big. The NBA's got a big problem.
You would always have the what you would think the finals preview was going to be, or the previous year's finals matchup. So as
the 5 o'clocker.
Correct. Yes. So I was actually kind of surprised when I didn't see Mavericks Celtics, right? Because Mavericks still could be in the NBA finals, would be that crazy, or at least a Minnesota and Boston, right? But and I get it, we got Lakers, we got Warriors, LeBron and Steph, cash cow, safe. I understand that. But when you're trying to promote the next generation, the next product, I don't think that's the move you want to make. I understand it's a safe play, especially going off what the NFL is doing. And don't get it twisted. They are adjusting to what the NFL is doing. And maybe we'll see that going forward when they should, maybe be playing on Christmas Eve
100%,
instead of Christmas Day.
Yeah, they completely bricked. Those games, like New Year's Eve, having bowl games, game changer. I don't ever want to go back. Once they went to New Year's Eve, bowl games, because this is the way I view these. All these big time like Easter or Christmas or whatever it is, it's background noise that you kind of like, you're talking, you're in the room, you're hanging out, you're watching your kids open gifts or whatever exchange, and then seminal moments, you lean forward, right? Like that's what we all did. And the NFL yesterday put Mahomes and the Chiefs. They put a plucky Houston Texans team that we thought was going to be better, and they put the Steelers brand and they put Lamar Jackson all on television.
Playing like
yesterday.
An MVP, by the way.
It was genius.
Yeah.
Absolutely genius. And everybody leaning forward to see Lamar Jackson play. Steelers fans are, if you know, Steelers fans is as big of a fan base as there is in sports. And then you have Patrick Mahomes, the Kelsey factor. And then here, let's try to slide CJ Stroud and Houston in there to make them something, drafting off the Kansas City thing.
And part of the fascination too of yesterday was because it was on Netflix. That is part of it too. And because of what we saw in the Mike Tyson fight, for those of you who are too proud to admit it, you probably watched it. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. The streaming wasn't very good. I remember all the narrative of that whole, it wasn't even about the fight because the fight was just horrible, but it was just, I don't know, the NFL, they might have a problem here. I don't know if the streaming is going to provide, and the streaming was fine. There was zero problems with the stream yesterday.
This thing about people complaining about what platform it's on. My mother knows how to change and oscillate between Netflix and whatever her normal streaming account is.
Because everyone has Netflix.
Exactly.
Joe, not to cut you off. Everyone's got Netflix. That's like the first one you get. Before Hulu, before Peacock, before Paramount. I've had Netflix since I was in high school on my Xbox 360.
Thank you.
When it was $5 a month. What is it now? Like 20 something? This is ridiculous, but...
No, but and I thought the presentation was good.
It was
great.
Had
Greg Olsen. They had Iron Eagle.
So crystal clear.
Yeah,
it was the high def. Everything was beautiful. And I thought the product itself, Noah Eagle, by the way, the star is rising with that guy.
Oh, well, that's...
Talking about broadcasters, he is just... What he was doing with Paris and NBC, that guy's like... I'm buying stock in him. You're buying stock in Andrew Wiggins, Bonte. I'm buying stock in Noah Eagle.
Well, Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins.
Great game for Wiggins yesterday, Joe Shasky. 8 of 19, 3 of 7 from beyond the arc. Not the greatest.
Why do we want to trade the Warriors' second best player? Can I ask Warrior fans that question? Like, don't get me wrong here. I understand. It's not good enough. I hear you. I don't think there's some solution as we find out first thing in the morning. You know what the biggest development of yesterday was until the ending for LeBron and Steph? NBA player Jimmy Butler wants out of Miami and he wants to choose his destination, which is a microcosm of all the things that are wrong with the league currently. The games aren't mattering as much as the transactions and the potential movement of this disgruntled star who's aging, being traded for a bunch of young pieces. Like, that's the whole league is littered with this.
Maybe it was a coincidence, maybe not. We can dive into it on the other side, and I want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. But that was, we all woke up to the news from Shams via ESPN. Jimmy Butler wants out. And then we get a Stephen Curry players-only meeting before the game. Maybe putting the rest of his teammates on notice. Is it time for the Warriors to make an even bigger splash, potentially? And would Jimmy Butler, would you be interested in that? Dub Nation, 888-957-9570. We can get your thoughts on that. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Lucky California. It's more of your calls, more of your texts. And we'll reveal the guest list on the other side as well. It's Spadoni and for Bonte alongside Joe Shasky. It's 95.7 The Game. Bonte out, JK. Spadoni in for him alongside Joe Shasky. This is the Morning Roast. We got one segment down and many more to go here. And we want to let you know this segment is sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises, Joe Shasky. And also, you can hit us up at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. The Comcast Business text line is always open. We are talking and reacting to the Warriors' 113-115 loss to the Los Angeles Lakers last night at Chase Center. It was a packed crowd. It was sold out. You had all the people wearing their sweaters. You had Santa was in the building. Everything was happening except the Warriors winning. And that's just been a common theme here, Joe Shasky, the last few weeks here. 11th loss in their last 14 games. We have Stephen Curry holding a players-only meeting before the game even started. We got LeBron James looking like he's not 30, not 40, which he's going to be on Monday. And the ratings will probably be good for this game. And we were talking about that last segment, the ratings compared to the NFL. The NFL taking over Christmas. Is it time for the Warriors and the Lakers and the NBA as a whole to, step aside, go to Christmas Eve or pivot, as you say, not panic? But your overarching takeaway from yesterday's game was what?
The collective of the Golden State Warriors is just not good enough. We can continue to play this game where we're like, oh, it's Kuminga's fault. It's Wiggins' fault. It's, Moses Moody and Trace Jackson Davis's fault. It's the front office's fault. No, the reality is like, if you're going to assess where we're at, did you watch how many corner threes Draymond Green got in the first half? Did you see how many wide open looks and how close he got to actually just hitting iron?
Hit one.
Yay. All right. This team is they're really far away. And what I mean by far away from this championship contender that Warrior fans feel they're entitled to.
Oof.
The reality is that this team has failed to go deep 2 years in a row, and they were lucky to get out of the first round against the Kings just a couple of years ago. They were. It's okay, Warrior fans. Like, sometimes you do get a little lucky, right? And you make of that whatever you want. But they're not good enough. You know what they remind me of? They remind me of the early 00s Jeff Garcia Niners. Flawed. They're flawed. As far as they can go, might be to the first round in the playoffs. They're a little old on one end of the bell curve. They're a little young on the other one. And some of their guys in their primes, like an Andrew Wiggins, is a really useful player. But anyone you surrender him for, you're giving up a really useful player that your team could dramatically use because of the depth. And so I survey the land and I go, there's not a guy, even Jimmy Butler, who I am like dumping my entire team of depth to go acquire because I don't think it makes you good enough. And I think this goes right back to marrying Draymond Green to this roster at the end. His body's giving out on him. He's not good enough. And so if you're going to be stuck with Steph and Dre, whatever combination of the other parts that you trade, I feel are not going to be good enough to take you anywhere significant.
Outside of Stephen Curry, do you think anyone is untouchable when it comes to trades here in this coming month? Do you think Draymond Green is untouchable when it comes to trade talks?
Well, I don't think he should be, but it sure feels like Steph and Kerr, just from all indications, they're not ready to move off him. And I get it. Like when you see in the final, final 3 minutes, he makes a lot of little winning plays. He's setting a lot of great screens to free people up.
6 assists, 10 boards, 4 blocks. I know, he had 3 points, but yeah.
The baseline inbound, you're down 110, 113. You just throw it to Draymond. Draymond sets, catch and shovel scoops it to Steph Curry in the corner. And Steph's greatness, he shoots a 3 as he's falling away over LeBron James. But Dre does set that up. Like a lot of these young guys, and I'll use Jonathan Kuminga as an example, he just doesn't understand how to do that. But do you have to bring more to the table? Absolutely, right? And I think when I look at the CBA and I look at their roster and where they're at and everything, it's like pick all the different combinations of a singular trade, and I just don't think it's that big of a difference in terms of putting this team from a middle-of-the-pack playoff team or a first-round team to, oh, my God, now all of a sudden this is a team that can go to the Western Conference Finals. I think if we're being real and you really want to see change, it's like I got everything but Steph.
Steve Kerr on the morale of this team after yesterday's loss, Joe Shasky.
Everybody's disappointed. We've lost some confidence. You can feel it. We had a great vibe early in the season, and we're going through it right now. But I love our guys, high character guys. They care about the game. They care about each other. I believe in them. I believe we're going to get this thing turned around. This is all part of it. It's part of the season, part of life. You hit these ebbs, and you feel like everything's tough, everything's difficult, and you got to feel the flow. You got to feel the confidence, and we'll keep plugging away, and we'll get there.
And feeling the flow and feeling the confidence is a tough thing to do when you don't know if you're going to play on a given night, or you don't know what your minute allocation is going to be on a given night. And it was cute. It was fun early on in the season when you're winning. Oh, this depth. Oh, this rotation. I was sipping the Kool-Aid. I thought, wow, this looks like a bona fide lock as a playoff team. The Golden State Warriors, they looked really good until they didn't, until they asked a lot of these guys that were just role players, and the Buddy Hields of the world came back to earth. You have to go make a trade now because you lost Anthony Melton. That was a big blow. Dennis Schroeder, let's call it what it is. Right now, he's played, 4 games? It's looked like a bust of a trade. You didn't give up a lot to get him, and you can still move off of him if it doesn't work out here, which is a nice part, but it hasn't fit right now.
You have another, again, the problem has been, since Clay tore his leg and his ankle, the problem has been you don't have a big 2 guard who can play. This is where Anthony Melton's absence is huge. You don't have a big 2 guard who can complement Steph Curry on both ends of the floor, period. Right? Schroeder, to me, is a backup point guard. That's what he is. And yes, he can play a little alongside Steph Curry, but you can see that they get exposed at times. And,
LeBron isolated him so many times in that game in that fourth quarter.
He's tiny.
He's tiny. Him and Pods, both of them.
Yeah, he's tiny.
I mean, LeBron is also 6'8", but I can get you got Wiggins there. You got Draymond. You got some big guys, and it was just frustrating to watch at times. LeBron, he's just going to drive to the line. Oh, he's going to get a foul. Over and over. The guy's been doing it for 20 years. You'd think they'd learn.
Well, I look at the Warriors right now okay, Curry is obviously amazing. Who else is a well-rounded player? Andrew Wiggins.
Yes, he is a well-rounded player.
All right, okay. Is Draymond a quote-unquote well-rounded player?
No, because he doesn't have the scoring.
Okay, but he's an elite defensive player,
Yes, and he's a playmaker, but the scoring is what you are missing out on.
And we haven't even gotten to his, let me hook my hands. What'd you call it? Red Rover?
Red Rover, send Draymond Green over.
They're shooting a free throw. They're shooting a free throw, and he hooks his arms underneath both guys, and then, put almost like my son when he's mad with his bottle, and he's like flipping his head backwards. I'm like, what is he doing? And he tried to sell the double foul.
He was trying. What
was that?
He was trying to get it. He got it. He got the tech. He got the tech in that game. And by the way, do you hear Curry mic'd up going at JJ Redick on the sidelines? How many techs you got this year, JJ? And JJ's got 1, and then Draymond white walks right next to him. And the amount of memes I saw, those are rookie numbers, son. You got to pump those up. But I thought he was trying to get ejected at one point in that game. Scott Foster was obviously the head official there.
I don't know if you noticed this, but on Scott Foster's jersey now, and a lot of the referees, or all of them, I guess, it's got Emirates. So they're not only getting paid, the league getting paid by Emirates for the World Cup or whatever it's called, the Playing Cup. Emirates is now NBA sponsoring the freaking referees. It should be DraftKings. I mean, that would be the ultimate. I mean, right?
Here's my guy, Tim Donaghy.
Come on. Come on, Carter, you want. I was waiting to set that up. But
don't talk about that.
I mean, Draymond physically, he can play well in stretches. But to think that Draymond Green can be your second best player and you're a Western Conference Finals team is just, we're wrong. This is where we're at, guys.
Do you think he's their second best player? I think Wiggins is.
No, but in their mind, I think they think he has to be.
Yeah.
And I would disagree. Wiggins is their second best player. But this is where I'm at with Draymond Green. Draymond Green is a 20-minute-a-night player. He's very important. But you cannot play him more than that, and he needs to only play the 5. Period. You cannot play the 4. They want to do all these things and all these machinations to insert him in. And his body's giving out on him. You can see he's gingerly walking around. B, he's going to be left open for the wide open corner 3 with that opening lineup with TJD because no one has to honor the shooting of TJD and Draymond. So he's going to continue to find himself in the corner and be wide open. And if he can't hit that shot, it's unplayable offense for the Warriors early on. And I look at it, it's like their best bet is having Kuminga play the 4 alongside Draymond at the 5.
There's a lot more substitutions and a lot more mixing and matching that Steve Kerr just has not been able to get right, Joe Shasky, and that's just another piece that he's going to have to. And right now, it's like you're trying to do all this experimenting while you're losing. It's a tough sell, is what I'm trying to say, Joe Shasky. And you hear it from Steve Kerr there. He thinks, he's cautiously optimistic. I don't know how you can be, but he's trying his best. He's the leader of the team, so I guess he's just saying it to say it. But I don't know what the correct move is right now for the Golden State Warriors. You seem to think it might be, Draymond just playing at the 5 and you got Jonathan Kuminga at the 4. Like, we'll see. But the Dennis Schroeder experiment has not worked. Andrew Wiggins, he's played a lot better this year. That's been something that's been a positive. Stephen Curry, again, when he has a performance like that yesterday, you have to win those. You just have to.
100%.
38 points by Steph, you cannot lose that game. He's not going to give you that on a night in and night out basis. Much like the Los Angeles Lakers, they can't squander the games that LeBron plays well in because you're not going to get that every single night. And they were without Anthony Davis on top of that. So just a gut-wrenching loss and another ones where you're going to be scratching your head if you're leaving Chase Center yesterday. Real quick, Joe, we're up against it. Chris in San Jose, I want to get to you right now before we hit the break. Chris, what's going on, man? You're on I almost said the pregame show, but it's not the pregame show. It's the morning roast.
What's up, buddy?
But Chris in San Jose is a regular on the pregame show. What's up, Chrissy?
What's happening, Swedoni, Shasky? Hope you guys had a Merry Christmas.
You too.
Whatever holiday you're celebrating out there, hope everybody enjoyed time with their family. But, hey, Swedoni, Shasky, we've talked about this, right? It's an incomplete roster. It's a flawed roster. Curry's getting older. You get one of those Curry flurries last night, you still lose. Everyone wants to talk about Kuminga. Everyone talks about pods. Everyone talks about, Kerr's rotations. At the end of the day, what Shasky and what I've been talking about for a while now rings true. Draymond Green is never going to get traded, so you are never going to be good enough to win a title. Period. Point blank. The guy has 2 field goals made in the last 3 games. 3 games ago was arguably the worst game of his career. It's kind of funny, Shasky, you go, he can't play more than 20 minutes. Well, he played 19 minutes that game, had 0 points, 0 assists, 0 boards, minus 42. I mean, let's play the guy 5 minutes. You can't tell me we wouldn't necessarily be a little bit better without him. Nobody guards him, so he's sitting out on the wing.
Thank you.
Nobody even pays attention to that man. He gets an assist because we have an inbounds play where Curry throws him the ball, he throws it right back, and Curry makes an amazing 3. Is that really playmaking?
No.
Is that really doing anything for the offense at all? Obviously not. So we got this guy over here who's doing the same stuff, the same antics. He's pulling down guys and then flopping and acting like it's everybody else. He has one tech. He's yelling with the ref at that point in time. It's not good enough. So you're telling me what? You're going to trade all the young guys, right? Bring in a guy like Jimmy Butler, and then what are we going to do? Be mediocre the rest of the way and have a first-round exit? It's like this notion that bringing in, let's just bring in another superstar. So what? They can win 52% of their games the rest of the way? And I was high on this team at the beginning when they weren't playing, the best of competition. But it's just not working anymore. So, I'm on the boat with Shasky. Frankly, I wanted Draymond gone in 2016. You could have kept Durant. That's whatever. Yeah. We're not even going to get into that.
I got you, Chris. Hey, we're up against
Chris, that's a great call. I want to react to Chris's call. We can even play a portion of it on the way back.
And we're going to do that on the other side, and that's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What's the good stuff that's still going on in the league on a night-to-night basis?
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky at 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Andrew Wiggins, Spidonian for Bonte Hill, alongside Joe Shasky here. This is the Morning Roast. We're reacting to a Lakers 115-113 win over the Golden State Warriors. Warriors' 11th loss in the last 14 games, and there's a lot to unpack. Hope you all had a Merry Christmas. Hope you all are staying safe on the roadways. It is slick out there. Please drive safe. Don't drive stupid. Don't be riding anyone's ass. Don't be tailgating them. Don't do anything dumb, all right? Coming from someone that was in a pretty significant accident in high school when it came to hydroplaning and stuff, I was okay. Walked away unscathed, totaled my car, first ever car I got. Of course, I had it for like 2 months and then totaled it because that's just what you do.
Wow. I wouldn't know. I never got a car.
No, yeah. So, I learned my lesson there and never sped in the rain ever again. So,
wow.
We're not built for this in California. People like to think they're confident and try to say, oh, no, I'm not one of those California drivers. I could drive in the rain. You're not built for it. All right. So stop speeding because you don't know.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
No, they're system drivers is what they are. California, we have a bunch of system drivers. We're not system players. All right. System drivers.
You can always take a Waymo.
I don't trust those at all.
I don't either.
Not
it's
even
so
close. But
They're the best, honestly. You guys are really missing out. Amazing.
Hop off the mic.
Could you imagine if Giant Carter, who's like
Waymo.
7'1", 285.
Can you get in the driver's seat on those things, by the way?
You're so lame if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a Waymo.
Can you, though?
So lame.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you see people do that, big red flag.
And on your phone?
Yeah. Oh, totally. It freaks people out.
I kind of want to do that, just like sleep on the side, too, and your car's just driving.
I really encourage you. If you haven't tried it, it's unbelievable.
All right, we'll have to try that.
Well, like, is it like
my bucket list?
The price point? Like, is it the same as an Uber or a Lyft?
Can be a little less, can be a little more.
Oh, well, that didn't really tell me anything. Thank you. LeBron, that was who we just heard from leading into this segment. What's good in the league? He said LeBron and Steph. Take one more listen.
What's the good stuff that's still going on in the league on a night-to-night basis?
I mean,
that's it. And that's really what the NBA has going for it still is LeBron James and Stephen Curry, Joe Shasky. I just don't think that's really going to be hitting in a couple of years, given the fact that LeBron's going to be 40. LeBron James, guys, is going to be 40 years old on Monday. I've been watching him play basketball since I was in 4th grade. I have 2 kids now, and I'm 31 years old. I've been watching him since I was in 4th grade. Think about that. That's perspective
insane.
for you.
Oh, my God.
All right, the caller Chris, before the end of the break, he brought something up. Everyone's like, when we do sports talk radio, you guys, hot takes. No, these are called correct takes at times, okay? And sometimes you can disagree with these opinions.
Facts don't care about your
They're
feelings.
sports opinions. Like, I'll go to my deathbed for this year. I'll say it, and I'll say it over and over, and I'm going to start right now. Everyone wants to make these mythical trades with the Warriors roster. And we know that because of the CBT, you have to balance out the salaries. And the guy everyone points to is like, well, Wiggins. You just got to trade Wiggins. Just put Wiggins is the guy that everyone's like the avatar. He's in on every single trade.
CBA. Oh, said CBT.
Oh, my bad. CBA.
Isn't that the thing that Joe Rogan's on, the CBT, the cognitive
He's on the
behavior?
THT too.
The cognitive behavioral
like
therapy.
To take some of that THT.
There you go.
No, the point being is that
Taylor
everybody
Horton
uses
time.
the variable of Andrew Wiggins as a starting point for all of these trades. No, look, I'm just saying, let's just do the exercise. Who's more important for the rest of this season and moving forward? Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins? Because they both make the same amount of money.
Andrew Wiggins, not even close.
Thank you. And so I keep coming back to no, everyone and here's where the problem. Andrew Wiggins is probably more desirable league-wide because of age, because of fit, because of the position he plays. So I understand that he is more desirable. The guy you should have been trying to trade or should be trying to trade is Draymond and some combination of the young people. Now, is it difficult to find a 3rd and 4th team and figure out? Hell yeah. I am not surrendering Andrew Wiggins because he is a point of attack defender, a perimeter defender, an athlete, a guy who can knock down a 3, and I know he can play well without the ball in his hands predominantly for long stretches. He is more important to whatever the Warriors want to accomplish this year and moving forward. I'm not moving him.
You don't win. You're not even in the game yesterday without Andrew Wiggins. 35 minutes, 8 of 19 from the floor, 21 points, 12 boards. He was sensational yesterday.
Huge rebounds down the stretch.
Huge rebounds. Like, his size was a factor yesterday, and you remove him from this lineup, Yeah, you bring Jimmy Butler back, but you're losing your depth. You're losing Wiggins, and you're going to be losing someone else, whether it's a Kuminga, whether it's a Pod, something else. And that's just not going to be a net positive at the end of the day. It's interesting. Listen, when Jimmy Butler, more so than a Lowry Markkanen for me, and I get Lowry Markkanen for a lot of people, it's like you're selling the future with him too because he's a younger piece.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's like the end-all be-all. I don't think he's ever going to be a superstar type of player. I know Jimmy Butler turns into a superstar come playoff time, but he's getting old. What is he, 35, 36 years old? He's up there, man.
Getting old? He is old.
He is old.
In NBA years, he's ancient.
No, he's ancient. But because you have all that wear and tear from those finals runs that he's had, multiple of them. And yeah, he's very good. But he's not what the Warriors need right now.
He's not the big enough difference maker to dramatically change their fortunes.
888-957-9570. Dub Nation, do you still want to see this team make a quote-unquote big splash? And what does that mean? Like, are you going all in on a Jimmy Butler? Are you going all in on a player X? Give me some names that you want to see. If not, what's the solution right now? They're 15-14. They're hovering around 500. This is looking like the playing team we saw last year. Now, granted, they got off to a much better start and they weren't playing catch-up, but now they're falling behind and they're in danger of going under 500. And then they're going to have to start playing catch-up again. And it's going to be this one step forward, two steps back scenario that we kept seeing all last year and quite frankly the year before that. And they finally got their act together and they made a little bit of a playoff push, as you said, got the favorable matchup against the Kings, lost to the Lakers in the second round. But this team right now, as currently constructed, and we did watch the rest of the NBA matchups, and I know Luka's out, but I know what I've seen with the Timberwolves. I know what I've seen from the Boston Celtics. I know what I've seen from a lot of these, the Thunder, it's the Warriors, and the Lakers, quite frankly. These teams just aren't on their level.
They're a step above.
Yes.
And that's where
I just don't think there's anything out there for the Warriors. And I know you don't want to hear this on Christmas. You want me to give you out a Christmas wish list if you ever. Well, Christmas is over, and you got a lump of coal in your stocking last night.
I don't also think it's the end of the world. Like, that's the other part about this.
It feels like that because we just watched a great Stephen Curry performance last night, and it's just like, for what? That's kind of how Warriors fans are waking up today. I just got an amazing Stephen Curry performance last night.
Okay.
38 points. He hit shot after shot after shot late, and they lost. And it didn't matter. And he's calling out the team before the game. He's having player-only meetings. Stephen Curry's feeling it now, Joe Shasky. And sooner or later, maybe he's looking around and saying, is this where do I want to finish my career here?
This thing about birthrights starting in the Western Conference Finals for every player.
Oh, I don't think that.
No, but I'm saying, like, there's this sentiment that, like, that I get from Warrior fans where it's like, you got to do everything you can for all these stars. They have done everything they can. Now, we could argue about are they the right moves and did they draft the right players and all that stuff? Like, okay, fine. But Larry Bird only has the 3 championships. Only has the 3 championships. Hakeem Olajuwon has 2. You know what I mean? Like, look around at the greatest players of all time. You're not sitting on the outside looking in when it comes to these rings conversations.
No, he's a top 10 player of all time. He's solidified himself as that. I think Warriors fans are looking for him to get another one.
Okay.
Ty Magic Johnson.
Okay.
And be like a top 5 player of all time.
Yeah. Sometimes those things get out of your control. You know, Isaiah Thomas, like, the league was shifting. You know what I mean? Michael Jordan came along. All right. Have you not seen what happens? Like, Luka and Jokic and all of these younger,
Tatum,
more healthy players are coming around, and it's exactly Tatum and obviously Jaylen Brown. It's their time. It's their time. It's okay. Making the playoffs can still be a fun, successful season. I know Warrior fans don't want to hear that. It's championship or bust. Those days are over. Recalibrate. Why? If you're setting yourself up for championship or bust, you're setting yourself up for disappointment.
So you wouldn't trade any of the young pieces right now.
Well,
as currently constructed.
It depends on the deal.
So is there a deal out there that we haven't talked about, Joe Shasky, that might interest you?
So, like, I keep seeing this Cam Johnson trade that's out there.
Okay.
Which is an interesting one. And do I think he would fit? Absolutely, I think he would fit. I don't know if I'd necessarily want to surrender Kuminga for Cam Johnson.
It's 28, Cam Johnson.
You know, like, I don't think that you're incrementally, I think you're better, but I don't think you're significantly better to the point where you want, like, this. We're talking about being a fringe playoff team to being a Final Four team. I don't think their Cam Johnson move away. That's just my personal belief. There's only a handful of guys that would take this Warrior team after gutted and make them a Final Four team. And it's like Giannis or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Jokic. And realistically, you're not getting any of those guys. So any other guy that you're getting in a trade is an ancillary role type player or an old player who comes with a ton of either baggage or red flags, like a Jimmy Butler.
Well, that Giannis to Warriors trade feels like that conversation was a lifetime
Now
ago.
it's Steph to Giannis.
Yeah, exactly. Now let's go. Milwaukee's on the phone, right? Steph, let's go, bro. Let's go. Oscar, he's in Stockton. He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Give us a call or text on the Comcast Biz text line. What's going on, Oscar? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, man, I am disappointed, very disappointed in the game last night. But my whole thing is that, why is it a Draymond Green bash day? I don't understand that. I understand his antics, but if we went for Draymond Green, we would have 4 titles. And he's the only one out there playing with force, and the only one who can get Steph open. And first of all, we should be talking about the youngsters not playing defense, knowing they should have help defense on the side. That's what we should be talking about. And yeah, Andrew Wiggins is playing good this year, but Andrew Wiggins got a man up on that. It's 5 seconds. You cannot allow him to go baseline and attack the rim. That is pathetic. And Steph Curry, he's fed up with it. Steph Curry is fed up with it. Just by him the way he left off the court yesterday, it's not going to happen.
Can I ask you a question? Who's been better this year? I'll let you finish, but who's been better this year? This whole year, not just the first month. Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green?
Andrew Wiggins he had his good days, but Draymond Green has been playing just as well on defense and shooting the ball. Andrew Wiggins go in and out. He was playing good yesterday, but what about the week? He don't play with force all the time. He should be playing to his potential all the time, and he does not. And in that last part of the game, he did not play with force. He cannot let Reeves go baseline, even though he should have had help. But Kuminga just wasn't.
Do you know who his help was at the rim? Like 5'0" Dennis Schroeder. That's who his weak side help defender was at the rim, which I agree with you. Normally, when you have a rim defender in there that you could funnel them to, yes, you want to bring him to that side. He made Austin Reeves go to his left, which is his non-dominant hand, and finish with an awkward off-foot, wrong hand on that side of the rim player. And yes, I would love JK to be open, pointing both fingers between him, man, and defender and ball. And yeah, he was in the wrong spot. But also give Austin Reeves some credit. He made a really nice play on that one against our best perimeter defender, Andrew Wiggins.
Austin Reeves is a dog. He got game. But I'm going to take he got game. But that's why I'm saying Kuminga, and that's my boy, but Kuminga, his instincts on defense, he should never be face guarding. You got to be, at that point, you got to be like, my athleticism, I'm going to good, so I may be able to come over and help, but he doesn't have that in him yet. I'm not blaming him, but that's where Andrew Wiggins forced him baseline. Yeah, Kuminga should have came over, but he doesn't have that instinct in him right now. But yes, Schroeder supposed to come down, but if Kuminga would have that instinct in him, he didn't have it. And, I'm sticking with the Warriors. They're going to get it together, man. They're going to, and I love the way Wiggins is playing, but come on, Draymond been playing better this year, man. You've been on him, Shaq. You've been talking about him earlier in the year. He has been playing better, but the last part of this thing, Buddy Hield's not been playing better. We got to get back on it.
Buddy Hield has not been good.
Thanks, Oscar.
One second. You've got the game logs in front of you. Can you just give me the last 5 or 6 Draymond Greens?
Draymond Green?
Since he hurt the ankle.
All right, here. So
he's been like non-existent.
Let me pull up.
He looks so frail. I'm giving him a pass because he probably shouldn't be playing in these games, but they desperately need him to stop the bleeding. I'm sorry. He was great to start the year. Great. And ever since he hurt himself, he has not been the same.
So let's go to Indiana. 1 of 5 from the floor, 26 minutes, 4 points, 5 assists, 7 boards there. Obviously a loss. 2 turnovers there. Prior to that, against Memphis, he had 4 turnovers, 0 points. He had 1 steal, and then a big nothing burger in 19 minutes as they got destroyed in that game, obviously.
Okay.
Against Dallas, he had a good game. That was 21 points, 6 of 14. He was really good.
Awesome.
Really good. A loss, right? And that was an unbelievable offensive explosion for both of those teams. So which feels like kind of like an outlier. Prior to that, at Houston, obviously, I think that was the NBA Cup quarterfinals, right? They lost that one, 91-90. 4 of 9. He had 8 points, 4 assists, a block, 3 boards, 5 turnovers.
I've been talking about this blue in the face. When you're going to be a ball handler and you're a guy who's a playmaker, 2.5 to 3.5 to 1 is the ratio you're looking for, assists to turnovers. And everyone says, but the shovel passes to Steph. Bro, you can get anyone to give a shovel pass to Steph Curry and set a ball screen.
17 turnovers in his last 5 games. It's not good.
And he had one late in the fourth quarter where I showed it to you, Joe, did I not? Before the show started. He picked it up, he got a rebound, picked it up, turned around, and just threw a soccer inbound pass 75 feet over Dennis Schroeder's head.
Joe Shasky, this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And as you know, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, and covers the team for The Athletic. He's the best in the biz when it comes to all things Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us at 8:30. We'll dive into the Schroeder, what he's seen from him these first 4 games in a Golden State Warriors uniform, Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, that players-only meeting that Stephen Curry held. What does that mean for his future potentially going forward? All of that and more. Let's go to the phone lines again, though, Joe.
Before
Please.
you go out there, and I just want... The only reason I'm harping on Draymond this morning is because I'm seeing all these trade machinations, these combinations, and everyone's trying to trade everyone away. And a lot of the starting points start with Andrew Wiggins. And all I'm saying is that if you're asking me, because they make the same amount of money, Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green, I'm not trading Andrew Wiggins before exploring trading Draymond Green. Andrew Wiggins is more important for this year and moving forward. If I just had to weigh those two, because they make the same amount, and it's hard to get the contracts to balance out in all of these different trade deals. So I don't want to move Draymond Green. I know he still brings value. No one says he stinks. But if you're asking between the two players, Andrew Wiggins or Draymond, I'm leaning Andrew Wiggins to keep, and I'm saying that I would move Draymond Green.
Absolutely. And to Oscar and Stockton's point, we love Oscar. He's a diehard roaster. He's great. 888-957-9570. But just because you're criticizing or critiquing a certain player's game performance doesn't mean that vanishes or washes away what he's done in a Golden State Warriors uniform. Draymond Green's a made man. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Warriors legend. He's always going to be that. But he's getting old too. It's okay to say that. Like, Steph is getting old. We can critique his play too. Just because Stephen Curry has some bad performances. And by the way, Steph's probably gotten crushed more so this year than any of his other years in a Golden State Warriors uniform
100%.
because he's had some boneheaded plays and some bad turnovers, and his age has showed up. And you know what? Fans are going to notice that. And it sucks, and he's the best player, and Steph is Teflon where no one can touch him. But even he can get a little bit of criticism now and then, and that's okay. Draymond's done way more than Steph Curry when it comes to the opposite end of being great at times. He's done just horrible things in the past.
Was it Sunday night where Steph took that horrible three with like 30 seconds to go? The double backup three. It's just horrible in a game where he wasn't feeling it. And I think we all crushed him for it, rightfully. So I don't know. It's so funny if you critique Draymond even a little or suggest that Andrew Wiggins might be more valuable than him currently for the Warrior team that they have right now, and just based off who they want to play and all that stuff, people lose their minds. I'm not the one coming up with these trade rumors. I don't want Jimmy Butler. I think it's not worth it. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze. I understand this team does need a shakeup, and I do see that. I'm more open to trading everyone on the roster not named Steph Curry if we're going to do that. To me, it's all or nothing.
There you go. Jimmy, Bayview. What's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm totally with you, Shasky, 100%. I mean, Draymond has not figured out that he needs to score double figures for this team to win, especially since, Steph's having a rough time. I think we're witnessing the death of the Bob Myers roster, the Bob Myers vision. Looney needs to go. Gary Payton II, my God, this guy gets hurt, going to the bathroom. He can't score. We don't have enough legitimate scorers, enough multifaceted players, and it's tough to watch. We need a darn center. I mean, if we had a shot blocker, maybe that layup, doesn't happen. They don't. I mean, we've gone with this lineup. It's won us championships, but it's outdated. What do you guys think?
No, I think a lot of what you're saying is true. Look, I've been begging for them to go get another big. I love Looney. To me, he's a spot guy. I think both him and Trace Jackson Davis are the same thing, backup centers.
TJD was playing some really good defense on AD early in that game, those first few possessions.
But when you say like they're both backups, That's not a criticism. To be a backup in the NBA is awesome. Like you're an awesome. I think you're a valuable, good player.
It means you're playing in big games.
When was the last time they had a legitimate center who could close a game? Andrew Bogut.
I was going to say Bogut because I was going to say Zaza, but he wasn't closing the games.
And Bogut didn't close every time because obviously they went to the Hamptons Fives later on.
Yeah.
But in the regular season, he did.
He was clutch.
You know, and
great passer though. That was so underrated by him. He was such a good passer and had such good eyes and vision.
Team in 2016,
8 years ago.
He left the team in 2016.
Yeah.
So like, yes, and when you look around the league and everyone's longer and everyone's more athletic and everyone's more dynamic, yeah, you're going to need some shot blockers. But the number one thing is the way the league's played is out on the perimeter. They have a bunch of guys that are either all offense and no defense or all defense and no offense. And so why would I surrender the one great complementary player on both ends of the floor in Andrew Wiggins in all these trade machinations? It doesn't make sense to me.
Steve Kerr, Joe Shasky after the game yesterday on what changed when Anthony Davis went out.
Yeah, it changed considerably. Obviously, it became a 5-out game, with their perimeter shooting. Rui Hachimura becomes the center, and he's popping out for threes, so it changes things. But, we have to be able to adjust to that on the fly, and, you change your defensive coverages. And, we felt like we should have been able to do a better job defensively tonight. I didn't think they ever really felt us. They had 9 turnovers for the game. We have prided ourselves on being a feisty, defensive-minded team. We're among the top few teams in the league in deflections. Never felt like we made an impact on that game defensively, putting pressure on them, forcing turnovers, getting deflections. Didn't happen. So they controlled the game, and they earned the win, obviously.
When you look at what the Warriors rolled out there in the final 5-6 minutes, you're going to play Schroeder and you're going to play Curry. Those are 2 small defenders. No, Dennis Schroeder is a guy who will be tenacious.
Yeah.
But against an Austin Reeves, Max Christie, and LeBron James, those guys are physically more imposing. And even if you're scrappy and those guys are going to shoot right over it. And you saw LeBron hit a 3 and answered the 3 that Curry hit prior to that right over Dennis Schroeder's face. And there's nothing Schroeder can do.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, their tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com. More of your calls, more of your texts reacting to this Warriors loss. Do they need to make a big splash? Do they need to take a hard look in the mirror? What needs to change with this team right now? Is there solutions out there? Steve Kerr's trying to find it. What's the right rotation? What's going on with Jonathan Kuminga? What's going on with Pods? What's going on with Wiggins? Everything right now is on the table for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Sirius, John, and Joe, I see you guys on the line. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game.
There might be one more gift left under the tree. 17 points in the fourth. A great screen by Draymond. And Curry nails it.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
Actually, Steph, it's Spadonian for one Bonte Hill. We're giving him the week off. He works very hard. He's a hard worker alongside Joe Shasky, who's also working very hard this morning. Hope you had a nice Christmas, all of you out there. If you're just tuning in, if you're just getting off work, if you're getting ready for work, if you're getting back to the grind, please be safe out there. It is wet. The roadways are slick. And don't do anything dumb. 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. The Comcast Biz text line. We are open for business. And also, we are streaming live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We got Anthony Slater coming up at 8:30, our Warriors insider, and obviously covers the team for The Athletic. Get his thoughts on this loss from the Golden State Warriors. 115-113, the final for the Los Angeles Lakers. You had Tim Roy on the call right there last night, right here on 95.7 The Game. And it felt like Joe Shasky, we were going to have a vintage Steph. He's going to save the day. Got 38 points. Man, he was going to deliver the ultimate Christmas present until he didn't. It was his best game ever on Christmas, easily. And it turned into an instant classic. It was him, LeBron. Steph started hitting those threes. LeBron he attempted one of the most hilariously awful three-pointers I've ever seen in my life because he was trying to do the heat check too. And he tried to do a logo LeBron. It was way off. You got the double bang, obviously. Maybe we can get that call too, Carter, Cam. Can we get the double bang from Mike Breen? Because he did the call, obviously, for ABC. Obviously, I was also watching that on Disney+. I was streaming that game. I don't know if anyone else was, but I was also streaming that game like I was streaming Netflix. Yeah. So it's funny how that works. But just your takeaway from Stephen Curry's performance in a loss last night. It was tough and serious. We'll get to you on the phone lines here in a second.
Well, I just think that, the league is going to be in some trouble when these two guys go away. Obviously Bird and Magic went back and forth in the finals for so long and carried the league for so long. I look at, the NFL and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and for those two to battle for so many years for the right to go to the Super Bowl. And I know there were other people in there, like Big Ben was a player early on, and Eli was also a part of that kind of dynamic. But to me, it was Manning and Brady, correct, right, for so long in the league. And I feel like that's kind of where the NBA is right now with Steph and LeBron. I mean, I just wrote down, with 4:58 in the fourth quarter, Steph checks back in. It's 97-92. Okay, and there's things that are happening in between this, but Curry hits a three to cut it to 104-99. LeBron answers and hits a three over Dennis Schroeder, 107-99. Okay? Then later on, you get a LeBron high pick and roll to Max Christie. It goes 109-99. Curry to Kuminga on a backdoor cut. Schroeder hits a three. Curry layup. Now you're only down two with 25.7 seconds left. Christie hits the two free throws. Curry hits the three in the corner over LeBron James. Then he foul, Austin Reeves. Schroeder hits the three, foul Austin Reeves again. Now it's 110-113 with 8.9. Draymond hits the screen. Curry again with a three. I mean, it's just like the Curry-LeBron show. And they're doing it over each other over and over and over again. Yeah, it's spectacular to see these two go at it. It's something that I'm not taking for granted, and I realize that both guys being as old as they are and being as good as they are at this age is rare. And I don't think that any of us can truly appreciate it till it's completely gone, and we're going to look back and go, damn, we missed these two going at it.
And it's different than the NFL because the NFL had an heir apparent, right? We saw Patrick Mahomes already win. We saw what he was going to do. He was going up against Brady, and it was fun, but obviously he didn't have his starting NFL. He didn't have his starting tackles, right or left, in that Super Bowl. So we got a little cheapened there, but you saw what was coming up. It was Josh Allen. It was Lamar Jackson. It was Mahomes. Maybe Herbert was waiting. We saw Joe Burrow already there.
Good point.
Matt Stafford had won with the Rams. So we saw them taking over already. And the NFL is so different than the NBA. Like, I could be sold on Raiders, Niners, and I don't even know the quarterback. I don't need to know if it's Aiden O'Connell versus so-and-so because the brands, Joe Shasky, the brands aren't doing that in the NBA like we're accustomed to. The Boston Celtics are one of the biggest brands in American sports, and no one gave a flying rip that they played yesterday. No one cared.
So true.
Outside of Boston, No one cared. I didn't know if Philadelphia cared about that game, to be quite honest, yesterday. I don't think they did. They're more concerned about Jalen Hurts' concussion.
Well, and when you say this out loud, people lose their minds. But it's not me. It's not Joe Shasky telling you this or Joe Spadoni. Joe, you and I, we do this because we love it, and it's also our profession. I watch Jokic. I watch Luka. Mm-hmm. America has told you they don't really connect with Luka and Jokic. Is it a xenophobia? Is it the fact that they're, Europeans or Eastern European or whatever?
Is it Denver as a sports town?
It could be a lot of those things. Is style of play? I don't know. I don't know what it is, Joe, but America has kind of told you they're not that into those guys. And that's not me. That's the viewership, right? And so then I go, all right, well, what about a Jason Tatum and a Jaylen Brown and the Boston Celtics and that brand? And not really into that either. So you know what they are into? LeBron and Steph. Lakers, Warriors. Those things still hit.
And that's a problem.
I know,
and that is a major problem. And we love it here. We love it because it's LA, it's San Francisco, it's California. These are our teams, and we get by. We love it. But if I'm Adam Silver, I am scared to death right now about the future prospect of the NFL taking over everything. Because that's what they're doing right now. The NFL, and you can say what you want, LeBron, that you think the NBA is your day. It was your night last night, but it wasn't your day. The ratings will show that it was Texans-Ravens, it was Steelers-Chiefs, and they would dominate. Whether it was Kay Adams, Mina Kimes, whoever the hell was on the broadcast, Jamie Erdahl, doesn't matter. Manti Te'o could be doing pre- and post-game coverage. For some reason, Manti Te'o, God love the guy. It's hard for me to take him seriously because I just think him as the catfish guy. I'm going to be honest.
I know.
This is very difficult for me. And that sounds unfair as I'm saying it out loud. But I swear to God, after the whole Manti Te'o catfish thing, MTV literally came out with the show right after that called Catfish. Shout out Neve and Max. It was great television.
My wife still watches it.
Yeah, it's
that
great.
And Cheaters.
We love it. If you're still getting catfish today, by the way, what are we doing? Come on. Come on.
Well, it happens all the time. It's called Instagram filters.
Yeah, but you should not be an idiot now. Thankfully, this next generation is coming up to be okay, this is all fake news. That's AI generated. They're going to be able to distinguish it. It's the older millennials that are still getting catfish.
I'm not optimistic.
It's when I'll get I'm a Zimbabwe prince, and I need you to forward me money. When you get those emails,
the African
you
prince.
guys all get them. You know what I'm talking about, right? And you're like, dude, what a great try. Or my other new favorite one, I got it twice, and my phone's in the other room because we just bought food, but I got it twice over the last 3 days. This is UPS, and we can't find your address. Please send us your social security number, your last 4 digits on your card. What?
No, it's you go to Michael Scott in the office when he's like, when the son of the deposed king of Nigeria emails you directly asking you for help, you help. His father ran the freaking country. I know too much. Good. I know too many office quotes. We got some calls here that want to join the conversation.
I want to hear from the audience today. And look, we're tapped in. The Warrior fans watch. And if you just look at the RSNs, which are the regional sports networks, right?
You love the RSNs.
Well, it'd be like your NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah.
They will tell you that this market is one of the few where basketball crushes baseball, right? All the other markets locally, baseball is kind of crushing basketball right now. And then nationally, we know that the numbers are down significantly than what they were, not in the Jordan heyday, just 10 years ago. They've lost 50% of their audience from 10 years ago. So, they're in a really rough spot right now, and they might be crushing it when it comes to the broadcast partners paying a lot of money for the rights, but you have to put a product out there that people want to tune in to go watch. And I just feel like we're a far way away from that. So LeBron and Steph, dude, watching the final 6 minutes or whatever it was, 5 minutes of that game, when Steph checked in, that was special, even though the Warriors fell short.
I just think the major problem is, and to your point, it's the games like this, the Celtics versus Sixers. Why is Joe from Oakland tuning into that game?
Great. That's a great question.
You would never ask that a decade ago.
5 years ago.
Why am I tuning in to see Kobe against Paul Pierce? You don't say that. 5 years ago, to your point. Why am I tuning in? Oh, because I'm seeing the iconic brands, because this team is good. Jason Tatum was a nobody 5 years ago. He's a young guy, relatively. He came out of Duke, but it was a fun team. It was Brad Stevens. Oh, I know the guy from Butler. That's exciting. You had this And that goes back to the college aspect of the game. I know who Brad Stevens was because he had those miracle runs with Butler, with Gordon Hayward, and he went back and he lost to UConn. And it was all these things baked into it. Now it's just, I don't know who all these people are coming in, like Alex Sarr. I don't know who these people are that are coming in, these European guys. And it's not that they're European because they could be exciting, they could be fun. Wemby was obviously built as this huge guy. And then we were watching the game yesterday. Wembanyama's chucking 3-pointers. I was like, you're 8 feet tall. Why aren't you driving down the lane and yamming on these guys, man? So it's all over the place. Let's get to some of these calls. Sirius has been hanging on for a while.
What's up?
Is this Sirius Black calling out of Oakland, California? What's going on, Sirius?
All he needs is a dribbling coach and a shooting coach.
Who?
Put me on there.
Who needs a dribbling coach?
Hello?
Sirius, you there?
Oh, y'all got me?
Yeah.
I truly apologize. First of all, let me say, this is a legendary show about sports talk. You guys are the best. Shafsky, I know people don't like you. I love you. Because you know what? You're the contrary to everybody's ability to be something that they believe they can't be. Like, people don't even believe that you can, like, have picks. Sorry.
Filmo, are you calling us Sirius in Oakland, California right now?
I am serious from Oakland, California. But really, I was talking about the Warriors. Let's talk about that. I want to know, first of all, Spadoni, I don't think you get enough airtime because every time you come on, you come with facts. And I believe in facts. I believe that our basketball facility that we rock with has to have to deal with facts. So it doesn't matter if you think you're right. It only deals with whether or not you know what you're talking about. Now, I want to get to my key point. When I saw the Warriors on the court last night, right, and Draymond and Steph was not on the court, it looked like we were sprawling. We couldn't find somebody that was a key point in scoring. Now, Field is one of my guys. I love him. And ever since Melton, has been injured, we got Schroeder, and I love Schroeder. But watch this. When Steph and Dre are not on the court, nobody is able to really make impact as far as scoring. They can do a little bit of defense, like Pads is good on D. He's a scrappy player, right? TJD is good, but he needs somebody to receive. When Draymond's not on the court to pass it to TJD, then he don't really do that well. We saw a couple of missed alley-oops last night. Now, what I would like somebody to do, all somebody got to do is take Kuminga in the back corner and say, hey, we need you to do Steph Curry's dribble skills because Kuminga is explosive. You saw that dunk on 2 people?
Oh, that was ridiculous.
Oh yeah, he sung Max Crosby there. Yeah, no, thank you, Sirius. We're up against it. 888-957-9570. Actually, we got 25 minutes left in the segment.
Carter is
We're not
dying
up against it.
behind the glass.
He is. I don't know if that was Sirius in Oakland or Film on Mike, but either way,
it was like story time. He got really close to the microphone.
He did. He was getting very serious.
But here's the thing on Kuminga. Like, and people just listen to what I'm saying. Okay. I coach 8th graders right now. I've taken this crew from 3rd grade to 8th grade, and there's a couple boys on my team. And young David, for example, is a very skilled player. He has been playing AAU basketball since he was in 3rd grade. Do you know how many hours in the gym this kid has put in from 3rd to 8th grade, dribbling and going through drills and playing games and playing sports? And so Kuminga obviously
a lot of hours.
Hundreds of thousands of hours, and he's got a whole skill set of moves, and he's a very, very good player. Is he the best player in 8th grade? No, not even close, because there's so much talent, and I'm not knocking him.
But he knows his fundamentals.
And there are things that I'm trying to teach him in terms of shell drills, which is man-to-man defense and how to play help defense, right? That it's nuanced, and I know that when he gets to the high school level, it will be pounded into his head wherever he goes, one of the schools that he goes to. It's going to get pounded in his head, and I'm trying to teach him principles and philosophies right now to where he gets to the next level, he'll be able to adapt quickly and play that. And I watched Jonathan Kuminga, and look, he brings so much to the table in terms of explosion and athleticism, and he's gotten significantly better in the last 4 years. I know we don't think he has. He has. He does have a bag of skills. The area that he's really lacking in is the amount of reps instinctually to be a help defender. And you saw it on case in point last night where he's face guarding Rui out of bounds in a crucial situation where if he plays open to his man, okay, and he's more of a willing help defender, he'll be able to assist Andrew Wiggins and close out there on that Austin Reeves play and force the ball to skip with 2, 3, 1 second left on that clock. And that is something that you're not going to be able to replicate with the limited amount of NBA practice these guys get now. And you see it league-wide. This is not just a Warrior or Jonathan Kuminga conundrum. And, Joe, I know I'm being long-winded, but the point that I'm getting at is the NBA is not a developmental league. And what happens is you have all of these 17, 18, 19-year-old players coming into the league that need a lot of development and a lot of reps.
Well, and it's not just one league, too. I look at the NFL that's similar with offensive linemen coming into today's game because of the spread system now. Everything's spread out. They don't know how to play in an NFL-ready system. So 100%. When they come in here, everything's an adjustment. Same with quarterbacks, too. It's becoming more and more easy for quarterbacks because the NFL is actually kind of copying college now.
Yes.
In a sense, where they're trying to cater everything to the Justin Herberts, to the Joe Burrows, to everyone so that they have full command of these offenses. But it's an adjusting period. Like, that's why we're not seeing great offensive line play like we have in years past. So it's not just one sport. But to your point, the NFL is able to adjust and adapt, and they've been able to, their product hasn't been hurting. We're talking about the hurting of a certain product, like you're alluding to right now. These guys just not knowing basic fundamental things, and it ends up bleeding into everything else. And I know that's what you weren't getting at, but it's just a larger thing I wanted to tie in here. What Jonathan Kuminga and these G League and these Ignite, whatever it was, I don't think it's the Ignite anymore. They changed it, whatever it is. But these fodder league things that they were trying to do, it's doing a disservice, I feel like, to these players when they get here, just thinking that these 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old, their first 4 seasons in the NBA, they're kind of like redshirt years. And like you're wasting these guys' opportunity early on in the season. I feel like, and we didn't even really get to it, but did you see the comments from Jonathan Kuminga over the weekend about people needing therapy?
Well, he was talking about Congo and the Civil War or something that was going on. Like, I believe some of those were taken out of context.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like just where that guy is right now, what he's been able to to accomplish right now. Just think about what if he did have those resources, as you were saying early on in his career, where he would be.
Do you think Steve Kerr and the coaching staff, when they have like an hour practice, is just working on man-to-man defense shell drills?
No.
And help?
They're working on high-level plays right now that they're trying to get,
Exactly.
Like what they were doing yesterday, the out-of-bounds play. They're working on stuff like that.
Exactly. And so there's just not, they just don't do that in the NBA. And then you wonder why a guy like Austin Reeves, who looks like he's been playing basketball since he was 5 years old, right, has tremendous feel for spacing and leverage. And, hey, I'm going to go left and use my other hand to finish underneath the outstretched arm of Andrew Wiggins because I'm going to quickly scoop that thing up and under, right? Like, Austin Reeves has a fraction of the athleticism.
5-year college player. 5 years. But Dalton Connect, 5 years. Why do you think Dalton Connect as a rookie looked very polished yesterday? Dame Lillard.
3-4 year players, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Like, there is something to be said for those things, right? And so, he's not there yet. But here's the thing. It's not like he doesn't bring other things to the table. I think that's the part that I think frustrates me when I listen to the Jonathan Kuminga rhetoric, is that people just want to ship him out because of a play like at the end of that game, right? And I would say to you, like, yeah, he brought a lot to the table, though, late in that game, where he's scoring a wild dunk in traffic multiple times, or spacing the floor with a 3, even though it doesn't knock down, or helping on other defensive possessions, not that last one, but other ones. So, like, he brings a lot to the table. It's not either or for me. There's a big gray area.
Absolutely. We got some calls here we want to get to. Big Smooth, or as Steiny calls him, Big Smoothie, out in Oakland. I can go for a smoothie right now. There's a Jamba Juice down the street. What's going on, Big Smooth? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, good news. Good news. I am not still drinking eggnog from last night like the last caller. So here's what I'm saying. So listen, man. situational basketball.
Yep.
Explain this to me. As soon as AD goes out, I wanted to text the locker room to say, no rim protection. Go inside immediately. And it's like the memo never got there. It's like, why? AD's out. Why are we chucking up threes and the Lakers have no rim protection? It's like we played right into their hands. And I don't understand why there was not more going to the rim immediately as soon as he went out. It just seems like that's the style of that we have to play now, and they outstyled us. It was really strange.
Real quick, Big Smooth, I'll let you finish. I did think their Koloko, their backup, actually played pretty decent. He's 7-footer. He's a big guy. He's young. He only played 9 minutes.
Yeah, but I would attack him.
No, exactly. But I think in those 9 minutes, he got 4 offensive rebounds.
Yeah.
Like he was actually he was making somewhat a difference to the point where they just stopped trying altogether, which I do believe was the big mistake, Big Smooth.
Some of those rebounds were 50-50 balls. They weren't just like snatching. He wasn't just snatching rebounds. There was one play that they got 3 or 4 rebounds in a row. The ball's here. Oh, I'll go. It's just really frustrating. I get it, but and it's funny you guys said what you just said a few minutes ago. I said to I'm on a text line with some of my young nephews, and I said their young people look better than our young people. Now I know that ability wise, no. We have the up. We're still going to be talking upside, I guess, forever. But their young people look like they just knew how to play basketball better. That's all. I mean, if you look at the talent on that floor, you would think that we would have won by 20 points. We're just in a weird space right now, and I'm sorry, guys. I'll be honest with you. To me, put a package, get Pods out of here, let Moody go. Only because Moody, we're apparently not committed to your development. And I think if it brings the right piece, Kuminga is a conundrum because exactly last night is exactly what's going on with him. That dunk was massive. Yep. Boom. But then everything else you get is not. He's going to be like that, guys, until I think the problem is we can't really afford to give him enough time that he needs to develop because we have AKA the best shooter on the planet to ever play the game. We can't make both of those work. So why don't we get something for him when we don't have time to develop him? It's Steph's timeline. Just get a vet for him so we can see if we can get Steph back. If we get Steph into the playoffs, anything could happen.
Well, but Smooth, here the conundrum is the appropriate word for Jonathan Kuminga.
First time we've mentioned Moses Moody on the show today. I think Steve Kerr forgot about him yesterday too. Didn't play.
We'll get to that in a second. Curry goes to Kuminga as he's cutting baseline, and they get a wide open, easy dunk. I know we want to get a skilled shooter alongside Curry, and that has its place. Believe me, spacing has its place. They also need to be able to put pressure on the rim. And the one thing that Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins does on this team that no one else can do is put pressure on that rim and to get easy buckets. And so going back to the bigs and not having a big and not having a guy that could just catch the ball around the rim and just dunk one in. Like, Kuminga does bring a lot to the table.
8 free throw attempts yesterday.
What?
8 free throw attempts for him yesterday. He was getting to the line, and he was actually knocking him down with somewhat efficiency. 6 of 8. I know he hasn't. I actually thought the Lakers were going to hack him late in that game and just prove him at the line. And I thought that was going to be a good chance for Jonathan Kuminga. They ended up not doing that. They were in the bonus for 6 minutes to go, so they're a little more careful. But yeah, I was impressed late in that game with some of his offensive just going at the rim. It was refreshing, but ultimately it was the lack of a help defense there at the end people are going to be focused on.
And any given night,
he didn't shoot it very well.
On any given night this year, he has been your second, third, or fourth best player, essentially, on any given night. Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
And look, some would say that's not good enough. And okay, I hear you. It's not good enough when you are demanding $35, $40 million. At least that's what the reports are. And I understand that aspect. But he does bring a lot to the table. The problem is that him and Draymond played almost the same position.
They're in such a difficult space, as Big Smooth and you've been alluding. Like, it's just there's no right or wrong answer right now with what the Warriors are doing. Like, it's mix and match, and that's the problem right now. It started off so fun. It's wow, the depth of this, and the conversations were wow, we have all of these trade assets that we can get so and so and so and so. Oh, Giannis, oh, Jimmy Butler, and now you fast forward to the start of the new year almost. It's Brandon Pajemski, his stock is down. Jonathan Kuminga, his stock is down. Buddy Hield, his stock hasn't been lower.
Buddy.
Dennis Schroeder, his stock is down. The only stock that is up right now is Andrew Wiggins. And I'm not moving off of him because without Andrew Wiggins, his team's cooked. Don, you're out in Concord. What's going on, Don? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky in the Morning Roast.
JoJo Show. You know, you guys, I was sitting here listening to the radio show about exactly 7:20. I wrote this poem. You guys ready to rock and roll?
A poem?
It's been a poem. Don's going to rip a poem. It's been a great year. We played with no fear, though we might have shed a tear. Have some salami and a slice of cheese. Comb your hair, have a beer, because it's 2025 and we have no fear. It's kind of like Ricky Henderson, Cal Bears, everything all together. Peace and love.
There you go. Buddy. You know what? Yeah, an R.I.P. Ricky Henderson, the man. His birthday yesterday. It would have been his birthday yesterday. Ricky Henderson. Man,
it's horrible.
It is. God,
makes me sad.
Marcus Thompson in The Athletic, and we'll have Anthony Slater, his teammate over The Athletic, at 8:30. Covers the team very well. Marcus Thompson had a very good piece released yesterday in regards to Ricky Henderson, life, him growing up in Oakland. Literally one of the greatest players of all time in his sport and just in the Bay Area in general. He's just that good.
The way we view Kawhi Leonard in terms of being an enigma off the floor, not the injuries.
No.
I'm talking about like the character and the enigma and the stories are larger than life. Like really Kawhi is one of the few athletes that operates in like there's almost a mystery around him. And I feel like Ricky was similar to that one.
A little bit. He was private when he came, but you got who he was in the interviews when you got the rare interviews.
No doubt.
Or you hear the stories like the Will Clarks of the world or all these people just talking about him.
Ricky gotta go.
Ricky, he's got to, I mean, you're talking third person. You got to be like meta there.
Henderson here. He said that to Harold Reynolds. He called him Henderson here. I mean, it's just the stories are incredible.
Incredible. So Ricky Henderson, RIP, would have been 66 years old. At 5 days shy of his 66th birthday, I should say, would have been yesterday. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We're reacting to that game last night and just what took place after. So we've been hammering on Kuminga, on Wiggins, Draymond, the game itself. But what took place after the game may have been more interesting, Joe Shasky. Walking off the floor, LeBron James talking with Lisa Salters and ESPN, had a little parting shot to Roger Goodell and co.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
Christmas is our day. The NBA's day. Well, I'm here to tell you, LeBron, Steph, Adam Silver, it's no longer going to be the NBA's day going forward.
Nobody got time for that.
No, nobody got. I haven't heard that meme in forever. That launch right there, Jesus. But going forward, they're going to look at these ratings, and they're going to say, the NFL, Roger Goodell, yeah, we're going to bleed you. We're going to take you for everything out. You see that Nosferatu's out? He's a vampire, right? Nosferatu, like the OG one. Yeah, they're gonna go vampire mode. They're gonna go Edward. They're gonna go Twilight and suck the living life out of you, NBA. And they're not gonna give a damn what you say about it or what you think about it because the NFL is cutthroat. This is a business, and they don't want to be buddy with you. They don't want to be buddy with Rob Manfred. Yeah, they'll all be cordial at the table, but they're shrewd businessmen at the end of the day. And the Jerry Joneses of the world, the Jed Yorks of the world, I'm not going to put Mark Davis in there, the Robert Krafts of the world, they want their money.
We're about a third of the way through the season?
For the NBA, sure. 30 games, yeah.
So about a third of the way through the season.
A little more than that.
How many people were prepared to turn on the TV and start watching the NBA for the year? No, I'm saying just in general.
No, I'm telling you, I was one of those people. I said I'd have no interest in watching whatever early game is on.
What? And the irony is like that's the big thing that people always say is the retort is, well, you're casual, so casual. It's like guys, I don't know if you know this. The casuals make the world. Like if iPhone didn't have the casuals buying it, it wouldn't be the brand that it is today.
And I honestly, the more sports I watch is better for my job. So I'm not really a casual because I literally do this for a living. Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 a.m. the pregame show. Shameless plug. But I have to watch these games to know what I'm talking about. And the fact that I woke up and I had my 2 kids with me and I did not want to even turn that game on. I'd rather turn on the Wizard of Oz or whatever. Like that tells you all you need to know.
Well, I call it like the empty TV theory. So hear me out on this. So when you sit in a room with a bunch of other people and the TV is just on and there's no noise or anything because everyone's like opening gifts and whatnot.
Sure, you got the subtitles on.
Does anyone go, hey, you got to turn on this game, right? We had it on Netflix, and we're watching, and it wasn't my house, but, they had the football game on.
That's right there. Before you even go, the football game. Hey, let's put the football game on. When's the last time you said, let's put the basketball game on? No one does that.
But this is what I did.
I would put on San Jose State in South Florida. That Christmas Eve game was incredible.
Well, my uncle goes like, hey,
Poor
what time do the Warriors play? I go, 5 o'clock. He goes, all right, we'll put on the Warrior game, to your point. And he's like, who are they playing? I'm like, it's LeBron and the Lakers. He's like, oh, that's great. That's great. But like, again, in this market, the Warriors are dominant when it comes to the viewership. And league-wide, they still resonate. The minute the Warrior game was over, okay? Now, again, this is a room full of people. It's about, 7:30, 8 o'clock? I don't know what time it was.
Yeah, it was like 7:30 when it ended.
Hey, is there another football game on? As I'm watching the Nuggets throw up bricks. That's what someone else in the room said. So this isn't you and me who are we're watching everything and we're dialed in. I'm just telling you the casual experience. The casuals make up the core of your bulk audience.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the injury report coming up here in a few minutes. Diving into the NFL versus the NBA. And this is what LeBron James in the locker room. So he said that as he was walking off the court. And this is what he had to say in the locker room. I think it was Dave McMenamin of ESPN that asked the question.
What's the good stuff that's still going on in the league on a night-to-night basis?
So what's the good stuff happening in the NBA right now, to Joe Shasky's point? LeBron and Steph. That's the good stuff that's happening right now. That's not good. That's just not the good stuff. Like, it's one thing to have Mahomes and Brady. Like, that's great. I know what that is. But I also have Josh Allen. I can sell them in the Bills. I can sell Lamar Jackson in the Ravens.
How about the Washington football team being relevant for the first time in like 500 years?
Jaden Daniels, probably going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. One of the great stories in the NFL.
Market.
Huge.
Washington, D.C.
Untapped market potential right there. They don't have the shadow of Dan Snyder, that horrible owner there anymore. Who's my guy? He's also the owner of the Sixers, Harris, right?
We've talked more Chicago Bears this year than we've talked Chicago Bulls in the last decade. Would you guys agree?
No, it's a good point. No, it's a great, like, Caleb, like, I'm going to be watching tonight Bears versus Seahawks, Thursday Night Football, and it's not a sexy, like, is that a sexy matchup?
Not really.
But you'll be watching because Caleb Williams, the Seahawks still have a shot for the playoffs. We'll all be watching it.
You asked me
and fantasy. Like, there's huge fantasy implications there, too. I don't know if fantasy resonates that well in basketball. Now, betting is another huge aspect of all of this that everyone's locked in on. And the betting numbers, I'm sure they're fine for the NBA. I know everyone's in bed with gambling now. It's everywhere. But I do know that's a big thing with people we're talking about. Netflix as well. And I'm sure they're going to be partnering up with DraftKings or whomever going forward, too.
I know you were asking, like, what's going on in the NBA. If you were to just poll a bunch of people, and this is a sad indictment, but this shows the star power of LeBron. I think one of the top 5 to 10 storylines, and do not get mad at me. I'm just saying, like, if you're talking with your friends, Bronny comes up in almost all these conversations. More than a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, which is insane, right? Luka comes up, Jokic comes up, obviously the Celtics. What the hell's going on in Philadelphia? But as a joke or as like legitimate commentary, Bronny's in there. He isn't even in the NBA to me. Like, to me, he's not even in the NBA.
He was on the sideline yesterday doing the handshakes with Dad. I did think it was cool. I was laying down in bed. I mean,
of course you did.
No, it was just LeBron has had to play on Christmas Day for how many years in a row? Literally.
100.
Like 20 years in a row.
Yeah.
And he gets to be with his son on the court for like the first time. As a dad, I thought that was cool. Come on, Joe. You don't want to bring baby LJ in on, like, if you had to do a Christmas show, you had baby LJ there chilling with you. You're like, no, I did not want that.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to like have him there. It's another thing
baby, by the way,
to force my team to draft him in the second round, give him the highest amount of money guaranteed that anyone has ever gotten.
The Warriors
in the second
were
round.
also interested, by the way, according to reports. Warriors also wanted to draft him.
I'm gonna tell you this: the time to trade for LeBron. I mean, we've never passed the time to trade for LeBron.
Right now, just go for him.
Come on, you guys.
I mean, who's more likely to trade their star player right now? The Lakers and LeBron,
I mean, who knows?
Or the Warriors and Stephen Curry.
Well, you were asking about like storylines, like right now, like the two most prominent guys in the league from a couple years ago that I thought would take the mantle: John Morant and Zion. Zion, I don't even know.
He's cooked. People are trying to trade him.
Yeah,
he's cooked.
And then Jaw's having a resurgence.
Yes,
but I have legitimate questions. Like, can this guy get through a full season without something
being
popping up?
Being a knucklehead.
Yeah. Getting hurt or whatever, which is unfortunate. He can't control. And then it's like, oh, can the Celtics repeat?
And just even
is OKC ready?
There's just no one on the Celtics that resonates with anyone.
Is Dallas legit? Can they weather the Luka storm? Like, KD, how much does he still have left? Like, you're asking me, like, a lot of these narratives and stuff are guys that have been in the spotlight for a long time.
Before we get to the injury report, let's go out to Doug in Berserkly. He wants to join the show.
Doug.
What's going on, Dougie? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, guys. How are you doing this morning? Happy day after Christmas.
Yeah, you too.
I'm doing well. I have two comments. One about the Warriors and one about Ricky. About the Warriors, and I'm not the first one to say this, you guys are talking about, Kuminga and, he needs more time and the 4-year players. So we got the ultimate example of a 4-year player who knows the game super well on our own team. That's Draymond. I agree with everything that you said about that. We know the Warriors are not good at developing young players. The championships they've won, they've leaned on veterans. They've acquired veterans, Sean Livingston, David West, Otto Porter Jr., to fill in guys who actually know the game. It's going to be really tough with this guy Kuminga, who's got all the talent in the world, but like you said, doesn't get enough playing time. I don't know how that works. Second comment about Ricky Henderson. Great player, not at all like Kawhi. I met him twice. Once in front of Harvey Clark in Oakland. I never met him before. Started talking to him. We talked for 15 minutes. I said, Ricky, when I ask people who are their all-time all-stars, pick your all-time all-star team. And you go, who's the best first baseman, who's the best second baseman, yada, yada. I say, are you finished? Okay, my turn. I'm going a different direction. My leadoff hitter is Ricky Henderson. And Ricky Henderson, when he leads off, if he gets on base and you ever go to an A's game, the whole team changes, the other team. The pitcher gets nervous, the catcher gets nervous, the shortstop and second baseman change their positions. I said, if you're on my team, you're my leadoff hitter. I'm starting off with you over anybody else because I know if you get on base, I got a guy on second or I'm ahead 1-0. Okay? Now, the second time I met him was on the concourse at an A's game in Oakland. Talked to him for 10 minutes. Ricky's not aloof. He's a great guy. I miss him. He deserves something special from Oakland. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Doug.
My comparison to Kawhi was more about the mystery and the mystique of the individual, not necessarily the aloofness.
Yeah, and they're clearly, personality-wise, they cannot be more...
One guy smiles.
Yeah, one guy is also way more, just showboating and all this sort of stuff. Kawhi, literally the only thing he would say is, board man gets paid. That was and that's within a pickup game, and that's what someone said. No one even, Kawhi's known for an awkward laugh. That's what Kawhi Leonard's known for.
Seriously.
And being hurt all the time. Speaking of being hurt, it's the injury report, Carter. Come on, Justin. Don't distract my guys back
it's
there.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We got one of our engineers in the back, Justin, distracting my guys here, Carter and Cam. But he's feeling good about his Yankees, right? They got Max Fried. They got Cody Bellinger. They're on to plan B. Yeah, after losing out on Juan Soto. Speaking of moving on, the Lakers had to when Anthony Davis went down yesterday, and they got the win. Anthony Davis left the game early with an apparent ankle sprain, according to Dave McMenamin of ESPN. He was able to walk without any support. He will be considered day-to-day going forward and will be reevaluated prior to the Lakers' next game on December 28th versus Sacramento. And it's possible he could return for that game right there. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Joe Shasky. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your calls, more of your texts, thoughts on the Warriors' loss to the Lakers, and the NFL versus the NBA. This is a rivalry I'm kind of down to talk about more on 95.7 The Game.
Shasky, I know people don't like you.
drives and gets a layup with 1 second to go in the game. Curry in the backcourt gets it off, but I don't think it was in time. And somehow the Warriors give up a layup with 1 second to go to lose. 115-113 the final.
Oh, baby. Joe, baby, as we're saying right here this morning. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is the morning roast. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky here. Tim Roy on the call last night as the Warriors fall to the Los Angeles Lakers 115-113. Austin Reeves, late bucket after Stephen Curry has a flurry there to tie it up, but it wasn't enough. And the Warriors fans and everyone there leaves with a big fat lump of coal in their stocking and a sour taste in their mouth as this team, Joe Shasky, has lost 11 of their last 14 games. They're 15-14 on the year. They're now just 500 at home at Chase Center. Man, just a whirlwind 24 hours here and a whirlwind couple of weeks if you're a Golden State Warriors fan.
No doubt about it. What was the? Let's get into something fun here for just a quick second. Just a quick
Christmas
second.
was yesterday, so we can still have fun.
Yeah, all right.
Yay!
Like the Warrior game, that was sucky ending. It was fun.
It sucked
for the last
I like how
5
you go
minutes.
Derek Carr there. It was sucky. That's what he says.
I do mispronunciate a lot of things as I mispronunciations.
Thank you.
Like, for example, I ate a burrito at the break. Shout out Phil's. Watch you guys burritos. Bacon was the one that I happened to grab. It was delicious. How was the sausage?
It was great. I smashed it.
Carter.
Big
yours?
sausage guy.
Phenomenal.
And Cam, was yours good?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs
Cam.
up. All right. And I go, yeah, that Cholula sauce was hitting. And he goes, dog, it's Cholula. Cholula.
Well, that's like if
it's hella good though.
If
I love
Cholula
that.
hot sauce and
I just say-
Lululemon had like a collaboration, it'd be Cholula. There you go.
Oh, there we go.
And I know you're a big Lululemon guy.
I do. It's well.
Did you get any for? What was the best gift you got?
Just seeing my son on. That
God,
sounds so corny.
you're full of crap.
Look,
I
can I
had
be
two
real
of
with
my
you?
kids, and that was not my favorite.
Joey, can I be
I
real
got
with you?
this. I got this nice gift. It's a nice little
got one
Levi's jacket.
too?
Yeah, we're matching. I didn't put it on because I saw you wearing it.
the
and
Levi's.
we're not about
Sherpa.
we're not about to match on air right now, as we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I love those jackets. No, like full disclosure, I love Christmas. I live for Christmas. We had basically a sick house for like 4 straight weeks.
I know.
And my wife and I took turns as to who was sick, and the baby was sick. We didn't even get a tree this year.
Wow.
We
not even a fake one you guys have in the store or anything?
We didn't
No?
have the energy to just like the whole thing. And I was like, and I was really disappointed. I was like, this is just, he's over one now.
He's one. He's not going to remember this year. So if any year you're going to probably do that, this one's probably fine.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
And she's like, look, I don't have the energy to do it right now. And like, there's just too much going on. So I did the majority of the shopping, wrapping, which I'm not good at.
No, nor am I.
And me and my wife, we didn't exchange gifts this year. We got a lot of money tied up in a lot of different things, and there's a lot of stress and everything. And I was like, I don't need anything. You don't need anything. And thank God it was acceptable this year. Because sometimes they say that, and it's not accurate.
And then it's Christmas morning. It's like, where's my gift kind of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. And I always come through with the jewelry or something like
Correct.
that.
It's the same with an anniversary. I don't want anything. It's like, you got to get something there, right?
Yeah, but
and they
they're
always say on Valentine's, I don't want anything, but you still get flowers just in case because you don't. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this shit didn't really get, I got some cool stuff. I got this there's this thing that Will Smith's selling that the kids got me, one of my nephews and nieces.
Oh boy.
You put it around your head. It's a ball on a string and you like box it and you start like working out. It was hilarious. Dude.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was trying to use it. It's very difficult.
Very difficult. Okay, but you'll be getting there. But before you know it, you're going to be Rocky Marciano. There you go.
Hope you
Shasky. We got some calls that wanted to get to. David and Gloria, 888-957-9570. So on top of the Lakers win over the Warriors last night, there is also a big discussion happening on ESPN. It's happening on Fox Sports, wherever you're looking right now. The NFL versus the NBA. Why are we talking about that? Well, because the NFL had 2 games yesterday, and LeBron James took notice.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
He thinks NBA, it's still Christmas. All right. Is it still the NBA's day on Christmas? Well, I don't think so. Maybe Shasky and I think differently. I don't think we do on this. Do you think differently? Do you still think Christmas Day should be NBA's day? Are you saying, you know what, the NFL is just the better product right now? Maybe the NFL should own Christmas. 888-957-9570. Not just the NFL, quite frankly. If I'm college football, I'm also looking at that because you know what? Last weekend, college football went head-to-head with the NFL, and they didn't care.
No.
That's just football on football crime right there. But that's just the nature of the sport right now. It's at an all-time high. I think people just think NFL and think they're the king. No. College football's right there. Right there.
It's the second most viewed thing in America.
Yes.
NFL's number one. Politics is 1 or 2, depending on what year it is.
Yeah.
NFL number 1 in terms of non-politics. College football number 2. And this year, I know NBA people don't want to hear it. Baseball outdrew the NBA, in terms of the finals versus the World Series.
I mean, you got Dodgers, Yankees, like the most iconic brands. You had Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge. It was literally a perfect storm for them, probably. Now, the year prior, Rangers, D-backs, probably an all-time low.
No doubt. But I would also say that baseball, to their credit, coinciding with Yankees, Dodgers, which they got extremely lucky on, they changed their rules and they started tweaking them. And when they did that, everyone in unison is like, yeah, those were the right decisions. And I look at the NBA and I'm like, something's kind of got to give here. I think you need to tweak the schedule. I think you need to tweak the rules. Something's got to give.
There you go. Jack Nicholson, something's got to give. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And by the way, Joe Shasky, don't miss the kickoff show next Monday with Willard and Dibbs, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That team that wears red and gold, I guess, is still playing. Their season's still going on. I forgot about it already. It's just been that kind of just a forgetful season.
There was
San Francisco 49ers.
Sorry, Joey.
No, you're fine.
There was a moment where CMC went and visited a bunch of kids in the hospital.
That was very cool.
It was amazing, right?
And what did you see in that picture?
Well, they showed him walking around with the leg brace, and then all of the Twitter doctors came out of left field saying, oh, looks like he did have surgery on that leg. Otherwise, he'd have a little more mobility. And I was like, oh, boy. I don't know what else to say. Just, oh, boy.
PCL injury?
I mean, it's not good.
What is good with the 49ers right now? That's what I do want to know. Maybe we can get to the Niners maybe in the 9 o'clock hour.
The fact they haven't paid Brock yet?
Oh, well, they're going to. They're going to. Don't get it twisted. They're going to pay that man a lot of money. You know why? They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
Always have a choice.
888-957-9570. Yes, it's the choice of a new generation. David in Maryland.
Hey, Maryland.
The Morning
David.
Roast.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you guys doing this morning?
A little wet.
I'm swell.
The rain.
I'm doing swell, David.
How's the soft shell crab in Baltimore?
Oh, I mean, it's great. It's actually pretty great. I love eating crabs, man. Maryland's all about their crabs. It's a little chilly out here, but I could really go for that California weather. But yeah, man, I'm not feeling good, guys. I actually called last night after the game, and I called and I specifically complained about Steve Kerr. And of course, I received pushback from the host because for some reason there seems to be like an almost an avoidance on solely putting the blame on Kerr. Well, here's what I'll say, and I'm going to double down again. Our losses is on Steve Kerr, but it's also on LeCove for continuing this experiment that I feel like Kerr is enforcing.
What's that?
And making Warriors fans suffer.
What is that? What is
the young players experiment? Let's give them time. Let's be patient. I understand that there is patience that you need to have, but we saw the same thing with James Wiseman. It didn't turn out right. And I just feel like that's the same thing that's going on here. Pretty personally, I don't think that I can say that the front office is doing everything in their power to maximize Steph Curry. There's a guy that I want to shout out on YouTube. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. But he's pretty prominent in the Warriors fan base community, and he goes by the name of Jim Park, Jimpark. Love that guy. I'm sorry, but he's constantly pointing out these small ball lineups that Kerr seems to be obsessed with. You got Curry, Buddy, Pods on the floor. You got Dennis, Pods, Curry on the floor, Buddy. Take your pick. With either Kuminga or Wiggins almost consistently playing out of position at the power forward spot. It's driving me crazy. Why is Slow-Mo DNP'd? He's not injured. Let him come in and play our power forward. To me personally, if I was you guys, I'd take Jim Park's video.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You think that Kyle Anderson should be playing the floor and the 4, and that Draymond should be playing the 5?
I also don't think that's a good idea.
Well, okay.
I don't think that Draymond, and I know you probably said, we probably don't have many options here, but I also don't agree with Draymond Green playing the 5. Yes, I don't agree with that.
What don't you agree with? That's when he's been at his most effective. It's not even it's not even debatable. He's clearly a 5 at this point in his career, and I know that he wants to play alongside TJD. And you can give me advanced numbers on their defensive metrics and this, that, and the other, but like TJD's not a threat, and so the same thing can be said about Kyle Anderson. Yes, he can make a couple of plays off the dribble, but when you have a bunch of non-shooters out there to close the game, where's the offense coming from?
I see what you're talking about, but do you honestly think that Draymond Green can go toe-to-toe for the 82-game season with the bigs that we have in this league today? Draymond Green is not a center. Let's be real. Draymond Green's not a center.
Actually, I disagree with you. So I've said this to David. I think the only place he can play currently is center. And I think that, no, he's not an 82-game-a-year guy. He's like a 55 to 60-game-a-year guy with about 20 minutes a game. That's what he is. He's 35.
I mean, on this team, he's absolutely a center, too.
Yeah.
And who else are you playing there?
You're not playing TJD down the stretch.
Looney played 5 minutes there yesterday. He wasn't playing in that game.
And it's not his fault, but he comes flying out at LeBron. LeBron goes right by him for a dunk. You know, yeah.
By the way, Kyle Anderson, he was mentioning, I think he had flu-like symptoms. Technically, he could have played, but I think Kerr just did not want him to play yesterday.
Look, in this situation, somebody's going to be the odd man out, right? Whether it's Bielitsa from a couple years ago or whether right now it's Kyle Anderson. Someone on any given night is going to be the odd man out. Because
Moses Moody didn't play.
I mean, we're not even talking about GP2 right now because he's hurt and he would be in the mix as well.
They hurt his calf again.
You know, so I look at this team and it's like, hey, look, they have to get scoring from somewhere, and then you have to have certain people who can play alongside Steph Curry in the half court down the stretch. Otherwise, it becomes even more congested than it currently is. Kuminga has to play on this team down the stretch 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, well, offensively and defensively. I need the size there. I watched yesterday, to your point, Dennis Schroeder just get picked on from LeBron. Brandon Pajemski at times just get picked on from LeBron. All these guys just... Size matters. Shout out Bob Fitzgerald. He said it best. Size matters when it comes to these things.
Size matters.
Thank you. And far too often when the Warriors play the Lakers, that's the difference. And the frustrating part is they didn't have Anthony Davis yesterday, who's their big beast in the middle. And I heard who was a big smooth, just the lack of attacking the rim. That's what I thought I was going to get with Schroeder, by the way. It's just those cuts to the rim where he can actually do that. But credit to the Lakers. I mean, Christie, big. Austin Reeves, I know you're not looking at these guys as defensive juggernauts, but their size affected them.
But they do a great...
Dalton Connect, not a guy known for his defense. He's known for 3-point shots. His size affected them.
They do a great job, though, of when you have Anthony Davis, you can funnel these weaker defenders to Anthony Davis at times, and you can get away with it. It's never going to be perfect. Look, offense will always beat great defense. I know there's this misnomer. Defense wins championship. Bucket getting. Yeah, you got to play situational defense at times. Bucket getting's the number one important thing.
Yeah.
Getting buckets down the stretch. You show me a champion, and I'll show you at least multiple bucket getters on that team.
Right now, the bucket getter you thought you were going to have, and you did have him for the first part of the season. He was great, and it was Buddy Buckets, and it was this, that, and the other. Buddy Hield has not done anything. What has he done?
Nothing.
17 minutes off the bench yesterday, 2 of 6, 1 of 5 from beyond the arc. Just 5 points, a big nothing burger, basically.
A left-handed layup.
Exactly. By the way, Carter sent me this, and this is just it's a small sample size, but I think it's worth monitoring. They made the acquisition, and they got Dennis Schroeder. In 4 games with the Golden State Warriors, he's averaging 8 points, shooting 28% from the floor, 23% from beyond the arc, 4 assists, and 2 turnovers per game. Juxtapose that with what he was doing in Brooklyn when he was averaging 18 points, shooting 45% from the floor, 38% from beyond the arc, and having 6.6 assists per game. The turnovers are basically the same, but 4 games, and that's startling.
Well, it tells me it's really difficult to assimilate to a Steph Curry offense, which is one of the other things that, look, he's great, but playing alongside him is tough. And a lot of people would like to, in theory, play alongside of him, but I think it's more difficult than people give it credit for. How many times when a new player comes to the Warriors, do you find them trying to get open and they land in the same spot Steph's trying to occupy, whether it's in the corner, on the wing, whatever, and Steph's like, no, keep moving, keep going. It happens a lot.
It's a great point, and I thought it was interesting. And Gloria and Antonio, I see you guys online. We'll get to you in a second. And we got Anthony Slater joining us here in about 13 minutes. courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Can't wait to talk some dubs with Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider. But watching the Olympics over the summer, Joe Shasky, and watch Steph try to, play this different style than he's used to. And Steve Kerr obviously having to tinker that when you have a Tatum who didn't get to play sometimes, or a Joel Embiid, or an Anthony Davis, LeBron, Anthony Edwards, all these different players. And it was so refreshing to see this kind of different offense. And obviously it's a team of juggernauts. It's an all-star lineup. It's different. But just watching those last few games when Steph put the team on his back, and it was him, and it was LeBron, and it was pick and roll, and it was just LeBron finding Steph. It was just so refreshing to watch. And did you see before the game, I think it was Whitley Sandrino, our great digital coordinator and does a great job for our social media, Whitley Sandrino, doing a hell of a job covering the Dubs this season. She had the video of LeBron and Steph before the game even started. And the embrace that one LeBron James had for Stephen Curry when Steph was just warming up, and the bro hug that he gave him, that's the happiest I've ever seen LeBron be with Stephen Curry.
People don't want to hear this, but the reality is LeBron's like the ultimate perfect shooting guard alongside Steph. Size, ball handler, can knock down a shot, can put the ball into the post if they need him to.
He could do everything.
Find Curry off ball.
Not selfish.
I mean, I know nobody wants to hear it, but even at this stage, go around the league. Tell me who was a better two guard to complement. Because I know LeBron can play any position he wants. We all understand that. But as a combo guard, you're telling me LeBron's not the dude to pair alongside of him?
I mean, yes. I don't think they're going to get him.
We're talking about a 1 or 2 year thing here.
Yeah. What's it going to take to get up a LeBron? Again, we're having this conversation. You give up the farm for, you're going to have to give up Andrew Wiggins. Does that make you a totally better team?
Definitely more watchable.
Oh yes, that's yes, they are more watchable.
I don't think you're better. I don't think you're quote unquote a better team. See, in this scenario, you'd have to keep Wiggins to be alongside those two.
Exactly.
Because I think he's perfect alongside
and the salary, you're going to have to exactly like that. That's the other thing in all this, the salary matches, all the sources. LeBron's making $56 million. Yeah, whatever Jimmy Butler's making, right?
He took $2 million less so that his son could get the other $2 million.
That's a good father right there. That's actually Father of the Year. We're doing Doobie Awards. You guys have a Father of the Year category. It's not Bonte, it's not Shasky, it's not Spadoni. It's LeBron James for getting Bronny James drafted. That's what should have been the Doobie Award. Can we amend that? Can we send LeBron a trophy?
I like that.
He deserves it. Gloria's in San Francisco. She wants to join in the conversation. Hey Gloria, how you doing? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Gloria. I'm good. Thank you for taking my call. Shasky, I've been sick. My whole household had been sick the past week, and Christmas was a real labor of love. It was just one thing after the next, and it is all about the kids. But I will say I knew the NBA was on, and I still headlined the Warriors, of course. That was must-see TV. Anytime you get LeBron and Steph together, it's going to be great theater. LeBron brings out the best in Steph and vice versa. I just think that Reeves and the Japanese guy killed us yesterday. Without AD, we had a great opportunity, and we didn't seize the moment. They wouldn't take it in the paint, and when they tried to, the Lakers' length posed the problem for the Warriors, and they're just talent deficient. And I don't know what it's going to take for them to work through this. One of the callers said earlier that the Warriors have always done best with acquiring free agents. And I do believe that that's going to be the thing to get them over in the window stuff is there. They won't go and get more size. I don't know why. Maybe there's no one available, but their athleticism as a team is minimal to none.
Mm-hmm.
So they really have to address some things. They're just a mediocre, slightly above 500 team with a mega superstar on it.
So true.
That's my comment.
It's a great call, and I hope your family feels better. It is the worst when the family is all sick because it goes in stages.
Sucks when anyone's sick during the holidays too. Like even if you have like a brother or sister that's not feeling good, you want everyone feeling good on Christmas. It's supposed to be a day everyone's supposed to be happy. I remember my brother had a horrible stomach virus one year, and he was just isolated by himself. Robbie, if you're listening,
the Spadoni super spreader.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
That's what we call. So like as a joke, we call the Porter super spreader, which is like anytime we get all of the Porter family together. Because there's like 60 of us,
yeah,
you know this.
Exactly,
so like,
yeah.
And it's like someone is bound to be sick, and you're just gonna spread it to everyone.
Exactly. I have 15 nieces and nephews, so there you go.
Yeah,
so there you go, right there.
The amount of runny noses.
Oh, it's gross.
Oh my god,
it's gross. Hopefully it's just clear. If it's clear, it's okay and it's runny. But if it's different color, get the hell away from me. Antonio in Oakland. He wants to join in before we get Anthony Slater on here. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing?
Great seeing you last week.
Yeah, did you have a good Christmas, Antonio?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Other than losing to the Lakers and all that on Christmas. When
I hate to see
what I'm saying, like Steve Kerr needs to adapt, get a big guy. We shot too many threes, drive to the lane when Anthony Davis is not there. I don't like losing to Labalco James at all. I never want him on the Warriors because he would take all the credit. We'll need him around here, man. But anyway, man, Steve Kerr.
Hey, Antonio, you see how happy LeBron was to hug Steph before that game? Come on, that gave you a little bit of a smile, right?
No, not really. Not at all, man. He's the rival right there, man. Like, he is. He always been in the way.
All right, but what if we could get him in a trade?
If we got him in a trade, I would still root for the Warriors, of course. And maybe he might be the right fit, like you said. He's ball handling and all that. At the end of the day, man, the one thing I did notice, Draymond Green does not play fiery versus guy because his clutch client buddy, he never plays fiery at all whatsoever.
Facts.
He used to before he became a clutch guy, but now, like every time he faces a foreign player, he'd be all fiery and ready to swing at him. But Labalco, he don't do that. He bows down now. I don't like that.
Oh my god!
Thanks, Antonio.
Can you please play? Okay, so they're at the free throw line, and Draymond is in between two Lakers.
We got it.
And all of a sudden, I look up and I'm like, "What's he doing?"
Here we go.
On Green, this was odd.
Oh. Well, I don't think, okay, first of all, they're not allowed to lock arms, and they didn't lock arms, and then Draymond pulls them both down. That's a foul.
That's Richard Jefferson, Mike Breen, and Doris Burke on ESPN. It was Dalton Connect on his right-hand side and Rui Hachimura on his left at the free throw line, and he does this Red Rover move, like locks arms with them and falls back.
Like a trust fall.
Yeah, I was like, what are we doing?
Joe, I don't know what he was doing. Then,
Scott Foster looking at him like, what the hell are you, what's going on here? That was actually a tamed Scott Foster game for the most part. He didn't make his presence very known at all.
It was, well, he didn't need to.
Exactly.
He didn't need to, I just, Draymond, we can't go a game. It's just always something.
Always.
And then he's in the corner. You look, honest to gosh, I feel like there are days where I'm like, if I left Draymond in the corner in an empty gym, I think he'd struggle to hit 2 in a row.
Well, the Lakers.
Look at Carter shaking his head.
JJ Redick probably literally told his team, yeah, let him shoot those threes. JJ Redick, one of the great three-pointer shooters of his time, said, yeah, let Draymond shoot those. That's fine. And he made one, and JJ's probably like, great, yeah, keep going, keep shooting. One made shot. One made shot for Draymond Green. Anthony Slater on the other side, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. He's our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, and that's what's coming up in the game, sponsored by Lucky California. And courtesy of the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Spadonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Lakers 115, Warriors 113 yesterday. Anthony, first and foremost, though, did you have a good Christmas, bud?
A Christmas spread?
No, did you have a good Christmas?
Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah. Oh, did I have a good Christmas? I mean, I worked for like the 12th straight Christmas.
Oh.
It was solid. My kid's almost 2 now. He kind of got it a little bit more this year, I guess. So I saw him. He was actually at the game yesterday, which that was the first time he's been at a game.
A double R special?
No, he wasn't on Ritter Row. I call Ritter Row that last section in 120. But everything's a double R special at this point.
I like that. There's so much to unpack from this game. And I'm going to start here because it's a small sample size, but it's been 4 games now of the Dennis Schroeder experience with Golden State. And hasn't looked good, Anthony. Too early to call this a bust?
Yes, it's too early. It's 4 NBA games, but not good ones. I would agree. 11 made shots in 4 games total, 11 of 39. 4 of 17 from 3, and 3 of those threes actually came last night. He hit a big one down the stretch, I will say. But yeah, he's not shooting it that well. He's streaky, and Warriors got him on a bad streak. Number 1 and 2, obviously he's adjusting, and I'd like to see them run more, design pick and roll action for him. And yeah, he'll be better. He'll hit more shots. I do kind of like what he does defensively, but yeah, I don't know. It hasn't been good. And pretty much everything they're trying second unit wise isn't really working right now.
No, it's not. But what does work, whether it's the NBA as a large or these two individually, and I guess the rivalry that's grown, it's just the LeBron and Steph thing, man. 5 minutes to go, and I'm going to be long-winded here, but 5 minutes to go, he checks in. Steph does. He hits a 3, cutting it to 5. LeBron answers back over Dennis Schroeder. LeBron high pick and roll to Christie. Then Curry to Kuminga on the baseline cutter. Then LeBron blocks a shot. Schroeder hits a 3. And then Curry hits the layup. I mean, it was back and forth and back and forth. And Curry hits the shot over LeBron late. Man, these are all-time greats. And I feel like, I know you don't, and I know that there's a segment of the fans that don't. We're going to miss this matchup, man, LeBron versus Curry. This is some legendary stuff, the two of them. They bring the best out of each other.
Good post-game interview by LeBron, too, kind of calling out the NFL a little bit, I thought. It should be appreciated. What was that, like 53rd regular season matchup? You add all those finals together, I'm sure they're up into the 70s of games played. I thought the summer was cool to see them together with Durant. I mean, I think, that in history, that Olympics will be appreciated for those guys finally coming together. And it's kind of become a little bit of a love affair between those two, a bromance, I believe Steve Kerr has called it.
You see before the game, Anthony, that bro hug from LeBron?
Well, and he came out and he's trying to block the shot. Like, you would have never seen that a few years ago, right? They were still trying to have this warfare approach, and I think there was a slight bit of animosity at a time, but that's no longer. There's definitely a bromance.
You bring up what LeBron said in the postgame. Joe has the sound right here. We'll play it for you, and then I'll ask you a quick question.
I love the NFL, but Christmas is our day.
Yeah, I disagree with him on that one. It might have been their day one point in time, kind of like how my dad used to beat me in the backyard playing hoops, and then one day, I dunked on him in the backyard on the mini hoop, and he realized, even though he won the game that day, that the end was near. And I still think that the NFL is coming for everything that the NBA has on Christmas, and this is going to be their formula moving forward. Next year, Christmas will be on a Thursday, so I'm assuming there'll be 3 or 4 NFL games. What is your thought league-wide when it comes to NFL versus NBA?
Yeah, I mean, look, the rating numbers are going to come out, and I think it's obviously the NFL is going to get bigger numbers, but exponentially, just because more people watch the NFL, more people watch particularly regular season NFL games. I still think playoff basketball is where the league makes its money, and I still think playoff basketball is appointment viewing. We can remember even. Obviously LeBron and Steph were exited early last year, but, those Timberwolves second round series was good. I thought the NBA Finals, personally, I was interested in it. But But yes, the NFL is a Goliath that is only growing, and you're right. They're going to play. If they're going to play Christmas on a Wednesday, I mean, at this point, they'll probably play it on a Tuesday too, right? It would probably
100%.
Yeah, it would they'd probably just be pushing Monday Night Football back. Well, it would probably be.
They have the Saturday in front of it. I don't mean to cut you off, but they utilized that Saturday game last week, where, basically college football's off and now they have the playoff, but they were like, hey, we'll stagger this so that if you play on a Saturday and you play on a Wednesday after, it's like going Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah, and it just is what it is. You just look, Mahomes and Lamar Jackson were playing yesterday, and that probably bit into some of the ratings for Wemby against the Knicks. But that Wemby Knicks game was great. I mean, I cover the NBA, so I'm more interested in the NBA. I watched the Knicks Spurs game. I'm assuming did you guys watch the Chiefs Steelers, or were you kind of flipping back and forth?
The Steelers too. The Steelers brand is giant, and you can't really flip back and forth. Once you get into Netflix, you got to hit exit, and you got to go to whatever whether it's Xfinity or YouTube TV, and you got to stream into that, and you got to change the channel. It's not like it was back in the day.
Yes, Anthony, we watched football all morning up until Warriors.
And it wasn't our choice. This is in a family room setting where
it was my choice.
Well,
yes.
For me, it wasn't. I was at someone's house.
Well, that's all fine, but the NBA can't just demand the NFL not do it. You just put good games on. You hope you have better games in the NFL. And honestly, yesterday it was better theater. The NBA was much better, competitive games. Even that Mavs Wolves game was good. That morning game, I mean, Wemby scoring 42, that was good. I mean, Warriors Lakers went about as good as you can ask for if you're an NBA fan. So they did what they could do. They can't just hope and pray that the NFL does something that we know they're not going to do, which is not play on Christmas. So just put as good a product on the TV as you can, and hope the games are better than the NFL. And there's a lot of money to be made. Let me tell you, you saw the NBA's new TV deal. They're doing all right.
Yes, I was also a little concerned. I was just taking a macro view of everything. The fact that, and I get it, iconic brands, iconic players. You got LeBron, you got Steph. The fact of the matter is, both these teams are probably going to be playing teams or fringe playing teams at the end of the day.
Feel like it.
Not having a defending champion, Boston Celtics, right after the window's over, not having them playing, I don't know, a finals rematch, because it felt like in years past, Anthony, that was what it always was. Mm-hmm. It was either a finals rematch or a preview of what the NBA finals could be going forward. The fact that no one really cared, and again, this is my bubble, but no one seemed to care outside of probably Boston and Philly, and how Philly probably didn't even care that much because they're focused on Jalen Hurts and his injury, what's going on with the Eagles. But no one cared that the defending champs were playing yesterday, and I think that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Boston's a little dull right now. They're in that repeat stage where the season's getting a little, it's dragging on. They're waiting for April. Philly's obviously having a disaster year. It was actually, the game was interesting, though. It was close, and Philly really needed the win, and they finally had their guys together, and they did get the win. But look, if people aren't that into it, they're not that into it. I'm not sure Boston against, Dallas would have done much better. I actually kind of like the Mavericks Timberwolves matchup. They're clearly trying to feature, newer stars in the earlier windows. I thought the Thunder should have played. I think that was a miss by the league yesterday.
Agreed.
I would have featured them, but you had Wemby and MSG, and he scored 42. I mean, the league's got to be fist pumping a little bit about that. I don't know. We'll see how much he resonates, but I think he's got a chance to. I mean, him with the Spurs brand is probably not as perfect as the league would have liked, but I would say overall, in what has obviously been a rough patch for the NBA from just public consciousness and what people are talking about, I thought yesterday was actually a mini win for them.
Okay, fair enough. What about what's going on with the Warriors internally? Before the game, we hear reports that Steph had to address the entire team. Give us some elaboration on this, because the last time I heard of something like that was, going back to the King series, from a couple of years ago. I mean, I'm sure there's been other things. So, yeah, just what's going on there?
Yeah, it wasn't, Kings prior to Game 7, tents in the room, don't come up to Sacramento with us if you're not all in the boat type, speech. It was just basically hey, this is an important time of the season. I talked to Kevon Looney a little bit about it in the locker room postgame, and he was like, look, this happens 8-10 times a year, right? You have kind of what feels like an important moment and stuff that needs to be said, and the leaders talk, and sometimes it's Draymond, and when Steph talks, like that's an elevated level of listening from everyone in the franchise. And his point was like the urgency is now. Like it's kind of like if it does feel like the next few weeks dictates where this thing goes. I think Steph wants to, get back to a better place in the standings by the time they get closer to the trade deadline, closer to the All-Star break, where it feels like they're, they may have to save their season or not at the trade deadline. So I think he just, when they went 12-3, you could feel how encouraged he was because it didn't feel like the last few years. It looked like they were going to have a level of a cushion where, for example, they're about to have a back-to-back in LA and at home against Phoenix. And you could feel comfortable resting Steph if you were higher in the standings. Now suddenly you're like, oh, Steph has to rest one of these two. Like that's not a place that the Warriors want to be, but they found themselves in that place. And I just think, again, the pregame player-led meeting yesterday, it wasn't anything crazy. Honestly, they've had much tenser meetings, the last two seasons. Many after the preseason punch that everybody knows about. I can remember a couple from last year after some bad Klay Thompson shot selection nights that included like talking to Klay about, kind of toning that down. So to me, they're in a fine place, I think, internally in general. They're just not winning games. They're not closing out games. They're terrible in crunch time. And you're going to have somewhat bad vibes when you're losing because that's how sports is. But I'm not looking at it saying, hey, this is an internal issue. I'm looking at it saying, like, this might be like, a talent issue, a second unit issue, whatever a scoring issue for sure, their offense.
So what is the big difference from the 12-3 start to whatever the hell we've seen over the last 15 or so games?
I mean, I think their offensive rating is like 24th in the league or something like that over the last 14. So they're just like the Washington Wizards offensively, or whatever. Name your lottery team. I think Steph's had a cold patch. He had scored a season high last night, but entering the game, he was like 38% overall in December. If you look at all their best wins this season, he's kind of rescued them late. Boston, Oklahoma City, the Klay game at home. And he hadn't been able to do that a lot. Last night he kind of did rescue them, and then they had a defensive lapse. And now you're starting to look at those games that could swing either direction, like the game at Houston, for example, where they have the loose ball foul, or last night where they let the blow by with Austin Reeves with no help. Like those games become really critical when you lose all those swing games, and they're losing a bunch of swing games.
Talking to Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider, for 95.7 The Game and for The Athletic, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Anthony, just the inability yesterday for the Warriors to take advantage of basically no Anthony Davis. He leaves the game after 7 minutes and doesn't return with an ankle injury. Why could they not take advantage of more of that at the rim?
They don't have a lot of rim pressure guys. They've been playing Trace Jackson Davis more lately. He's been solid. I thought he was more impactful the couple games prior than he was yesterday. Kuminga got himself to the line 8 times, 6 of 8, but he still had a pretty inefficient night. I think he was 4 of 10. Dennis Schroeder, we were talking about it earlier. He has not given them the offensive burst that they hoped he would. He's just it's not a rim pressure team. Andrew Wiggins is as good of a season as he's having defensively and from 3. He's not what he used to be as a rim attacker, and it's one of the weaknesses of their team. And they did not exploit Davis being out last night. And then Austin Reeves also torched them. I mean, Austin Reeves was excellent. He played like a number 2 star basically last night next to LeBron.
What's going on with Draymond's ankle? And so he just looks very physically compromised, and you see him in the corner offensively over and over and over again, and he can't hit the right side of a barn. What's going on with Draymond right now?
I mean, he's banged up, right? The calf, the ankle, the back. He's 34 now, nearing 35. He's been an undersized, bruising center his whole career. We've seen, the athleticism kind of wane where, he's not blocking shots or kind of rebounding as powerfully as he used to. It's just kind of what he is in his career. He's got to win with smarts. And over the course of an 82-game season, he's going to get banged up. And it's why they're so adamant they want to, limit his minutes at center, particularly in the regular season, which has had a domino effect that's hurt Kuminga rotation-wise and, kind of forced Kuminga to maneuver around Draymond at that power forward spot. So it's not an ideal situation, but this is Draymond Green at 34 years old over the course of a season. Like, you got to kind of expect he's going to be banged up.
And obviously the biggest story, and we'll let you go at this one, Anthony, the biggest story everyone woke up to yesterday in regards to the NBA, Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat. And according to sources, Sham Charania, your former teammate at the Athletic, now at the ESPN, Jimmy prefers trading out of Miami. Warriors, their interest level, do you expect them to be interested? And what could a potential trade package look like for one Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a saga that I'd probably assume is going into January and potentially into February right next to the trade deadline. Will the Warriors be interested? Yeah, I mean, they'll continually kick the tires on this. Obviously, Butler's, pretty publicly, it's out there that he's identified the Warriors as one of the places he'd be interested in landing. It's tricky from a Warriors perspective to build the salaries and stay under the, a first apron, which they have to do. Just because of what Jimmy Butler makes. Andrew Wiggins is probably going to have to be in the trade. Andrew Wiggins has been their second, third best player this year. He's shooting like 43% from three. He's their best perimeter defender. Take away that Austin Reeves drive last night. So it's, if you're trying to make a big win now move, you don't really want to give up Andrew Wiggins, but you're probably going to have to just for salary building purposes. If Dennis Schroeder is to be in that deal, which I'm not saying he would or wouldn't, but if he is to be in that deal, you have to wait until basically the day before the trade deadline to aggregate him in a salary or in a trade because, just trade rules in the NBA. Kuminga, you would think Miami would want him theoretically in a deal. Are picks on the table? Are they not? That would be, the level of bartering. But it's a challenging trade to make. And then Jimmy Butler is coming in he has a $50 million player option next year that he's hinting that he wants to decline because he wants a big extension deep into his 30s at mega money, right? At least 50 plus if he's going to decline the option. Is that something you want to take on as a franchise that with the Warriors that's aging very quickly? Some people would say, yes, go all in, give whatever it takes, ride the
What would you do? What would you do?
That potential Jimmy Butler extension scares me. I don't run teams. I try not to opinionate too deeply about it. They have more on like Jimmy Butler's medicals. I would want to see those, right? I mean, he's definitely dealt with some injury issues over the last few years, knee issues. I'd want to know more. I'd want to know the exact trade package that would have to be given up. I'd be concerned, like I said, about giving Wiggins up in this type of deal, because if you're doing this type of deal, you want to win now, and to win now, you would want Andrew Wiggins, and you basically couldn't have him. So I'd be hesitant. I don't know how y'all feel. I mean, I understand that
I'm on the same. I feel the exact same way as you, and this is where, and I'm going to say something, and everyone's going to be triggered, but it's like, yeah, I'd much rather give up Draymond than Andrew Wiggins right now if we're trying to win now. And I look at the different combinations. Problem is that, that feels like a non-starter, whether it's for Curry, the organization, I don't know. It feels like a non-starter. And then simultaneously, they need some of the things that Draymond brings to the table defensively. And I don't know if Miami would take them, but I don't want Jimmy Butler, and I don't want to give him $55 million. Like, no, that does not seem enticing at all.
Yeah, it's a desperate time, understandably, around the Warriors and around kind of like this fading Steph Curry window. And that leads to at times panic moves that I think there's reasonable criticism about them not making the moves in the past, and maybe they should now. But there's a chance that they do pull the trigger on a move in the next couple months, and 2 years from now we're like, man, they really ruined their future. Doing that. But at the same time, I can also understand people saying, hey, look, like, what future are you going to have without Steph Curry anyways? Try your best, and then you're going to end up rebuilding regardless.
Use the word desperate there. Speaking of desperate, Miami Dolphins with a desperation win over the San Francisco 49ers last week. Anthony Slater, noted Fins fan. I see they have a 6% chance to make round one of the NFL playoffs. They're not dead yet, Anthony.
Yeah, 6 is better than 0. That was a big win.
Such a great line. Good for you. Enjoy Tua's $60 million a year.
Soon to be Brock Purdy's.
Yeah, right. There are a lot of outs in that deal, by the way. Oh. So, and I assume, maybe the Niners will structure the Purdy deal similarly, but some of these NFL QB contracts and contracts in general, they're so fake. You can just get out of them.
There are Mike McDaniel, by the way, after the game, chopping on with Nick Bosa, saying, "Hey, I love South Beach."
Well, he said South Florida is nice.
Oh, South Florida's nice. There you go. Yeah. So, maybe just a little
He's
camper
not
in there.
wrong.
Bosa would probably like Florida.
He's from there.
He's from there.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Like
okay.
Hey.
Well, they could use it at the end. I'll say that.
There you go. Slates, we appreciate it, man.
Happy holidays, bro.
All right, fellas.
All right. That's Anthony Slater, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, in Lathrop? Joe Shasky, your takeaway from Slates there.
I mean, him and I are similarly aligned. Like, see, again, this is going to be very wordy. I don't see how trading one of the better players on your team for a marginal upgrade plus a bunch of other things
He's too old.
makes the Warriors better.
Pre said it best.
It was good enough, I guess.
Like, you could sell me more on the Cam Johnson thing because he's like 28. Like, I get that. And he's a better fit for this team right now.
Okay.
But the Jimmy Butler, and he's not going to cost as much as Jimmy Butler's going to cost. And to your point, and to Anthony's point, just the future contract. I don't want to spend, I don't want to be tied to Jimmy Butler for 3 more years after this season.
Let's say Steph wants Jimmy Butler. Okay, let's just hypothetically in this hypothetical.
You wanted Avery Bradley at 1.2 instead of Gary Payton.
Look, I don't think you should bow down to any player in any sport. Like, I think there should be some collaboration. Like, should they have input? Absolutely, right? Yeah. But at the end of the day, the team's got to do what's good for the team, right? Mm-hmm. Period.
And if you're Stephen Curry, that's just a fascinating thing. Where he has right now, and let's be honest, he married himself to Draymond Green.
That's what
he was a big advocate for Draymond Green when his contract was up a couple seasons ago, and they paid Draymond after the whole entire saga with Jordan Poole took place. You shipped off Jordan Poole, you brought in Chris Paul, and now there's no Klay Thompson. It's just you, it's Draymond, it's Andrew Wiggins, the last remaining remnants of players that actually contributed to that championship. I know J.K. was there, I know Moses Moody was there, but actual contributors, Kevon Looney was standing. Like, that's not good enough anymore. But you kind of made this bed, Stephen Curry, and I don't think Steph's going to force his way out. Let me say that on the floor. I just don't see that. That's just not in his MO. He would have to do something that he just hasn't shown his whole career. LeBron has shown that he's a mercenary.
He's traded 118 players.
Correct. He doesn't care.
Apparently, as his time in the NBA, 118.
Is that what it is? Is that the
number? Was 118 players had been traded off LeBron's teams. Isn't that an incredible number?
Le GM, man. That's insane. That's insane.
My favorite of the loves was LeBalco this morning. That was so good from Antonio in Oakland. No, but okay, so your Draymond Green point. So this is what I was going to say. If I told Warrior fans.
Happy LeBronica.
We're going hypotheticals, so just bear with me. Hypotheticals. Steph is demanding on playing with Jimmy Butler. And they go to you, the fans, and they say, who are you giving up? Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green, because you have to match salaries. Joe Shasky, I'm taking Andrew Wiggins to keep, and I'm trading away Draymond Green. I don't even care if Miami will accept him or not or whatever. This is about winning championships now and moving forward.
888-957-9570. If trading for Jimmy Butler means you have to pick between Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green, who's staying, who's going? 888-957.
Hypothetically.
957. Yeah, this is all hypothetical. We don't know. That was the big story yesterday, so you have to ask Anthony Slater about it. You woke up to the news, whether you have it's no longer Woj anymore. It's just Shams. He's just dominating this. Or it was Schefter and Mike Florio going back and forth. We'll get into that in the next hour. Our guy, Mike Florio, going at it with one Adam Schefter in regards to the NFL. But you woke up to the news of Shams Charania is saying a report that Jimmy Butler wants to be traded before the NBA trade line. He does not want to be on the Miami Heat. Now, who is the president and GM over there? It's Pat Riley. He plays hardball. He doesn't care. Like, he is a guy that went at Jimmy this past summer, and the writing probably should have been on the wall then when Pat's going at him the way he was publicly, saying basically he should shut his mouth, telling Jimmy to shut up and talk about the playoffs if you're not a part of it. And Pat's from the old school. Did you watch Winning Time, by the way?
Yes.
And it was Adrian Brody, I think, portrayed him.
Horrible, yet also awesome.
Well, it's the thing. It was a caricature of the entire thing. So people that took it on face value, I think, need to take a step back. And it was art. It was all this. It was someone's interpretation.
You're telling me it wasn't real?
Oh, well, some people thought it was. People here in the Bay took it personally, the portrayal of one Jerry West, and just thought it was the most gross mischaracterization of one Jerry. Like, relax. No one thinks that this actor that's playing, I can't even think of the actor's name. He's not even so like what are we doing? Come on.
Because people love to be triggered.
But I did think that Adrian Brody captured that tenacity of a Pat Riley, and we've seen the Godfather, they call him, Pat Riley, make shrewd acquisitions, make shrewd moves. Hell, getting Jimmy Butler from the Sixers was a shrewd acquisition, and it paid off huge. They've gone to 2 finals runs with Jimmy Butler, one in the bubble and one a couple years ago. Obviously, they didn't get it done, but he's been a huge part of that. Eric Spoelstra been a huge part of that. LeBron James at one point was a huge part of that. And what did Pat Riley do? He said, yeah, I'm not firing Eric Spoelstra, LeBron, because you want him fired. I'm keeping him. This is a guy that I have groomed and molded. Yeah. He's like a son to me. I'm paraphrasing here. That's kind of what the vision I got from him. And he told LeBron James, the best player maybe ever at his peak, to kick rocks. So yeah, he'll tell Jimmy Butler to kick rocks, or he'll keep him because he doesn't really give a damn.
Well, but here's the thing. They will lose him in free agency for nothing at the end of this year. So they're actually in a very similar situation to what the Warriors had with Chris Paul and Clay last year leading up to the deadline. And I would ask you, did the Warriors maximize the expiring contracts of Clay and Chris Paul?
No, they did not. In hindsight, they did not. At the time, I didn't think it was that crazy. They were battling for a play-in. The fan base wanted them to, stamp, like, the fan base still believed with Steph. Yes. Now, the front office should be different from the fan base. They should not be listening to the fan base, saying like that. Mike Dunleavy, in his first full season, that was a tricky scenario.
Yeah.
That's a legend in Klay Thompson. 100%. There's a lot of hard feelings, and clearly there's still hard feelings in regards to Joe Lacob being part of that, with Klay Thompson, all of that. The Chris Paul one for me, though, like that's
you didn't know him anything.
You didn't know him anything. It's Chris Paul.
I know.
Like that's the blip that we're going to look back and say, wow, Chris Paul was a Warrior. That was weird.
Yeah. Like for Jordan Poole, 23-year-old Jordan Poole.
And by the way, Jordan Poole's not looking bad.
I'd take back Jordan Poole in a heartbeat. So I guess what I'm saying is that Miami has a decision to make.
They do.
And if they decide to play super hardball Jimmy, that might affect whatever likely sign and trade scenarios they have in the offseason.
True. I don't view Miami the same, though, because I view Miami, and maybe Pat Riley does. I don't know how many more years he's going to be doing that. Miami's always going to be a destination for a free agent. And that's the difference between Miami and Golden State.
They've got tax advantages. Yep. They've got lifestyle advantages, nightlife advantages,
correct,
things that I will not argue. They are, no doubt, those things will always be baked into South Florida.
Yep.
The thing that makes this interesting is that, like, I just don't see Jimmy Butler being that much of a difference maker when you're surrendering Andrew Wiggins. And I know that they need to play defense, especially down low. I understand all that. If you could find a way to keep Andrew Wiggins and it's Draymond Green, I know a lot of people aren't going to agree with me on that, and that's fine. I'm saying sayonara to Draymond. I got to keep Andrew Wiggins.
888-957-9570. If the Golden State Warriors were to make a trade for Jimmy Butler, it's all hypothetical, of course, would you rather move on from Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green? Jan in Mountain View wants to join in the conversation. And before we get to Jan, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Spidoni and Furbante alongside Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast. And we have Jan in Mountain View joining us. Hey, Jan.
Good morning. I've been thinking about this all morning, and ever since it was brought up yesterday by Shams about where Butler wants to, he'd like to, he wants to get out of Miami, and he's looking at Golden State. I forget the other team, but
Houston.
Confounded. Draymond. First off, Draymond doesn't belong on this team. They made a big mistake when they traded Jordan Poole, number one. Number two is that, I'm all about keeping Steph and doing whatever they want for him, but you need to realize, too, that we're cap-strapped, and he's going to be making $60 million, I believe, coming up in the next year. And I don't think, there's a trade out there or anything that's going to get this team better. And if Steph is wanting a fifth ring, I almost think that they need to, let him go to wherever team he wants to go to get a fifth ring, because I don't think as long as he's in Golden State, he's going to make it here. And I don't care. There's no trade out there. They're not going to get Giannis. They're not going to get that big number one player that we did back when we had Durant. And like an earlier caller said, they should have maybe kept Durant and gotten rid of Draymond. I just, don't think there's anything out there. And if Steph wants that fifth ring, then he's going to have to go to another team. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Jan, you made a lot of great points. And the one that I keep coming back to, and I know people don't want to hear this, you're not entitled to win a championship 1,000 times just because you have a great player, right? Like, they won it 4 times. It was incredible. They'll be lucky to get back to a Western Conference final with Steph Curry. Lucky, okay? Maybe something happens. Maybe they get more lucky than that. That doesn't mean that the Warriors' ownership is inept or that the front office is terrible at what they do. It's really hard to assemble a team around a player making $60 million a year who's almost 37 years old.
I agree. That's a very nuanced take. That is a very rational take. Fans are not nuanced. Fans are not rational. It's win. If you win a championship, that's great. If you didn't, the season was a failure. It's championship or bust now, whether you're a fan of a team or a fan of the player. Started with LeBron, the LeBron fans. Everything was about winning, winning, winning. You got to win championships. Kobe, you got to win championships. Michael Jordan, I think, probably started the whole thing because he won 6-0. Never lost a championship, so everyone's being compared to that. You got to win championships. Tom Brady, at the end of the day, it was about winning championships. Patrick Mahomes now, it's about winning championships. If they don't win, those teams don't win, their season is a failure. I do think a lot of Warriors fans feel like Stephen Curry and this team has won so much, they should be looked at and viewed like those Tom Brady Patriots teams, like the Chiefs, like the Lakers always get put to. The Lakers don't win a championship or compete for one, their season was a failure. I think fans think that they are like those other franchises or other fan bases.
But here's the difference in LeBron sucked up all the resources, almost like a sci-fi movie, going from planet to planet, like just taking all the resources, all the draft capital,
Galactus,
all the players, all of them. And then once he zapped all the resources, it's time for me to leave. And he only has one more ring than Steph. Or excuse me, the same amount of rings as Steph. It's the same amount of rings as Steph, right? So, I don't know. It's just, then going to NFL, Tom Brady. Tom Brady didn't throw a hissy fit because they wanted to move off of Wes Welker. You know what he did? He trusted that Belichick could find him the Edelman and the Gronks and the guys like that. He didn't lose his mind when they moved off of Randy Moss. And I'm not saying Curry is losing his mind that they're moving off of Draymond Green, but in the words of the Rolling Stones, you can't always get what you want. All right? And you have to make tough choices.
But if you try sometimes, you might get what you need.
Well, right now you signed up for Draymond Green, and this is what you're getting. Like, it's very difficult to move these salaries. And so if you want to play alongside Draymond Green, your options to acquire someone else are very, very limited. We only have so many resources.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Comcast Biz text line. You can also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Steve Kerr on the morale of the team after the team's 115-113 loss yesterday to the Los Angeles Lakers.
Everybody's disappointed. We've lost some confidence. You can feel it. We had great vibe early in the season, and we're going through it right now. But I love our guys, high character guys. They care. They care about the game. They care about each other. I believe in them. I believe we're going to get this thing turned around. This is all part of it. It's part of the season, part of life. You hit these ebbs, and you feel like everything's tough, everything's difficult, and you got to feel the flow. You got to feel the confidence, and we'll keep plugging away, and we'll get there.
They'll keep plugging away and they'll get there, Joe Shasky. Do you believe that?
Yeah, they're going to try, of course. But
they're going to try. I'm saying, are they going to succeed in what Steve Kerr's trying to do? Seems like after the first 10 games of the season. Stay tuned. Yeah, right. Thank you, Papa John.
Can I ask you this, though? You're a long-time watcher of the Lakers, obviously.
I am. I watch all teams, but I've watched the Lakers, sure.
When they traded for Dwight Howard and Steve Nash.
Yes.
Okay. What were your thoughts on that? Did you think
Dwight Howard was a what? Was he a trade or was he a signing?
I thought it was like a sign and trade.
Let me see.
I could be wrong.
Let me see. Let's go back. Keep going.
The point that I'm going at is that were Laker fans making this big, like, you're not doing enough to build around Kobe?
A little bit, yes. But like after the Dwight Howard thing, what changed there was the Knicks from the league with Chris Paul.
Chris Paul.
That was the one that really kind of pissed Lakers fans off because they felt like that could have, what's the word I'm looking for? Sustained or elongated, I should say, the run of a Kobe Bryant. Yes. Okay. So I think that's what fans are with the Warriors. Similar, a little bit, yes. Is that where you're going?
Well, I look at it like Kobe was in the finals, 7 times, 8 times? I think 8.
A lot, 8 times.
I think it was 8 times.
Lost to the Pistons, lost to the Celtics, lost to, is that it?
Was it 7 then?
Yeah.
I'm just off the top of my head. My computer doesn't work. I can't Google anything.
That's it.
5 championships.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Curry's been to...
Three-peated once in there, too. Yeah.
Curry's been to 6 finals, won 4 of them. It's pretty incredible. So there's this argument that, like, ownership has let him down. And, like, I have a hard time thinking that. Like, if you made 1 or 2 finals, maybe even just 3, and you only won 1, like, all right, I'll listen to that. They did go to 6. Sometimes it's just cyclical.
Yeah.
And it's just hard.
But we want to win, Joe Shasky, as fans. We just want... And I get it. Stephen Curry's the most beloved figure. As we're talking about beloved figures in the Bay, and obviously RIP to Ricky Henderson, one of the great players, if not one of the top 5, top 4 greatest players in the history of the Bay Area sports, and maybe top 5, top 10 ever in the history of Major League Baseball. We're talking about Stephen Curry being the most beloved Bay Area athlete. People love this guy, and they want to see him win so damn bad. They're willing to do whatever it freaking takes. And they just see a big shiny name, and they say Jimmy Butler. That's what it'll take. Hey, you put 2 great players together, it's going to work. And to your point, I think that model is just so flawed now. We've just seen it. We're seeing it with Phoenix right now. Like we saw with Phoenix, we saw the Lakers. Like the Anthony Davis trade is the last trade that actually worked for the team that acquired the star.
Yeah,
that won a title.
That's a good point.
Like that's the last time these things have worked. Did it work with the Clippers? Hell no.
No.
Failed in a horrible fashion. The Brooklyn Nets, failures, right? You just look at these teams left and right that try to make these big-time trades. The Brooklyn Nets, failures, right? Like, it's just not as simple as trading for a star and plugging and playing, and it's all going to work out. It's just not.
Look, I know everyone wants to open up their Christmas present and think that they're going to have a championship, and there's a quick fix. The quick fix is not quick. It's slow, and it's kind of painful. I gotta lose a bunch of these games down the stretch with a guy like Kuminga, for example, so that he learns from his mistakes. And so a year from now, he's better off for it. Looking back on the last couple of years, I think that there's a lot of regret that they didn't play him as much down the stretch. And now you're seeing some of the growth issues pop their head up.
We got a break here. We got full phone lines. We're going to get to on the other side. 888-957-9570. Reliving that Dwight Howard Lakers trade. It was a 4-team trade. And
so it was a sign trade.
It was a sign. It was a bunch of
it was
12 years ago. God, time just flies. It's scary. Philadelphia 76ers. They got Andrew Bynum and Jason Richardson.
Bynum was nice though.
Denver Nuggets received Andre Iguodala.
Really?
Los Angeles Lakers got Dwight Howard. The Orlando Magic received Al Harrington. Aaron Aflalo.
Mo Harkless.
Nikola Vucevic, who some Warrior fans want him right now.
See, like, that's the kind of move I would take right now.
When's the last time there was a 4-team trade in the NBA? Was that the last one?
Wasn't the Buddy Hield one a 4-team trade with Clay?
The real one. That one doesn't count.
That was the real one.
That one seems so fake with second-round picks and left and right. Those had big names in it. Bynum, Iguodala, Dwight Howard.
Aaron Aflalo. When you say Aaron Aflalo, I think round of 32. I don't know why.
That's a good point.
Right? Don't you?
We got a break here. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to the phone lines. Trevor, Bob, 2 Bobs, Ron, and Kurt. We'll get to all of you at Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, and this segment is sponsored by Safeway.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hope you had a great Christmas, Big Pun. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. We got one segment to go. We got full phone lines, Joey. And don't miss the kickoff show next Monday with Willard and Dibbs live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. And also be sure to download that Odyssey app. It is free, and they got thousands of other stations on there and millions of podcasts. Again, free sports talk, music, news, and great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. New pod coming out soon? Garlic Fries, Baseball Guys?
Oh, yeah.
Is the hot stove hot right now?
Well, I mean, Corbin Burns,
where's he going?
Well, Scott Boras trying to squeeze the Giants for an extra $20 million.
Oh, they're trying to squeeze the Giants.
100%.
Is there any other player in the
No, I guarantee you Corbin's coming to the Giants.
Whoa. Oh, you got to lock that in then. Where's my... There it is. You got to lock that in.
Stone cold lead pipe lock.
There you go. Speaking of locks, is Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins a lock to be on this roster come NBA trade deadline? Now, we're a little ways away, but the report yesterday from Shams Charania of ESPN saying that Jimmy Butler he wants to leave Miami, and the Warriors are a destination.
He's the only person on the planet who wants to leave Miami for San Francisco.
Facts.
Well, I mean, I love my city.
Houston also in there. Houston also in there. So it's either or. I actually think it'd be a great fit for Houston, to be honest. And I know
Dylan Brooks gonna play nice.
Well, that's his hometown, right? Like Houston, like isn't that his thing?
I have no idea.
I think so. I don't know. But anyways, it's just a younger team. I think it'd be like I could see that happening. But if you're the Warriors and you're a Warriors fan right now, and you have the option of getting Jimmy Butler. That's
Jimmy Gutless.
That's if he enjoys the Fat Tuesday a little bit too much, Jimmy Butler. But if you have the opportunity to get him, but you have to part with either Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins, which one are you saying adios to? 888-957-9570. Joe Shasky, I think you said it best. I think you were saying, hey, at this point, if I lose Andrew Wiggins, we're getting blown out yesterday. If I lose Draymond Green yesterday, I don't know. Maybe we're still in it.
Well, can we acknowledge this? Both players are extremely important to the Warriors currently.
Yes.
But if you're banking on health and...
Both are flawed as well in their own ways. Yes.
They both make the same amount of money. One guy's younger than the other, has, some abilities offensively that I think offset the deficiencies that he might have because he can shoot and he can attack the rim. Would I want him to be more aggressive? Absolutely, in Andrew Wiggins. But I think what he brings to the table in terms of the perimeter defense is so important for this team. Not that Draymond isn't. I'm keeping Andrew Wiggins, and Dre would be the one I'm trading.
888-957-9570. Trevor in River Park. Where's River Park at?
Hey, Trev.
He wants to join in the conversation around Jimmy Butler. What's going on, man? You're all Spadoni and Shasky.
What's up, guys? It's Rohnert Park.
Rohnert Park. That makes more sense.
Way more sense.
I know where that is.
Yeah.
Way
more sense.
Yeah. So, listen, guys, a couple of things I want to talk about and echo kind of what you were saying, Joe, as well. There isn't really a good move. So if you look at the other teams around the league when the Warriors were really at the top of their game, how many teams tried to put together all-stars to try and go against the Warriors and beat them? They couldn't do it. So you can't just put together a single piece or even a couple pieces and expect to be championship ready. It just isn't going to work like that for the Warriors. So I think fans do need to be patient. This year may not be the year. And if you think Steph Curry's last year is this year, yeah, you can panic, but it's not. He's got 2 or 3 more years left. You have time to not get too – you have time to be patient, not to panic. And when you look at a player like Jimmy Butler, you have to ask if he actually fits on the team. Yeah, he's a great player, and he's still got stuff left in the tank, and he's really great in playoffs. You see him show up. He helped the Heat get through, and I think he could do that again. But can he do that again for the Warriors? Is that what the Warriors need? If you take a look at the threat in the low in the paint, I mean, I've never been one to talk about centers that much, but The Warriors need a center more than anything else because the reason why Steph Curry can't shoot the ball is because he's getting double, triple covered, and he doesn't have that other guy on the perimeter because there's no threat to the center of the court, and that's why teams are daring other players not named Steph Curry to either shoot the ball or do whatever they're going to do, but they can't get in there and penetrate. Sometimes you see that with Looney, or TJD or whoever it is that's got an opportunity to maybe go and take the ball to the hoop. But we don't have height. We don't have power and quickness at that center position. So that's what we need. And if you can't get that, then just be patient because at the end of the day, going and getting Jimmy Butler isn't going to make the team that much better. It's not going to. You just have to ask that question: does it make you a championship team or not? No.
Yeah,
thank you, Trevor.
Totally agree. Vucevic is the guy I want. I'll take him in a heartbeat. They just need some toughness. They need some ruggedness.
I think Vucevic is a tough guy. He's a big guy. He shoots threes.
He's tougher than what they have.
Okay. All right. No, but that would move that wouldn't cost you an arm and a leg.
They don't have a lot of girthy dudes. I'm talking about like wide guys. Like and do I think he's some like enforcer?
Girth is important.
No, Joe. He's not some like let me just hammer home a dunk in your face and then push you to the ground. No, that's not what I mean. That's just they got a bunch of skinny guys.
Yeah. No, it's true. And even the guys yesterday that they were lined up against, Austin Reeves, he's not the biggest guy, but he's got height. Max Crispy, not the biggest guy. He's got height. Dalton Connect, height, length. And to combat that, you need some strong guys, right? Like
Dalton Connect's nice, dude.
He is. No, he's actually been struggling a little bit as of late. That was probably his better game in the last few weeks. He started off really hot, obviously.
He's nice.
But for a rookie, he's been more than you can ask for. And being a key contributor when your best player in Anthony Davis leaves the game. I know a lot of people look at LeBron James. Oh, he's their best player. No, Anthony Davis has been playing like an MVP for the most part of this year. Player. He's their best player. Bob is in San Jose.
Hey, Bob.
He disagrees with these takes. What's going on, Bob?
Their opinions.
Bobby. Robert?
Hello, it's Austin. This is Austin, by the way.
Oh, Austin in San Jose. Oh, okay. We had two Bobs on the line, and I thought that was a little suspicious. So we got Austin in San Jose. Yeah. You're a regular. What's going on, Austin? What do you disagree with?
Yeah, happy holidays. I don't get to talk to Shasky very much, but happy holidays, Shasky. Listen, I disagree a little bit, guys. One, I don't blame the players for what we don't have on the roster. I think Shasky said earlier that keeping Draymond and, Steph wanting the guy Draymond around and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, that might be true, but the front office is there for a reason. And Dunleavy, his job is to get players that, number one, can keep us relevant. And how he does it is not the fans' problem. The other thing I would say is I also don't like this notion that the fans should worry about the salary and all that. Listen, I care about the product. And the ticket prices are going to be the same prices whether they have a good team out there or not. So I don't worry about Joe Lacob's money. I'm one of those guys. I show up and pay my money. I want to see a good product. And right now, they don't have a good product.
I agree with that. I'll let you finish. But you also understand, unlike the NFL and Major League Baseball, the rules of engagement and the rules of engagement in terms of making trades, money is the number one factor. You have to line up all the money. So that's why money is a big talking point. It's boring. Trust me, I get it. But you have to match up the money to make any kind of trade in the NBA.
Well, listen, I understand the money. I'm in business. I'm just saying that the reality is that fans don't control it. We have guys in the front office that get paid a lot of money. Give me a product, Shasky, that I want to go spend my hard money on. And let me finish with the whole notion of Butler. I'm not crazy about Jimmy Butler. He wouldn't be my first choice, but I can tell you right now, in terms of a product, selling tickets, keeping fans' interest, having the rest of the NBA fear the Warriors. Right now, nobody fears the Warriors, guys. If the chef's off the court, the Warriors might as well be the Wizards or something. I mean, I'm sorry, but the talent on this team, as you guys have been alluding to, is deficient. So if you get a guy like Jimmy Butler, you may not like the fit. The salary might be a little bit crazy, but in the short term, man, that's the way to go. That's the NBA, man. It's an entertainment product, guys. Don't forget
who's
that.
Playing along? Okay. So, but let's play that out then. So you got Jimmy Butler and you got Curry, and then who else is on the floor?
Well, I mean that's part of what the front office gets paid to do, guys. I mean you can always get players, guys. Don't tell me there's not players out there. You can always get players. That's what they get paid to do. Let Dunleavy do his job.
They thought Schroeder was a player, and he's stunk for the Warriors, too.
Well,
Thanks,
you're
Austin.
also going to have a lot of guys like GP2 then playing alongside of him. And then you're going to come back to these same conversations where we're like, dude, it's Jimmy and Curry and then GP2 and Looney? What are we doing?
The notion that you can just find players to find them is just the most laughable thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, you don't just find some of these players. Like, look at the Boston Celtics. They just found these players. Yeah, they just found Peyton Pritchard. No, they drafted him.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown, they drafted him.
Well, they made a great
Jason
trade
Tatum.
for Holiday.
Yeah, they drafted him. They made a great trade for because they were a Holiday piece away.
Yeah, exactly.
This Warriors team is not a Jimmy Butler piece away.
No.
Oh, you'll just find some other player. Like, no, it's hard to find good players. Yeah, you can find scrubs. That's easy. I can go out there and go to my local hospital and find some scrubs on the shelves. Awesome. But that's not the Warriors right now are in a very tricky situation. And I think fans are having a hard time. They don't know what to do with themselves. On one hand, they would like to be like you, Shasky, I think, and just have that mindset. It's like, you know what? We're building something with these younger guys.
We're trying.
The mindset heading into this season was never championship.
No.
So I don't know why we're all of a sudden panicking for Jimmy Butler. The mindset heading into this season was development. Maybe we could win a round in the playoffs.
Yeah, get to the 6th seed, yes.
And then, you know what? Steph's still playing well. We'll see what happens after this year, and then maybe we can make a big trade. Or a free agent will come here.
I think that's a great calibration. To Austin's point, and I do want to give him credit on this, I do agree with him. When these teams, and it's not just the Warriors, but when these teams charge the prices that they do, and you say, hey, we're going to be in the championship mix, like as an ownership group, and I don't know what's being told to season ticket holders in these different season ticket holder rallies and things like that when they have those things. But like, for example, the Niners, I'm a season ticket holder for the Niners. They raise their prices across the board. We didn't make the playoffs, So like, I do understand Austin's point of like, hey, like I'm helping foot the bill. You said you were going to be a team of significance and you're charging me more. And actually the fun I'm having is significantly less. That I can't argue. But I will say that like that's also part of pro sports. You buy a ticket, you don't know who's going to play. Sometimes your team is the 2010 San Francisco Giants and they come out of nowhere. Sometimes they're the 2014 49ers and they disappoint you. Like that's kind of the roll of the dice when it comes to entertainment. Sometimes I buy a ticket to a comedy show and the guy bombs.
Yep.
Sometimes I buy a ticket to go see Gladiator 2 and my wife doesn't think it's any good.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I thought it was solid.
I'm just using this as an excuse.
It was solid. It wasn't as good as Gladiator 1. I think Goo thought it was better, but
I'm going to watch it tonight. It's on Apple Plus. You can buy it.
Oh, already?
Like $20 or whatever.
I know that they're doing that so much faster now where the movie was just in the theaters. But you can
just take my 20. I don't want to leave. Just take my 20.
I'll wait for it to come out on HBO Max or whatever it comes out on. For it's not for free, but I'm certain.
Can you watch Skeleton Crew for me?
Sure.
Yeah, get in on that. You'll like it.
All right. I like Jude Law. He's an underrated actor, I think.
Yeah.
He played a good young Dumbledore, too.
I do love him. But his point about the money, like in terms of watchability and the finances, all that, I will never diminish that. When people pour their heart and souls, and a lot of people don't have the expendable income, but they choose to prioritize the Warriors, the Giants, the Niners, whatever the team is that they love. I get you want a little payoff. I get that. I do. I truly do get that. And I don't have a rebuttal for that argument.
Bob is in Clayton. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Bob? And I hope that's your real name.
Yes, it is. I got to make it quick. My wife's going to kill me. I'm late.
You and me both.
Got to be quick.
As far as trading, who you would trade, Wiggins or Green? My question is, what team would want Green?
That's a great question.
I don't think you can get enough for him.
It would be like a salary dump, and thanks, Bob. We don't want you to get in trouble with your misses, and we appreciate you hanging on there. What team would want Draymond Green?
Only the Warriors, it feels like.
I think a team like you saw yesterday, I think the team like the Lakers would like Draymond Green.
Really?
But not for the price that the Warriors would want in return. Like I'm not giving up
LeBron for sure.
I'm not giving up Austin Reeves for Draymond Green, for example. I'm not giving
Listen to that sentence. Yeah. But it's funny that you say that because I think if I polled 100 Warrior fans and I said Austin Reeves for Draymond straight up, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing behind the glass?
I said the same team that wants pods.
The same team that wants pods.
But that's a good joke. But like if I said to Warrior fans, 100 random Warrior fans, Austin Reeves for Draymond Green, who says no? 90% of those people would probably say, oh, of course the Warriors say no.
Really? After the game he had a triple-double last night.
Warrior fans still think it's 2016.
Austin Reeves and Coach Kerr he's coached Austin Reeves.
I like Austin Reeves.
Steve loves him, some Austin Reeves. I think he would love to have him on this
Who would
team.
say no to that?
That's what I'm thinking.
Are you serious?
I mean, beside nostalgia, some sick Warriors fan with nostalgia.
A lot of Warrior fans think that you're just looking at the box score, Carter. He brings more to the table, like when he double DDT someone at the free throw line and tries to draw a technical out of them.
On Green. This was odd.
Oh, well, I don't think, okay, first of all, they're not allowed to lock arms, and they didn't lock arms, and then Draymond pulls them both down. That's a foul.
I love that Richard Jefferson on the call for ESPN there yesterday is just like all of us watching it,
what is he
just
doing?
laughing.
What is he
at
doing?
everything. Richard Jefferson was feeling himself on the broadcast yesterday. Mike Breen called him out. He did a little wink in the camera, and Mike Breen was like, "Why are you winking? You're on live television." He's like, "Oh, I'm just saying." I'm like, no, he's definitely winking at someone in the crowd for sure.
When I hear the name Richard Jefferson, I get triggered.
Oh,
just hearing the
Warriors
name.
legend.
Warriors legend.
Yeah, when he missed the 2 free throws, when he should have dunked that ball against the Spurs, game 1 and game 2. Don't even start me. And then killed us against the Cavs. He's the worst. You can't tell me that guy wasn't on some Balco for that series.
Oh my God.
I mean, you cannot tell me.
We're going back to the Balco. Ron in Vegas. What's going
What's
on,
up,
Ronnie?
Ron?
How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. So I'm just gonna rant, okay?
Rant.
I don't think the Warriors should trade any player until they fire Douglas Kerr. I will never call him Steve until he gets fired. He needs to go. He's the main reason why the Warriors haven't developed a young player. He never empowered any young player not named Pods, which tells you how bad his eye is for talent. It's the main reason why he fell as a GM in Phoenix. Pods' leash was longer than Moody and JK combined. I'm still suffering from PTSD from the Anthony Lamb minutes. He needs to start Wiggins at the 2. Sam Mitchell, his former coach in Minnesota, said he could play the 2. And everyone wants to see him start Steph, Wiggs, JK, Dre, and TJD and stick with it. Any other coach would love to have 2 special and super athletic wing players in JK and Wiggs. But no, he even tried to gaslight everyone that Wiggs and JK can't play together. Douglas Kerr has this addiction with his 3-guard lineup. His rotation sucks, can't adjust during the game because he doesn't have a feel for the game. How many times do we question him not playing the hot hand? Mike Jr. signed a power forward in Kyle Anderson, and Kerr is now benching him because his favorite power forward is GP2, who offers 0 on offensive side of the ball.
GP2 is hurt right now.
But still, he's one of the favorites. He needs to limit minutes to players who does not contribute on the offensive side of the ball. He needs to bench Pods, GP2, limit Lunis minutes and Draymond's minutes, and give someone with slow-mo.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, Pods is coming off the bench right now, just for what it's worth. He doesn't really start.
Well, he had an agenda against Steve Kerr. That guy, he had notes and everything.
Where are you at with Steve Kerr, Joe Shasky? Because I feel like, and Evan Giddings, who's going to be joining Steiny here in about 23 minutes, filling in for Guru, he was doing the postgame last night, Warriors wrap-up, and he said most of the callers were just crushing Steve Kerr.
That was their takeaway out of that
was their
game?
takeaway. And they were mad at Evan because Evan had the audacity to say, I guess, that Jonathan Kuminga did not have a good game and was not good.
All right, who do you think is the best basketball coach of all time?
Phil Jackson.
Okay, fair. Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson, pick whoever you want.
Or Popovich, sure. I'm not mad at any of those.
Okay, yeah. Spoelstra, fine, whatever. All right, Chuck Daly. Yeah. Pick whoever you want. How many wins does that guy have the last couple of years with this team? Probably, maybe a dozen more?
Maybe.
Let's say the last 3 years. Maybe? Maybe? Okay. I mean, I don't know, man. I think we overrate coaches in the NBA. To me, it's more like holistically, communication-wise. These guys don't run a lot of sets. Like, that's not what the NBA is. It drives me nuts.
It'd be different, and not to cut you off, Joe, it'd be different if, like, it was an NFL coach where they have say as, like, they're, like, GM levels, too.
Absolutely.
So, like, Kyle Shanahan, there's Kyle Shanahan, the play caller, and Kyle Shanahan, the front office exec guy.
Who thinks that Ricky Pearsall is a first-round pick.
Correct. There's you can get after him for that sort of stuff too.
Belichick, the GM, get in. Belichick, the coach.
Correct. Steve Kerr is not making those kind of decisions. He has input, but not to the level of some of those other guys we just mentioned in their respective sports. So you want to get mad at him at the X's and O's? He'll take blame for it. He joins us every week on Willard and Dibs, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. But he's trying to find the solution here, and it's tough right now. I mean, we were all praising him and giving him his flowers early in the season when the rotations were working, and now they're not because there's injuries, there's other things. And I think you got to give him just as much as you praised him early on in the season. You got to cut him some leniency at this point because they don't know what they have.
Well, let's break this down. Okay, you were chasing the whole fourth quarter, and they did proper fouling and sequencing to get themselves in a position to where it's 8.9 seconds to go.
Also, a different substitution pattern for Stephen Curry that he talked about after the game. We can get to. Yeah.
It's 113-110, 8.9. That's after 2 free throws. He calls a timeout. Ball gets moved up to half court. It's called sideline out of bounds. In basketball coaching terms, slob, right? Sideline out of bounds, okay? There's blobs, which is baseline out of bounds, and then there's slobs.
That was me yesterday on Christmas after the 50th gingerbread cookie.
I'm going X's and O's with you here. He has Draymond set a screen for a cutting Buddy Hield to the corner. He has Draymond then turn and pivot and set another screen for a cutting Dennis Schroeder, which creates a switch. And then Draymond goes and screens with the newly switched man, another guy who's guarding Steph Curry, which creates another switch, which opens up a wide open top of the key three for Steph Curry to bang on in and to take the lead. No one's talking about that this morning. That was a brilliant play, an absolutely brilliant play. They had no business even tying that game last night.
It was a double bang.
Wiggins has it. Looking. Curry gets free. Curry puts up a three. Bang! Bang! He ties the game with 6.3 remaining.
Mike Breen, ESPN.
It's about as clean of a look for a guy like Steph Curry in the final closing minutes you can ever get.
I think everyone watching that game, Warriors fans, Lakers fans, who didn't have a dog in the fight said, how was he so wide open?
And I'll tell you,
he knew he was making that. He's wide open.
I'll tell you how. By an unbelievable design out of the side inbounds by Steve Kerr. Look, one play doesn't make you a great coach, but it's the totality of the last 10 years, everybody. And this is just one indication. We can go crazy about everything. That should not have been a tie game. I'm sorry, it should not have been a tie game. They were chasing 5, 7 the whole entire fourth quarter.
After that block on Wiggins, and it ended up tipping right back to Draymond. It was LeBron's block on Wiggins, and it tipped it right back to Draymond, who was very, very smart as he is, very high IQ, tips it and shoves it right back into Schroeder, has the three, and then they're right back into this thing. If they just corral that rebound from LeBron's dunk, the game's over.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a wrap. It's over right there. So
players got to execute.
Correct.
I mean, come on.
Okay, that was actually, I don't know what Wiggins was thinking on that drive. There's 3 different Lakers there too, and LeBron listen, there's a lot we can be mad about. There's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of oh no stuff. Just the appreciation I have for watching LeBron and stuff last night.
They're incredible.
It's just, they're insane, dude.
We're probably watching in most people's books, 2 of the top 10 players of all time.
Yes.
And we've gotten to see it, 90 times, they said?
And they were teammates just a couple months ago in Paris, which was insane.
And I'd love to team them up again.
Right. Kurt.
In a Warrior uniform.
Well, okay. Kurt in Oakland. What's going on, buddy?
You hate when I say that.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. These people that are disliking Kerr, they need to relax. They forget that the Warriors back in the 90s went through coaching carousel, and even the early 2000s after coaching carousel, and they were the laughing stock of the league for years. And, we're going to have a little bit of a hiccup. It happens. The young players aren't developing as quickly. It's not always on the coaching staff. Players need to make plays. Pods gets more playing time because he tries to hustle and he rebounds. How many double-digit rebounds has J.K. had for his entire career? I know Pods has more than him. There's also the one play in the Laker game when the ball gets tipped out and J.K. is trying to cherry pick rather than going for the loose ball. It ends up in Connect or Reeves' hands, and they shoot a 3, and now they're up by 6 again. But he's more worried about offense. He had that great highlight reel dunk, ESPN #1, blah, blah, blah. And then what did he do? He barely did anything. it's just, it happens. People need to relax. The Warriors were bad for so many years, and they're having a little hiccup. Now, I didn't expect them to win 4 championships in my lifetime. Shoot, I was just hoping they could make it to the playoffs in my lifetime. This is amazing. People need to relax. It's not Kerr's fault that players aren't making plays. It's not Kerr's fault that the youngsters haven't figured out the system or don't hustle the way he's wanting them to hustle. He gives them a leash. He tries to, but if they're making mistakes and all of a sudden you're down by 3 and then you're down by 8 off of one little mistake, why are they in the game? Yeah, Draymond makes mistakes. He's definitely not perfect, but at least he helps out. Like the last play that you guys were talking about with the Steph Curry screen, open three-pointer. Come on, JK's not going to do that. He's going to run to the rim and hope for the ball. But people need to relax. I don't want Butler. He's going to be too expensive. Size matters, because then if we have one other screener to help free up Steph, that helps Draymond too. So it's a double-edged sword.
Thank you, Kurt.
Great call.
They're down in Oakland. He's passionate. He's feeling it. I get it, man. There's perspective. I don't fault fans for being upset, though. I don't fault fans for Austin and San Jose that wants, go out and get the big fish because I'm paying for this. And I get all different sides of it. I'm not trying to be the Steiny and I see both sides kind of a thing. There's great people on both sides. I'm not doing that. All right.
Who are the best players in the league right now?
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Okay, he's played in no finals.
Anthony Edwards, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown.
Okay, Jaylen Brown and Jason
Nikola
Tatum.
Jokic. How did I miss him?
I'm just saying they've played in 2 finals.
Yeah.
Okay. Nikola Jokic has played in how many finals?
1 finals and 1.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Luka Doncic.
Okay. We could combine all of the great players in the top 10 right now, and Steph Curry has more finals appearances, it feels like, than all of the top 10 young players in the game combined. Now, granted, their careers have to play out. Mm-hmm. It's hard to get to the finals.
Yes.
I know they're different sports. Tony Gwynn is one of the greatest players ever. He went to 1 World Series. Bonds, 1 World Series. It's really difficult getting that far.
The Warriors are now looking at a league that they used to dominate, and the league just turned it upside down because they were forced to become what the Warriors were.
Yes.
They have to play their style, and now they're doing it better than the Warriors, and they're younger, they're faster, they're more athletic. And it sucks. That's what happens. The Warriors were the big bad man on campus. They were stealing the lunch money. They were shoving the nerds in the lockers, and the nerds took revenge. And we're seeing it right now. They're all the Oklahoma City Thunder said, you know what? We're not going to compete with the Warriors here. We tried for a little bit.
Yeah.
KD left. Let's blow it all up. And we'll wait. We'll wait it out. And they waited it out, and they're looking like they're going to, with their Chet Holmgren away from going to the finals. They did that. The Houston Rockets took a different approach at the time. They said, we're going to go head on against the Warriors. We think we could beat them with Mike D'Antoni, with James Harden, Chris Paul, Eric Gordon, all these. We think we could combat you guys. And they almost did it. They almost succeeded. How many missed threes in a row was it? 50 bajillion? Something ridiculous.
27.
Exactly. It might as well have been 50. There's different ways of doing it. But now we're seeing the tail end of the Warriors dynasty. It's over. It's dwindling. It's done. If you ask Monty Poole of NBC Sports, he said the dynasty was over and that the last championship was a different iteration of the Warriors, kind of like when Kobe won differently from Shaq. It was a different iteration of it. It was an interesting way to look at it. But this is the final kind of few seasons we got of Stephen Curry. And I don't fault fans for being frustrated that this is how it's going to look. It wasn't pretty for the end of Dirk. It wasn't pretty for the end of Kobe. It wasn't pretty for the end of Tim Duncan. It wasn't.
No.
And honestly, these Dubs teams are much better than those other teams I just mentioned at the end.
Yeah.
I mean, after Kawhi left, obviously the Spurs were much worse. But it wasn't great for the end of the Kobe Lakers. It wasn't great for the end of the Dirk Mavericks. Sometimes it isn't.
Well, I remember a brittled, broken Charles Barkley trying to hop onto a Rockets team and win with them, and they were done. It's not good. Not everyone gets the Michael Jordan storybook ending. That's why he's the unicorn.
And he didn't get the ending because he came back.
Well, you know what? I will defend because at 39 and 40, he was still a badass.
It was a direct-to-DVD sequel, Michael Jordan in Washington Wizards uniform. That's what I call it.
He was sick, though.
He was actually.
No, he was sick.
He was good
I
still.
know this sounds crazy. Go back. You can watch age 39 and 40-year-old Jordan. He still was that dude.
Yeah.
Just not the same dude, but not like...
Kind of like LeBron now. He's still that dude, just not the same dude.
100%. 100%, dude. Look, what if I told you, like, honest to God,
What if I told you?
you get Jimmy Butler, you trade nothing. I still don't think that team is even close to favorites coming out of the West.
No, they'd be much better, though. If I had
For
the
sure.
depth.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying, think of the exercise I'm doing with you.
Yeah.
You can add Jimmy Butler and not subtract anything, and I still don't think you're a top 3 team in the West.
It'd be interesting to see. Real quick before Fast Five, let's get to Rick out in San Ramon. What's going on, Ricky?
Hey, Rick.
Yeah. Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to bring up the one guy that I think no one's talking about, get your opinion on it, is Nikola Vucevic. Seems like a great fit, would be an incredible ad. He's basically a walking double-double. He can shoot the 3. I think he'd work great in the pick and roll with Dennis Schroeder. And he seems like he's pretty reasonable and really the only impactful guy we can get without trading Wiggins. He's only making about $20 million a year. He signed on for just next year as well, so he kind of fits our timeline. But just like to hear your thoughts on that.
I would love that, and I would trade Moody and GP2 yesterday with some picks.
Is that enough? I'm not sure. Where are the Bulls at? Are they even trying? Like, I know they've been linked to Levine and then trading this guy like forever. Like, it's Zach LaVine. We want him. Warriors fans. I think he's been healthy, right? Zach LaVine. Do you do anything for you, Joe Shasky? No.
I'm good off that.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good off that.
You good off Fast Five? Real quick, Zach LaVine's numbers this season, shooting 50% from the floor, 43% from beyond the arc. He's averaging 21 points, 4 boards, 4 assists. He's 29.
For Dennis Schroeder?
I need more. For Pods?
Moody? It'd be a lot. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
I'm open-minded.
6'5"? He's 6'8" wingspan. He's not small.
What is the time between Christmas and New Year's Eve called?
It's a down period, but like not in a bad way. But it's just like it's a lull, kind of, right?
It is.
Yeah, I don't know what the name is for it.
You know what I think it is?
What?
It's the best video game week of the year.
Ooh, that's a good call.
It's usually wet. It's damp. You don't really want to go back out to the malls and return a bunch of stuff. It's the best video game week of the year. Look at Carter is nodding in agreement.
You guys don't know about gaming, dude. You guys don't know unless you've been there.
What are you in? You in that
No,
COD?
I've been in I'm not anymore. I have a father of 2, so I can't game like I used to. So if I can't go all out, I'm not going to. That's just the kind of person I am. Kind of like me with working out. If I'm either all in or I'm all out. All right. I used to game World of Warcraft back in high school.
Really?
I'm talking Burning Crusade. I'm talking Wrath of the Lich King. The amount of hours I logged on all those different characters, whether it was my gnome rogue, faction change to blood elf, whether it was
What are you doing?
whether it was my Tauren shaman, whether it was my night elf hunter, whether it was all of them, Carter, you guys don't know about gaming. And the amount of raids, the amount of dungeons I plundered, the Ice Crown Citadel. What do you guys know about the Ice Crown Citadel?
You must have been really fun in high school.
Oh, dude, I was pulling.
I was pulling Pokemon cards.
I was pulling dungeons, chests of loot is what I was getting.
Dragons cards.
That's right.
Honestly, though, I respect it.
Thanks.
I always think
Greatest
whenever
time of my
someone says
life.
World of Warcraft, I think of South Park. You know, the fat, heavyset old guy who kills everybody, and he's like
Very
sitting
similar.
at the desk.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Good.
Who is this person with no life that's destroying everyone? He's incredible at
How
the
do
game.
you kill that which has no life?
We will stay in the forest and kill boar.
Yeah, we're gonna stay in the forest and kill boys. Carter, what do you got?
I think that everyone is looking at the wrong Cam from the Brooklyn Nets. I think we should be taking a look at Cam Thomas.
I'm not,
and not Cam Johnson.
Not mad at that.
I think that the Warriors need a bona fide scorer, and Cam Thomas is 23. Cam Johnson's 28. With whatever the rebuild to come is, he can be part of it. Still on a rookie contract. Obviously, this year that ends, but get us Vucevic, get us Cam Thomas.
From one Cam to another, Cam Williams in the back.
I'll say this. Friday After Next is a top 5 Christmas movie. That's my hot take right there.
Whoa.
Friday After Next
Yes.
is a top 5 Christmas movie?
Yes.
Wow. I see.
Uncle's so good.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. I even forgot it was a Christmas movie. So there you go.
There's a Don Cisco song. Guy grew up in my neighborhood. Dun, 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 dun. Mamacita. Him and Corrupt and Corrupt's brother. Look at Cam's not. He knows. Mamacita, my sexy senorita. Telling you, Don Cisco.
Can you mark that,
Frisco
please?
Mac.
510, wow is what up, World of Warcraft, for those in the know. 510 again, another one. Leroy Jenkins, 707, Preach Baby. Preach Baby.
Jenkins.
Wow for life. Different 510, wow was the bleep. I loved it. Midnight Raids, oh, what a time. Leroy Jenkins.
What's a midnight raid?
Well, there's just raids. You go to different dungeons. So there's a raid would be either a 10-man or a 25-man, and you would all get together, your different characters. So one person per one account, right? So you get 10 people together. You're either typing in the group chat, or you're on Vent, or you're on TeamSpeak.
Okay.
This
is Xbox?
No, this is a console.
Oh.
Not a console, a computer.
PC.
So, PC, thank you. So yeah, you got to all get
I didn't
together.
know.
So you would do a raid.
I missed out on the World of Warcraft.
No, you
era.
do a raid and you do dungeons and stuff like that, and you'd kill bosses, and there'd be different strategies, different strats. You'd have your different mods downloaded. You'd have all different stuff. It was very fun. But you cannot like the amount of time you'd have to dedicate to be good at that game.
Oh, no doubt.
Like I couldn't do it with 2 kids now. Like you just can't. High school, I could. I didn't have a life.
See, like that's why I love Madden. So like all these like my nephews 12, 13, 14, they're like, oh, I'll smoke you, man. I'm just like, Dog, I've been playing this game longer than you've been alive. And I destroy them. I'm up 21-0. I pick the weakest teams. User picks. Oh, I'm just talking mad smack. Dancing the whole way. Dude, nothing is more satisfying than skunking one of your 12-year-old little cousins who's been talking smack about Madden for weeks on end.
All right. And that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. And the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And it's going to start with Evan Giddings and Matt Steinmetz next on 95.7 The Game.
righty. Good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. And I hope everybody had a great Christmas. You get everything you wanted, E?
Well, not quite everything. I was at Chase Center yesterday.
Oh, how was that?
Well, it was a great game down the stretch until, the Warriors came up a bit short. But first and foremost, you got to let people know why are you doing this? Like, why are you working today? Why are you in to bless the people with your presence? Because, well, obviously I'm in, Guru's not, but you always seem to be working during the holidays. Why is that, Steiny?
Well, that's a good question. And I've got a couple schools of thought on that. One is, the week between Christmas and New Year's is pretty low key. Very few people in the building. The stakes of the show are very low at this time of year. And yet the sports doesn't stop. So they are shows that have content built in because we've got games. And yet there's not a lot of pressure because the boss isn't here and a lot of sales isn't here, and just come in and bang out a couple shows till 2:00 and get home at a reasonable hour, and then we'll get to take more time off come late February and March.
There it is.
February and March.
Kind of like a Dennis Schroeder acquisition. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah, I would say that. What do you think of that Warrior game last night? They lost 115, 113.
I'm aware. I think most of the fans are too. I thought it was a Christmas classic between LeBron and Steph, right? I mean, that's what you want to see from the NBA's best. That's actually, like, when you said that there's sports built in, there was a lot of sports yesterday.
Yeah.
And I had a nice Christmas morning with my family. Shout out to them. I hope everybody else did too. And it was really nice to go and, kind of open up some presents and then go to work a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe it's because of the way that it ended. I didn't really feel like it was, that brutal of a day, though. Like, Christmas should not be a day that people are, throwing things or angry or screaming. And I hope that wasn't the tone on the post game last night. But then again,
only you would know.
Well, there were a lot of Warriors fans up in arms, Steiny.
How come?
Well, because Steph was fantastic and he couldn't win. I mean, he willed them to the finish line.
Straight down the stretch.
Had nobody to hold his hand.
17 in the fourth. I got to tell you, I'm watching that game, and for about 3 quarters, I'm thinking the Warriors just didn't look like they were in a good place. Then Curry does his thing, and they end up drawing even with whatever it was, 7, 8, 10 seconds left. I don't know, man. I was thinking this team could win 45, 46, 48, but they just can't win a close game right now, it feels like. And I think a lot of it has to do with what they do for 3.5 quarters. But I did find something alarming yesterday in that game.
Well, first of all, they've played the most close games of any team in the NBA. And I think the last, clutch games or whatever, but just, games that seem to be in the balance. Like 19 of their now 29 games have come down to the final 5 minutes with 5 points or less. And
what's their record in those games? Like 8-11, something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it isn't abysmal, but they haven't won any of the recent ones. And I think that's why if they lose on Friday to the Clippers, do you realize that they will have started 12-3 and then gone 3-12?
Yeah, that would add up to 15-15.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just obviously the last play of the game, Reeves gets by Wiggins a little too easily. Kuminga had his back turned, so he couldn't help out on the play, and Reeves scores with a second left, and the Warriors ended up getting beat. The guy who I'll tell you what, the guy who I think is starting to become an issue is Draymond Green. How about that after 12 years? He's finally become... No, I'm just watching that game last night, and I just keep... Before the fourth quarter started, Curry was pretty good.
It wasn't just because of that final... You're not talking about the final play, right?
No, I'm talking about a player in this day and age of the NBA who's playing 30 minutes a night who can't score. he cannot score. And in this day and age of the NBA, I look at the Golden State Warriors, and they just have too many players who can't score consistently. Green, Looney, Payton, Anderson, Jackson Davis, Pods. They lack offensive players. What? Yeah, they do. Outside Steph, I feel like, if Steph plays well and Wiggins plays well, well, then you need one more player to step up, and I think that they've had trouble locating that third guy on various nights. I think they want it to be Kuminga. I think it can be Schroeder, but I see a team right now that's just middle of the road, and obviously they had a players-only meeting before the game yesterday because Steph Curry's talking about how he feels like the where they're at in the season is an inflection point where they can go one of two directions. And clearly he's seeing something that he's concerned about. The question is, what's the remedy? What's the remedy for this team? Two things. One is the team they have now, how much better can it get? And then how much is the necessity that they got to make a move?
I think it's a massive one. I don't know if it's a superstar player though, but clearly the answers to the questions that we're all asking, to me, they don't lie on this team. Like, there are some players, and I think that's where the next couple of weeks or maybe the next few games, depending on how desperate the front office becomes, they're valuable because you got to figure out, okay, who actually has answers on this team? On given nights, Curry has answers.
Right.
Wiggins has answers. Draymond some nights. Kuminga some nights. TJD some nights. But they don't have, I don't know about you, but to me, it has become clear that I think Kerr wants them to get him somebody else. Like, he doesn't know who his best lineups are on a given night. And it's taken some time for Schroeder. Like, he probably had his best game since he's come over from Brooklyn, but he was still 3 of 10. I mean, he hasn't shot it well at all from three-point range to begin his time as a Warrior. And there's some things that are problematic about him. I don't know. Like, to me, I think you're right. The fact that they can't score is this team's biggest issue, score consistently. Like, the NBA in 2024-25, the average point total for a team is 112 points. The Warriors just had their first back-to-back games in which they scored over 110 for the first time in a month. Like, they haven't been able to score 110 over 15 games more than one time in a row until yesterday. And it was against a Pacers team that doesn't play defense and a Lakers team that lost its best defender 6 minutes into the game. Like, that's a problem. And so I don't know if there are answers internally on this roster, and it just led me to believing yesterday, like, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's Jimmy Butler. I don't think it's a Paul George. I don't know what it is, but they have to find a way to shake up this team, I think.
It feels like that right now. And the question now becomes, can they string together enough wins to kind of take the heat off them right now? Because you're right. They're 3-11 over their last 14. And just to get into Draymond Green a little bit, I put this on the thread last night. It feels like Draymond Green has, I don't know if the phrase is jumped the shark or not, but it felt like when the Warriors are going great, when they were going great, like Draymond Green was good enough to help in various areas, whether it's defense, whether it's passing, whether it's scoring a little bit when he has to. But I feel like right now he's at a point where he's not, I don't know if he's not good enough to help everybody else, but he's not making the impact defensively consistently enough. He's not making, he's never going to make enough threes where they're going to guard him out there. And I do think, and I wish Goo were here, because I tell him that, I noticed something that he was talking about. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but I do like to pay tribute to Guru most of the time when he's not here, so he can't take a victory lap.
I'll clip it for him. Odds are he's probably listening.
But, Yeah, there is something about Draymond Green holding the ball at the top of the circle, waiting. And the defense is just all looking at Draymond Green, and they know he's waiting for a specific cutter, and he's not a threat to shoot the ball, and everything's packed in, and it just doesn't look like it's always looked with the Golden State Warriors, with spacing and with wide open lanes to the basket. I just feel like teams don't think they can beat them from the perimeter, particularly three-point range, on a consistent enough basis. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors lose another one last night, 115-113. They're coming off a loss over the weekend to the Pacers, in which they were in a game late and they just couldn't make the plays down the stretch to win it. But what did you guys see on Christmas yesterday with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Golden State Warriors? This tough stretch is now almost up to a month in terms of length. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into it. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Plus, that segment also sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo.
play, Steiny.
All right. Warriors get beat last night by the Lakers, 115-113. And they've now lost 11 of 14. They're only one game over 500. And before the game last night, essentially, Steph Curry leads the noted players-only meeting. Always a sign of trouble.
I was just going to ask, when do you have a players-only meeting? At what point do you decide that, you know what, it's time? I mean, the last, not players-only meeting, but the last time that I can recall Steph Curry giving a speech, at least one that came public,
right,
was before Game 7 of the first round in Sacramento 2 years ago. Like that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Do or die game, final game of the season. We're in Game 30, or 29, essentially. So, yeah, they're approaching the danger zone. Shout out Kenny Loggins.
This is Steve Kerr on the morale of the team. Maybe this is one of the reasons that Steph felt the need to talk.
Everybody's disappointed. We've lost some confidence. You can feel it. You know, we had great vibe early in the season, and we're going through it right now. But I love our guys, high character guys. They care. They care about the game. They care about each other. I believe in them. I believe we're going to get this thing turned around. You know, this is all part of it. It's part of the season, part of life. You hit these ebbs, and you know you feel like everything's tough, everything's difficult, and you got to feel the flow. You got to feel the confidence, and we'll keep plugging away, and we'll get there.
All right, you believe him?
There's no W in vibes, but there's a BS.
Oh, that's a 4.
You like that?
Yeah, that's a 4.
There's BS in vibes. When you talk about vibes and you don't win, it doesn't mean anything. It falls on hollow ears. Like that's I do think that the Warriors legitimately like each other. Their chemistry is fine. I don't think there's an internal riff, or that in the locker room there's some, I don't know, malcontent character that's dragging things down. That's the reason why they're here. Unfortunately, that also means that the reason why they're here is strictly because of basketball, that they're not very good.
Right.
And that might even be a bigger problem, because if it was a locker room issue, well then, yes, Curry could talk, or you could trade a player, or you could move on from them. But I thought that's what the Warriors tried to do each of the past 2 off seasons, which was remove themselves from characters that they felt like weren't helping behind the scenes. And now it's like, well, you did that, you accomplished that to some extent, and you're left with a team now that can't really figure it out on the court.
This from the 408 on the Comcast Business text line. The Warriors have to make a move. Forget the future. It can't stay like this. That's Gil. I mean, you could take the other tact and say, you've got to think about the future at this point, because what are we talking about with the present, really? I mean, what are we really talking about right now with this team? How good can this team realistically be? And that's what would worry me, is to kind of fool yourself into thinking that there's a move or two out there that's going to dramatically impact your team. And I'm not sure that there's a move out there for them like that. But I mean, I'm sure Dunleavy's going to keep trying. Let's start out with Cameron in Antioch. Wants to talk about the game last night. What's up, Cameron? How you doing, man?
Doing good. Good morning, man. Happy holidays. How y'all doing?
Yes, sir. Same to you.
Too.
Thank you. I got a quick question before I get started. How many games do we have to lose with close leads or blowing leads, losing in clutch time? I mean, before Kerr gets on the hot seat. How many games would it take for Kerr to be let go?
Go ahead, Evan.
How many games? Well, I actually do think one thing that hit me yesterday, and I don't know if it was because of the amount of Shams Charania reports that we've been getting recently concerning the Warriors. There's actually just one earlier today about the Lakers that apparently their front office would be considered interested in moving their 3 first-round picks to go get a superstar. The rhetoric sounds a lot like Golden State.
Right.
That they'd be willing to cash in, because I think they're kind of in similar places with their superstars, all the rest. But one of the reports from this summer was the Warriors, and I assume it's the front office and Joe Lacob, monitoring the relationship between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. And the word monitoring is whatever you want to use. But I do think that it's not out of bounds to consider, if this season continues to go the wrong way, that people are going to question whether Kerr is the long-term solution for this team. Like, your job is to win games. And to his credit, Steve Kerr has done a better job over the last decade than I think every single head coach in the NBA at doing that. Winning games, winning championships. His playoff record speaks for itself. He's won games. But the moment that you don't, you do open yourself up to not being bulletproof anymore. And I don't know if I'm there yet with Steve Kerr, but it does feel like a lot of fans are, Steiny.
Well, it feels like more and more fans are maybe seeing the writing on the wall that 2 years ago the team won 44, then they won 46, and now they're on a pace to win about 45. And, essentially it's been 2.5 years and they've pretty much been the same team. And that is going to lead fans to say, what are we doing? And what kind of team are we putting around Steph Curry? And I look at a game like last night, and I see so many things, and you realize that you start picking apart aspects of that game, and I really feel like everybody bears some responsibility in that. For example, is it too harsh after last night's game to say, hey, Jonathan, you got to see the ball. I mean, you got to see the ball. Ball you, man. Your guy wasn't really even in the play. He had his back turned, and you did too. And maybe that's nitpicking, but those are the kind of things to me that get you beat. And, Wiggins, good defender, but I mean, Reeves just got to the spot too quickly. He didn't make him change direction or make him make a pass so that somebody else had to make a play. I mean, you're in your half-court offense and a guy drives from beyond the three-point line all the way to the basket and banks in a little layup. I mean, how can that happen with the game on the line?
It can't. I mean, either Wiggins has to play 5 seconds of defense or Kuminga has to help. I don't know which it is. I don't know what the strategy was. All I know is it didn't work and the Warriors lost the game. And it feels like they've needed that one play for like 10 of these 11 losses, and they haven't been able to get it. And is Kerr responsible? Well, yeah, he's the head coach. Has Curry been responsible? Yes. He was unbelievable, specifically in the last 4 minutes of that game last night. But on Monday, he stunk. Yeah. Saturday, he was amazing. Thursday, he was terrible. Like, they haven't been able to consistently get production on the same nights from their best players. And Kuminga might be culprit number one because everything has to revolve around Steph. But I would argue the player that's been the most consistent for the Warriors this season is the guy that got beat off the dribble in the last second. That's Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
He's been their most consistent player this year, to his credit. And there was a great article that Marcus Thompson and John Krasinski of The Athletic wrote about Wiggins and his relationship with his dad that, of course, passed away tragically this summer. But it was released before the game, and it just had me thinking about what Wiggins has been giving to this team this season. And he's really been the only player that has... I mean, he hasn't been great every night, but his defense has been something that's been as consistent as ever. And it's like not even he can keep a player in front of him. So all it feels like to me, and post-game, I know Kurt talked about this as well, when he says we don't know who our top 8 are, you're going to be at a disadvantage every single night, or on most nights, because it feels like the rest of the teams around, specifically the West, they know who their best players are. And even though they have off nights and down nights, but they know what they're doing. Like, I thought on Monday, the Pacers knew exactly what they were doing down the stretch of that game. Even the Lakers, without Anthony Davis, they knew what they were doing on the final play and down the stretch of that game. It was either LeBron or Austin Reeves. The Warriors don't really know what they're doing. And even when they do, like I know that everyone wasn't a fan of Curry yesterday. Who drew up that out-of-bounds play? That freed Curry from 30 feet with nobody around him in a clear foul situation for the Lakers. Like, that's a play that he drew up. So I think he's trying. He's clearly failing because the team's losing, but I don't really know what buttons people want him to push.
Yeah, I don't either. And when I'm watching that game last night, and I'm watching all their role players, Wiggins and Kuminga, but the thought that I couldn't get out of my head, and again, I'm not saying they were terrible, because Steph obviously was terrific, but you detailed that in the last 4 games, he's had a terrible game, a good game, a terrible game, and a good game. And anybody that's watched the NBA for a long period of time knows that that's kind of how the decline starts a little bit for a player. They're just not able to do it as consistently as they have in the past. And I'm sorry, but the thing that I kept thinking to myself last night as I'm watching the Warriors is, oh my God, Draymond Green and Steph Curry are still under contract for 2.5 more years. And again, I'm not saying they're the problem, but Steph played 35 minutes last night. Draymond Green played 34 minutes last night. I just don't understand how they plan to grow as a team when they have to rely so much on those 2 players who are clearly not playing at the level that they've played in the past. And it feels to me like there's this, I don't know, it's almost a hope that, well, they'll get it back together and they'll become the consistent players they've always been. And I don't know, 2.5 years is a long, long time. And we've already seen both of them struggle at various points this year. In other words, like where are they going with Draymond and Steph needing them to continue to have big roles on this team? Like that in and of itself is a recipe for failure, because you're asking them to do too much right now at this point of their career.
Well, let's just take Curry. He played 36 minutes last night. He scored 38 points. I think what Kerr is trying to figure out how to do is to have those nights be more frequent than the nights on Monday or Thursday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so on Friday, I don't think Curry's going to play. Like, I think what we're going to start to see is the Warriors begin to load manage their superstars or their aging superstars. But that's a response to, well, clearly if they tried to limit Curry's minutes and suppress Draymond's minutes to have them available for more games. Okay, well, that's not working. Like, playing Curry for 28 to 32 minutes means that you're going to struggle when he's not on the floor. And right now, for whatever reason, Schroeder isn't good enough to help you. Draymond the same way. They need those guys at the level that we saw Curry at last night more than, honestly, what's fair to expect out of a player his age. And so in order to do that, I think the next kind of response from Curry is going to be to load manage him. But is that going to help you when he's not in? They play the Clippers on Friday. Can they beat the Clippers without Curry? I would probably bet no. Okay, so that means that you have to win the games that he's playing at that level. They didn't win that game last night.
Exactly.
And they also weren't able to beat a Lakers team that, like, they didn't have D'Angelo Russell. They didn't have Anthony Davis for most of that game. They've already been playing without a center because their 2 other bigs are hurt. I mean, that's a compromised Lakers team that they couldn't beat even with a 38-point performance from their best player. So, I'm not really sure what kind of rotations or players or combinations that they're trying. I mean, you have to trust that these players are going to play better. And that's the unfortunate part about this immediate stretch, is that it does look like they have to figure this thing out. But they're a loss or maybe 2 from number 1 falling below 500. But I think from a potentially big shakeup coming, because I don't think that Lacob last night was happy watching Christmas confetti fall from the rafters while everybody's hanging their head walking out of Chase Center. Because nobody had fun at the end of that game last night, even though they were at the finish line.
Yeah. Let's go to Brian. Brian's in Palo Alto. What's going on, Brian? How you doing, man?
Hey, happy holidays, guys.
Yeah, same to you.
Yeah, I mean, they bet the farm this season on the continued development of Kuminga and Podzinski. That's not happened. They've regressed, both regressed. Kuminga's shooting career lows, field goal percentage and 3-point. Pods is a bad NBA player at this point. And so, yeah, I mean, Lakeup 9 years ago would have already come to the conclusion that it's not going to happen for Kuminga here. And if they were not going to give him $40 million in the offseason, do they have any additional proof to give him $40 million now or moving forward? And if the answer is no, and how can it not be no? You have to move him. Yes, Steph is older. Steph can't do it like he did last night every night. Get the guy some help. Like, building for the future. What future? Brandon Podzinski? Jonathan Kuminga? No, sorry, that's not the future. And if that's not the future, then you can't build on it. And so, yeah, Steph needs help. And like every other superstar in the league has front offices that are excitedly and enthusiastically trying to build around them, except him. So, yeah, it's unfortunate. But I'll say that. Lakeup 9 years ago, you know, when he had his fastball, would have come to the conclusion. And maybe that's just the bereft of talent in the front office that they once had that they don't no longer have. But
B, what about so you're okay with making a move right now, even if it costs you some first rounders between 2025 and 2030?
Is there any evidence that they're going to make the most of those first rounders moving forward? If you look at the last 8 years, I mean, we can walk through their draft history. It is ugly.
I mean, you do
ugly.
You do have another guy running the show now, so in theory, his track record is.
I think Dunleavy is he's a direct reflection of Lakeup.
All right,
maybe he's his own guy, maybe not, but like, is Dunleavy gonna like rock the boat and go against what Lakeup wants? No, especially with Lakeup's sons in the room as well. So, yeah, get the guy some help. Like, I'd love to see what it's like when Steph has some help. He's been a pretty darn good player in his career when he's had help. He doesn't have it now. Wiggins is maybe a third option. They don't have a second option. They don't really have a fourth option. And like, you know, like it's not going to happen for Kuminga. Like, give me a comp for a guy in year 4 that's this like unpolished and unfinished that became a superstar in the NBA. I was thinking maybe like Jaylen Brown. Go look at Jaylen Brown's year 4 stats.
What's your idea of help? Like what? I mean, seriously, I'm not trying to be facetious. Like, what does that look like in your mind?
Well, like somebody that you could legitimately say is a second option, I think would be a good idea. Maybe it's a first option. I don't know. You know, you could. I mean, yeah, I get it. Jimmy Butler's 36 years old,
almost.
But yeah, but like again, they have the roster construction has been built around the protection of Kuminga and Podzinski this season, and that has backfired epically. And I mean, do you guys have any belief that Podzinski's going to like shake this off and be even the player he was last year? I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think most fans do either.
No, Podzinski. Thanks, B. Appreciate it, man. Have a good holiday. I mean, to me, it's more about Kuminga than Podzinski. Podzinski, to me, you know, extrapolates out into a role player for the foreseeable future. The question is, what can Jonathan Kuminga become? And will he become it here? You know, I look at this team and I just think they're kind of caught. They still have their 2 most impactful players, you know, under contract for a few more years. And so that ties their hands in a way. I do think, I will say this, if Draymond Green were theoretically off the table for a trade the first year or 2 that he signed that extension, you've got to be open to moving him. You have to be. If somebody that thinks they can contend for a title looks at Draymond and says, boy, that'd be the, you know, he's got to go to a better team. If you can find a team like that, you cannot keep Draymond Green if there's something out there for him. Like, I think he's as fair game as anybody at this point. And there's no way Steph can say, well, boy, can we afford to? Yes, you can afford to. Yes, you can afford to.
Well, that's why I was talking with someone yesterday at Chase Center about it. I don't understand why, if the Warriors are 3-11 in 14 games, that everything isn't on the table outside of trading Curry. That includes Draymond Green. Like, I think their most consistent player this season has been Andrew Wiggins. He's the only guy that's been involved in trades for an improved second option. I don't know, whatever, running mate, Robin, whatever you want to talk about. I don't understand why Draymond Green's name never comes up. And maybe it's because of what he's meant to the Warriors, and people, love Draymond, and I get it. But I would argue that Wiggins has been a better player this year than Draymond has. And it's not just because of his injuries. I don't think he's been the DPOY that we thought he was going to be for the first 10 games of the season. And I don't necessarily know why that would turn around. One thing that has been hitting me a little bit about Draymond regards to last season, because the rhetoric was like, well, if Draymond didn't get suspended for 25 games, they're a 6th seed, they get into the postseason, all the rest. Why isn't the thought that the reason that he was so good in the 56 games or something that he played was because he got 25 games of rest, was because he didn't have to play a full 82-game season? Maybe he would have broken down the same way he did during the 2022 year. Now, the Warriors had more help to get around that. I think Looney was better. They had better defensive players. Curry was also at a different level 3 years ago. But I don't understand why Draymond at age 34, 35 isn't thought of as a trade chip the way that I think their most consistent player this season, Andrew Wiggins, has been.
Let's go to Janet. Janet's in Berkeley, wants to talk about Draymond Green. Hey, Janet, how you doing?
I'm good. I just have to say, I have this feeling that a deja vu moment with you guys. This conversation sounds almost identical to the one that you were having about Klay Thompson, his contract, him not playing up to par, him not being the superstar that he had been in the past. And now the conversation's been transitioned over to Draymond and Steph. And it's like, there's no difference. And so, we traded Klay. Klay left because he was sitting on the bench and he was a superstar player who's going to watch these kids who were supposed to save the team and do what he couldn't do. Well, now we're saying we need somebody to score. Draymond has never scored on the board. That's never been his forte. And now we need him to do that. But we traded somebody who could get on the board, not consistently, but he could get on the board. And so now what are we stuck with? Now we're talking about trading Draymond, but trading him for who and for what, right? So what are we trading him for? Who are we going to get that's going to take his place and do a better job at what he does with Steph when he's up to par? But these guys, we knew all of them were going to age at a certain time. And so where was the planning? Where was the planning? So Bob Myers knew what he was doing. I don't know if the front office knows what they're doing. And Kerr seems confused.
Hey, Janet, I hear you. And I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. You're still relying too heavily, to me, on two aging star players. And you look at it, you're right. And to me, that's the big takeaway too from last night is 5 years ago, Steph has a game like he has, and you're winning 9 out of 10 of those games. And what we're finding out this year is you're not winning those games. You're just not winning them automatically. And the other thing I was thinking is, and maybe we're burying the lead a little bit here in terms of this players only meeting, but we talked a lot in the past about what Steph Curry said in the offseason about, things change quickly in the NBA, and we'll see how we're doing, and then I'll make a decision. Or there's a lot of concern about if Steph looks around and starts thinking he can't get it done here. Well, what was yesterday? I mean, to me, if I'm a Warrior fan, that would have been a monster red flag yesterday. That Steph Curry felt the need to call the team together and say, what are we doing? This thing could go really bad in a hurry here. And so I look at it as though, what if Steph sees the writing on the wall with this team? That's the biggest fear, I think, of 90% of the Warrior fans. What if Steph is starting to see the writing on the wall? And maybe that's what that meeting was all about. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors have lost 11 of 14, and they got the Clippers and Suns coming up in a back-to-back, and Steph Curry may not play in one of those games. That's where we're at right now. We're Warrior fans at 888-957-9570. On January 1st, tolls on the Antioch Bridge are going to go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at bayareafasttrack.org. Plus, don't miss the kickoff show on Monday with Willard and Dibbs 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. you today. And the Warriors lose again yesterday, 115-113. Austin Reeves, game winner, drove by Wiggins, no help from Kuminga, and he got to the rim.
Triple-double for Austin Reeves.
Would he be the second best player on the Warriors? Austin Reeves.
I don't think so, but he might. He'd be their second offensive option. I think that's for sure.
Well, he's a guy I think you can put the ball in his hands and he can make a play.
I mean, he looked like it last night. He was the second best player on the floor.
Yeah, he was.
Might have been the Lakers' best player.
He was. You know, the other thing about last night's game that I was thinking about, and Curry was absolutely terrific the last 4 minutes, but I think the Lakers gave the Warriors life late in that game that had the Lakers not kind of played into you got to start fouling, I think, if you're in this day and age of the NBA. When you're up 7 or 8 and there's a minute and a half to go and you're playing the Warriors, the only way the Warriors can beat you is if Steph does what he does, and he almost did it. And I was just kind of wondering why late in that game, you're up 7. Why don't you foul? That's when you hit Draymond Green or Kuminga, and then you make them go to the line and make 2. I get it, you don't want to stop the clock, but I felt like the Lakers did a nice job most of the night, and then all of a sudden they lose Curry the last 2 or 3 minutes, and now they're in a game where they may lose. And I give the Warriors credit for that, but
they kind of did send the Warriors to the line. I think Kuminga went 1 of 2.
Yes.
In the final 5 minutes. And again, it's like we had someone call in last night, the post game, and said, well, you're going to take Kuminga going 6 of 8 from the stripe. And I'm thinking, well, not if you need the free throws. LeBron James went, I think, 5 of 5 at the free throw line last night. He's not a great free throw shooter, but LeBron has eventually gotten to the point where he can make. I don't think the Lakers even missed a free throw last night.
No, they didn't. They were 18 for 18.
So, yeah, that's right. You only had a couple misses. You didn't shoot as poorly as you shot all season. I think as a team, they're like 70%. They're worse than the NBA by far. But, yeah, that hurts, especially when you're struggling to win close games. You got to make free throws.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, I mean, every game is another opportunity to kind of measure where you are. And I look at this team right now at 15-14, and they got off to a great start, and they haven't had substantial injuries, and now they're 15-14. I'm telling you, I feel like Steph calling that players-only meeting is, I don't want to say a shot fired, but clearly it's late December. The trading deadline's in early February, and he used the terminology and he used the time frame of the next month or so. The next month or so, this thing could go one of 2 ways. So clearly he's concerned about either the morale on the team or the way they're playing or whether or not they can turn it around. And the more I think about it, I kind of wonder at times if we might not be closing in on, I don't know, the kind of move that's going to impact this franchise in a big way for the next 2, 3, 5 years. And that's whether you try to get a number 2 in here for Steph or maybe even a number 1, but it's going to hurt you down the line, but you might be willing to do that. But where else? I mean, what else do you do with this team? If it's truly all about Steph Curry and they're not just telegraphing what they want to do, but they actually mean it, well, then we got to be getting close to making a move that's going to impact the team now with somebody who's an effective, functional player. But you're going to have to give up something down the line. It feels like we're getting closer and closer to that actually happening right now.
I mean, Curry should be concerned. They've lost 11 games in a month. They haven't won back-to-back games since November 22nd, I think.
Wow.
Like the last time the Warriors looked like a decent basketball team and we weren't that scared about them Dennis Schroeder was a Brooklyn Net. They went out and made a trade, and I think they're pretty damn close to thinking that they need to make another one. I mean, I just don't think they have the answers on this roster. And I think that Curry in that players only meeting is basically trying to I don't know if it's call out individuals, but I don't even know if he's prioritizing himself. Like, he talked with Malika Andrews before the Christmas game about, like, he thinks about retirement more than ever. And I think that's inevitable. He's a smart guy. He's older, knows he doesn't have many years left. But I don't know if it's necessarily, well, like, I gotta win. Like, I'm desperate for me to win. But losing as many games as they've lost is not acceptable for any NBA player. If you're a real competitor,
right?
Curry's as competitive as anybody, and so I don't even think it's Steiny about how can I get my fifth. Like, he's smart enough to realize that the Warriors aren't in a position to challenge for a championship, even coming into the season after starting out 12-3. I don't know if he believed, like, all right, this is real. I can win a title with this team. But what he's seeing now is, I'm not going to make the playoffs. We might be a play-in team. We're going to fight and claw and scratch again. And what he doesn't want to happen, I think why he said it before Christmas, was it's trending in the direction that it was last year, where they had to go and play 65, 70% winning basketball just to get to the 10 seed, just to have a chance to get to the first round to play a 1 seed. Like, that's not where Steph wants to be. And so I don't even know if it's about winning number 5. It's just about being a respectable basketball team, which right now they do not look like they are.
I feel like what it's about is it's about being a playoff team and having a realistic shot of winning a series. Can you really win a series if you get there? 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors drop a game to the Lakers. They're just one game over 500. Here's a couple texts from the Comcast Business text line we can get into. One from the 510. When the Warriors needed a defensive stop at the end, why did Kerr have Curry on the floor? Was that question asked? All right, here's the only thing I can think of. I'm pretty sure both teams were out of timeouts after the Lakers called one on the heels of the Curry 3. So I'm sure he had Curry on the floor in case something happened and he couldn't get a sub into the game by using a timeout. But, Curry wasn't really involved in that last play. So he didn't really cost them there. The 415, just tuning in. But I hope this show and the callers have been ripping Wiggins. Unacceptable defense. And there it is again. Yeah, Wiggins let Reeves drive by him, and Jonathan Kuminga had no clue. He had no clue what was going on behind him. And again, is that being too harsh on Kuminga? Maybe. But that's, those are the things you got to live with as you're integrating him more and more and more into wanting him to become a factor late in the games and by giving him a lot of crunch time minutes. Sometimes you're going to pay the price with plays like that. All he has to do is turn around, and I think Austin Reeves has to stop short there and do something else other than essentially get to the basket and take an uncontested layup.
But I think that the last 20 seconds are again symbolic of where the Warriors are at, which is they set up a play and do everything and run Curry off, like 3 different picks to get him open. And he gets open. And it's a difficult shot. It's a 31-footer, but he drains it. He puts him right at the finish line. And then they need someone to make a play. And Wiggins, I thought, was their best defender all night. He gives up the baseline. Kuminga's not there. And you have to have Curry on the floor, number one, because who are you going to put in? Podziemski? Gary Payton II got hurt early in the game because now he's looking injury-prone again. Buddy Hield you're not putting in the game. So Curry's in, yes, because they have no timeouts, but also they don't have any better options. There's no better options than who you saw down the stretch of that game. And the Warriors, I think that's why, again, the roster to me is right now the biggest issue. It's not Kerr. It's not Curry. It's not even Draymond. I don't think it's Kuminga. It's all of them. And they're not good enough or talented enough to win consistently. And again, it's like, last night I didn't think Kuminga was very good, but he was awesome on Monday. He had 26 points off the bench. He was the reason why they were in a big spot to potentially beat the Pacers. Is he going to be the reason that they're in the game on Friday against the Clippers? I don't know. Is Curry going to have another 38-point performance on Friday against the Clippers like he did on Christmas? I don't know. I don't know what is the most consistent part of this basketball team besides their inconsistency.
It's, after Steph, it's probably Wiggins, and then who can you really count on? And
I think that's also why they went and got Schroeder. Is like, at least he's a player, that's in his early 30s. Yeah, it's his 12th year in the league, but he's on the tail end of his prime. He's consistent enough to know what you're going to get. He hasn't shot the ball very well, and he makes them small in their backcourt, but he's more consistent than someone like Pods. He's more consistent than Kuminga. It's Kerr, I think last night was all short of just pleading for something else to throw on the floor, because it's like, I've heard the word combination.
Yep.
Just an ungodly amount of time for the better part of a year and a half. And it's like, we're searching for the right combinations. That's all he has to say, because there's no other answer that right now he has at his disposal. And has he been great at pushing the proper buttons? Not necessarily, but if you don't have the right combinations, I don't really know what you're supposed to do with them.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The one thing that I'm kind of done with a little bit, or I'm ready for a new way of thinking, is whenever Steve Kerr talks about combinations and Draymond Green's name comes up, he always talks about, we don't want to use Draymond too much at the 5, but if we use him at the 4 and then we're playing with Looney, we don't have that's not a lot of scoring. Why are we continuing to cater in a way to Draymond Green? If you know what I mean. Like, why does it all hinge on him, and how it feels like every combination has to start and end with Draymond, because he's the guy who, no matter what, is going to have to be playing when it really matters. And I just don't, I think we're past that point right now. And I get it. He still is effective at times defensively, but offensively, he is absolutely no factor. And he's not a threat offensively. I mean, what's the shot in the NBA that everybody wants to take every single possession if they could? It's a corner 3. And they let Draymond Green shoot 3 or 4 of them in the first half, because they don't think he can make enough of them to make them pay. And they're right. And that's a big problem too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to May in Florida. What's up, May? How you doing?
Hi, guys. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you all. I'm hoping you all stay safe and everything that's going on around here in the world and things. But I want to share and talk about, I've been listening to different callers calling in, and I've been listening to y'all and talking about the team and the players and, whatever. And I just heard you said a few minutes ago, Steiny, about putting Draymond in there. And, players go in and out. That's the coach's job. See, we're not talking about Steve that much. And I was listening to whatever the time that we won, starting out from the beginning, how we were at the top. And we had to look at a lot of plays. Steve likes to run small ball. We don't have any size of players on the floor. It's just like almost in crunch time. I heard y'all talking about the last play of the game last night, when Reeves, because I was watching the game, because I'm a Warriors fan since Mark Jackson, when he got ready to leave out. I was been there since of that.
All right.
But it's the point of it. We need a center. We have a center. that's on the G League. His name is Quentin Post. Regardless if he's young or not, until he gets some experience, you have to put a player out there. And he cannot protect and help us if he's on the G League. Draymond, that's when you alleviate Draymond. If you put somebody in that position, then Draymond won't be in that position. But a lot of players are playing in positions that don't need to be in certain positions. You got power forwards trying to play this, that, and whatever. But that starts with the coach. So everybody's not talking about that. It's the plays that he's running and putting people in. What's his name wasn't there. He got suspended from what I'm hearing. Slow-mo. I don't know what's going on with that. Or whatever. He didn't play Moody. You got to give people a chance to try to play. Everybody's not going to play perfect every night. There's no system set up for everybody because we're human. But it's a thing that Steve Kerr is running. Look from all the years back, how all it's been doing the same way. Remember, years ago, about 2 to 3 years ago, we've been falling in that same category. We need a center. We don't play with the center. They were trying to guard LeBron last night. Little bitty people trying to guard all these big people. You can't guard. You all these guards you had on the floor at closing. You needed some height. TJD, okay, he was going to be a closer. That's what Steve Kerr said. He was on the bench. He should have been there where Kuminga was at. He should have been right at the basket to be able to try to block what Wiggins was trying to do when he was guarding him. He didn't have that. So you got to start looking at the plays Steve is running.
Appreciate it, May. I got you. I mean, he put Looney in on the last possession for Buddy Hield, and I'm sure Steve Kerr will tell you that in a situation like that, I'm going to go with Looney defensively because I trust him more than Trace Jackson Davis. So they had their biggest guy in there, their second biggest guy in there, but no, you're right. It didn't feel like they had any rim protection after Reeves got by Wiggins.
Well, it's also because you had to put probably your smartest defender, Draymond, on LeBron, who is out beyond the three-point line. So Draymond's not in the key. Like, I think if Draymond is on Hachimura, whoever Kuminga was guarding, he probably recognizes what's going on. He turns and can make a contest, but you need him on LeBron. You know, it's, again, they're a play away, and that's what sucks. But, you know, I'm beginning to wonder how the hell Steve Kerr won 12 games in 15. Like, I'm beginning to wonder how he won 12 games against, you know, not great competition, but with this kind of roster, because I do think that Curry's knees have something to do with it. I don't think he was obviously fresher at the beginning of the season. I think Draymond was fresher at the beginning of the season. And to be fair, I think the reason why, Steiny, to go back to your priority comment, it's at the end of last year, they were best defensively when Draymond was alongside Trace Jackson Davis. And I think that's what they came into this year with, an assumption that he was going to continue to be that player. What we're seeing is he's not. And he doesn't help you offensively, but I don't know if he's the facilitator that he used to be. And when he's not facilitating offensively, that to me was always his biggest advantage is, well, he could get Steph open. He could help other players. But he needs offensive threats around him, I think, to be the best version of himself. And either Trace Jackson Davis is there, and that's not a guy that's going to draw attention. Sometimes he plays with GP2, who can't shoot the ball. Pods is a connector. They have too many connectors.
Yep.
And that's not going to help you score what you need to, which last night was 116 points. They couldn't get it.
Well, and I don't doubt for a minute that their best defensive lineup may be Draymond Green with Trace Jackson Davis.
It's not their best offensive lineup, though.
Not even close. I mean, right now, and it's going to sound like an insult, and maybe it is, but to me, the best thing right now, like the best thing Draymond used to do on offense was be able to find Curry and take advantage of Curry's offensive skill set by thinking a play ahead. You know what he does? You know what's the best attribute right now to me is his screen setting for Steph. That's now superseded him as a passer. It's his ability to, in a way, set a nice, discreet, moving screen that gets Steph the the extra space he needs. The shot in the corner.
Yeah, the one he did with 12 seconds.
I mean, Draymond just essentially held off two guys. And if he doesn't do that, Steph probably can't get the shot off. But other than that, they don't have enough offensive players. I just don't think they do. They have too many guys who absolutely don't have to be guarded if they're further out than 15 feet on the floor. Draymond Green doesn't have to be guarded. Looney doesn't have to be guarded. Payton doesn't have to be guarded. Anderson doesn't have to be guarded. He didn't play last night. Jackson Davis, no. Pods does not have to be guarded. And I get it. Oh, Pods over the last 9 games is shooting 53% from 3. Okay. But that alone, a hot stretch doesn't alone get you guarded in the NBA. And teams are packing it in. The other thing is, LeBron was great last night. I thought LeBron was phenomenal last night for essentially that entire game. And that's the other thing. Lakers are playing without Anthony Davis. And you got beat. And I heard a lot of people call in today about, down the stretch we can't win games and we're losing a lot of close games. I view last night's game a little different. I view that game as the Lakers had control of that game. And if not for a ridiculous flurry at the end by the Warriors, the Lakers probably win that game by 7, 8, 10 points. I'm not taking anything away from what the Warriors did to make it close, but I don't look at that as, oh God, they lost another clutch game. I mean, they were down 10 and they made an improbable run, but they never had a possession where they could have, won the game essentially.
I was impressed with the fight that they showed down the stretch of the game. And I know no one wants to hear that because they've lost 11 of 14, but if anything, if there was, a bright spot to me, it's that Curry called them out clearly before the game, where he called out the team, and himself included, and he responded the way that he did. I thought the team, again, put themselves in a position to win the game. They just couldn't get over the hump. And so, I don't know, maybe the players-only meeting does spark something with this team. It's just, to me, it's a bit bigger than the effort or the fight or, it's... sometimes they look too old. Sometimes they look too young. Last night, I thought they looked too young. Last night, I thought that their inexperience showed. Their younger players in particular did not play very well. And Kerr might have been too trusting of the younger players last night. On Monday, he was too rigid with some of his older players because I thought they looked too old on Monday. And that's where I think you're spot on, Steiny. It just feels like they're kind of stuck. And that's why I do think that they need to make a trade. By the way, it was reported in the last hour that Pat Riley does not want to trade Jimmy Butler. He addressed the rumors with Miami media and basically said, we're not trading Jimmy. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. But it means that if Jimmy Butler's off the board, I think that they have to make a trade. But I don't think it's going to be for the running mate that everyone assumes Curry can just go get. Like, let's take the Lakers. And I know we got to hit a break here in a sec, but LeBron James has quote-unquote help. Like, I think Anthony Davis at this stage in his career is a better basketball player than LeBron James. Maybe not on every night, but consistently he's been better. He's been their best player this year. They're still a play-in team, or they're still a borderline play-in team. Like, how much help does Curry need? Because I think LeBron has reason to believe he has help, and that team still hasn't gone very far whatsoever.
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Chucky D, Daryl, Tom, Mike. We'll get to you all on the other side. And the one thing I was thinking about is everybody talks about Kerr's rotations. What is their best lineup? What's their best lineup? And I think what I'm getting at, and I'll talk about it on the other side, is that's, to me, one of their biggest issues. What even is their best lineup? Download the Odyssey app, and it's free. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. Hope everybody had a great Christmas.
I see you did.
What was your best gift?
All right, so back in the day, you always, you want, I don't know, maybe when you're a kid, you want a toy.
Sure.
Or, I don't know,
still
video
like
games
toys.
or board games or puzzles, a seeing eye.
Mm-hmm.
Boxers and wool socks are my favorite gifts every single year because you always need them. And I got to say, I'm wearing wool socks right now. There's nothing more comfy in the wintertime than wool socks. I think that was my favorite gift.
Well, you're clearly very easy to buy for then.
Yeah, I literally told my dad I need boxers and wool socks, and he came up big.
Did he?
Yeah.
I got my.
You wearing them?
Yeah, these are new glasses. They're called progressives. I'm having trouble getting used to them, to tell you the truth.
What do you mean? People on YouTube, Steiny's wearing these kind of big frames.
Yeah,
it's
that's the look now, apparently.
What, big frames?
Yeah, that's what my kids are telling me. But I got my...
you look younger.
Do I really?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. I got my Curry jersey framed. Well, I didn't, but that was the gift. So I got a Curry jersey on my birthday, and then it was put in a frame for Christmas.
And why is it framed? Why is it so special?
Well, because I'm going to put it up in my man cave, probably.
Well, but because Curry signed it.
Yeah, sure. By the way, I was looking at
it's an autographed jersey, personalized.
I was looking at his autograph. It doesn't look like Steph Curry at all. It's penmanship, shaky, very shaky.
I always wondered, I think athletes, they have to work on their signature, right? You have to sign a bunch of stuff. Some of them still just never quite get it.
No.
I actually think Anthony Davis has a really nice signature.
Oh.
But I don't know why he has good penmanship. I mean, the LeBron James signature is whatever. Apparently Steph Curry, maybe the GOATs just don't have great signatures. Although the personalized, I think the font, the actual print,
yes.
You kind of wrote it italicized on your jersey. That was probably the coolest part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a point guard.
Nope. He's got a great sense of humor. Probably not these days, though, after last night. Let's hear Steve. I want to hear some Steve Kerr, because everybody's talking about rotations, and he addressed some of that last night. Substitution patterns. Steve Kerr, listen.
We wanted him to get a little longer run to start the game and start the third quarter, so we kept him out there. I talked to him before the game, and he liked it. He had volunteered to shift his rotation, a couple weeks ago, so we've been taking him out in the middle of every quarter over the last couple weeks. And I think the issue with that is he didn't really get into much of a groove early in the game because he was coming out so quickly. So we decided to give him the longer run to start the first and the third, and he looked great. Obviously, he found a good rhythm, and so we'll probably stay with this.
All right, that was Steve Kerr, obviously talking about Steph Curry, he'd really been breaking up his minutes in the first and third quarters, but he went with them longer.
Yeah, I think it's because he's not going to play on Friday. I think that's the next response is all right, how do we, again, if Curry's your best player, how do you get the best out of him? And what we're seeing is that if he plays every game and he's healthy,
right,
some nights he's going to have it, some nights he's not. And I think a big reason is because, he can't find a groove unless he plays for an extended period of time. I don't think Curry enjoyed his latest rotation adjustment. Last night you saw him play the first 10 minutes of the game, and I think he only took a 2-minute break between the first and the second quarter when he came back in. So clearly he wants to get into a groove, and that's better for the Warriors and all the rest. But that also means if you're going to play 35, 36 minutes, the only way to suppress the minute total is to build in more rest. And something Kerr said before the game was also, yes, they have to figure out because of league policy how to, kind of get around the load management rules, but they're going to do it.
Right.
I would be surprised if Curry plays both ends of a back-to-back for the remainder of the season.
And their first one comes up tomorrow, Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night they play the Clippers in L.A., and then they come home and play the Suns in Chase Center. And so we'll see. But there have been some hints that they may have to start resting Steph Curry more in order to give him a better chance to have games like last night. So to me, that's a that's one of those double-edged swords that I don't know how much it helps you. This is an interesting one from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line, and I think it's fair. I'm behind listening a little bit, but it's hard for Draymond to be a facilitator when he doesn't have anybody to facilitate for besides Curry. It's fair. But I think he locks in on Curry to such an extent that everything just kind of seems to bog down, and you got 5 defensive players all with their eyes on Draymond Green, who's just sitting there holding it, and everybody can kind of peek at Steph and kind of figure out what he's doing. And that's usually when the Warriors can be at their best, when the defense is kind of overplaying Steph, and then someone makes a slip cut and they're wide open. But we don't see as much of that anymore. And it's probably got to do with a lot of different things.
Well, and it doesn't look like he always, whether it's because the defense doesn't have to respect them. Like, there was a play last night where he's trying to drop it off to Kuminga on a back door, and like it got tipped and he turned it over. There was a play after Steph missed a 3 where Draymond just blatantly throws it like into Lacob's seats. I mean, so some of it, yes, is him having a siloed vision just for 30, but it's also there's not a ton of space right now for this team, and I think it's because the only player that's really a threat is Curry. I mean, Wiggins is shooting like 43% from three-point range. He's been really good this year, but I think people are probably still more afraid of him driving past you than being willing to give up a three-pointer, a contested 3.
Yeah, and there's something about Wiggins. What did he have last night? Probably 20, something like that.
21 and 10.
21 and 10.
21 and 12.
So he had a good game. I just feel like a lot of times his points just come in the flow, and he's got 7 after a quarter, and then he's got 9. I don't know. I'm looking for more impactful buckets from Wiggins, but again, maybe that's asking too much. I don't know. I don't know where this team is right now, other than needing a win very badly. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl's in San Jose. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, can you hear me? Merry Christmas, and I hope you guys are going to have a happy New Year.
Same to you.
Hey, I think the whole mission for me as a Warrior fan is getting that number 5 for Curry, especially for Curry. But Draymond's going to be there, I think. But I don't, from my standpoint of view, if the mission is to get number 5 for those guys, I don't mind Curry having load management, not scoring that many points, as long as they're working in the background to get like 3 bridges. If we can get 3 of those guys and a Vucevic, then we're good. We got to dump some people, though. In order to do that, Kuminga has to be a liability. Kuminga can't make his free throws if you do a pick and roll with him. So you got assets there that are not performing up to what we thought they were going to perform to. So let's try and get in some big wings, some guys who can shoot the ball, who can play defense, who can get out on that 3-point line and defend. Everybody we're playing has big guys that can shoot the 3.
Yes.
So we need to get bigger at the wings. Curry has 3 years. We're not going to do that in the next trade cycle, get 3 type of bridge guys or even possibly a Vucevic. So I'm willing to wait. That 5th one's going to be worth it. But what I'm saying is, and go ahead.
I think, go ahead. No, you go.
Okay, so that all I'm saying is, if we're trying to get a 5th, it's not going to happen in the next year, especially with the guys we got. And adding one more piece is not going to get it.
Appreciate the call. No, I got you, Daryl. Thank you very much. We got some other. No, you were right on the money. Right on the money.
Mission 5.
I mean, that's the problem.
You know what? One of my favorite movie series is ever, all time.
A movie series?
Yeah. Series of movies.
Rocky.
Well, yes, that is up there.
Okay.
Preferential to Creed, but Mission Impossible.
Oh, okay.
That's what Mission 5 sounds like to me. Mission impossible. For this season, and unless something drastically changes, next season also. I don't, unless the Warriors can find a way to turn all of these players into better versions of themselves, or to the caller's point, big men who can shoot, or wings that can spread the floor, and guys who can run. All of that sounds like something to me that's going to take time. And in all likelihood, it's time that Curry might not have. And that's the predicament that they're in, which is, and you can make the argument they put themselves in that position. You know, they haven't prepared accordingly. They've missed on draft picks. But as far as what to do now, just transforming Wiggins into a better wing, or transforming Looney into a stretch 5, or transforming Draymond into an athletic power forward. You know, transforming all these players is, I don't know how they do it, Steiny.
I don't either. And it feels like a lot of people think they're close, or closer than other people think. This is what I want to get into. 415 on the Comcast business text line. Every player on the Warriors' current roster is pretty much a one-trick pony. Nobody can play both ends of the court consistently. I'm looking at the Lakers. Like Hachimura, he had 18 last night. He's not even really a scorer, but he's competent. You look at, Max Christie comes off the bench, gives you 16. Reeves has a triple-double. Even Connect comes in and gets 13 points in 25 minutes. Who are the Warrior players who can do that? I mean, how do the Warriors get Curry with 30 and 3 other guys with 18 or more? And who are those players night to night? I mean, I guess theoretically it'd be Curry, Kuminga, Wiggins, and either Schroeder or Buddy Hield. But their offensive players aren't good enough defensively, and their defensive players aren't good enough offensively.
Yeah, I mean, they've regressed at the wrong times. I think Buddy Hield is a prime example of that. If he's not making threes, he doesn't help you. And you can tell he's searching also. I mean, he came into the game, I want to say the ball was in his hand for less than a second. I mean, when he touched the ball first time, it went up. And it's almost like that's a gauge of where he's at that night. If he can take the ball and just basically put it up and put it in his first shot or two, it's going to be a good night for Buddy. But if not, well, then he's unplayable. He's unplayable. And even if he's on the floor, it's like, I know that he has some gravity and he spaces the floor for others, and that's a benefit, but not if there's not enough other players that are threats. Like Buddy Hield has to be a threat because they don't have many other guys that can score. Pajemski is not someone I want shooting enough to score a lot. And even when he does make shots, it doesn't really impact what's going on. Schroeder is probably the player that has the best chance, I think, to really add to what they can do offensively. But and Draymond said it, and this is why I wasn't big on Schroeder to begin with. It's because he plays at a different pace than they do. What he does is not what the Warriors do. The ball needs to slow down. The ball doesn't move. He doesn't really play with pace or in transition. He needs to play his game. And I think they found something between him and Trace Jackson-Davis. Like, I actually think that Schroeder and TJD are a nice pick-and-roll combination. But when Curry's on the floor alongside them, when Wiggins is out there, when Kuminga's out there, they're all just standing around watching him do whatever he wants to do. And if he's not making his shots, then I'm not really sure how he helps them. So, Curry needs help. There's no doubt about that. But I don't really see where else they can go besides externally, because the answers don't appear to be on this roster.
They don't. They absolutely don't. Let's go to Chucky D. Chucky D is in Concord. What's going on, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, Matt. How you been? Merry Christmas.
Same to you.
To you and the folks. I just keep harping on this one thing, and I feel Steve Kerr really, other than the those earlier time when he came in, he had a ready-made team. He shows that, he could coach. But I think they gave him too much credit about his coaching. He had a good team, a great team, actually, from Mark Jackson. So he run with that, and it paid dividends for him. But now that part is on the downswing, you're seeing a different side of Steve Kerr that is coming to head. I just don't believe in his coaching that much, unless he has quality people with him. And right now he doesn't have it, so he's also searching.
I agree.
The players, he's staying with the small ball. That's killing me. He every big guy that shows up, he find a reason why they can't play. Post, I mean, the guy can't get better if you don't play him, and he doesn't want to sacrifice any of that. And all the great players he's got on the team, you can't go 12-man on a team. You just can't. I mean, and he's harping, we're going to play 12 guys. No, you can't pay 12 guys.
Appreciate it.
I mean, you have to find a rotation that's going to work for you. And Steve Kerr just don't have that. He doesn't have any confidence. One night he has one guy in and the guy's doing great. Guess what? Next night he takes him out.
Well, that's and Chucky, listen to Steve Kerr. This to me is like Kerr knows. I think Kerr would agree with the fans that he's trying a million different things just to see.
In fairness to our guys, we've been all over the map this year, rotation-wise. I've had a million different starting lineups. Guys are in and out of certain roles, rotations. I'm well aware of that. And that's hard as a player to not know, how many minutes you're going to get, what minutes you're going to get. The reality is we're searching. We've lost 11 of 14 games. And, I don't feel like this is a roster where you just say, all right, here are our top 8 guys or top 9 guys. We just play those guys. Our roster is really deep, and we've got a lot of guys who can play. And every game calls for something different. That's the issue. We've got there's certain games we need more shooting. There's certain games we need more defense. And so we've got a lot of guys who can play, but it's been difficult, to develop consistent rotations and lineup combos. And I think it has not been easy for the guys, but, we'll keep plugging away.
Well, that's the thing. I don't see that changing, of going game to game and trying to figure out what you need that game. And obviously, if you feel like you need some defense, there's some guys you can go to that give you more of a chance at that end of the floor than the other. But if you need offense, then there are other guys you want to play before the defensive type players. So I don't see that necessarily going away unless, quite frankly, he either makes a decision that, I don't know, Kyle Anderson, you're not in the rotation right now. Or some guys get, now maybe Gary Payton's going to miss some games. See, that's the other thing, too, is they have had guys just miss games here and there, and then it limits what Kerr can do. He plays the guys who are available. Then the other guys come back, and now he doesn't really have anything to hang his hat on in terms of a rotation.
No, I mean, I think he is trying to shorten the rotation because the idea of playing 12 or 13, it hasn't worked lately, or it hasn't worked against the better opponents that they've played, which, again, to be fair, they haven't, you pointed this out before the show, they haven't played a bad team in, over a month now, really. Right. And I know they lost to San Antonio, they lost to Brooklyn, which is how this whole thing started, but even the Pacers, who are below 500, won 4 games going in. The Lakers, I think, had won 3 of 4 and 4 of 6 going in. So they've played good teams, and eventually their schedule is going to soften. But I think it has exposed the weaknesses of this roster. Like this month of December, which we knew was going to be a bear, has exposed the Warriors' lack of talent and lack of big boy players that Kerr can clearly trust in a situation in which he needs. You asked the question before the break, and I think it's a good one. Who's the best 5-man lineup for Kerr to use? Because I think last night, this stretch has really highlighted to me, like, I don't think he knows who his best 8 guys are. And this is point blank. The best 5-man lineup for the Warriors this year has been Curry, Melton, Kuminga, Wiggins, Draymond. So obviously you can't have that 5 because Melton's out for the season.
Right.
Beyond that, who do you think is the next best 5-man lineup that the Warriors have put out on the floor this season?
Oh, boy.
I'll give you a hint. Curry's in it.
Right. Well, the lineup I made that I think's maybe the one I'd start going with is Curry, Schroeder, Wiggins, Kuminga, Trace Jackson Davis, and bring Draymond off the bench. But I look at this team and I don't see it as a rotation, substitution. This guy needs to play more, that guy needs to play less. And if we could button that up, all of a sudden we're a better team. But go ahead. Who is it?
Well, no. So the combination that's played the most together is Curry, Buddy Hield, Kuminga, Draymond, Gary Payton II.
Oh my gosh.
That's been their best 5-man lineup that's played the most together. The one after that involves Lindy Waters III, who's now been buried.
Right.
And I think I don't have a problem with that because I didn't think that Lindy, when he was playing big minutes, was necessarily helping more than he was hurting. But it's that back and forth of like, well, here's what the analytics say our best 5-man lineup is, but the eye test is clearly telling us something different. Like in a perfect world, I think that's why they got Schroeder. It's like, well, our best 5-man lineup was, 3 small forwards, Curry and Melton. So we'll just plug Schroeder in that Melton spot and we'll have the same thing. Well, that hasn't been the case so far. And I think they have to still continue to try it, but if Curry has an off night, well, that lineup's going to suffer. If Draymond has an off night, that lineup's going to suffer. If Kuminga's not the same that he was, like they right now, the moving pieces just don't appear to be producing any consistency, and that's why I think Kerr does not escape criticism because he sounds like a head coach that doesn't have any answers, and that's your job, is to have answers and to win games. But what I heard from him last night is him basically just on hands and knees begging the front office to bring in some fresh blood, to bring in somebody. And not even necessarily somebody that's a superstar or a big-name player, but just someone that he can trust and that can give extended rope to without having to second-guess himself. I think he is second-guessing everything that he does right now.
I don't disagree with that.
And that's how you lose games.
And I think I agree, and that's what that whole soundbite was about. When you say it's been hard on the players, that's Kerr's way of saying, I know that I haven't found consistent roles for everybody, even though we're a third of the way through the season. So I think, like, the one thing that I'm wondering if they can change is kind of just the dynamic of the team. They just feel stale right now, and they felt stale for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and they've gotten a couple wins in that period of time, but I think they need some kind of dynamic change, not necessarily a monster trade, but just, I don't know, push around some roles and take more of a burden off certain players and give it to somebody who may be coming in here. But I just look at the way they're playing and how they're relying on Steph and then what they want from other players in terms of sprinkling them in, but knowing that Draymond's still got to play 28 or 30 minutes. They just haven't figured out any lineup that's good on both ends of the floor. All right, we got full lines, and I'm going to get to you all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. bro.
See, people don't think you're hip.
Warriors, well, they may self-destruct in 5 seconds. Wasn't it 5 seconds that the tape was going to? That's the old Mission Impossible, not Tom Cruise.
Well, there's like 8 of them.
Yeah, like most things, Evan, and you came around on this. It used to be better a long time ago.
I haven't come around on that yet. Although the more I age, the more I guess understand where you're coming from. Wait, so there was an original Mission Impossible before Mission Impossible?
Yeah, it was a series on television.
Oh, that's where it's from.
Yeah. Yep. I want to say Peter Graves was the actor. I may be wrong.
Was it in that sports magazine from
No, I didn't see that.
That Spadoni brought in earlier?
No, I didn't see that. But that was right up my alley, even though it was before I was born.
You like Tom Cruise, right? You seem like more of a risky business guy.
Not really. I don't like him.
What?
I don't like Tom Cruise.
Why?
He's too full of himself.
Scientology?
Well, he's very arrogant. A little bit aloof. Good actor. Solid, but
Well, I didn't say you had to like the guy. I mean, I don't like I don't know who Robert Redford is as a person, but
he's a good guy.
I like Sundance.
Very humble. Like one of the best looking guys on planet Earth, but you wouldn't know it. That's Robert Redford. Mm-hmm.
Well, I do know that he's a good looking guy.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
Like Tom Cruise knows he's a good looking guy and he acts like it. Robert Redford's more.
Is it because he's from a different time when things were better?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got you.
Let's go to Tom in Sonoma to start us off this segment talking about the Warriors. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. How you guys doing? Happy holidays, man.
Same to you.
You too.
So, inconsistency. We have an inconsistent lineup. We've had an inconsistent lineup for 2.5 years. We cannot. We're the only NBA team that doesn't have a consistent lineup, which hurts us. The interview that you did with Kerr is disturbing to me because he said it right there. Why don't you play these players for 5 games and give them a chance to get some consistency, please? Okay. He also said that really is disturbing to me in that interview. He can't see players that are hot for the moment, which is crazy to me, man. I can see players that are hot and I can see players that are not. So the other thing I'm going to say is this is a tough one for me. If we don't do a good trade this year, we are in trouble for many, many years. It is time to trade Draymond Green with Paz and Moody and get a center and get a wing. Because if we don't, we're going to be the Chicago Bulls, never winning a championship for a long time. Thank you, guys. Have a happy holidays.
Same to you, Tom. Appreciate the call.
Oh, or you become the Golden State Warriors before Steph Curry got here.
You know, the one thing I was thinking, too, about I was thinking about this during the last break. Okay, so the Warriors are 15-14, which projects out to, 43-39, let's say. And, I thought if this team achieved what it could achieve, maybe they're a 48-win team. So we're only a couple games behind that pace. But to me, and people might not like this, but they're 15-14. And to me, one of the big reasons that I thought they would be better is because I thought Steph and Draymond would be better than they've been the first 29 games of the year. I didn't see Steph dropping from 26 to 22. I didn't see Steph taking 3 less shots a game, even though his playing time's pretty similar. I'm seeing Steph Curry having to do too much. I'm seeing Draymond Green playing too much. And Draymond Green is bringing it in spurts. But he used to be a guy who brought it for long stretches at a time. And so you have your 2 most impactful players, and they're not as good as they were last year. And their young players haven't stepped up. Notably, Pods, Kuminga. I think Trace Jackson-Davis has been okay, but Moody's been missing MIA kind of this year. And a lot of people are talking about Moody. And listen, I'm all for it too. Tom just said, why don't you just go with an 8 or 9 man rotation, pick out 8 or 9 and use it 5 games in a row. you know what? I'm not necessarily against that, but I'm also not naive enough to think that the majority of these problems are solvable with tweaks to the rotation. Like, I think it's beyond that.
I agree. And the reason is we have a pretty large sample size at this point. You know, it's been almost 30 games.
Yep.
So we've seen the peak and where this team can play at, and we've seen the valley, which is where they're at right now. And that's why Curry is calling out the team or talking to the team. Like, I don't necessarily think that the tenor of his players only meeting was screaming or saying this guy's that or this guy's that. I think it's a shot across the bow to everyone on that team that if you don't figure this out, you're going to miss the playoffs. You are going to be a sub-500 basketball team, which by the end of the weekend, potentially they could be.
Right.
If you lose 2 more games, you are below 500. And that is just a wild place from where we were even a month ago. And I think Curry is also, you know, he understands where he's at, where his body's at, what he can do some nights like last night, what he isn't going to be able to do some nights like on Monday or last Thursday. I think he's also asking for help, like from his team, because that's who he is and that's all he can do. Meanwhile, Kerr is, I think, asking for help from the front office.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad way to put it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's check in and let's go to Atco in Oakland. What's up, Atco? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, so I got a potential trade. I got 2 potential trades, and it works in the trade machine also. So Draymond Green, GP2, and JK to the Nets for Dorian Finney-Smith and Cam Johnson. And, I mean, GP2 is expiring, and they're not paying JK anyway. And my second trade is Valanciunas and for Looney. That money also works. I would do both of those trades. And also I want to say, Steiner, you my favorite host. I miss talking to you on YouTube, and Matt should turn the chat back on. Thank you, guys.
The chat was on.
Yeah, so
apparently, back off again.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know how to turn it back on.
I don't either. I wish I did. I'm a younger person, but I don't know how. Apparently, they turned it on for the Doobie Awards or something.
Yeah, and
I thought it was back. You know what? That's neither here nor there.
I'll make a commitment to the listeners, and I'll see if I can get to the bottom of it.
We're gonna find out how much pull Steiny actually has.
Oh, I'll make a call.
Players only meeting?
No, just a one-on-one with the boss.
Thank you, guys.
You know, I don't want to say this because I'm kind of like Steph. I get consulted a lot about
Old
the
and
future of the Odyssey franchise, but I don't. We keep that in-house.
Well, you might have to make a trade.
Maybe. Let's go to Mel. Mel's in Moraga. What's up, Mel? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Happy holidays. Love this show.
Thank you.
Steiny, I'm about your age. So, yeah, Peter Graves is the guy from Mission Impossible.
Nice.
And I also hate progressives. So you got to get off those progressives.
Okay.
Those are tough, man.
All right.
So specifically, and also basketball related, I'm old school. I don't like the fact that the NBA now is about 70% three-point shooting, but it is.
Yep.
And the Warriors' problems, lineup changes, inconsistencies, I think, are Kerr trying to find a three-point shooter amongst his group. And we end up watching Draymond Green go 0 for 4 last night. We continue to see Kuminga, who is the greatest athlete I've ever seen, launch three-pointers, and he can't shoot them. If he doesn't start cutting to the basket and people passing him for dunks more, I'm going to lose my mind. But they need a three-point shooter. I don't think they need a major star, which they can't get anyway just because of contracts. But if you can get a three-point shooter, look at the start of the season, Hield looked unbelievable, and we won a bunch of games. The schedule was a little lighter. But hitting those threes again in this NBA is a must. And not only is Steph not hitting threes and playing at his best, they're just looking. I mean, Lindy Waters looked like he might hit a couple. Nope, scratch. Pazinski, no, scratch. So I don't know if you go out and get a mid-level guy that can just bang some threes to get guys off of Steph. They're double, triple teaming them. Anyway, I've gone on long enough, but I think it stems right back to finding a three-point shooter.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Mel. I don't think they're a good three-point shooting team.
They're not. I mean, all right, so league average from three this year is 36%.
Okay.
How many players on the Warriors do you think shoot above 36%?
I'd say 4.
Technically 5, including Melton. But
all right.
Wiggins, Curry, Buddy Hield, and Draymond Green. And
Draymond's still over 40?
36. I said no.
Oh, over 36. Right, right. Gotcha.
They only have 4 players that are shooting above league average, and one of them isn't even guarded.
Right.
Moses Moody's at 36%, so he's right at league average. I mean, and that might be my only argument for why Moody needs to play more, is at least he might be able to shoot it a little bit better. Lindy Waters, who's I think is a good player, two-way guy, came from OKC's G League system, 35.5%. Kuminga shooting 32%. Podziemski shooting 29%. Schroeder, even so far as a Warrior, shooting 23%. GP2, I don't even need to get into that realm. They don't have guys that can consistently make threes. And even when they do, like last night, they made 40% of their threes. Those players can't defend at a high enough level to keep them from stopping a team like Los Angeles from getting what they want. So it's, again, it's like they have a lot of specialists. They have players that can do one thing or do another thing, but not really do both.
Well, exactly. They have too many one-way players, is one way to put it. What kind of year you think Kuminga's having?
I think he's been fine. I mean, honestly, that is, all right, if I was to ask you, like, the biggest piece of the roster the Warriors need to find clarity on, what would it be? Because for me, I think it's Kuminga.
Well, they got to figure out what he is. And here's the thing, and I don't know if this has anything to do with the contract situation. Obviously, he didn't get paid this offseason, but he's essentially playing the same as he played last year in terms of playing time. He's averaging a point less. He's shooting 9 percentage points worse from the field. Last year, he shot 53% from the field. He's at 44. His three-point shooting is still at 32, even though he's taken 1.5 more three-pointers per game. His free throw shooting is down in a monster way from 75 to 61. His rebounding is the same. His assists are the same. The numbers say Kuminga's not having a good year. And I don't think there's anybody else to blame except Kuminga. He's playing 26 minutes a night. And I get it, 10 have started and 19 he's come off the bench. But who on this team right now is having a better year than last year? I'd contend Wiggins, but
hard not to.
I don't know who else. Steph, no. Draymond, no. Kuminga, no. Pods, no. Buddy Hield obviously wasn't on the Warriors last year. Got a good start, but hasn't been, let's say, good the last 14 to 16 games. So they're quietly kind of like the Niners in that you go up and down the roster and you're saying, well, nobody's really playing up to their capabilities.
Well, that's why I think that Kuminga is the player that I would like to get clarity about. And the clarity isn't necessarily what he's going to be. Like, he's a flawed player. There's no doubt about that. And this year, I think we've seen some weaknesses in his game, but he's only 22. The reason I want clarity on Kuminga is because the Warriors have to decide if they're going to pay him or not. If they don't want to pay him, you have to move him, because the last thing that I think they can afford at this point is getting nothing for a young player. And I'm not saying that Kuminga is going to help you fetch, if he was available, apparently he's not, but a Jimmy Butler level player. I don't know, maybe it's kind of an ISO scorer like Brandon Ingram. Maybe it is a Vucevic, who's a 34 going on 35-year-old center. Maybe it's a shot blocker. Maybe it's a three-point specialist like our caller is clamoring for. But if they're not going to pay him, then they have to get something from him. And that's why I think clarity on him, it might be the most important thing to me about this team, because he's their only realistic avenue to fetch a player that can help you. And if you actually do believe in him, then I think you have to be able to live with performances like last night, which is on Monday, he was really good. Right. And last night, he might have made the defensive choice or didn't make the defensive decision that cost you the game. But you have to live with that if you are going to lean into him. And I mean, the biggest problem with the Warriors is their older players have regressed, but their younger players haven't gotten any better. I mean, you can make the case that Kuminga is at the same place he was last year, and they were expecting him to take a big leap. They were expecting Podziemski to take a big leap, and maybe that was fool's gold, but that's what I think the ceiling of this season right now is relying upon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the Warriors right now, and they're in a world of hurt. So they're 3-11 over their last 14. I wonder, this may be one of their worst 14, 15-game stretches in a few years.
I can't recall many stretches just off the top of my head that Curry has been involved in. And yes, he hasn't been great in all the games, but I think that might be also another reason that he wanted to talk to the team. It's this is foreign territory for Curry. Losing 11 games in a 14-game stretch for him, I think just off the top of my head, I think you might have to go back to the 2020 season, the last time that happened to the Warriors, and obviously he wasn't on the team.
Right.
He was hurt.
Yeah. I'm also looking at Kuminga, and this worries me about a young player is he's getting more shots in the same amount of time, but he's gotten less efficient. He only took 11.5 shots a game last year in 26 minutes. This year he's taken 13, and his percentage is down 9 points.
Sometimes drastic.
Yeah, sometimes when you ask a player to step up, their efficiency comes down a little bit. And I think that's another thing we're seeing with Jonathan Kuminga. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hope you had a great Christmas.
Yeah, same to you.
Right on. So I feel like we've seen what we're going to see from Kuminga. And I think the more that people talk about it, the more I realize Kuminga is who he is. I don't see him leading this Warrior team when Steph Curry's gone. So I see him as a great trade piece. And I think to free up some of the three-point issues the Warriors are having, you really got to go get a center, or maybe just don't worry about looking for a trade this year, because Curry's got a few years left in him. You don't have to press and try and make a trade that doesn't make sense. But a center would probably take some pressure off Curry and some of the other guys who are trying to throw up those three-point shots and press, because teams are daring the Warriors to shoot those three-point shots because they know there's nobody in the middle. And so if you watch those games, you'll see all these teams, all these guys that they're playing, the other teams, the other players are coming up onto the three-point line and guarding Curry and guarding Hield and guarding all these guys that are trying to hit three-pointers, Wiggins. They're not respecting the Warriors in the middle, and there's a good reason. There's nobody in the middle to respect. So when you get somebody in the middle who can help, I think that frees up a little bit of space for Curry, Hield, Wiggins, some other players. Maybe, those are only three guys I really trust to shoot a three at all anyway right now. And yeah, they're hurting, but I think the center is the place you got to go, or maybe you don't make a move. The moves aren't out there, obviously, right now. Otherwise, they would have made it already. So I kind of feel like that's the position you're going to try and make a move for. I don't think you need another three-point shooter on this team. And the question I have for you guys, and I'll take it off the air if you don't have time, but it's kind of curious to me how the ball movement was happening so well in the beginning of the season, and it's just, you see the Warriors break down when the ball movement isn't there, which is what Kerr's offense is all about. These guys can do it, but they're not doing it on a nightly basis, which tells me it's not a talent issue. more than it is like a mental acuity kind of an issue with some of these guys. And so they'll never maybe get there to be able to run that offense the way Kerr really wants it. But they've done it before. So it's a matter of consistency, like you guys were saying earlier.
Yeah, and that's something you got to try to live with young players. Young players aren't as consistent.
By the way, they had a 16-game stretch last season and that was the first road trip they hit. Remember if they started like 6-2?
Yes.
They lost 12 games in 16.
What was their record at their lowest point then there?
That's when they fell from the top of the table to like the 12 seed range. Like they spent more days of the calendar year last year outside of the playoffs than as a top 8 seed. So, I mean, that's where they were most of last year. And I think that's again, like they've been able to hold off on being in that area because they started so hot this year. But now that I think about it more, that to me is why Curry talked before the Christmas game, is that he's sensing that this is starting to feel like last year. And not just because they're losing close games, but because they're playing for about a month bad basketball. And he doesn't want to let that happen again. I'm just not sure he is going to be able to do anything about it.
I mean, I'm looking, the other thing about Steph, and I'm just looking at some of these games, his shooting games, and this is over the last 12 games. These are some of his shooting games. He's had some really good ones, but he's had a 5 for 16, an 8 for 21, an 8 for 23, a 6 for 17, an 0 for 7, a 2 for 13. I mean, those games are just popping into his game log more and more. And those games that he doesn't shoot well, it feels like you don't have any chance. And then even when he does shoot well, it doesn't feel like those games are automatic wins, which they used to be. So, like, I know a lot of people say, get Steph help. Steph needs help. And I agree, he does need help. But he's got to take some responsibility also. And to me, the biggest thing is this organization has to realize that if they continue to go down this road with Steph playing 34, 35 minutes and you're relying on him like they rely on him, I think more and more you're going to get the results that they got last night. Like, individuals can win a few games in the NBA, but teams win games consistently. And right now, as great as Steph can be in late in games, apparently they've been digging themselves too big a hole over the first 45 minutes that even some of his flurries don't result in a win.
I think the Lakers are exhibit A of a team being better than the individual. Like the Lakers are made of big names, but the Lakers have been successful early in the season. And yes, they haven't beaten a ton of big opponents, but I think they beat Memphis last week, who's a good team, obviously. It's been when Connect's been playing well, when Reeves has been playing well. It hasn't, like when Anthony Davis and LeBron James have it going, they don't win when just LeBron is on the floor. Like something that I didn't realize, but like to your point, one player can't do it all. You know that LeBron James, when Anthony Davis isn't on the floor this year, is a minus 12 per 100 possessions? Like LeBron James just by himself has a plus minus of negative 107. That's second worst among qualified players in the NBA. And LeBron James is still a damn good basketball player. But not even he, LeBron James, arguably the greatest player of all time, at the advanced age that he is, can will a team to victory. In fact, that is the wrong course of action and has been proven so far with the start to their season that when they rely on him the most, that's when they lose. And Curry right now, yes, he needs some help, but he also, last night to me is not evidence that he can still do it by himself. I mean, I don't think the Warriors are better when he tries to do it by himself. The issue is that he doesn't have anybody, I think, that he either trusts or that he can consistently rely upon to kind of take and alleviate that load.
925 on the Comcast Business text line. Curry's not happy. You could see he was even dejected after the game-tying shot. I don't know about dejected, but he certainly knew that he hadn't just won the game with that shot. And he certainly knew that he didn't lock up an overtime. I kind of agree. I expected a little more excitement out of him, particularly because they were down, 9 with felt like 2.5 minutes left. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We also have to take a look at one thing we maybe have omitted in that 12-3 start that maybe puts what's happening lately into perspective. I'll talk to you about that on the other side. In the meantime, I see we still got a lot of calls. I'll get to you all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Celebrating yeah. Lakers beat them last night, 115-113, despite Steph Curry's big flurry in the fourth quarter, particularly the last 4 minutes. It wasn't enough. And a lot of people are wondering how a team goes from 12-3 to start the season to 15-14. Where do you put this in? And I don't like to do it, but I think sometimes you have to.
What?
Let's take a look at some of their wins.
Oh, boy.
Portland, Utah.
Well, Portland's feisty.
Washington, Atlanta.
Yeah.
And the Pelicans.
Hawks got
3 times.
some big wins.
3 times.
For the Pelicans.
Yeah, I guess, the Hawks aren't terrible, but they've run into good teams the last 3-4 weeks, and they haven't been able to get over the hump consistently.
Well, they got wins against Boston.
Somebody was missing in that game, weren't they?
Yeah, Jaylen Brown and Kristaps Porzingis. They beat Oklahoma City.
No Chet Holmgren.
Or Isaiah Hartenstein. They beat Dallas.
Somebody was missing in that game, too, I believe. Kyrie? Was it Kyrie?
No, Kyrie played in that game. It was...
Well, if it wasn't Luka or Kyrie.
Actually, I want to say they beat Dallas at relative full strength.
They may have.
But of course, Clay was compromised. It was an emotional night. They beat Memphis.
Without Ja.
Yeah. They beat Houston.
They did. They
Twice.
beat Houston.
Once without Curry.
And you're right. Houston's second in the West right now.
Oh, and they beat Minnesota twice. Good team. He's starting to come back down to earth on them, too.
They're 500. It's a good thing. Good thing they had a couple cream puffs.
It's on the head coach.
Well,
I wonder if people in Minnesota are calling for Finch's head the way that Warriors fans seem to be calling for Kerr's. Does that make you feel some type of way with your Franklin and Marshall diplomat?
What do you want?
Mug?
What are you asking?
I'm just
What
wondering.
is the question?
I'm just wondering if your boy's on the hot seat.
I don't know. They made it to the Western Conference Finals last year. The
Had a nice
best
win.
run they've ever made under a non-Flip Saunders coach team. But
they had a nice win yesterday.
I guess you know what? You're struggling for a third of the season. Yeah, go ahead and fire the coach. You've changed your personnel up top. Yeah, go ahead and fire him. Oh, you want to talk about, how they talk about Kyle Shanahan will be swooped up. Yeah, you don't want to fire Finchy. You fire Finchy right now, and I'm Joe Lacob, I'm on the phone immediately with Finchy.
You know who's actually right now, I think, got probably the cushiest position with the Warriors right now? Like the least amount of heat of any member from bottom of the roster to top of the front office. Who do you think I'm thinking of? Because we haven't heard his name at all this year.
Jerry Stackhouse.
No, because he's gotten credit.
Terry Stotts.
Terry Stotts was somebody that was brought in to help shake things up and offensively kind of, help implement it. I don't know what he does or doesn't do, but that's kind of the point. Is like, even when this team was humming and scoring $120 a game and all the rest, it was Kerr who was getting the credit. And now that the offense is struggling, well, Kerr's getting the blame. When the defense was hot, Jerry Stackhouse was getting a lot of credit. Terry Stotts has kind of just been floating, and I think he's sitting pretty. So if you're Chris Finch, maybe you want Terry Stotts' job.
I think Finch is doing fine.
I know.
They're fine.
I'm just kidding.
Let's go to Murillo in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning or good afternoon. Just turning around. I'm doing well. Had a good Christmas. Hope you guys did the same.
Me too.
It's funny this conversation is coming back around because, Evan, I remember one day the guys were off and it was you and Joe Dumars on the call.
Joe Dumars?
And I called you guys.
You did a show with Joe Dumars?
Yeah,
Jason.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He did. Jason. Sorry, Jason. My bad.
I wish,
that's my bad. I butchered. But the funny thing is, we were talking about this, and this conversation is coming around. I think if there's one person to blame, and it's, maybe an unpopular take because I think the fans should still be grateful for all the guy brought. But if there's a guy that should be in the hot seat for what the situation is right now, is Joe Lacob. And I know it's his team. He can do whatever he wants with it. And that's where the problem is. This light years behind two-way timeline has been creeping us for years, and now it's here to hurt us because he doubled down on this with the Podziemski and Kuminga offseason he had, trying to promise guys with they're not ready. They might be ready one day. And I think since the Jerry West days, we have not had drafts that can make us trust that this front office can transition to the youth movement. And they did the disservice to Kerr in the Big Three. In 2019, when they went that way, they got proven wrong in 2022. I think that fourth championship was a way of Kerr telling the front office, in your face, you didn't trust me, you didn't trust I could bring these veterans along, and I did, and screw your kids. So, and I no animosity against the young guys. I think they all have an upside to a certain extent, but Joe Lacob was the one who, signed up for this, and I don't think he had draft power to get the right guys to surround staff and drafted too many projects, and I think we're paying the price now. And unfortunately, there's only two realities here. This delusional trade is not available. We don't have that person. And like Shasky said something interesting this morning. Don't give anything for Jimmy Butler. Just get this roster you have and put Jimmy Butler in. Do you think the team still gets out of the West? I don't think so. So it's like the only way to go here is maybe trading Draymond, trading whatever asset you have. The Lakers are willing to put first rounds on the market. Yeah, let's see if they want to buy Draymond Green for that. Because let's be honest, guys, this is we're just hitting the wall here, and it's painful to watch. So I'm blaming on Joe. I'm not blaming on Steve, because I think if Steve goes to a team that is primed to win, he's going to win again. He's just a winner, and that's what teams should be looked for with coaches like him. He's not going to develop jack because it's not his forte. So I think people should get off of his lawn. I don't think it's his fault. He's doing the best with what he has. Sometimes he drives me nuts with some lineups like Podziemski, Schroeder, Draymond on the floor. It's like, oh my God, but it's what we have. So I'm putting this on Joe. I think Joe has out of his mind on some decisions in the past 5 years. So that's where I am. That's the blame I'm assigned. I hate putting blames. I think it's more of a guru thing. But if I am, I think the guru has the mindset of always trying to blame someone. If I am to blame someone here, and it's kind of the question Evan asked, I'm going with Joe because he's the captain of the ship. And, you go ahead and fire Steve. He's going to get the fifth before we get. So thank you guys.
Appreciate it, Murillo.
Have a good rest of the week.
I am the system of this show.
That was a cheap shot. But,
and Guru does this once in a while, and I say, well, what does it matter now? But I'm starting to realize that things happened a while ago that are impacting this team. And to me, how does the re-signing of Draymond Green look? And there are two things here. For example, they extended Steph Curry before the year, so he has one more year at $62 million.
Yeah.
All right. I get what are you going to do? I mean, he's Steph Curry. Okay. He gets that. But when Draymond Green was a free agent, there were a lot of reasonable people saying this is the perfect time to move off him. Well, why? Well, because we're not a legitimate title team anymore, and his value is greater on a legitimate title team. And they ended up having Draymond, and this is what I mean about the dynamic. Like, the dynamic of this team is never going to change if Steph and Draymond are fronting it. And to me, they had an opportunity. It would have been somewhat risky of not bringing Draymond Green back. But to a man, every big boy in that organization, from Dunleavy to Lacob to Kerr to Kirk Lacob, made it clear that they felt like without Draymond Green, they were shot. And to me, that's not one where you look back and say, well, everyone wanted to do it at the time. That's not true. Not everybody wanted to do it at the time. And There's something about, and I get it. He's only making 25. He's not an unbelievable salary cap killer. But as long as you have those two guys on the team, it's going to be hard for them to relinquish anything to younger players. And you've just done everything for Steph and Draymond. And unfortunately, they're not the players they once were. So you have two players who are still the most important players on the team, but they're clearly not functioning at a level they did 3 years ago. So how are you going to get better? And how are you going to get, that's the thing I kept seeing last night. I don't want to bring it down, but you got 2.5 more years left of Steph and Draymond Green. How can you possibly, why would you build around two guys that, that old?
Well, I guess if we are going to go down this rabbit hole, I would ask you where you think that this franchise would be if they had made the decision to not pay Draymond. If he walks in free agency and goes to, I don't know, what was it, Memphis or whatever other team he said he could get more money from, where do you think the Warriors would be?
I think they'd be in roughly the same spot.
I think they would be in much worse shape.
Do you really?
Yeah, but if you're outside of the playoffs looking in, or if your goal is championship or bust, then you're right. They are in the same place because I don't think they're going to win a title. And so you would be closer to a reset or a rebuild, but you also might be closer to Curry saying, dude, I'm fed up with this. If you're going to, a couple of years ago, you got rid of my guy. I know he wasn't that good anymore, but he helped us win a postseason series one time, the year out. What am I still doing here? If you're not going to give me at least some player that I know I can and have won with, whether he's a diminished version of himself or not, but why would Kerr have signed that 2-year extension? Why would Curry be looking at the 1 year that you gave to him this offseason and saying, yeah, I'm gonna ink that. I still want to be here just because he's a nice guy?
Who, Steph or Draymond?
No, Curry. I'm saying if they had, and I think they are in this place large in part because they believe that the past is what's going to happen in the future with Curry and Dre, and that's clearly not been the case this season. But I also don't. It's kind of where they are now. They were stuck. I think that they were stuck, and if you decide to not sign him, maybe there's a way they could have not done 4 years. I don't know, but I don't think you would be in a better place at this point if you hadn't re-signed Draymond Green.
I don't know if you would be in a better place, but I think, what's the word? Not psychologically, but there's something about Draymond. As long as Draymond's on the team, he's going to be the most important player on the team outside Steph Curry.
But isn't he proving that might not be the case anymore?
Yes. But that's my point, is I don't the Warriors as an organization are still not even thinking about these guys. It feels like winding down. They know they're winding down, but their answer to it is, well, let's do everything we can, even though we know they're winding down. Which, to me, how can you put a good enough team around them right now, and it'll be a better team in a year, or it'll be a better team in 2 years? And again, with Steph, I feel like if Draymond weren't here, I almost feel like all bets would be off, and you could go in a million different directions. But with Draymond here and Steph here, there's only one direction you can continue to go, and that's full speed ahead behind those guys. And I don't know what it would look like if Draymond weren't here and what it would have looked like the last 2 years. But I also know that, they've essentially been a 45-win team with Draymond Green the last 2.5 years.
But this is where I will hear some of the Kerr detractors, which is when Steph, Draymond, and Kerr is the head coach, that's when they push full steam ahead with those older guys.
I think it's fair to put Kerr in there.
I mean, I thought it was a pretty significant moment when he decided to demote Draymond. I forget if it was a week or two ago, and have Kuminga start at the power forward position instead of Draymond Green. I thought that was pretty significant. He pulled the plug in 4 games.
Right.
That is, I do think that they're telling us that Draymond is no longer the same player that he's been, but he would rather go out with the OGs than these young guys that haven't proven, obviously, what the Hall of Famers have. And that's where I do hear some people that are like, as long as Kerr's the head coach, that's what he's going to do.
No
That's
doubt.
who he is. And so the more that I think about it, if they hadn't paid Draymond Green, I don't think that the Warriors extend Steve Kerr. And if they don't extend Steve Kerr, you risk Steph Curry not retiring a Golden State Warrior, because I don't know what reason he would have left to want to stay here. To me, it would end up being similar to kind of how things eroded in Portland with Damian Lillard and that ownership group and that front office, which is, we love you, but we can't help you win here, so we're going to put you somewhere else. And I don't think that, as much as people can come down Lacob's road and the front office's road, and I get it, I do think that having Curry retire a Warrior is important to them, and I think it's important to Steph, and I also think it's important to the fans who have known largely nothing, at least in my generation, nothing beyond being a terrible basketball team until Curry got here.
I guess the way I look at it is, I've talked about this a lot when the Warriors have said, it's all about maximizing Steph Curry's window. All right, I'm not crazy about that because I think part of it's a little unrealistic, but nevertheless, it's what I think bothers me a little more is, well, it's not just about Steph. It's actually about Draymond too. Like, they're moving, I get Steph's a much better player than Draymond Green, so you'd want to move forward with Steph Curry. But when you move forward with Draymond Green, even though his skill's diminishing, he's going to be no less of a factor on that team. Like, he's still going to be the guy who has to play 30 minutes a night. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, Draymond's not Steph. He's not Steph. And he shouldn't be accorded all the benefits that Steph Curry gets just because he happened to play alongside Steph. They're two different players, and right now they're both, two of them are impacting ways in different ways. Steph Curry can still impact a game, and Draymond Green can too, but to me, it's very infrequent now. It just is. And so it's becoming, well, what are you going to do with Draymond Green? Because you can move him to the bench, but he's still going to play a lot of minutes because you're right. Kerr's going to lean on him because that's who Kerr is.
Well, I think we're also getting to the point where there's been this theory for a long time that, all right, would Draymond be a Hall of Famer if he wasn't on the Warriors? I don't know. To be honest, it doesn't matter much to me because he is. But we are at the point where you have to ask the question, can Draymond Green play without Steph? And I think that's one of the reasons why he can't come off the bench, is because he has to play with Curry. I don't think it's about if Curry can play without Draymond. I think it's, can Draymond play without Curry? And I think one of the reasons that, if we're just being honest, one of the reasons why Draymond sees Kuminga as a 3 is because he knows that Kerr sees them as playing the same position. And he's got the trust of his head coach, and he's earned that by everything he's done. But if Kuminga stepped into the starting lineup, for example, and just took off and was scoring 25, was efficient, blossomed into this future all-star everyone wants him to be, that relegates Draymond. And it makes him, I don't want to say useless, because he's not, obviously, but he's no longer, to your point, someone that you're moving forward with. And that's, I don't know. I mean, that's what stood out to me a little bit last night, and it has over the course of this losing streak. I know you see things that are not good as opposed to viewing the positives when you're losing, but it's like, I'm starting to wonder if If the question is not if Steph can play without Dre, but can Draymond play without Steph?
And if, we talk about what fans are ready for, I'm not against saying to Draymond, look, we're going with Kuminga and Wiggins.
Yeah.
At the 3 and the 4. And then we're going to use a traditional center as much as we can, whether that's Looney or Trace Jackson Davis. And let Draymond see what happens if Draymond plays 15 minutes a night. I would that's something. A lot of people are saying, let Moody play. And you know what? After hearing Steve Kerr say we've been unfair to these guys because we've been in and out of the starting lineup and we haven't developed any continuity, well then, yeah, go use Moody 5 games in a row and say we're going to get Moody 22 minutes a night. Okay, do that with Kuminga and Wiggins and say, you know what, Draymond, you're going to play 1 stint a half for 7 or 8 minutes. Let's just see what that does. Because I do also believe, and I get it, Kuminga and Wiggins aren't budding great players in NBA history, but there is something when you're playing with Draymond, it is going to be harder for them to fulfill what they are individually. Now, you may find out you're not as good of a team, but I'm worth giving that a shot right now.
Yeah.
Let's go to Patrick in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
Doing well.
Guys, honestly, I've been watching this team for 50 years since I was a kid, and I disagree with the last caller. I think Steve Kerr is entirely the problem, and I'll tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
This is a coach that has a huge ego. He's a type A control freak, and that's fine. This team has won playing small ball in the past, and we appreciate that because this team had the talent to do so. Now that they don't have the talent to do so, he's still not transforming into himself mentally into the modern NBA. And the problem is, I'm sure when you guys watch this team play, when the shooting and the small ball isn't working, we don't have an alternative down low. We don't have a post game with one big player like a Miles Turner or a Vukovic that can go to the hole. That's the problem. We had Bogut in the past. We've always had in those titles, we had a big guy in the middle. But now and I know for a fact that he has personally vetoed almost every single trade possibility that involved a big man. He does not want to play a center on his team. He still wants to cling to this small ball attitude, and that's fine. But to do that, you got to have the guys that can drop the shots. So I've seen every single Warrior loss, and on most of those losses, it's been on nights where the shooting just goes cold. That's where the problem is. He either needs to adapt to the modern NBA of having like a Naz Reid or a Miles Turner, a big guy up front, or he needs to move a step aside and leave the team. I don't see any other alternative here.
Appreciate it, Patrick. One of the problems they have with their big men is they can't shoot. And other big men on other teams are a threat, at least. I mean, Looney, Draymond, Kuminga, and Trace Jackson Davis, they cannot spread the floor for anybody. The 925 says, haven't they been already going away from Draymond? No, he's playing more this year than he did last year.
Yeah, and I think real quick before we get to a break here, I think the one thing that it is I've been frustrated with Kerr about it is how reactive he is when the young players fail compared to when the older players fail. For example, Draymond was out of the starting lineup, Kuminga was in, and then the Mavericks game happens where they give up 144, Luka's going crazy, all the rest, and the tone after the game is, well, we didn't have a defensive tone at the beginning because Draymond wasn't in. And it's like, well, yeah, but Luka Doncic was urinating on everybody. Like, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to stop a great player from doing that. It doesn't just mean that you suck defensively because Draymond's not in the game. I don't know. I mean, but again, whatever button he's pressed, it hasn't worked.
Not yet. 888-957-9570 is the number. Still see a bunch of people want to get in here. I will get to you on the other side. Gabriel, Pat, Tim, Jan, I will get to you all. But is this puzzle solvable for the Golden State Warriors? I mean, are there things that Steve Kerr can do that he hasn't done? I mean, I think we're running out of things that he can try. but I still think there's a few out there, and one of them's giving Kuminga and Wiggins more of a runway because Draymond's not helping you as much as he has in the past. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. day after Christmas. Hope everybody had a great holiday.
What was your highlight? What was the best part of your Christmas?
I got all 3 daughters home, which happens very rarely. And so yesterday, it was just wonderful. I watched the Warriors with the sound off and listened to all their conversations and interjected periodically.
Did they watch?
No. They were playing a game. Code Names, I think it's called.
Oh, Code Names is fun.
Code Names. I was over their shoulder for a little bit of it. I was struggling to understand it.
You weren't locked in?
I helped one game, but I didn't pick it up right away.
So I think it actually would be best with teams.
Yeah, well, there were teams. We had 2 teams.
Wait, how many people were at the house then? There was only 3?
5.
Oh, okay. You had more people at the house. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so, with an even amount of people, it's even more fun. So you could be the code master. And so you try and put together words that other players that are on your team will then guess based on the cards on the board. So it is about some memory, but it's also about, do you know your partner? Do you know the rest of your team well? So, could be very revealing how well you think you know your family.
I got you.
If you were going to get into that game. I think it could have been fun.
Well, I think one of the problems is, and the Warriors have this problem too, is they've got guys who refuse to play with anybody but certain guys. And I'm talking about Draymond Green. I mean, if Draymond Green can't play Code Names with Steph, he just won't play. He just won't.
That's true. And we also haven't seen what could happen when things aren't going very well for the team. Now, I think Draymond's done a really good job this year of keeping his temper in check.
Part of last night.
Well, he didn't get ejected.
No.
He got close, though.
He did get close.
He's been walking the line.
He has been walking a line.
Shout out Johnny Cash.
Let's go to Tim. Tim's in North Carolina. Warriors are in shambles, Tim. What are we doing?
What's up, Tim?
What's up, guys? How you doing? And Merry Christmas to both of y'all. I thought they were having a couple of days ago, but Steiny, I think Kerr and Dunleavy's hands are all over this roster. This was handpicked. This was their baby, and we know this. But we talk about inconsistencies. And last year, if you guys don't remember, all Kerr was saying is how he cannot play more than 10 people. A successful NBA team doesn't play more than 10. They don't play more than 9. I mean, that was from his words. And what does he do? Go in the offseason and put 13 people on here and try to play them. So we talk about inconsistencies, guys. The inconsistencies are starting from the top. So how do we expect? And then he gets up in front of everybody and says he feels sorry for these guys. Of course he feels sorry for them. Evan, like I told you the other day, a 22-year-old kid, right? 22. He wins one game in Houston in overtime. He helps put a dagger in Houston 3 weeks later. He's put in the starting lineup, told he's going to be empowered just to get 4 games and be pulled right back out. And then as soon as a bad game comes along, we all completely destroy the kid, right? You think about, I don't know how Kuminga is not a complete head case. I'd much rather see him off of this team and given a shot somewhere else. I just would love to see him play for somebody who wants him. But, it starts from the top, y'all. This coach put his hands all over this roster. And he's the one who started with inconsistency and hypocritical talk. So now we're going to try and play 13. Right after all last year, you said you can't. Guys, come on. I see you guys, you're coming close to calling him out and holding him accountable for this. But we've heard the press conferences. We've seen him say this stuff before. We got to hold his feet to the fire for all of the inconsistencies that he does. And like your last caller said, him not adjusting to the modern NBA, he has to me, Jerry West always said, I'm going to get the best talent. I'm giving it as a coach. The coach's job has been to create something around that talent. Our coach has failed creating a successful system around the talent that he has. He's trying to shoebox talent into his system instead of creating a system that works to the talent of the people he has. And the great coaches can make that transition. And I've said that over and over again, guys. So I appreciate you taking the calls.
No, I appreciate it, Tim.
Thanks, Tim.
I don't think they want to make the transition. That's kind of the other point about the focus of this organization. They've made it clear what the focus is, and that is keeping Draymond and Steph as long as possible and trying to play the same style that got him 4 titles. And I think there's an acknowledgement there from Joe Lacob that if we're going to try to do that, which we've said, top to bottom, Dunleavy said it, Lacob said it, Kerr said it, and if they're all on board with it, then Kerr's got to coach this team in a way. And it also tells me that the powers that be of Dunleavy and Lacob aren't telling him that we want you to do it another way. But here's the point, and that I keep coming back to. In this day and age of the NBA, and I'm looking at the LA Lakers yesterday, and they're getting points from Max Christie, and they're getting points from Connect, and they're getting points from Hachimura. And I'm looking at and they're not even playing D'Angelo Russell, who's all offense. And we look at the Warriors roster, and they've got 6 guys that can't shoot, essentially. Green, Looney, Payton, Anderson, Jackson Davis, and I'm putting Pods in there because Pods hasn't made enough threes to be respected from out there. It's like they just don't have enough scoring. It feels like every lineup they put out there always has 2 guys who can't score, which puts you at a disadvantage, or they try to go with 4 scorers and they find out that defensively they can't really hold up. But I absolutely look at this team and say one of their big problems is they do not have enough well-rounded players.
Yeah, and I don't wholly believe that they have tried to play the same way the whole year. Like, I do think that this summer, and it's reflective in the coaching changes that they made, I think they have tried to evolve into more of a modern team. They're taking, overall this season, 6% more threes than they did last year. Their 2-point makes are down 10% from last season. Like, they are more perimeter-oriented offensively than they were even last season, though they have a lot of similar players. But to your point, I don't care how many threes you take. If you don't have players that can make them, then it doesn't matter. You know, I think Kerr talked this summer about, all right, we need to lean more into 5-out basketball. That's why they brought in someone like Lindy Waters. He's associated with probably the poster children for the way that the NBA in 2024 is played. OKC. But he got the 15th man on their roster that they couldn't keep. He didn't get Isaiah Joe or Carson Wallace or Lou Dortz or all of these 3-and-D players that it feels like the best teams in the league have all of and the worst teams in the league have none of. You know, that's why to me it is somewhat of a roster issue. And what Kerr's doing and has done during this losing streak is kind of just revert to what he knows because, and this is where I think, Tim, it's fair. It's like, well, he doesn't know anything else. You know, his system's worked in the past, so he's reverting to it because what he's tried to do, which I think helped them at the beginning of the season, but it's no longer working anymore. You know, he's figuring out that playing a ton of guys, if those tons of guys are not going to play well all at one time, then it doesn't work. You know, they're taking the 4th most threes in the league. Well, they're only hitting a little bit above league average of them. You know, it's so offensively, they are very do or die. And defensively, they also haven't been as great because their best defensive player coming into this season, I think, is Draymond Green. I don't know if it's because he's hurt or he's aging, but he's slipping, you know, and that's going to hurt you. So Kerr right now, to me, is he has tried to evolve this team and make it a little more alike other successful groups. But you can't, like, he doesn't have the tools, I think. And it's just been hard for me to watch them over the last, couple games. And especially last night against the Lakers, it's like, I don't think J.J. Redick did anything incredible. I don't think J.J. Redick I don't think he outcoached Steve Kerr. His players are just better. And he didn't even have all of them.
And I just think they have a way of playing with LeBron that they all kind of understand. This is from the 909. Yes, Connect. 13 points in 25 minutes. He's just so much better than all the Warrior players. Not. But see, and I'm glad you brought up connect, because that to me is the difference. Between a lot of Warrior guys, I can fix it. Between a lot of Warrior guys.
Tim Jordan's off today, Steiny. What are you doing?
Between a lot of the Warrior players and connect.
You want me to vamp for a little bit?
No,
you screw that back
I don't. I'm fine. Connect has to be guarded.
Steiny broke the mic.
Connect has to be guarded beyond the line.
Yeah.
Too many Warrior players don't. And you saw the one play where I think Connect had it at the 3-point line. Somebody had to come rushing at him. He puts the ball on the floor, and he actually scores over Draymond Green. It's about having to be guarded out there, and the Warriors don't have enough players that have to be consistently guarded. And on a night when Draymond Green scores 21, like he did against Dallas, you still don't win the game, but they have too many players who, no matter how they're shooting from 3-point range, you're going to live with it because they're only going to beat you 1 out of 5 games from out there. And if it's a night when guys are making shots, Peyton goes 2 for 3 and Moody goes 3 for 5, well, guess what? You might be in trouble those nights, but those nights don't have those nights happen less than the other way around. Let's go out to get Jan in Mountain View.
Save us.
What's up, Jan? How you doing?
Oh, I'm pretty good. How about you?
He's been better.
Okay. I'd like to bring up a couple of points, and one of them is going back to a caller a while ago about having a big. I mean, I strictly think that they need one because back in 2015, you know that they traded for Bogut, and that helped them lead to that first championship. They also Bogut was a rim protector, and he also passed the ball around to the shooters. And I also have to call out Kerr for 2 years ago where he went to Lamb and he went to Jerome instead of the players that you drafted and brought onto the team. And you wonder where this team is now. Well, think about that. They didn't play Kuminga enough. They didn't play Moody, and you wonder where this team is now. And gee whiz, and then Kerr says over and over in his press conference after the game that he loves this team. He loves how it's been created and everything. Well, what's going on? And then he criticizes, without mentioning their names, the younger, people. And I'm thinking Kuminga amongst the most prominent. And still, we're right where we started from when we started that slump, and nothing's changing. And I think they need to bring a big in like Vukovic. I heard this morning, if that was the correct name, where he signed in through another year. Yep. And bring him on. Let's forget the small ball because it's not working and we're not keeping up with the rest of the league. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate the call.
You good?
I'm good. Right. Here's the thing, though, that we cannot forget. When he was playing Lamb and Ty Jerome, by the way, who's a hell of a player. Look at what he's doing in Cleveland.
Look at what
you guys all wanted a back-to-back title, and in Steve Kerr's mind, Lamb and Ty Jerome were more ready than Kuminga and Moody. And I don't know, maybe Wiseman was back on the team at that point. I can't quite remember.
He was hurt.
But you went all in. You went all in to try to win another title. And yes, at that time, not just, this is the thing, not just Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr just didn't play Lamb and Ty Jerome. That's an organizational thing that Steve Kerr clearly told Myers and Lacob and Dunleavy, look, if I got to try to win as many games as possible, Lamb and Ty Jerome give me a better chance right now than Kuminga or Moody. And you might think he was wrong, but that's the philosophy that they believed in, and that's what they went with. Yeah, of course, looking back at it, that was a mistake. But the mistake was thinking you were a better team than you actually were that year. And I get it. You were coming off a title, but you went all in to try to win another one right away, and you made some decisions there that ended up impacting the team negatively, or at least impacting the team going forward in one way or the other. And I'm talking also about the Wiggins contract extension and Poole's contract extension.
But if you hadn't prioritized winning, I don't know if you win the fourth championship. Like, Kuminga and Moody were drafted to that team. Let's say that the Warriors had operated like most teams do, which is you play your rookies a lot, you let them fail, you let them develop. I don't think they win a title if they prioritize Kuminga, Moody, and to some extent Wiseman from the beginning of their careers, the way that most teams do.
Yeah. Well, I was even talking about after they won that title.
No. I agree. And I don't think, like, I've heard that, I think someone called in a couple weekends ago and said basically like that was a season, like a bonus season. You know, you could have used that to develop guys. And I don't really subscribe to that. If you win a championship, the goal the next year is to win a championship, especially because you just did it. If anything, to me, the criticism that I might point at the front office is, well, after you found out you could win a championship, why didn't you try to then trade your young players while they had some value and they were relative unknowns to get players that could, in the immediate, help you? You know, I think if the Warriors had traded Kuminga or Moody or Wiseman earlier, maybe that would have helped the Warriors the year after the championship when they made it to the second. Maybe they could have got to the Western Conference Finals. Like that kind of thing, I do see people looking back at, and I can hear you. But now it's a little too late. I think it's too little too late for them to mortgage their future for their present, because their present is bleak and their future isn't shiny by any means, but it's a lot better than the darkness it could be if you just get rid of everything possible to try and, I don't know, get this team steered back into a 6-seed destination. To me, either they have to figure this out internally or they have to make a trade that doesn't compromise what little assets they have left for their future.
But the other fundamental mistake they made, and this is one where, Goo may say, well, you can't prove this, and he's right, but I feel like, you're right, I can't prove it, but yeah, I know I'm right on this. And that is, after they lost in 19 and Clay was hurt and Durant was hurt and then Durant was leaving, they thought their title days were over. I firmly believe that. And the reason I believe it is because that was the time that if you really thought you could get another title, you would have began acquiring players who could help you win a title right away. But they purposely didn't. The three guys they selected after 19, one guy, James Wiseman, played 3 college games, and we all knew he was a project. So there's no way they thought Wiseman in 2020, 2021 is going to jump off the charts. No, they drafted Wiseman and Kuminga absolutely positively because they thought it is going to take them 3 or 4 years. And by that point, Curry will be pretty much done, and Draymond will be done, and Clay will be done. But those guys will have been in the league 4 years, and they'd be ready to vault into bigger roles. But otherwise, they would have acquired Miles Turner 3 years ago. Otherwise, they would have acquired these guys that they're talking about now 3 years ago. But they're older now. And one of those guys I just don't think helps a lot.
They have not been able to thread the needle the way that they wanted to. And what they were trying to do, there's a reason it's never been done before. I remember listening to, I think it would have been, the year after the championship maybe. There's a conversation, it might have been Curry on Iguodala's podcast, but he was talking about like the sweat equity that they put into the team and how young players, like it doesn't matter how good you are or aren't. Generally, young guys are not able to uplift a roster that is manned by veterans. It's just how it is. I think like one of the reasons why the Celtics were so successful at the start of Tatum's career is because he was clearly the best player, but also like Jaylen Brown was only a year older than him. In fact, on that team that made the Eastern Conference Finals, like they were the baby Celtics. I think Isaiah Thomas might have been hurt by that point or been shipped to Cleveland, but like they were allowed to grow as a group of young players. There was no OGs in the room in Boston that prevented Tatum from playing the way he wanted to play, or Brown to play the way that he wanted to play, or Marcus Smart to some extent. That's not the same case with the Warriors. Like what they were trying to do was have these guys develop while also, I don't know, like not being catered to. And that to me is if anything, their biggest fault. It was unrealistic to believe that you could thread this needle. If you want to call it 2 timelines, fine. But the idea that you can co-develop a player while also having generational talent on your roster. Like I don't know if it's ever worked, and I don't know if it ever will. And I think the Warriors unfortunately swung because I don't know if it was arrogance. I don't know whether it was, trying to remake the wheel, but it's gotten you in a position now where you're seeing the fruit of that strategy, which is you're too old or you're too young, and you don't really have anything in the middle.
Right. That's from the 925. Was LaMelo and Franz Wagner. Yeah, I'm sure if you could get that back now, you would do it.
Well, LaMelo might have ran into a similar issue. I mean, LaMelo is far more talented than Wiseman was.
You know who else would have, too? Nobody wants to hear this. But I firmly believe it. If the Warriors would have the number 1 pick, they would not have taken Anthony Edwards. They would not have. Because they still had 3 guards at that point, and Kerr didn't like his workout.
Well, that's a fact.
And they needed a big man, and had convinced themselves that that's the guy they were going to. I think they convinced themselves that's the guy they wanted because he was a center with a lot of talent.
I mean, I think that's why they didn't take LaMelo. It's because, and not just even because of Curry and Clay, it's like you had Poole.
Exactly.
And so, I don't know, like LaMelo Ball, by the way, have you seen how much he handles the ball?
Probably a lot.
LaMelo Ball's usage rate, I looked at it this weekend.
Yeah.
It is prime Russell Westbrook level. It is 2018 James Harden level of on the ball.
Oh, nice.
He would have never had the ball that much here.
No.
Or scored 30 a game.
You're right.
Although I like him.
But he would have been able to push Steph Curry off the ball a little bit more now, which they're trying to do anyway.
Yeah. Same with Wagner.
Well,
he's hurt.
I mean, they took 3 players and combined the 3 players had 30 games of college experience, essentially. Kuminga had 0. Wiseman had 3. And Moody played 1 year at Arkansas, so I'm assuming.
Why don't you think Moody gets grouped into the project category?
It's a great question. Great question. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson.
And I'll tell you what, the name of this song, these people are cleaning up this time of year. The song's called Bartender.
Oh.
Yeah. They've been taking my money left and right in the month of December.
Well, 'tis the season, and I always say this, everything in moderation, so just be aware.
Dude, I haven't been able to find eggnog.
Why would you want to?
Eggnog's delicious, especially when you pour in a little touch of your favorite poison. It's gone everywhere.
I've never had eggnog in my life.
So how would you know if it's good or not?
I can tell.
What do you mean?
It's milk and egg. I'm out.
You don't like milkshakes? It doesn't have the same sweetness.
Not really.
It's just kind of like a frothy little sweet drink. You're out?
I'm out pretty much on eggnog.
All right. What about the
909?
What you put in it?
909's been coming down my road today. I appreciate it.
Where's the 909?
It's somewhere in California. So you don't count Kuminga's G League games? Hello. And then one more. Kuminga went to the G. Oh, this is a different one. Kuminga went to the G League Ignite under Byron Scott. Would that not be comparable experience? My point is this: they drafted 2 projects. 2. Well, you could even put Moody at 3 because he only played 1 year of college. So the reality is, whether it's the organization or the fans, the Warriors drafted 3 projects, and the fans weren't ready to let them develop for 3 to 5 years, which is how long it takes for players like that, because they didn't come into the league as Tyrese Halliburton or somebody who'd already played a bunch of college games and had been playing basketball since they were 8 years old. I mean, Kuminga's still got a lot to learn. And we saw it last night. Let me ask you this. Who do you blame last night? Wiggins or Kuminga?
Kuminga.
Yeah, I blame them both. You know, I could see somebody blaming one guy the whole, the other guy the whole, or halfway. You know, Wiggins offered no resistance. He put the ball on the floor, one dribble to the left, and he was by him. You had to make him try to turn one more time. And Kuminga never saw it. He never saw it. And he was under the basket.
This is supposed to be his senior year of college. I think that's also something that we have to keep in mind. He's not a finished product yet, and that finished product might not be good enough for people. But I think that's also something, too, that I hear a lot. It's like, 831 doesn't like eggnog. That's a tough call. I do. I love it. The thing is, if we're operating under this, this guise that, like, it's championship or bust for the Warriors, then yeah, maybe Kuminga doesn't fit into that, because I don't believe that right now he's shown me that he could be the number one for a title team. But I don't think that's the way you approach constructing a team, constructing a roster. Like, you have to find good players first, and then maybe someone emerges or evolves into a championship player. Steph Curry's he's an outlier, but he's a great example of that. They didn't draft him thinking that he was going to be the player he did. Klay Thompson was the 11th pick. Harrison Barnes even was probably the most highly touted draftee of the Warriors, and was your most prototypical number one with his body size, build, all the rest. He ended up being their fourth option, or their fourth best player. Draymond Green was a second-round pick. So to me, like, the fact that Kuminga is not looking like a cornerstone face of a franchise, to me, that makes him like almost every other NBA player. But it doesn't mean that they still can't use him in a way that can help them win in the future. That's why I think that Kerr needs to stop moving and maneuvering his role, because I think they got to figure out whether they need to trade him or not. And I think the more that they lose, they are inclined to get off him to try and get something else.
By the way, did you see, and I'm pretty sure this was an accurate quote, because I'm virtually certain it was from Ohm Youngmasuk.
Yeah.
The quote from Kuminga about some guys in his position may have quit by now.
They would need therapy.
or therapy.
No, it was both. Yeah, they would have quit. They would have needed therapy. They can't handle the type of mental situations.
And you know what's funny is I read that whole quote, and I actually like Jonathan Kuminga.
I do too.
But it was, on the one hand, you could read that, and he was basically saying that, yeah, no, it hasn't been fun for him to play a lot one night, not play a lot, start, not start. And a lot of guys would need therapy for that. But I'm a professional. I'm just going to keep playing. There are two ways to keep playing. One is you actually keep playing. And the other is you say you're going to continue to play, but you've lost that little edge to you. You know what I mean? Like he's almost resigned now. I'm just going to go out and play, and I'll either play or I won't play. And yes, he's being professional about it, but I feel like he's given in a little bit because he's so tired of not getting an opportunity that he thinks he should have gotten multiple times over the last, 2 or 3 years.
Or an opportunity that he's had that has all of a sudden been pulled out from underneath him.
Exactly.
And I think that's frustrating for anybody. Nevertheless, a 22-year-old in a contract year, he's 22 years old. So I also think, too, and this is one of the reasons why I do think Kuminga gets a bad rap, and I don't mean this as a joke, but some of the stuff he says gets lost in translation. English is not his first language. Right. He comes from a place across the sea where he's had to deal with far more things than we know about. He's, I believe, the guardian for a lot of siblings that he has to and be responsible for. Like, I do think that also he could be saying that quote, not in just regards to basketball, but in the context of life. Like what he's gone through and then has had to deal with in the NBA, a lot of people might quit in his mind. And so I think there's also something there too, which is one of the reasons that I have a lot of respect for him, because I do think he is more mature than a lot of people believe him to be. But either because he doesn't show it, or, maybe he's not as confident in his English. To me, I think Kuminga he seems to me to be a good guy, and I want to root for him, but he's a flawed basketball player at this point. And on nights like last night, he misses a big free throw. There's a defensive breakdown in the final possession. He was also a minus 22 in the first 12 minutes of that game that he played. He didn't play very well. And it doesn't mean that he can't go out on Friday and kick the Clippers' ass, because odds are the Warriors are going to need him, because I don't think Curry's going to play. But the quote to me was, much like a lot of the things that we hear about Kuminga and that are publicized about him, I do think it was taken out of context a little bit.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I think he was trying to convey that he's realized in 4 years that there's ups and downs in this league, and he's trying to handle them as best he can. And yeah, there were times when he got frustrated, and he's owned up to it. But yeah, I do not think, like somebody here on the 925, sulking and pouting isn't professional. I don't view him as a sulker or a pouter. I think he gets discouraged at times, but I don't think he's a problem at all in terms of his attitude. I just think he gets frustrated, which is fine.
Well, I also think, name me another situation in the NBA in which a young player's had to come into and experience what he has. And I don't even mean the life stuff. I just mean coming onto a team that wins a champ. I mean, Darko Milicic,
That's a good call.
I don't know. And obviously he didn't pan out to be much. But my point is, LeBron James went back to Cleveland. They got the number 1 overall pick the year that he got there. He said, I don't care who it is, get him out. I can't win with a rookie. That's what most star players do. They get those young players traded. That player happened to be Andrew Wiggins. But the fact that the Warriors didn't move him, they didn't move Wiseman, they didn't move Moody, to some extent they didn't even move Poole, who we didn't really know was going to be a player that could help you until he actually did. There's not a position around the NBA that's as akin to what Kuminga stepped into, I think.
There's not a lot of them. And he and Wiseman stepped onto a team that were contenders, and they weren't ready, and we all saw what happened. Let's go to Gabriel. Gabriel's in Davis. Hey, Gabriel, how you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, what's going on, gentlemen? How you doing this Christmas?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, I just, I'm kind of old, so I've been following the Warriors since the 70s. But so when I see everybody talking about the Warriors and what they think is wrong with them, I don't blame the kids at all. I really don't. I think they're talented. I think they're good. I think we have a leadership problem. I think we really need to take a look at this team for what it is. We have Dunleavy, first-time GM. We got Kerr. He didn't really build the team. Mark Jackson kind of did it. And I think a previous caller talked about that. He's a great manager. I've always said Kerr's a great manager. Is he a great X's and O's guy? I don't know. I can't think of one game where I said, wow, Kerr really outcoached that other coach. I can't remember any time thinking that. But I really think we need to take a look and decide what we want to do with this organization, because we're not winning anything this year. We're not winning anything next year. And we're probably not winning anything the following year. So we have to decide, do you want to watch Steph Curry just kind of fizzle out, or do you want to give him a shot? And I hate saying this because I remember when Joe Montana got traded, I was kind of upset about it. But it did bring us Dana Stubblefield, so who knows? But I look at, like, Steph Curry and I say, man, why don't we call Pressey in Oklahoma City and see if Steph wants to go to Oklahoma, that young, fiery team out there. It's got, 20 number one draft picks, I don't know, and to get them over the hill, and he can win his other title, and we can rebuild for the next decade. Because I really think that's kind of the only future. Either A, we decide to really call it the way it is, which is we had a great run, but you got to let it go. It ends. Everything ends. And we have to decide to restart again. I really think that's the future. Because if we keep doing what we're doing right now, we're just going to be average. And I really don't want that. And I don't want to see Steph just fizzle out like this. It's just not fun to watch. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to see him fizzle out if the organization continues to expect him to be the number one he's always been. And look, the only way Steph's not a Warrior is if Steph says, "Hey Joe, let me help you out here. Let me help you out here." But I don't know how motivated Steph is for a fifth title, whether he would want to play for another team. I do think, and nobody wants to hear it, well, not nobody, he would have a ton of value still right now. He would. And you could load up on draft picks and see if you couldn't get this thing going after he retires. But again, the organizational philosophy is no, they're not going that route right now. Do you think Steph's going to retire a Warrior?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
Okay, let's assume he is going to retire a Warrior. And nobody wants to think this. What's his role going to be 2 years from now? The last year he's under contract. He's going to be making $62 million. But what's his role? What would his role be ideally at that point if everything falls into place between now and then?
Well, what do you mean, for a title team or for...
Yeah, or a good team. Really good team.
A really good team?
Yeah.
I think he's a starter that plays between 27 and 29 minutes a game.
And if I say I agree with you right now, because I kind of do, like, they're so far from that. They're so far from only being able to use Steph that little. They're years away from that, if you know what I mean.
No, I agree, but I also think that's why, we're going to start to see them try. And I don't know if it'll work, but instead of playing him 28 minutes a game and trying to see if they can spread him out, like the Stockton method, right?
Right, yeah.
I think they're just going to try and say, okay, you play 36 minutes every time you play, and you're only playing 3 out of 4 games this week. Like, you're not going to play that many games, because he clearly needs to build a rhythm to be successful right now, and the Warriors are better for that. And the Warriors cannot afford to have him off the floor for more than 12 minutes a game or whatever they were trying to pull off when this losing streak started.
There's also something that I think the Warriors and fans, this is what I believe, and people can say they disagree. And it's not Steph's fault, but we're seeing some of the limitations of a great, great player who's getting older, but is a guard. And it's harder for Steph Curry to get older and to be as effective as he was in his prime compared with a LeBron James, compared with a Kevin Durant. Because he's never had a physical advantage. And as you get older, that tends to even out. Like he's got a limitation of being a guard in this league at 36 years old. I mean, like, look at the plays last night where LeBron would get it 23 feet from the basket, and either Schroeder would be on him or Pods would be on him, and he would just back down and get a little turn fade or get to the basket. He got to the basket with his left on Pods. But now compare Steph Curry to how he's got to get a basket, and he's got to go by one guy and then go by another guy and then finish with finesse. And it's just harder for guards as they get older than bigger guys. And as great as he is, he's susceptible to that also.
Well, look at almost how much time it takes for LeBron to get the shot that he wants. Like he spends the first 10 seconds of the shot clock just sitting there surveying the defense and waiting until everyone spreads out around him. I don't think Curry can do that. And not because he can't take someone off the dribble. Some nights maybe he can't. I don't know. But he's not someone that just faces up, I think, and goes one-on-one. He needs a pick. Sometimes then the double team comes. You can swarm him. Like, I forget who it was pregame yesterday that asked, okay, are you noticing that Curry's being guarded differently than ever? To Kerr. And Kerr was like, well, yeah, but he's been guarded like this his whole career.
Right.
I mean, it isn't, and Steph has said this, it isn't like he isn't seeing anything new. I mean, for crying out loud, he had 40 points in a finals game where he's getting boxed and won. Like, he's found a way to beat these defenses before. But because he doesn't have as much help, which is also something that Kerr did kind of slip in, like, do you think he's had to do more because his surrounding cast isn't as good? And he just said something like, I would agree with that. Didn't expand on it more. It's like, yes, he needs help, but the Warriors also have to recognize that if they're going to be successful and over the course of like 82 games, the player that they trade for, again, he has to be at or above the level of Curry, I think. If they are going to be like a legitimate contender, he needs his Anthony Davis. I mean, that was also something that hit me last night watching LeBron, and I know AD didn't play, but it's like you look at the Lakers roster and it's not just LeBron James. Anthony Davis is their best player, I think, or their most impactful player, and Curry doesn't have anything close to that.
Yeah, and I agree with this 510 on the Comcast Business text line. That's the key. Steph has to work so hard for his shots. I agree. And that's a function of more than one thing. It's a function of the help he has around him. It's also a function of his age and the fact that it's not as easy for him to get around his guy as he has in the past. And the Warriors have to make an adjustment to that. I mean, just look at his shot attempts compared with last year. He's not getting as many shots as last year. That means the shots are tougher to come by. That means over the course of his career, he's probably going to, unfortunately, take fewer and fewer shots over the course of a season.
Last night that kind of sucked also is that you could tell, like, he was driving more last night than he has, I would say, for most of the season. You could tell last night was a big game, and he was juiced for last night, and he had energy.
Yep.
Because he's also taking more threes than ever. But last night was more of a throwback Curry game. Like, I think he was 7 for 14 he was efficient, obviously, from three, but he was, 13 for 23 or something like that. Like, he was getting to the lane. I know he missed a couple bunnies, but he was attacking last night. And maybe it's because, I don't know, a lot of fans and viewers don't watch every single game, but last night, the way that he was driving into the paint, number one, I think it was because AD was unavailable, but number two, those are less frequent than ever. he's more prone to just settle for threes. He still makes a lot of them, but he's more prone to settle for long jump shots and threes than ever before.
Let's go to Pat. Pat's in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Good. Yeah, happy holidays. But listen to a lot of these calls, and it seems to me that, the Warriors started out, well, 10-2 or whatever they were, and now look at where we're at, 500. And you talked about the teams we played and whatnot, but I think clearly we were a better team. Forget about the opposition. We were a better team for the first month of the season than we've been the past month, I think. I don't think there's any question about it. So it's not like the team can't be garbage, because clearly, other than Melton, we've got pretty much the same team, and we have Schroeder now. I think the Warriors have changed the way they play. I don't see near the efficient ball movement that we saw the first month of the season. I see much more stagnation, holding the ball, taking early threes. It's just not good decision making. And I know that they've criticized Kuminga. That's been in the press lately. But as a team, I just think we're not taking good shots. And part of the problem is, I think the league, as a league, I think has got, because of the rules and the athleticism, I think defense has got so much better in the NBA. We have so many guys that are 6'6", 6'7", that can switch positions. They've got 7-foot wingspans. There's really not much easy shots unless you're going to be a superstar like a Durant or a Curry, or if you've got great ball motion. But if you only have 2 or 3 shooters out there, it's not about ball movement. Now you got to get ball movement so that the 2 guys that can shoot the thing are the ones that are open.
Well,
and the
exactly.
teams know that, so they're going to double team. Yeah, so you got to. I think I'm thinking of trying to think of how the team could improve, sort of on the cheap, without having to give up a whole lot and still improve themselves. And one of the ways they could, I think, would be, so earlier someone mentioned Bogut, and someone like that would actually put give you a little defensive pressure inside, but more importantly, be able to, you could work inside out. I mean, we don't have any inside. The only inside out the Warriors have now is when Curry runs under the basket and looks to make some kind of wild hook pass, over 3 defenders to a 3-point shooter that's way out there. We don't have any of that inside out pressure. So we've become just too easy to defend, I think. So I think if they found someone like that, I don't know who that would be, but I think that would be a way to improve in the cheap, at least in my opinion.
Well, you brought up their ball movement, and thanks for the call, Pat. Appreciate it. When you play this open style or ball movement style, it's great when it works. The problem is that when you play that way, there's no guarantee Steph Curry's going to get shots, because you take the shots that are given. And I think that's when they had Durant, when they had Clay, it didn't matter if Curry only took 15 shots as opposed to 24, because the other guys shooting were great players. And I think with this team, that's what Steve Kerr was getting at, where, well, these guys have to learn how to play with Steph. And he was talking about how Kuminga, essentially, in pods, take tough shots with 10 or 12 on the shot clock when they need to keep the ball moving and eventually get it back to Steph with a better look later in the shot clock. Problem is that takes a while to develop that kind of cohesion and trust, especially with young players. And the ball movement is great and it sounds great. And when the Warriors were at their best, it's how they played. But it also doesn't guarantee that Steph Curry is going to get the shots in the numbers that he gets if you play another way, or you play with a team that knows that he can get the ball late in the shot clock and still make something happen. And I do think they're kind of caught in between because, now with Schroeder and Kuminga, they're not great, open offense type of players. They're more isolation. And so now you maybe have a team that some guys aren't great at playing one style and other guys aren't great at playing another.
Well, that's the one thing, and I know we got Dan Devone and Lorenzo Neal coming up on the other side of the crossover, but the one thing that has been the most maybe concerning stat that I've seen over the course of this losing streak is the fact that the best two-man combination alongside with Steph Curry involved, none of them are Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, or Dennis Schroeder.
That's a problem.
That's your starting 5 or your closing 5. Again, it's a month. It's not an insubstantial amount of time or a small amount of time. Like, you have to play with Steph. You have to be good with him on the floor, and they haven't been.
Yeah. Don't miss the kickoff show on Monday with Willard and Dibbs, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. That segment also brought to you by the all-new Honda of Vallejo. All right, it's crossover time. Brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Joining us right now, Lorenzo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks to ever do it, and Dan Devone, our man on the spot. What's going on, gents? How you doing?
Good, man. How are things?
Things are going well. I hope you guys had a good holiday.
Yeah. Happy holidays.
Lo, did you get everything you needed, everything you wanted?
All the Christmas gifts?
What was your best gift, Lo?
It was just life, Steiny. To be here we go, right? Steiny, you don't want that. You wanted. What did I get? It's not. Christmas is not about you. You know that. It's about the family, the kids, and others. Did you get anything really? We don't usually.
I got a new pair of glasses.
There
These
you
glasses.
go. Those look nice. Those are nice.
You don't have to lie to him. It's okay.
What? What's the best gift you got for somebody? Because I'll bet you're a giver.
Believe it or not, the best gift I think was my daughter. She's going to University of San Diego, so she's moving out. So it's been like $10,000-$12,000 worth of furniture. That was
nice.
That was a pretty good gift, I say.
Damn, yeah.
Didn't want to do it, but that was the gift. So like, okay, sweetheart, here, let's get you some Let's do some shopping. Let's get you dialed up. Let's get you some things that you need. For college.
That's a lot of scahoots on.
Starting her freshman year?
Wow.
Or
No. She did the 2 years, and so I said, hey, look, you get
gotcha.
your journal out of the way. You're gonna go there. Hey, look, let's take care of you. So that's what we did.
Devone, the new wetsuit for you?
No, come on, man.
What?
He doesn't use a wetsuit?
He doesn't use a wetsuit in the bay?
He's tough, man.
Are you serious?
With the seals.
Come on, man. What the hell? Who are you talking to?
I thought you said he has a wetsuit.
No. He goes bare chested.
Man.
I apologize.
No wetsuit. No, we don't do it that way.
Speedo?
Well, no marble bags over here. Man. Well, we're going.
We don't want to hurt the
swimsuits.
people. We don't want to show the people all that now.
Yeah, I got you. What do you think of that Warrior game last night?
Oh, boy.
Wow.
You know what? When you watch them play, they're exciting, right? But you just watch breakdowns. You just see lacks, them fall off. Into that game, you just said, okay, this is going overtime. It's no way you're going to let a guy just drive the baseline and hit a layup. You're like, with 6 seconds, you're like, no way this is going to happen. And it happened. It happened.
Well, first, before I tell you didn't ask me what my favorite gift was.
Yes, I did.
You guys have been on for the last 4 hours.
Yes, I did.
No. You asked what the favorite gift that I got, not that I gave.
Well, I don't think of you as the giver that Lowe
Well,
is.
that's certainly fair. I got my brother Lowe a Lad McConkey jersey.
Did you?
Yeah.
Little lad. I can appreciate.
Little lad, powder blue.
You know what? I can appreciate that. Met his brother, met his mom, dad, family, great people. They love the Chargers. Oh, great. They do
like the Chargers.
His brother's die hard. So that, you know what? That's going to go a long ways. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Pops was Phil, right? For the Giants? Phil McConkey back in the day?
Yeah.
With Sims?
Yeah.
That was his old man, right? All right.
Good little third down.
Third down player.
He's more than a third down guy.
Well, he's a great punt returner.
Yeah, true.
I get him. You know who I get him a little mixed up with? Maggot.
Dave Maggot.
That's the third down guy. That was a big problem.
Dave's black, another one's white.
I know that.
I'm just in case. Newsflash.
But they had similar skill set.
You know who a
I
guy?
love Steiny. I could do that to Steiny.
You know a guy?
McConkey dude. Navy? Was he a Navy guy? The dad?
His dad?
Might have been.
Oh, I only know about the son. Little too young.
Whose fault was that? Wiggins or Kuminga?
First of all, Reeves is kind of sneaky good. A lot of people are giving him grief. I'm talking about Wiggins, but Reeves will do that to you. But I think if you look at that on replay, that's just someone's got to help defend, right?
No doubt.
And I don't know what the hell Kuminga was doing. And I think they decided that LeBron's not going to beat us. We're just going to take him out. Draymond was face guarding him. That I can understand. But if you look at it on replay, Kuminga again, and this is sort of like Kuminga's story, and one of the reasons why I think he's sort of in and out of that starting lineup. For Kerr, it's can I commit to you defensively? Do you understand the rotations? Do you communicate verbally? All that stuff that, he puts a lot of emphasis on, and I just don't think he's there. And I don't know if he'll ever get there, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't know either. I know if he gets there, it'll probably be 3 or 4 years down the line, and it feels like that's not fast enough for the Warriors.
So what do you do if you have a guy? If you're the Warriors and right now you're teetering, and in the division you're free, in the conference you're not really that
I'm
good.
trading him if I could. Last night that dunk he had
was incredible.
But it was perfect.
I'm not a dunk guy, but that one I was.
You powered up on Christie.
Yeah,
but why that's so good is do that in front of the world. Because there's a lot of people that still think, well, not still, they believe at 22, let me get him in my system, that this guy is, just let me get him and I'm going to turn him into that guy. And so that dunk was really timely because I think it elevated his stock.
Street cred, yeah, right.
And I think that the Warriors need to pull the trigger on that cat so fast come the trade deadline because I don't Could be wrong, but I don't see it long term.
Well, that's why I wonder why they pulled the plug so quick on him in the starting lineup. And I get you always want to win, but at the very least, it feels like they should kind of try and showcase a guy that they're not really committed to. They didn't offer him a contract in the summer, but they might try and trade him. It's like,
but you know why though, right? You do that at football, a lot of sports. You do that because you want to hide him. You're not trying to let this guy go out there and get exposed and playing 25, 30, 40 minutes a game. And then that way, boom, now they get to see all the flaws. If you put this guy in there in spurts and like you said, throws that monster jam down, slams, and shows you flashes, I think that's kind of the reason. And also just right now, like you're saying, Dan's saying, he just doesn't seem like he's athletically, he's got some skills, but I think that would be my reason why they don't just.
Yeah, and look, it's hard when I don't think there's really defined roles, not just for him, but for most players on the Warriors, outside of Steph and on some nights Draymond. I feel like it's got to be hard no matter what sport you're playing, whatever level you're at. If you don't know what your job is on a given night, I feel like it's hard to be successful individually. And then when you have a ton of those guys on the team, like Kerr after the game was like, we still haven't identified our top 8. Like, you're 30 games in, you think you should have an idea about it. Like, so the players don't know their roles. Their head coach is constantly fluctuating their roles. And to me, it just speaks to kind of a larger problem that we were talking about, which appears to be the construction of the roster as opposed to what the head coach or the players can actually do about it.
Who's he going to turn to? It's just
Moody.
Are you being serious right now?
What? I was just trying.
Well, he's going to turn to Steph and then Wiggins.
Yeah,
that's who he's going to turn to.
You get Steph. Okay, to close a game, we know it's Steph, we know it's Draymond, and I'll give you Wiggins. But what the hell is he going to do with the other two? It's all depending on rotation or who the opponent is. I mean, who are you going to ink in as your 5 guys to close out? It's just roster construction. He looks down the bench and like, what the hell you want me to do?
I think Schroeder's got to be in there now. You went out and got him. You may as well play him down the stretch. I'm more concerned with the fact that the text line has said Lad McConkey not related to Phil McConkey.
Oh, we did all that for nothing.
His father, Benji McConkey, a star quarterback in high school. His brother, Hinton McConkey, played for West Georgia.
But Phil did go to the Naval Academy.
Well, that I can trust you for.
So he's going to be on the Mount Rushmore of Naval Academy football players.
Napoleon McCullum, right?
He's on the
Staubach, McCallum, McCallum, and Phil McConkey.
McConkey more.
Starbuck was.
Hey, but by the way, the Warriors had a players-only meeting before last night's game. How many of those did you have in your career?
Too many.
And which is the most? Which is the one that really turned the season around?
Yeah. None. You know what? When that happens, you know that here's the coach saying, when a coach tells you or guy says it's time to have a team meeting, that's when the coach saying, I can't do it. My hands are tied. I can't take you guys any further. It's going to be up to you guys, to get. And sometimes it could be for guys, when you know your team's talented that you're on and you have it, you're like, dude, guys, let's clean this up. We're too good to be doing this. When it's a team that's teetering, a team that you look at and you look around like you guys are saying, look down the bench and there's who do you have? That's just more of like, hey guys, how are we going to finish this? I don't believe in their heart they think they're a great team. You know that.
I think you're right, and I think Curry and Draymond obviously really know it because they've been around.
But you still just say fight. You just tell those guys, and that's when you have that meeting. You just tell those guys, hey, look, let's just compete, and they competed last night.
What's the worst team you've been on?
Oh, I've been on some bad. I was on the Bengals, the friggin' Saints. I was on when they were wearing the bags. The Saints game.
The Aints.
Yeah, the Aints. Bengals. We won 2 games. We had Achilles Smith as a quarterback.
Oregon.
Achilles Smith. Yeah, Oregon. Yes, one of the.
He never got a chance, though.
Dude, he did not have a chance. He was.
No, he didn't get a chance. Not he didn't have a chance.
Well, sounds like both.
It's some of those. It's like we're talking about certain players that you wonder, like, what does this mean to you? And then you have to step back and say, do you really love this game? How committed? Or DeMarcus Russell, one of those guys. You remember gave him a CD to take home and watch.
The blank disc.
They asked him what was on it. Oh yeah, I watched it all. Blank disc. It's just, so you have those guys in every sport, and you're like, how do you? And especially when they're paid a lot of money, how do you get those guys to make that transition if they don't want to?
Well, it's like the Niners had. I don't know if it was a players only meeting, but Shanahan asked Purdy and Lenore and whoever else to talk, and it worked against the Bears, and then you played the game that mattered against the Rams, and they had nothing. It's like I'm kind of with you. The players only meeting is something that's a red flag, and so to me, that made me more inclined to believe like they got to try and I don't know if it's make a trade, but something has to be done because when you're resigned to asking a player to basically try and grab the rope and pull everybody with them, it just I don't think it works. That's just me.
But you guys can't expect this team to be. I don't care. You go get one player. This team is not that close. I mean, Steph is always going to be Steph. He's going to give you those moments. Michael Jordan is in his career. I mean, he's going to give you those moments. And LeBron's going to give you. But they're not good enough to carry a team for the whole 82 games in right now. There's no way. You can't ask that. You're asking something that's possible but not probable for a 36, 37-year-old guy.
37 in March.
You can't ask
You
that.
were all pro when you were 36.
Yeah, but I'm blocking guys. Yeah. I'm going and hitting guys. And for a fullback, you got to realize I run a track. They're not asking me to go out and do what Steph does. You're asking me line up, go hit this guy in the mouth as hard as you can, go full. That you can do. But if you ask me, all right, now we're going to give you the ball and you got to go, run for 150 yards a game or 100 yards a game, catch 15 passes. No way. You just don't have it.
Yeah.
What was your longest run from scrimmage?
Oh, 74 yards.
Rookie year.
Yeah, 74. I've been 78. I went
to the house?
To the house call.
Turn and burn.
Man, I was at 1,000 yards. I was going to be, I was a good running back. Yeah. I could run the ball. Don't think because I used to be just a battling ram. I used to tote the mail. I'll bring you some highlights. Your boy used to,
At the fullback spot?
I dotted the I. They put me a single back. I would go 12 personnel with one back. I was like the next Ironhead dude. I was coming downhill. They were I was like JB. Jerome Bettis and me were one of those two guys. They're like, these two guys, I could tote it, man. Freedom Bowl, MVP at the Freedom Bowl against Curtis Conway, all those guys. Willie McGinnis.
That's the signature.
Yeah,
if you ever go to Fresno, California, they still talk about beating the brakes off of USC.
Remember that? Come on, baby. Your boy Lo could tote the mail.
You had a lot more carries early in your career.
Right, because I broke the ankle and I couldn't cut. And then you got then it was done. So I said, hey, let me concentrate on what I can do well. And that's what a lot of guys in any sport, if you're not going to just concentrate on something you can do well. So what is that? Is it play great defense, understanding how to switch, do all the things you need to do. If you're not a scorer, then don't try to create something that you can't do.
Yeah, Draymond might need to take that advice. That's another guy we were talking about today. It's like you're clearly seeing age for Curry, yes, but I don't know. It's becoming more clear to me that Steph is less dependent on Draymond, but I also think that Draymond is more dependent on Curry. Last night he's out there shooting corner threes. He might hit some, he might brick some, but it's not really impacting much. I know he still helps you, and he's still a good player, but I don't know, man. I think that's something they need to explore as well. If everybody really is on the table outside of Steph to be traded, I just don't understand why Draymond's name never comes up.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's the thing I couldn't get out of my head last night, Dan, is I'm just watching the Warriors, and obviously Steph was pretty good, but I'm watching Steph and Draymond, and I kept thinking, these guys are under contract for 2.5 more years. They're not getting better. So how can you put a team around them that's going to get better over the course of the next 2 or 3 years?
I don't think you can. And I think that, and you and I talk about this, I think they'll never say this publicly, but if you can get into the playoffs, maybe not this year, next year, steal one, it's good enough for Steph at this point because he's not going anywhere. But the idea of getting back to the finals or being a relevant basketball team, that's a 3 to 5 to 6 year project. I think that this is, no one wants to use the word transition or reset or whatever the hell this is, but you're not a Jimmy Butler away, and you're not Lauri Markkanen. You're not one free agent away. You're looking at something that's you're gonna have to find the next sort of young pieces, and it's a rebuild. And they're never going to admit that because, they obviously want you to go and still buy the merch and fill seats, but this is as close to sort of a rebuild. The minute they let Chris Paul walk, I was never in on that they wanted Paul George or anybody else. They were looking to cut payroll and just sort of start anew.
Yeah, I agree with you. You're never going to be there. But what Steph can do, Steph can play 3, 4, 5 more years, but Steph can be the Ray Allen on this. So you got to realize he doesn't need, that's the kind of shooter he can be. But you're absolutely right. If you don't build a team around him and get a bunch of guys, because he's no longer able to carry the load like he used to, and we know that. But it's going to be interesting to see what direction they decide to go.
And you're talking about Kuminga, and if they don't know what they have or they're not going to pay him, they may as well move him. And I don't disagree with that. But like the one thing about Kuminga, and I get this, well, he'll never be a number one. I actually agree with that. I don't think he ever will be. But he might be a number 2 at some point. So I wouldn't just discard that just because he may not ever have the ability to be the best player on a championship team. It means that, okay, in the next 3 or 4 years, you got to find a 1 to push Kuminga down to either a 2 or 3. But if you get rid of Kuminga, then, you don't have a piece moving forward. Not a piece.
Well, it all depends on what you're getting in return.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
The issue I have with Kuminga is that today, if you're going to be 22 and you want to even be a 2 or a 3, you've got to be a two-way player. And he's just one side of the floor. And there's got to be some buy-in defensively. You've got to give me more than 3.5 rebounds a game. There's got to be more on that side of the floor in order for me to invest in you. To me, if I'm a GM, if I've got anything to say about it, all that other stuff that the window dressing of the dunks, you could have him, man. Just give me some picks or give me some players that are young that I can build around.
Yeah, and even the Comcast Biz text line brings up a good point. It's like, it's hard for me to think about you. Let's say that the best thing he does is scoring, right? So you want him in the game down the stretch to score, to take some pressure off of Steph. But I don't trust that he's going to step to the free throw line and hit free throws. And if you're going to be in the game in crunch time, you might have to go to the free throw line. And it's a little bit nitpicky because I think there were other things that happened, but he missed a big free throw down the stretch. He made a mistake defensively. Like, those are things that happen to 22-year-olds, but that's also what could cost you a basketball game. And so, like, those are things to me that you have to be better at, specifically at the free throw line, because otherwise I can't consider you a go-to scorer. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people didn't trust LeBron going to the rack at the end of games early in his career, because they did not know if he could get to the stripe and make those clutch baskets.
Well, that's just it. Those things don't bother me as much because young players can improve on that. Like, as you mentioned, LeBron got better, and LeBron couldn't shoot from the out. People would just let him cast early on in his career. But I think
he was good. But he was a gifted passer, though.
But Kuminga, who knows? But I think you can get better at the free throw line. I actually think his 3-point shooting will get better. It's that other stuff, man, that should keep you up at night. It's the fact that he won't get on the floor. It's all that. He doesn't have the dog. It's that defense. That's the sort of stuff, if you're going to win, those sort of, as they call them, measurables, that you can't necessarily teach or improve on. Either that's in the DNA or it's not. And I don't see it with this guy.
What's the identity, Steiny? Who are the Warriors?
It's a great question. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's still Steph's team, but I think what they're asking him to do is borderline unfair. It's just too much for him to handle. But the players around him aren't quite good enough. He's not the same player he was, and they got to figure it out.
Okay, Steiny, let me ask you.
I'm not.
What if he? Okay, let's just say he's not the player he is. I totally agree. But let's just say Steph. This is Steph 10 years ago, and he could give you 30 a night. Where would they be?
Well,
you see what?
I think they win last night.
Oh yeah, last night they win. But who?
Although, do they win last night? Because he was as good as he was 14 for 24.
No, they might win on Monday. But to your point, they're not winning enough, even at that point.
That's the point I'm making.
Well, you're right. 10 years ago, he was a better player, but he also had better team around him, so everything was so much easier when he did take a shot. Yeah, I think it's tough for him to get a shot off.
Yeah.
At times this year. And
hey, can I change gears for a second?
Yeah.
I just saw Caitlin Clark. I saw this the other. I think it was Bill Simmons' article. Have you heard this? Can you name me? Forget about LeBron and Steph. Take them out of the equation. Give me an NBA star under 30 that's as popular as Caitlin Clark.
Under 30?
Yeah, and if you go Giannis and Luka, here's the argument they make, that they're not Americans. And this is the reason why.
Yeah, I was going to say the only guy I could think of, honestly, is Wembanyama.
But
he's not.
But there's not. The point they're trying to make, everybody's concerned about the demise of basketball. The ratings are down. Everyone's shooting three. They also point out that there's no American young stars like Caitlin Clark that's identifiable under the age of 30. Sorry.
I mean, I think the one guy who's got a shot at it, but is Anthony Edwards. But he's in Minnesota. See, she plays for the Fever, right? It doesn't seem to matter that she's playing in Indiana.
Exactly.
But it seems to matter that Anthony Edwards is playing in Minneapolis. But I would agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
until Cooper Flagg comes in.
But you have to realize they made her because of the fact everyone was hating. You're like, and here's a girl that can play on any level, and you had all the haters and people come out. And no one was like, oh, no, it's like, dude, give her props. It's not about white, black. It's about she's a basketball player. And everyone wanted to hate her, beat up on her, and do those things. And it's just like, it just pushed her to the forefront. She kept her mouth shut and all those things. She can't win. Either if she says something this, then you're going to do that. It's like the world we live in, it's soft, man. I can't go there. I'm sorry.
Well, let me tell you what. She's going to be unbelievable next year. Yeah. You know how, dude, these guys have to play a 35-game season, and then they jump right into the WNBA.
Oh, it's like the next week.
There's no break.
Yeah. She played more basketball, arguably, than any player in the WNBA in the last calendar year. Because I think the only other player was Angel Reese, because they also went deep into the women's tournament. But no, she's fantastic. I think the NBA, and that's why yesterday it's like, I'm curious to see what happens when the ratings come out. But I'm sure that Curry and LeBron is the highest rated game. It's in a primetime slot.
You want to hear numbers?
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, the NBA, they've gone down 48% in terms of their television audience over the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's considerable.
It's unbelievable.
Why?
Like half of your viewership?
What do you think it is, Tiny?
I think there's a dozen reasons.
Yeah.
3-point shooting.
I think the game's boring. I think load management is a big issue. Player empowerment, I think people think has gone too far toward the players. You don't know who's playing night in and night out.
Right. And threes. Everyone does the same thing.
Threes are a big, big problem.
Do you think how much do you think politics has to do with it? If any?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's part of the equation. I don't think it's the biggest thing.
It's not the biggest, but it definitely does. Because I just think you see people there, when you see all the whatever your politics are, and you bring it to the court, and all these things.
Before we get out, Stoney, you know what's funny is that when I was younger, remember back in the day when Michael Jordan was ruling the roost, it was all about, I remember people used to say the worst shot in basketball is the dunk. And this is the end of basketball because you dudes don't even know how to shoot free throws. Right. No one could shoot a mid-range. This is the end of the sport. Now we've gone to the complete other end of the spectrum that Edwards doesn't even want to go to the hoop.
No.
John Morant's like, I'm not dunking anymore. I'll just shoot threes. Yeah. So somewhere in between lies the happy medium.
No question.
I'm not against making a dunk 3 points.
No, you want the solution? I got it for you.
I'm here. All ears.
Whoa.
We eliminate the three in the key. Bring back the bigs. Just let them just create. Let them just
go full Barkley.
I thought he was going to say
for 10 seconds.
Get rid of the three.
Oh, well, that's what he said last week. Get rid of the 3-point line.
All you could do is use the three like they do in baseball. Like you got the short porch in Fenway. Depending on the arena you go to,
customizing
and your personnel.
That would actually be great. I wouldn't mind seeing that. All right, Dan Devone, Lorenzo Neal, they'll take you the rest of the way. We'll see everybody tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
It's a quick turnaround, Lo.
Very quick. Very quick.
Don't waste any time.
I was like, do I get to the restroom real quick?
Typically,
like,
you just go get something to drink.
Something to drink, cup of coffee, cup of joy. And they're like, oh, no, we're going right now. Let's
Put some money in the meter.
Yes.
Chase the rig down the block as it's being towed away like our Cam Williams the other day.
Poor Cam. No, we're good. We're rolling, baby. We're rolling.
Hi again, everybody. Alongside my man, Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Avone. Got you covered for the next couple of hours. We'll be talking to Steve Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock. You know that I got the big show because my man Lucas comes in and just hands me, War and Peace. I got like 12 pages I got to read here.
No, Luke, you didn't bring me any of those, all the questions and stuff. Hook your boy up, man. Come on, Luke.
Soon enough.
All right. So, we got Steve Kerr coming up. We've got our man Greg Cosell be on board at 3:15.
Yes. Looking forward to
NFL Films. We'll get into the San Francisco 49ers, and we got to deviate from the Niners a little bit, and then we'll get into football, and we'll let you sink your teeth into what's going on. I do want to talk about Kansas City, man.
Me too. I did it again. I don't even talk.
I thought we could hold off before we get into Kansas City.
We're not going football. Let's go basketball. No, because Kansas City, I can't stand them. I don't know what they keep doing. They're like a cat. They got 9 lives. You just can't beat them.
It's the number 1 seed. They got a month off. They're gonna do it again, and they're playing their best football now. Here they come.
Yes,
here they come.
I'm like, yeah,
it's a three-peat.
Yeah. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Stop. We're not talking football.
All right. Golden State Warriors lose a tough one last night. That was tough to watch.
Were you not entertained?
Yeah, no, it was fun. It was good stuff. And, just sort of pick up from where we left off when I was talking about Steph as well as LeBron and seeing what it is that they were doing because I don't know whether either one of those teams are going to get an opportunity to play on Christmas Day again because they're just not going to be as good. And the NBA wants, they want the relevant basketball teams. And if that's the last dance, if that's the last hurrah that we see those two in front of the world on December 25th, they certainly went out in style. But, I'm just curious, is there an identity issue here with the NBA with the changing of the guard once those two go off to the sunset and we look towards the younger players? Is there anything to that there has to be an American star like that of a Caitlin Clark under the age of 30 in order for people to buy in?
I think the biggest thing between I got to go my sport, football and basketball.
Do it.
Is basketball, what they did is they made the player bigger than the game, and they made the player bigger than the team. In football, you're never bigger than the game. And that is the biggest deal. So you have to realize they evolved. What they do? Oh, the three-pointer. Everyone's playing to shooting the three. That was about the players being able to shoot the three. It evolved. It wasn't necessarily about the game. When they talk about, everyone was like, if you love football, these are the things you love. If you love basketball, these are the things you love. And I think since you made it more about the player instead of the game, and now you put on Christmas Day, on those big days, you're pushing your best players to the forefront, the ones with the big names. Come on. Every Thanksgiving, guess who you're going to get? You're going to get the Detroit Lions. I don't care if they're friggin' horrible. You're getting them. And so guess what? People are still going to watch because it was the only show. That's the difference, I think, with football. They always make it about the sport and not the player.
I'm trying to go NBA and feed into what happened last night. We're here for you, yeah. But I'm reading the text line. I just threw out that Kansas City Chief nugget. And somebody's already going in and saying Kansas City doesn't want to hear the Niners' excuses about playing deep into the playoffs like the Niners have done the last couple of years and not having the motivation the next year. In other words, this gentleman here, the 925, does not want to hear about the hangover because Kansas City has done it the last 3 consecutive years. All the emotion of getting to the playoffs, Patrick Mahomes' injuries, we don't have wide receivers, all the pressure to repeat, and here they are again. Is there any connective tissue with Kansas City once again locking up the number 1 seed, eyeing another Super Bowl, and the 49ers doing an El Foldo in 2024?
He's right. I mean, we're going to make excuses, but you think about Isaiah, the running back, gets injured. Pacheco gets injured. All the players that's been injured, the receiver just come back. All those things. In Kansas City, some kind of way, just finds a way. No excuse, no hangover. They just talk about okay, let's reload. Let's rebuild. Let's not rebuild. Let's just reload. The Niners, unfortunately, injuries, contract holdout, got them.
So we'll wait and see. As Kansas City once again locking up the number 1 seed, they get like a month off.
Right. Gosh. And they're gonna rest those. Some of those guys are gonna rest. You're Kansas City.
We'll get into the Chiefs. All right, we'll get into football. As I mentioned, Greg Cosell is going to join us at 3:15. We just got to hold back because we did 4 hours of football the other day. We'll talk about Sam Darnold. I'm telling you, Sam Darnold, man. If Brock Purdy, if you're going to hardball me, and if you want something I can't afford, Sammy D, come on down, or at least what's your asking price, Sam? You know the one thing, though, I'm going back to the NBA, I promise. The one thing about when you talk about negotiations with the 49ers and Brock Purdy, the one thing that Brock Purdy, I mean, he has on them, he could blow in Shanahan's ear as well as Lynch and say, look at man, I saved your bacon. Not only because did I do this on my rookie deal where you paid me peanuts and I took you to a Super Bowl and NFC championship, but I also made people forget what could have been your career-defining moment when you decided to move up in a draft and give up all those number 1 picks to Miami and go get Trey Lance. Now, it's still a talking point, and people will still criticize Kyle Shanahan to a certain degree, but it gets lost, man. Let's not get confused here. It gets lost because the team has been so good. And why are they good? Because they stumbled on this kid out of Iowa State who really just saved the backside of Lynch and Shanahan, if you think about it. So if anybody deserves a solid, it might be Brock Purdy saying, come on, man, I'm not the dude you want to lowball.
Agreed. But before we go back to basketball, what if switch roles? And when I tell you, hey, how did we do the year before? And how did we do the year before that? Oh, weren't we in the Super Bowl without you? 2 years prior to that? Didn't we go to what's that, Brock? Boom! Waves in your face.
That's true. But it has, I think that because of the fact that he hit the ground running, we don't really dwell on Trey Lance as much. If this is New York,
no, I agree.
Philly, and what they did on draft day, because it wasn't as though sometimes, like Daniel Jones was in New York for 6-7 years, and it just never happened. Trey Lance was bad from the get-go. That dude did not have accuracy.
Never had it.
Had a hitch in his delivery, and they're like, whoa, that's a bust. That's Jamarcus Russell-esque.
It was.
And
just he's a better person. And at least, you're absolutely. How about Solomon
Thomas out of Stanford.
How about Kinlaw?
Javon Kinlaw.
So you
remember the Jets?
Yeah. So you're right. You're right. He saved their bacon.
All right. You're giving me these short, curt answers because I know you want to talk a little basketball and save the football. So we'll just talk about what happened last night. And we got Coach Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock, and we'll ask him. I want to specifically get into what happened to the final 6 seconds of that game. I just get your thoughts on defensively, what the hell happened with the Warriors as far as that breakdown.
I think it's tough when a coach knows and you're going to bring him on the air, and that's what makes Kerr and these coaches that say, okay, I'm gonna swallow pride. I'm coming on the radio show, and I'm going to tell because he knows when you got to protect the hoop. Guys see it rotate. He got to rotate down and says, okay, got somebody going to crash down. The guy's got the baseline. Who's going to step over there, make him kick the ball, throw the ball out, make him start over, or make a guy take a shot. You just had a free lane to the layup, and boom. Yeah, it was a quick, beat him off the first step, but you just 6 seconds left. You just don't think that should happen. But those guys getting paid too. I understand LeBron James, because if you get the ball in LeBron James, you're going to have to collapse. You know what he's going to do. He's going to back you down, play bully ball. Even though he's 38, he's going to back you down, play bully ball, and then you got to collapse, and he's going to kick the ball over to open three, open shooter, and that's what would have happened. So they said, let's take the ball out of his hand, let someone else beat you, and guess what? Someone else beat you.
I get, just when I think I'm out, I get pulled back in.
Uh-oh. Yes.
So back to the NFL.
There you go.
Nobody, oh no, I want to get back to Jimmy Garoppolo in the 925. Nobody there's no nobody in this. I'm conflating my two texts here. Jimmy did more with less, referring to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow. See, as people are coming at you now, because that's what that and I don't know if he did more. I think he did less because remember getting in the NFC Championship game.
I think the point being is that he didn't have a Christian McCaffrey. He didn't have a Debo.
I agree.
He didn't have a Brandon Ayuk.
Agree.
You know, he had Kittle, but he didn't have those boys. In fact, I remember it was so bad that year they went to the Super Bowl, they got Emmanuel Sanders late in the season.
True.
Because they didn't have a wideout, essentially, that was a go-to or a number one.
No, they had a mean defense, and you have to realize they'd run the ball 30, 40 times. You remember the NFC game where they played, was it Minnesota, where they only threw 8 passes?
The Packers in the championship game.
Think about what does that say? You only throw the ball 8 times, and you still win that game? So that's what I understand about the text line. I understand exactly what someone is saying there. He did more with less. Absolutely. But I'm saying he didn't have to do much because his defense and because the running game was so dominant.
Yeah. I was always a big Jimmy Garoppolo supporter, not because I thought he was a good quarterback comparatively speaking. I always felt as though he got just a raw job, the way he was disrespected by, I think, Kyle Shanahan at times and John Lynch, because drafting Trey Lance, you know, Jimmy's sitting right there, and if you thought you could upgrade with Trey Lance, that's fine. But when Trey Lance turned out to be clearly not the guy, and there was that awkward moment where they didn't know what to do with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's at camp, but he's not at camp because he was playing catch with himself on a field adjacent to where they had their summer camps, and there was just like, you know, oh, Trey Lance is hurt. Come on in, Jimmy Garoppolo, and save the day once again. I always felt as though I was defending him because there was a little bit of disrespect, and people got it
was wrong.
Twisted that I felt Jimmy Garoppolo was a really good quarterback, and I was his apologist for him. No, I was just talking about within sort of the confines and that the microcosm that was the 49ers as it relates to Jimmy Garoppolo and your best opportunity at getting to that Super Bowl and winning it. People are comparing the 49ers on the text line. Maybe it's the same guy in the 925. Are they the Bills of the 80s?
Ooh.
Now, obviously, the Bills went to 4 consecutive Super Bowls. We talked to Andre Reed a couple of weeks back. He was part of those Jim Kelly and those red gun offenses, 4 consecutive Super Bowls, only to be denied and rebuked each and every time. The Niners aren't to that extent, but Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowls, NFC championships, and nothing to show for it.
Yeah, they're the closest thing to it, to being like the Bills of the 90s. But like you said, they've been to 2 Super Bowls, NFC championship games. They've been right there. They're not the Bills, but they're the closest thing to the Bills. And that's the thing that's tough, that, you know, you're just right there and you're so close, but yet so far. And now this year you digressed big time. So it's going to be interesting just to see how they rebound and see what they have to do, because I'll tell you right now, this year has been heartbreaking for the fans and the players, because you knew coming into camp, every one of those players saying, we know what we got to do. We're going to be ready for Kansas City. They were saying the right thing. We know who we are with the Niners. And look where it's got them this year. It's crazy.
Pick to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Forget about winning the NFC. That was a foregone conclusion. And now it's a team that mathematically eliminated before kickoff in their last game, getting ready for the Detroit Lions. We'll talk much more about that. As I mentioned, Greg Cosell is going to join us at 3:15. Steve Kerr will join us coming up at 5. A reminder, we are sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. We'll get back to the Golden State Warriors and that big loss in front of everybody on Christmas night. It's Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Devone just getting started here on 95.7 The Game.
And it's James who pops out, wants the ball that gets to Reeves. Reeves with 5, with 4, guarded by Wiggins. Reeves takes a drive left side, drives and gets a layup with 1 second to go in the game. Curry in the backcourt gets it off, but I don't think it was in time. And somehow the Warriors give up a layup with 1 second to go to lose. 115-113 the final.
Bay Area, it's Andrew Wiggins. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Andrew, how about playing a little defense?
Hey, Andrew, how you feeling?
We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/. YouTube.com/957 The Game and YouTube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. And if anyone swears, you get to hear it. Subscribe to the channel for all 957 The Game content on Twitch and YouTube. And make sure to hit the thumbs up button on YouTube if you like the show, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You ever swear on the air? I know you've done some TV and obviously the man on radio.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're pretty, you know what? You're a pretty clean guy, man.
I'm not a big swear. I don't.
Yeah.
I very rarely do I even cuss, period. Even when I'm mad, I'm not a huge fan of it.
Even playing?
When I was playing. Yeah. What, I mean, just words. I never thought it helped me. My anger. I just more tell you shut up.
Yeah, you're a centered man. I can recognize that about you.
I don't know if I'm centered, but I just.
Well, there's a very sort of, you have a spirit about you that you're good in your own skin. You're not peeking around any corners.
Yeah, you know why? Because I think when you're the size that I have and what you did, it's very easy to be people to mistake you as hey, he's a violent guy, and if you can overpower people and do certain things. So there's a perception and not reality. So at times you do have to make sure that, hey, look, I want to make sure that you're respecting that in that sense. So that's why one of the reasons that I've always kind of been malmannered, because I can be intimidating. I can imagine people, and so that's why I try to make sure that I'm just keep it above board.
Well, I've never sworn on the air, but I've had laughing attacks. In fact, when I was on the air out in Seattle, I had a co-anchor. I couldn't look at him. And
really?
He would toss to me for sports, and I would hyperventilate. I could not get out. Seriously, I had a 5-minute sportscast, and all you could hear me was snorting and giggling.
Was he that ugly, or did he have a weird look?
One of those things that, and when you're younger, maybe I was a little more immature in my day, but it hit that funny bone, and I would just come unglued. And I called my agent. I remember, I'm like, you got to get me out of here. I can't work next to this guy for the next 4 years. Like, I can't get through a sportscast. He makes me laugh so hard just looking at him. And then the guy I was laughing at would start to laugh, and it would just...
Oh, you two just start laughing together?
Chaos.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And my news directors, it was news. It was straight up news, like, 3 dead today in Chicago. And here we are giggling. And it was, the news director called us in one day and just said, look, it was fun the first couple of times. You have to stop this. You got to
get a hold of yourself.
Producers were working on a show all day, and you're laughing your ass off through the whole thing. And I was like, I know, but the more serious it becomes, the
more you want to laugh.
It was bad stuff. All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors. Somehow, some way, it was Austin Reeves that got to the hoop. It looked so easy. Just like a layup, game's over, let's go home. And it erased everything that Stephen Curry, and another amazing performance by Steph after the game he had against Indiana, where a lot of people are saying, he's soon to be 37. I don't know how many times I've heard that. But he proved that he still got it. He can still do it. Maybe not as consistently as he once did, but it's still there. And then just to see it end that way, look, tip your hat. Austin Reeves made a good move, but there seems as though there should have been more to it in terms of a help defender, something other than a layup. Thanks for coming. Good night, everybody. Let's open up the phone lines. 888-957-9570. We'll start things with Mike out in San Leandro, and he wants to point a finger at somebody. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, Wiggins let him go, but the biggest problem there was Kuminga should have been help side, and he was face guarding Hachimura, who was standing out of bounds. If you look at the replay, that never should have happened, regardless of what Wiggins did. Kuminga was minus 17 last night. I'm tired of the Kuminga experiment. He doesn't have a basketball IQ. He's a hell of an athlete, no IQ, and I was also thinking this season's in the crapper anyway. Why don't we do something looking for next year, like trade for, if he's available, Zion. He's injured. Maybe Celebrini can work miracles with him, and next year we can have a real team, depending on who you have to give up for him. But, yeah, Kuminga, minus 17. That's why we lost the game, not because Wiggins gave up a layup.
Good call, Mike. You had me until... Zion Williamson.
He's a headache. Too fat. Too big. What?
Listen, Celebrini is good at what he does. Maybe the best in the NBA, but not a miracle worker.
Right.
I mean, this guy was hurt in high school. Yeah. He was hurt in college. He was hurt in his first NBA game. He's not available. He's just one of those guys.
He doesn't love it.
No, when he plays. He's a dominant player. But you know guys like this, his body, it's just not suited for playing in the NBA.
Has he ever really got the weight under control? And that's the thing. You look at his eating habits and those things you hear about Zion, like you said, he's talented. He's a hell of an athlete. Totally agree with you there. But when you don't put it in the time in your body, you're going to break down. You're too big. If you're carrying extra weight, the athletic ability, when you're that big and you're carrying that type of weight and you don't work hard, you're going to break down.
You know what also does not help and also maybe contributes is the fact that, and you can relate to this, he plays in New Orleans.
New Orleans, baby. That good eating. That red beans and rice, all that good
deep fry water out there, man. Everything's getting deep fried
water. I love it.
I mean, that does not hurt when you're trying to, you're trying to slim down and you're living out there in New Orleans. But no, I don't think you necessarily have to. Maybe stranger things have happened, but he's a lot of money. First of all, Mike and San Leandro, and secondly, it's not like he's not available a lot of the time or part of the time. He's never. And this goes back to his days at Duke. This goes back to high school. And sometimes you just look at the body type. And I don't know if he loses all that weight, is he the same player?
Well, I think if not necessarily lose it all, you still hold it, but at least you'd be in better shape. Physically, your muscles and ligaments and everything else is be stronger. So now it's just not getting by on athletic ability. You've strengthened the tendons and the ligaments because you put the proper weight training to make sure your body is durable and pliable enough to be able to sustain. That's what I don't think is there. Because if you brought him here, now you could have a guy that could go down in the paint and demand a double team because you couldn't single up. Now you kick the ball out to Steph, and now Steph could be Steph. But you don't have a premier scorer like that can, the mid-range jumper that's too big, too physical, can back guys down, do that. He would be a huge asset for this team. But like you said, his durability, availability is just not there.
You know the great Ray Ratto, right?
Yeah,
absolute legend. I remember I wasn't even working in this market, but I would come here because I'm from San Francisco visiting family. I remember I was driving around one day, and I remember Ratto said this back in the day when Tiger Woods was Tiger Woods. When it was Sunday, Tiger Woods, get out of the way. Like he owned
it.
The PGA. And he said this in his prime. This is why Ray Ratto was the greatest as far as I'm concerned. He said, there is so much torque on that dude's swing. He's so violent with that swing. And as dominant he is right now, that's a recipe for back disaster. And I don't know if that guy's going to have longevity in this sport. Something I'm paraphrasing here. But he pointed out that is something to keep an eye on, is the fact that this guy and his body and the way he plays is not going to be the backside of his career. It's going to be under the knife, or it's not going to be where it's at today. And he couldn't have been more spot on. I mean, we thought that he was on target to win. He was going to eclipse the Golden Bear. I mean, it was all about Tiger back in the day. But, he got derailed because of the injuries and exactly what it was that Ray Ratto pointed out. And the reason I went down that road is because Zion, you could see the same thing early on in his career. Like, he was an amazing basketball player and so dominant and so fun, so big and strong. But the way he played was so violent, and there was so much pressure on those lower extremities. And then you look at his body type. Remember, he blew out his shoe. I've never seen that. His shoe exploded at Duke. It shattered.
But Tiger worked harder than him. Tiger, and Tiger's knee, I don't know if it was the back that you can put it all in the back. That knee was in bad, horrible shape, Tiger's knee. I think more so than the back. But you got to realize these are two different guys that took both of them they played at a high level, but Tiger took his sport a lot more serious, and he did the things that he needed to. And what comes out of New Orleans is Zion doing the things that he needs to do as a pro. And when he plays, absolutely, the guy can play, like you said. But is he doing those other things to strengthen his body, to make himself able to have sustainability and to be able to last, or at least be able to play more consistent and more frequent and be more available than what he is for New Orleans?
Because Zion Williamson coming to the Golden State Warriors, it's not the first time we've heard it. He's still young and he's still attractive, but there's so much money. But there has to be a solution for the Warriors. And I think that to Mike from San Leandro's point, that Jonathan Kuminga, and if you heard the crossover, this is sort of where I was at, that I'm becoming more of a guy, more of a proponent to move him. And I loved Jonathan Kuminga when he first came onto the scene. But I don't know that he'll ever get the other part of it. And the other part of it is, I actually think he's going to be a good three-point shooter, as ridiculous as that might sound today. I think he could improve on that. His free throw shooting could get better. But it's all those immeasurables, man. It's buying in defensively. And what happened last night, the fact that he didn't help defend, as Austin Reeves gets the baseline, and I don't know what the hell it was he was doing with Hachimura, out of bounds, and he was the closest defender to helping out. There's something amiss there, and maybe you learn to get better in that regard. But I think that Jonathan Kuminga, to me, is a trade piece. And I think if they don't trade him and we continue down this path, that's a huge miss on the part of the Warriors.
Right. I totally understand what you're saying. But it's a situation is like, does Kerr believe he can save him? Did they help? Do they have kid gloves on this guy? Are they putting enough on him? Are they pushing him enough? Did they just stick him into a starting role? Was he a guy that took it serious? Is it a guy that say, is he getting the extra in to make, are they going through those processes with this guy? And I think, those are some of the things we could ask Kerr when he comes on, because athletically, it looks like this guy has it. But you heard the callers, hey, this guy's IQ, his football, basketball IQ is not there. So when you have that problem, guy doesn't rotate to the baseline to say, look, I'm gonna go trap this guy because now I'm gonna have my hands up. He's not gonna throw it over me because the backboard's right there. I'm gonna jump up. I'm gonna be able to swat it. So he's gonna have to kick the ball out. By that time, 2-1, the clock's done. You made that layup with 1 second remaining on the clock. He rotates and claps. Now you stop the dribble. He has to hold it. Now he's got to look for a pass, look for a cutter, or someone cutting through, or throw the ball out. So you have to do those things. Those are basic fundamentals in basketball.
We'll talk to Coach Kerr coming up tonight at 5 o'clock, and we'll get into all of this. One of the things I want to ask, Coach, is what it is that you just laid out, is whether, and take Jonathan Kuminga out of the equation, whether players at a young age, because you can see them obviously improve offensively, defensively, how much more of a challenge is that for a coach to make sure that younger players improve defensively? Because, and this is where I want to hear from you, because you can bring it back to football. You know this from playing in the NFL, that defense, and it's true for the NBA, it's not about X's and O's on a chalkboard. It's buy-in. It's like either you got the dog or you don't. It's either a chromosome in your DNA, or oftentimes you're just not that guy. And can you learn? Is it a learned behavior? So just talk to me coming out of the NFL, where you see good defenders and they were just born that way. This is like, that dude is going to, if you've got the rock, he is going to scrape sideline to sideline and find you. And I think if you have to learn to play defense, isn't it that much more of a struggle? And can that even happen?
Yeah, it is a struggle, because I remember playing, when you're playing fullback and blocking for, the great Eddie George or LaDainian, or just even early in career, Dalton Hilliard went to play for the Saints, LSU, great running back. And we would run lead draw. That means the lead draw, 42 lead or 43 lead, one's to the left, one's to the right. And you run it, and you take your draw step over. It looks like pass, the quarterback's dropping, and you wait for the hold, because the guard is fanning out. He's fanning out, and he's giving the guy an outside release for the defensive lineman is going to brush it outside. So if they do that, but if the defensive end comes inside, he's kind of pinching it down. But if you just run in there, you'll run into darkness. And as sometimes you watch fullbacks and you watch guys, they're just like, oh, I got to go block my guy because you're supposed to block the Mike linebacker. And if the guard is covered in that 3 technique takes him and take the inside shade, then that gap that you usually go through is plugged. But some guys just run into the pile, and now, boom, the running back runs to that B gap, and all of a sudden he's met by the linebacker because the fullback didn't bounce it and read it out. It's no different than when you're playing defense or offense in basketball. Okay, God, I got a guy, but also he did something different than what I did. I got to, when I see him cutting, I got to crash, stay in front of him, understand what they're trying to do. And that's what you're talking about, having that dog, having that instinct to say, look, okay, I know there's a cutter coming. Okay, I know I made that block, but I got to be aware there's a cutter. Or you know what? I'm going to be all in. I'm not going to let that pass come in because I know he's going to try to bounce that or try to throw it over my head. I know he can't throw it over my head because I got the backboard or I have something there. I know he's going to have to bounce that back. So you got to anticipate. And that's what we're talking about, basketball IQ, having the, have the intuition or anticipate where you know that they need to go with that ball. And it doesn't change. Those things doesn't change, that you know what the concept is, where they're going to the ball. And that's what we're talking about with Kuminga. Does he have that innate ability and that basketball IQ to be able to adjust in those type of situations?
This is according to Shams Charania today, the new insider when it comes to NBA nuggets and knowledge. The Warriors were hoping for a big development jump from Jonathan Kuminga or Brandon Podziemski to become a homegrown star. With the Golden State's duo not taking steps forward, they remain very active to find another star to pair alongside Steph Curry. And it just gets back to, is this an internal problem that starts with the Warriors in player development? Because it's one thing to get a young star with promise, but just like anything else, you got to water that weed and you got to make sure that it flourishes and becomes, that potential comes to fruition. Have the Warriors done their part? Is there any culpability, you think, on the part of the Warriors and Steve Kerr specifically as far as the development and the growth of Jonathan Kuminga and or Brandon Podziemski?
Here it is again. You just don't know because you're not in those meetings, and I can't speculate, but I can tell you this. From what my experience in the NFL, if there's a guy that gets drafted in the first round, he can miss meetings, he could be late, he could do certain things, and guess what? They'd fine him, do certain things, but it's hard to cut him because your team is invested in him. Your team has too much invested. You saw what happened with Trey. You couldn't, even though you knew he wasn't going to be the guy the first year, you can't just cut him, you can't just move him, you can't just trade him. So you say, okay, so how do you get the best out of those guys? You saw it. Everyone saw it, Raider fans. DeMarcus Russell, first pick, great court, supposed to be the savior of the franchise. What happened? They couldn't develop him. Why? Because they knew they couldn't move him. They knew they couldn't cut him. You had no trade value. You put all chips in on that particular player, and now you're looking at a guy like Kuminga. It's like, okay, I'm not comparing him to Marcus Russell because I don't know his attitude. This guy he could be hungry. He could be trying. He's an effort guy. He wants to be good. But does he have it? Did they push him the right way? Are they saying, hey, look, we can't move this guy. We've drafted him high. We can't trade him. Or you know what? We can't cut him. So sometimes is where you're slotted and where you're taken, the team can only do so much until it says, okay, his contract expired. Okay, we can get him off the books. It's third year. It's fourth year. We can go ahead and cut him. And it's not going to hurt us. But when you do that, though, you lost a transitional player. You lost a player that you thought was going to change your franchise. And so now you missed on that. So those things sometimes you can't recoup if the player is that bad and you can't get any value for him. So you can't recoup that.
Yeah, I think in the case of Jonathan Kuminga, is your cam not up? People want to see you apparently.
Yeah, they're gonna come in and fix it. I'm ready to go. I got it. They want to see me. I got it. Pointing at me. I got it pointing at me. Get me dialed up.
We're locked in.
All right.
I mean, you are a box of chocolates, man. You are a good-looking man. All right.
Thank you. Glad they want to see me.
I think Jonathan Kuminga is. I'm not putting that on the Warriors. It's been 4 years. There has been some consistency that I think Steve Kerr would admit to. Maybe he won't. I don't know. We can talk to him about it. But the yo-yoing in and out of the starting lineup, I think, has been a serious sort of issue. Just when it looked as though they were going to commit to Jonathan Kuminga as being the guy, and let's just see what we got. All right, right up until the trade deadline. Do we extend him? I don't know, but let's find out. When they moved him into the lineup, and he actually, he leapfrogged Draymond Green, and now once again he's coming off the bench. So there's some, I think Steve Kerr has opened the door there for some criticism.
Have you seen, when you look at Kuminga, when you're watching this guy, okay, his second, third year, do you see the effort? Do you see the effort there? That's the question. Or do you see, is it lack? Do you see lack of effort? Do you saying he doesn't have that dog? You say, okay, here's the game. See ball, get ball. Does he play reckless? And you say, man, this guy's diving on the floor like you're talking about dog. Does he have that? Or is he just a finesse player? What do you see when you look at this guy's body of work?
I mean, I see a guy who is a tremendous athlete. The ability, the combination of strength and skill is rare. and he's got it. But I think that the template is already in place for the Warriors, and it's about titles. They don't get enamored. I mean, yeah, you love a guy who can score and tease you with athleticism. Every team does. But for the Warriors, and it's the reason why Jordan Poole, people go out to me because I go after Jordan Poole, and I know there's a lot of Jordan Poole fans, and the reason why I don't think he's stuck with the Warriors had nothing to do with Draymond Green, but it's the fact that he was not somebody that ever bought in defensively. And that's the issue I have with Jonathan Kuminga. Not me, forget about me, but I think management. And the reason why they're not sold on this guy is it's the little things. If he could be Brandon Podziemski defensively, like if he could be Brandon Podziemski in terms of making basketball plays, taking charges, getting rebounds to go along with what he's doing offensively, then you got the perfect player. But it's all the other stuff on the defensive side that I think gives people some pause. All right, phone lines are open, 888-957-9570. Leroy's hanging out in Oakland, wants to talk about Steph and what's going on with the Warriors. What's up, my man?
God bless you. Hi. How you guys doing?
We're good, buddy.
How you guys doing?
Legendary.
I'm doing okay. I'm sorry. I'm a big Warrior fan, guys, and I kind of felt like when Jordan Poole was here, and we had to make that decision. What would happen with Draymond and Jordan. I just was really hoping, and I love Draymond, but I was hoping that for the future that we would have kind of hung on to Jordan Poole, and I would have loved to see him run alongside Stephen Curry. And I just think that, we're kind of paying for it a little bit, not making the decision to keep him. And also, I just think that Kuminga's out of position. Like, I thought Kuminga was going to start at the 2. I thought he was going to be alongside Steph Curry, but I have yet to see that happen. So these mistakes, right, that the Warriors seem to have made, coming back to bite them a little bit. That's just how I feel about it, guys.
No, I like it. It's good insight. I don't know about Kuminga at the 2 because one of the reasons why he can't play the 3 or you'd have a hard time at the 2 is that you got to shoot the 3, or at least you got to shoot a little bit better than what it is he's been able to do to this point in his career. All right. A reminder, we are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We see you, Cameron. We see the rest of the college. We're going to go away for a little bit. Hang in there. We'll get right to your calls. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors and that loss as they have now lost. I want to say, is it 11 of the last 14? Yeah, 11 of the last 14 after the 12-3 start as the Warriors fall to the Los Angeles Lakers on Christmas Day as Austin Reeves gets basically a buzzer beater to beat him. And we're trying to figure out how the heck that happened. We'll try and answer those questions and much more. It's Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Devone. We're back on 95.7 The Game after this.
Bay Area. This is Jonathan Kuminga. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week, right here on 95.7 The Game.
There's our guy.
If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, be sure to check out how Bonte and Shasky reacted to another disappointing 49ers loss earlier today on the Morning Roast. All right, I'm going to do my triples for autism.
Okay.
All right?
Yes.
You ready for this?
I am.
I'm practicing all day. It's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli, financial partners in the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made 18 three-pointers in last night's loss to the Lakers. That means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco. That's the 7th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph Curry led the way with 8 threes, including a couple late to give the Warriors a chance, while Andrew Wiggins and Dennis Schroeder each chipped in with 3 makes from deep. Throw in a couple of others, and that's enough for another Pettinelli donation to the Autism Society, San Francisco. So congratulations to them. Once again, it's Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners. All right, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and that loss on Christmas Day in front of everybody to the Los Angeles Lakers, and exactly what went wrong, especially in those final 6.3 seconds after Steph Curry. I still don't know how he hit that corner jumper with that side release to bring him within 1. And then, which was also incredulous, is how he got so open from one extreme to the other to tie the thing in the closing moments, where he was able to set his feet off that Draymond Green screen and then knock down that triple. We'll talk to Steve Kerr coming up in a matter of moments. We want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. Let's get things going. Give me Mike hanging out in Santa Clara.
Hey, guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Got you, Mike.
Guys. Hey, just want to say, first off, happy holidays to your family and happy New Year and everything. Lo, I hope I never see you in a Speedo on YouTube or anything. So
You won't, bro. You won't.
So regarding the Warriors, guys, look, overall, I want to say a great day for the NBA last Christmas, especially with all the criticism of it not being like, what it is. So I would want to say, first off, great 5 games that we saw yesterday. And as a Warrior fan, great freaking game against LeBron and Curry. That's always a matchup that we're very rare to see, especially with the upcoming, retiring and everything in the near future. So what I wanted to talk about was, the Warriors, I'm obviously very concerned. I just think that we do need a true 5 in this case, and Valanciunas is obviously a big factor of maybe filling that role. We could potentially get him at a decent price with, not as big role players as we need to, with some picks behind it. But I still think, and the Schroeder move was a great move. I just think that we need another scorer, though. Buddy Hield was supposed to be that other scorer, but, he's gone kind of cold lately, and I just want someone that's a little bit more reliable. So I just think that they need to, 2 parts. They need to go for a big man, a true big man, and I hate to say it, you got to put Looney Tunes in there and possibly the trade, and also with some picks behind it to get Valanciunas. But also, you still need that other scorer that's going to take the pressure off of Steph. I don't see it in Buddy Hield. I don't. Wiggins, he's hot and cold. He just goes with the flow like we've been talking about. But we need to get a second scorer that can take the pressure off of him.
Let me ask you something.
We got a lot of young players like Kuminga and everything. We just need to figure it out. But I want your thoughts, guys, on a second, true point scorer outside of a big man. But those are my 2 spots. Thanks, guys.
I was going to ask you before you jumped off, but you're probably gone. So what does that do for the Warriors? If you go out and bring in the guy that you think, is one player going to get this team playing championship ball? Does it barely get you in the playoffs? Or is this, okay, is it time to rinse and repeat? Or is it time to press the reset? You're going to keep Steph. We understand that. But is that guy that you're saying, how far does that get you?
Yeah,
That's a great question, Little.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mike. It's your show, buddy. Who the hell am I?
Yeah, no. Go ahead, EG. Go ahead.
No. Seriously, I want to hear you, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, so honestly, I don't know who that is going to be. Again, who can we get with a particular package outside of trading JK? Look, the guys I'm willing to move are Moody, Pods. I'm willing to give up Pods, and I know that, they're giving him the minutes and everything, but, he's still a trade asset. And also Looney, as much as I love the guy, but you have to look at, the future of the team as well. I'm trying not to give up JK in this case. So who is that point scorer? I do not know. But we need a number 2 behind Steph, whether it's a 6-man or not. And Buddy Hield is not that guy. But in general, though, again, that part I don't know. And that's why it's just my personal opinion. I don't know who it's going to be. Will it happen? No. But I do agree that, TJD, that guy is a beast. I have to admit. He goes around the boards. He plays Warriors ball. But we do need a true 5 at the same time. That's why I'm saying try to go for Valanciunas and just get – or not Valanciunas, I'm sorry, Vucevic. And try to go after him and get someone that can just crush the boards, get the rebounds, potentially give you multiple double-doubles, and just go with that. He can play in particular situations. I love the Schroeder trade. I really do. It's only been a few games at this point. He's going to learn the offense and learn to play with these guys under Steve Kerr, okay? He's going to be fine. Just give him some time to get used to the offense. But that second score, that part, I don't know. Who are they going to get? Who can they get? That's the part that is a question mark for me. That's what I got to say, Lo.
Thank you, because Vuce, to me, it's – now,
well, first he mentioned Valanciunas is with the Wizards.
Right, but he's 34.
He's talking about Vucevic, who's with the Bulls.
But he's 34. So is this a piece you can build around 34? What does he have left in the tank? You already got Steph, on his, that's in his ladder. So you got to either think about someone younger that's a young, dominant player, and what are you willing to give up? Do you say, hey, Draymond Green? Everyone says, okay, Draymond is a hell of a player, still competes with one of the better defensive players. With Boston, Draymond has some value. And if you're really saying it's over, ask Montana. I got Montana on the phone. They got rid of him. You think about certain guys in certain situations that organizations, I'm talking about top tier guys. They said, okay, Brady, look at the greatest quarterback of all time. You just say, okay, we got to make some moves. And it's uncomfortable. It's painful. But if you're going to compete, and this Warrior team's going to compete, you got to think about drastic measures, or you're not there yet.
You can't be loyal in this sport.
You can't in no sport, unfortunately.
I agree with that. And as far as Mike's, as getting a number 2, that's been that's the $80 million question over the last, not only this year, but over the last couple of years. I think that Schroeder was supposed. Now, I'm surprised that he has a level of patience with Schroeder, and I guess we all should. You come to a new team, and especially as complex as the Warriors system is. But the clock's ticking. We need to see a little return on our investment here. So give me something, and we'll. There's a grace period here with Schroeder that he's obviously got to sort of mix in with new players and understand sort of the way things are done here. But we'll give you a few more games. But losing 11 of 14 is real stuff. As far as the number 2, maybe it's Schroeder. Jonathan Kuminga certainly was supposed to be that guy, ideally. Andrew Wiggins in a perfect world could have been that guy. And I don't think it's in-house. I don't think Vucevic is an answer. I don't think Butler's an answer. I don't think that Paul George was an answer. Because I think that you're looking, and especially if you're talking about free agents that are in their mid-30s and their better years are behind them, I don't think you're doing it with one guy. And so the upheaval and in terms of getting back on the right track is a little bit more layered. And I know we want the quick fix. We want that escape hatch, okay, give me this guy, because I'm accustomed to going back to the finals or being a good basketball team. And unfortunately, it's a little bit more involved when you're talking about the end of a dynasty, and they never end well. And this is just another case in point. Let's continue with the calls. Cameron's hanging out in Fremont. What's up, Cameron? How are you today?
Doing good. How y'all doing?
Good,
legendary.
Man. Okay. Happy holidays. Well, yeah. How we was looking in the beginning of the season, we was looking real good. I know Milton went down, but even when Milton wasn't playing those couple of games, we were still winning and showing a lot of promise. Everything changed when Kerr stopped using Scott's offense. Kerr is the main problem. There is no reason that Kyle Anderson should be getting DNPs after he just started and was doing a good job. He's good on defense. He giving Moody DNPs. Pod is getting way too many minutes. This all starts with Kerr and his rotations. There was no reason that TJD or Looney should not have been on the court in that last 6 seconds. He's going with these 3 to 4 guard lineups that every time he does it, we lose. We start losing the game. We lose the lead, and then he try to count on Curry to come back in the last 4 or 5 minutes to save him, when he should be bringing Curry in way earlier when we see the game teetering and we're about to lose. Even if Curry's on the floor, that's way better chance of us winning. He's bringing him in late.
Gotcha.
He's not in rhythm. He's running this motion offense. Yeah.
Right, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know that I would put it all on Steve Kerr, but another sort of a head scratcher is that TJD was not in that closing lineup because they wanted to go small because Anthony Davis was out. All right, we see you on the phone lines. We're going to get back to your calls. We'll do that and much more. But first, we're sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com. All right, Paulie, Jarek in Oakland. We'll talk some more Golden State Warriors. Also, we're going to hear from Greg Cosell, NFL Films, when we come back, get back to the NFL. All that and much more here on 95.7 The Game.
Happy. I was enjoying basketball. You were teaching me about round ball. I love it.
We'll take a quick respite from the Golden State Warriors and get into the San Francisco 49ers. And what better way to do that with our man, Greg Cosell, who joins us now on the River Island guest line. Greg, how are you today?
Gentlemen, what's happening? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well. We just heard the play-by-play call on yet another costly interception by one Brock Purdy. And that's where I wanted to start. What is it that you're seeing on tape with Brock Purdy that, and a lot of people want to attribute it to, he's not 100%, could be the shoulder, but what is he doing now that he wasn't doing early on in the season or dated back to last year when he was enjoying much more success that maybe he's not able to replicate on tape right now? What is it that you're seeing, Greg?
I don't think really it's a Purdy issue per se. It's funny. I had this conversation today. Someone, was talking about, different kinds of quarterbacks. Let's keep one thing in mind. There's only about 4 or 5 quarterbacks in the league that are guys that just can, in a sense, carry a team, that don't necessarily need great players to performing at a high level. Purdy's not one of those guys. And that's not news, by the way. I don't know if 49ers fans think he is. Purdy is a guy that needs players. So now you have to look at the rest of what the Niners bring to the table as this year's progressed. They've got a bad offensive line, they've got no run game, and they've got no speed. So Brock Purdy is now in a situation where people are expecting him to be more than he can possibly be. That's not who he is. He's not a guy that's going to go out there like Josh Allen or Mahomes or Lamar and do special things. He plays within the structure of an offense. And when the structure of an offense can't perform at a reasonable level, he's going to be up and down. He'll have really good moments, and he'll have some moments that are not so good. And by the way, the interception was not on him.
No question. When you think about just this Niner team, and you just talked about the run game has been insufficient. You talk about the defense, all those different things surrounding the offensive line. Banks. What have you seen from that unit in particular? It's like dancing. You have a great dance partner. You got to move on be on the same level, same page. What have you seen about this offensive line when you're watching tape collectively?
Yeah, I think it starts individually and then it goes collectively, Lo. I think that the center, Brendel, has not played anywhere near as well this season. I don't think Banks has played anywhere near as well this season as individuals. We know that Williams has been out, so they've been playing with Jalen Moore at left tackle. And McKivitz has always had a problem in one-on-one pass protection, which they could kind of sort of camouflage a bit when everything was going really well and everybody was healthy and they had McCaffrey and they had a really good run game. But, don't forget the offensive line, particularly the interior of the O-line, the center and the 2 guards, they control the depth of the pocket. And Purdy is a quarterback that needs to be well protected with space to step and throw. He needs the depth of the pocket to be secure because he does not have a strong arm. So he's not a guy that can sit on his back foot when the pocket is squeezed and the pocket is muddy and drive the football. So his lack of arm strength becomes a bigger factor when the pocket is squeezed. And that's happened more and more this year. So this, to get back to your original question, this is not a Brock Purdy issue in the sense that a lot of people think it is. And again, I'm not suggesting he's a top 2 or 3 quarterback in the league, sure, but what he is good at needs other people.
We're talking to Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line. And does that go hand in hand? You just teased us that was not his fault on the interception to Coho against Miami. Was that a breakdown of the offensive line that Calais Campbell came free? Take us through that late pick that pretty much sealed the fate of the Niners against the Dolphins.
Well, I think that came out of the Dolphins were in conventional cover 2. Now, I think the 49ers anticipated the coverage, and they called what we call dagger with Jennings running the dig. There's an inside vertical and an outside dig. Purdy was forced to throw the ball too early because Campbell was the looper in a TT stunt, a tackle stunt that was bearing down on him. So Purdy had to throw the ball early. If he could have waited another beat, what probably could have happened, we don't know, you never know because it didn't happen, is he could have waited until Jennings was in a position where he could have seen if he cleared Kohu, who was an underneath hook defender in the coverage. So we don't know how that would have played out, but he had to throw it early. And given where we were in the game, he's not going to get sacked there. That getting sacked does not really do anything at that point in the game.
No question. When you look at the performance of Kittle, what do you see? What does the tape tell you about Kittle's eyes? And what does it tell you about how he's as a tight end? Is he still elite? What separates him and what makes him great?
I love Kittle. I mean, I don't know how you can not love Kittle. I mean, the guy, just the way he plays the game, when he catches the ball and he has a little space, I mean, he's like a train going down the tracks, at full speed. There's nothing wrong with Kittle. I mean, he's playing really, really good football. The inconsistency of the overall offense impacts how guys, the volume on a week-to-week basis of certain players. So, Kittle, people might say, well, gee, you got to throw it to Kittle 15 times, every game. Obviously, we know that that's unrealistic given just the general nature of the offense at this point in time, but there's nothing wrong with Kittle. I mean, he's one of my favorite players to watch in the league just because he plays with such sheer enjoyment of the game.
Sure.
We're talking to Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line, and I want to talk and switch to the running attack. Now, maybe it's all offensive line, or is there something schematically that you're seeing that Kyle Shanahan is doing differently? Because, you can point at the injuries to Christian McCaffrey and Mason and now Garendo, but the Niners have always done it with the next man up, whether it's Elijah Mitchell or even going back in the day when they went to that Super Bowl. It was three different guys, from Coleman to Breida to Mostert. What is it that you're seeing that's so different with the run attack this year, even though it's Patrick Taylor and those other guys are on the shelf?
Yeah, I think the O-line is a little bit of an issue. I mean, they've not been able to get to the edge. And when I say the edge, I don't mean, wide, but I mean, they've not been able to get to the edge the way we've seen in the past. I mean, I remember when McCaffrey even was healthy for those couple of games before he had to go out for the season, when they would try to get him on those toss plays outside, which were so effective a year ago. It seemed like every time he cut it up, there were two defenders that were sitting right there waiting for him. I think it's been quite a bit of that. And then if your offensive line doesn't work as well as it needs to, that's where the quality of the back does come into play. So I think that is a big factor in it. But the bottom line is they've not been able to sustain offense. The run game has not been a sustaining element, and certainly there's no big play element in the run game as there was when McCaffrey last year was healthy. I don't think we can lose track of what a great player McCaffrey is, and hopefully he can come back to that, next year. But, what he did a year ago was pretty remarkable.
Oh, no question. I think he's a great player, too. And I'm with you when it talked about Kittle. Hey, diddle, diddle, Kittle down the middle. That's my favorite saying. Now, when you think about the defense, switching sides and going to the defense, what have you seen schematically? What is your eyes, when you look at the tape, what have you seen about the front four? What pops out about it? What's not there?
I mean, I think the larger question is this, and there's, look, I've been doing this a long time, Lo, as you know. I've seen a lot of football, talked to a lot of coaches.
That you have.
So, what's that?
That you have, definitely.
Yeah. So, I don't really get into something is wrong or right. There's many ways to do things. Now, I'm sure a lot of fans don't necessarily see it that way, but think of it this way. The way the 49ers play defense, and again, fans could disagree, is they are a very low percentage pressure defense. They rely almost exclusively on their front four to get pressure on the quarterback. And I would describe them more as an execution defense more than a highly schemed defense. So they don't feature a lot of disguise. They don't feature a lot of late rotation and coverage. So they pretty much rely on the execution of the players to play well. Now, if you have really good players and they're playing at a high level, there's nothing wrong with that. That's worked for many teams throughout the years. It's worked for the Niners, quite frankly, over the years. This year, I wouldn't say it's been poor, because I don't think their defense is poor, but, they've been playing new players. Obviously they've had injuries at safety. Jair Brown has not turned out to be the player that they've hoped up to this point. So they now play Mustafa, who I think's been really good in what he is, which is playing downhill in the run game. He's like a cannon. He's like a missile. So they play Ufanga and Mustafa now. They're playing the rookie Green in the nickel. I really liked him coming out of college. I think he's going to be a good player. Greenlaw's he's basically missed the whole season because now he's going to be out for the rest of the year. He's to me as great as Warner is, and I think Warner's the best linebacker in football, one could argue that Greenlaw in many ways is sort of like the driving force. And missing him, I think, is really a big deal.
Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line joins us this afternoon. It's been mentioned that, listen, we know that Kyle Shanahan, as innovative as he has been, and it's almost as though it's been Kyle Shanahan and everybody else over the last 5 years in terms of what he's doing offensively. But it seems as though, and you correct me if I'm wrong, that other teams, this happens, right? Things are cyclical in this league. And especially when you give those different people called defensive coordinators who are locked in a dark room upwards to 10 hours a day. Did the rest of the league catch up to the 49ers and to Kyle Shanahan specifically? Is there something they're seeing now, whereas before they were completely just, their head was spinning and they were mystified as to what it is that the 49ers were going to do, but now are there indicators, are there keys where defenses as early as a year ago didn't read or didn't have? Is the rest of the league catching up to Kyle Shanahan in that offense?
So let me answer your question this way, okay? And this is no knock on you, okay? But just hear me out.
Uh-oh.
Kyle Shanahan's been doing this for a really long time. Do you think all of a sudden in the last 3 or 4 weeks, out of nowhere, somebody came up with something and was, oh my God, now we know how to defend this offense, where Kyle Shanahan's been doing this at a really high level for, 10 years? I mean, keep in mind, he got to the Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator with the Falcons when Matt Ryan had far and away the best season of his career, okay? So I don't buy that argument. I think every coach, because I talk to coaches, every coach is constantly looking for new ways to do things. Kyle Shanahan doesn't show up on Monday and go, you know what, I have nothing to do this week because, my system is so great that I'm just going to take the whole week off and wait till we play on Sunday. That's not the way coaches think. I've been with coaches at the Combine. You sit with them at dinner, and all they do is play with the salt and pepper shakers and anything that's on the table with different ways to do things. This is what they do 24/7, 365 days out of the year. So are defensive coaches doing the same thing? Of course. But they didn't all of a sudden 3 weeks ago figure out that, now we can stop this offense. So I don't particularly buy that idea that, in so many ways that people have caught up with him or the game's passed him by and he needs to totally change and reinvent everything he's doing. I think coaches are always tweaking what they do and figuring out different ways to do things, but there's also a function of the talent level and what they can do given who the players are.
No question. Couldn't agree with you more. When you're talking about the D-line, when you're talking about, what you see, having Greenlaw, understanding what Greenlaw brings to the table, because I think he makes that whole defense better. I totally agree with you there. When you look at just the players that they have to play this wide nine, play against the run, does the players fit this system, or as far as defensively, the schematic? Do you have those players that are able to hold a three when you're talking about the run against the run? You see them getting pushed. Is these players what they need for this particular offense? Defense rather.
In an ideal world, I think for the most part, Malik Collins has had a solid year for the most part. Would you like to have a dominant three technique in this defense, and even a better one technique? And so people understand that we're talking about a defense that is based. It's a one-gap defense. In other words, you have players who are penetrating into a gap as opposed to hand-fighting with offensive linemen. That's basically the approach of this style of defense. Would you like to have a more explosive guy at a three technique? And, Collins has been around. He's been a good player in his career, but he's played a lot of years. Yeah, could you be better at those positions? Sure. Obviously, they traded Buckner a number of years back and they drafted Kinlaw. That did not work out. So, sure, you could always say that. But, they've also been successful with this system.
True.
And don't forget Greenlaw and Warner. This year, obviously, Greenlaw didn't play, but Greenlaw and Warner for the last couple of years, some could argue that was the best linebacking duo in nickel in the league.
We're talking to Greg Cosell. Greg, when you talk about Deebo, it looked as though Deebo, at least the Deebo Samuel that we've grown accustomed to, certainly returned last week in that game against Miami. But what is it that you're seeing Has he lost a half step, as a lot of the callers like to sort of point a finger at? Or is it, again, getting back to the schematics of Kyle Shanahan? I don't want to walk down that road again, but it looks as though sometimes he's being put in a space. Listen, what he does better than anybody is the yards after the catch, and he needs that space, obviously, to operate. What is it that you're seeing as far as Deebo Samuel's performance throughout this entire year?
Well, it's funny. I had this conversation with Willard and Dibbs a few weeks ago, and I think, a lot of people, of course, I get this a lot, that people tell me I don't know anything about football. So, I think hopefully you guys know better than that. But Deebo is, in a sense, a schemed player. And I made this point a few weeks ago. Deebo is not Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or Devontae Adams or A.J. Brown. He's not that guy as a pure receiver. So what has to happen with Deebo is Deebo becomes a function of an offense that has to get him the ball in certain spots so that can play to his strengths. He's not an elite route runner. He runs certain kinds of routes. And when the offense is not functioning at a really high level, then he's going to be week to week in terms of both his volume and therefore his production. So he didn't all of a sudden this week, leading up to the game, go, you know what? This week I'm going to be Deebo Samuel, just like I was in the past. See, that's the stuff that always I find fascinating when people think stuff like that happens. All of a sudden he's back to being Deebo Samuel. He was the same guy the week before. He's a function of an offense. He's not a guy that drives the offense.
Okay, so I guess this gets back to my earlier point when I was talking about whether defensive coordinators, which I know sounds silly, have caught up to Kyle Shanahan. But why then does he not have the same space with which to operate as he has in the past?
Yeah, and that's always a hard question, to answer because, offense, and I think Kyle's like this, and there's not many anymore who are like this when everybody deals with just individual plays more than working through a game. To me, Kyle's a little more like old school, like going back years, where he tries to build an offense throughout the course of a game. So in other words, what he wants to do early in the game, everybody takes note of that, and then they see how the defense responds, and then he works through that as the game progresses. So for him, the game is a 4-quarter game. It's not just a series of individual plays, and let's see if this works. And I think when that sort of flow of a game can't work the way you want it to work, then very often what happens is what you're trying to get to, you can't quite get to, and it doesn't work the way you want it to work. Look, you guys know when the Niners, and this has happened far more often than not over the last 4 or 5 years, sometimes I think people forget that this team's been pretty good for quite a while. When you watch the Niners offense at its best, there's a whole flow to their offense. There's a rhythm to their offense. It looks like everything works off one another. When that doesn't happen, then the offense looks totally different, but I think that's the way Kyle wants it to look. It's not just, let's try to get the ball to Deebo now. They don't play like that.
Makes sense. Greg Cosell, thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a great holiday.
You're the best.
Hopefully talk to you soon. Thanks.
Absolutely. That, of course, is Greg Cosell on the River Island guest line as he joins us every week. Not us, but Willard and Dibbs. Right. That is a fascinating guy.
Yeah, he's knowledgeable, and I understand. I like the questions you were asking, and you follow the bag up, and you say, "Hey, was that the reason why it seems like teams that the NFL?"
Yeah, I think I stumped the great Greg Cosell
because it was a good question, and
I think I befuddled Greg Cosell.
I think you did. I think you were right, but I think the biggest difference is I think that Deebo played much harder the other day. See, because like you said, what happened? What was the difference? The biggest difference to me, Deebo ran angry. Last week, Miami, you saw guys on his legs, one guy, two guys, and he kept pulling for extra yards. You saw that crossing route where he runs that crossing route, he catches it. Guy hits him in the leg, he spins around, stays on his feet, and picks up 10 yards. You saw different parts of Deebo game. You saw him run the ball, run over guys. He ran different. So I just think that you had a Deebo that was just wanting to redeem himself after that Rams game. It was Deebo. To me, that was the hardest he ran all year this past week.
And it was really interesting what Greg, in all seriousness, had to say that because I've heard of this, it's not just me, but there's a lot of people that seem to think that other defenses have closed the gap, maybe not caught up to what it is that Kyle Shanahan is doing, but have a better understanding in terms of the tendencies.
But
do you buy that at all?
No, and that's why I'm with Greg on that. Where I'd say no is because Minnesota does pretty much the same.
Yeah.
You look at Miami, they do pretty much the same. You look at Green Bay, they do. They have this come from the same tree. So when you think about the teams that are having success running the ball and doing those things, all these people come from Shanahan's tree. So they're running. It's just these coaches have been plucked from him. And so they're doing the same type of offense. They're just maybe a little more creative at times, or maybe they got guys that can execute the play a little bit more. So you're seeing these teams still do the same type of stuff that Shanahan's doing.
So you don't put it so much on what it is that they're doing as far as the X's and O's. He's still innovative. It just gets down to a matter of who's executing the game plan, and it's the talent or the lack thereof.
1,000%. It's the talent. And I think another thing it's like all the coaches that you've gotten sucked out of your tree. And I think that there's several things that's had this team that's hampered this offense from being the offense that we thought that it could be and that we're accustomed to be seeing because of injuries, because of talent, and those things can hurt you no matter who you are.
Who do you like coming up on Monday night against the Detroit Lions? I mean, you and I giggle about this because, listen, you're not catching Detroit. Like, it's not Kansas City where they can just rest everybody and they've already procured the number one seed. They are fighting for their NFL lives and the number one spot. And may I also add that it's Detroit, a city that has not sniffed or enjoyed a season like this going back to the 1950s. And can I also add, and just to compound things even more, it's Dan Campbell. And if you think that this team is going to take a day off with that guy, as long as he's upright and coaching that team, I think the 49ers, as we talked about last time, if there's any, and how could you not, if you're mathematically eliminated, if there's any sort of a letdown, they can get absolutely boat raced by Detroit because Detroit is playing for everything.
And no question. And let me tell you, Dan Campbell, I don't care what happens between Green Bay and Minnesota. If Green Bay wins, that means that, hey, Detroit has home field throughout the playoffs. That's what that means. They'll have the number one seed. If Minnesota wins, that means that the last week of the season, that's going to come down to everything. Dan Campbell was saying, forget that, boys. I don't care. I'm not going now. Look, if Green Bay wins that game, let me tell you something. They're still going to probably beat the Niners, but they probably won't play everyone. They probably won't. But Dan Campbell, if he comes out, and you heard his clip, if he comes out and says, you know what, if they lose, I'm going to rest my starters. He said, I don't care. Let me get it out there. He goes, I don't care. And I think we have that clip. And he goes, I don't care what happens. We're going to play. I don't care what's going on in that game. I don't want to hear that. We're going to go out here and we're going to play football. We're going to play like nothing else matters. That's how we're going to play football. Kudos to the coach, because he would be setting his players up for failure if he said, look, if something else happens, because now your mindset as a player, you're watching that game saying, okay, let me see if they win. And we're not going to play. Dan Campbell is doing the right thing. He said, look, we're playing. I don't care what happened, guys. He is doing the right thing. I have seen too many teams go out there and say, okay, I'm not going to play this, that, and then they got to turn it on. Disaster.
We got about 10 seconds, but really quick. Some people will say that Dan Campbell, it's not Dan Campbell, it's Ben Johnson and it's Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, the offensive coordinator. Do you find any validity into that?
Oh, he's smart enough to hire those guys.
Okay. So did you play for him?
Yeah, I'd love to play for him. Aaron Glenn and I played together with the Jets. Love Aaron Glenn. He should have been a head coach, and he will be a head coach. Chargers loved him, by the way. He would have been, if Harbaugh doesn't take that job, Aaron Glenn's getting that job. So he's smart enough to know to hire coaches that are good. So give him credit, Campbell.
We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. A reminder, joining us coming up at 5 o'clock, we will talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. By the way, we see you guys, Paulie and Jarek, hanging in there. We'll go back to Warriors talk as we continue with Lo Neal and Dan Avone on 95.7 The Game.
Bay Area, it's Lindy Waters. Catch my head coach, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, let's get out to the River Island guest line because it's time for – oh, not yet. I'm sorry. Oh, getting ahead of myself.
It's all right.
And I just started – I started reading and then I –
Great. Got all those callers you've been waiting to get in. They've been hanging on. You've been like, I got to get these
calls. It's funny in all seriousness. So I was sitting here because I don't read these things typically.
Right.
And I'm going through and I'm reading these things. And I'm like, oh, Dr. Feely. I can't wait to get to Dr. Feely. So after I read the ID, I want to introduce Dr. Feely. But Doc, hang in there. We're going to get to you coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll do Cleared to Play. And my intro is now that I'm totally prepped and rehearsed it. But until then, let's get back out to the Golden State Warriors. See, listen, man, I want to tell the callers right now, this is what you call loyalty. I could have gone Dr. Feely, but instead, we'll get back into some Golden State Warrior talk. And Paulie, who's been hanging out.
Paulie.
What's up, Paulie? How are you?
Hey, y'all. How you doing?
Legendary.
Thank you for taking my call. I wanted to say 2 real quick things because I know you're busy. One is when I called, we were talking about the Warriors, and I got to disagree about getting players that are older. We're not in a rebuild. I feel like we owe it to Steph to try to get him a shot at a ring. Getting Vukovic, 21 points, 10 boards, 270 pounds, big enough to bang down low would be a tremendous help. We just get bullied by the bigs. And about the Niners, I want to put one thing out there. I don't think we can pay Purdy $55 million a year. The teams have learned to put 8 in the box, and if you can't, I've never seen him hit a deep throw in stride. So I think hopefully they can work out a better deal than that. Thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
He's realistic. And they're going to work this thing out with Purdy. You're going to do what's right, but he's right. You can't pay this guy that type of money. And I think they understand that because you need a lot more. And when it comes to the Warriors, you can bring that guy in and he will help you. He's big and bang, but he's 34. We get it. But it's like, is that enough? So if you're telling Steph, hey, we're going to build and get you back to play for a NBA championship, is that one player going to do it? And I got to say absolutely no.
Well, that's just it. If you think you're one player away from getting Steph that elusive ring, it's not Vucevic and it's not Jimmy Butler. And it might be more than one player. I get it. It's not as though I'm opposed to letting Steph go out after, of course, what it is that he did last night. I know everybody's like, let's win one for Steph, but that's so much easier said than done. Because if you're telling me, and again, it's all about, listen, if Vucevic wants to come in here on a bargain deal, it's not up to him. But if the Bulls just want to hand him over, we'll give you, Moses Moody and some picks. But it's about mortgaging your future for a guy that's not going to give you a ring. And it's an upgrade. I get it. But if it's about winning a ring and it's all about putting your chips in the middle of the table right now and or next year, and if that doesn't happen, and it's highly unlikely that it will with a Vucevic, and although he's a good player, then what? Now we've just traded away our youth. We trade away our draft picks. Vucevic is expensive. Curry's now going to be 38 years of age. Draymond is clearly on the backside of the mountain. What the hell does our future look like then? And so this is complicated. I get it. If I'm going to ask you a question.
If you said, okay, keep Steph and we're going to trade for Embiid or Antetokounmpo and said these are two, that's going to be the pillar. If you had to pick one of those two guys, could one of those guys take Steph and build some other guys like Buddy and get some other guys you think that would help this team win? Would one of those two guys change? Because now you can let Steph play another 2 years, 3 years, but that guy would be the focus point?
Oh, yeah. You give me Giannis. I don't want anything to do with Embiid because he's a lot like Zion, is that dude's always hurt. And I think that, I think he's damaged goods at this point. But if you give me, Giannis,
mm-hmm.
and again, what is it that I'm giving up? But if I can get Giannis and I got to give up some pieces, yeah, I'll take a swing at that. That might be the only guy.
Right.
Him and the Joker. The Joker's not going anywhere. Giannis isn't going anywhere because now Milwaukee's a good basketball team. And also, I always mention this when they were talking about, Giannis, because in the beginning of the season, Milwaukee, they got off to the bad start, and Doc Rivers, people were calling for him and his job, and they have so much talent. They paid so much money to Dame Lillard. They got off to a bad beginning of the campaign, and there was talk that Giannis might want out, come to the Golden State Warriors. And sure.
Hypothetical.
But keep in mind,
right?
He plays in Milwaukee. We were talking about Iowa the other day.
Right.
We're not talking about Los Angeles or Chicago, New York. Milwaukee has got, when it comes to sports right now, you got Giannis. Giannis means a lot more to that community, probably more than any other player. It is a small market with a giant MVP, could be the MVP again this year type of basketball player. So it's not as though they won't trade him, but if they do, they're going to ask for everything. Because this is a guy that not only is your best basketball player, but what it is that he means to the surrounding area, and as far as putting Milwaukee on the proverbial map, that in order to pry away Giannis, first of all, I don't think the Warriors have the assets.
Right.
And secondly, if you're going to do that, but it's just not going to happen because Milwaukee's not playing well.
Okay, so I'm putting you in a GM spot, Dan. So I'm asking you, if you look at this, Dan, and say, okay, how would I help Steph? Who do I bring in? And if I said, I'm going to trade, I'm willing to move in. But hey, you talk to Steph and say, here is going to be the new face of this franchise. Is there a guy that you say, if we brought this guy in here, he could be the new face? Steph's always going to be that face. People are still going to love him. And you could kill two birds with one stone, build for a championship, maybe not get it with Steph, but be on the verge, at least be competitive, be a top 4 or 5, be a top 3 or 4 seed, and anything can just get in, anything can happen. Is there a player out there that you say, if the Warriors were to do this, this would make them valuable instantly, and next year if they get the right pieces, they could compete for a championship?
It's a good question, Lo. I just don't see that player.
Okay.
And hey, listen, callers, 888-957-9570. I know we can throw around some of these names, and if you want to come at me with Butler and Vucevic and some of these players, they might make you better, and depending on who it is that you give up. But if we're talking about championships, come on, let's be real here. I think the real conversation that none of us want to have is that it's over. I know that sounds terrible, but some things end, and then you go through this transition. You don't have to be, you don't have to be Oklahoma when they were bad, or go through the quote unquote process in Philadelphia. But what you need to do is recognize that Steph and Draymond, if you can just be competitive and maybe get to the playoffs, that might be good enough for them. But the idea of we're one player away, let's not do this to Steph. Yeah, I agree, but what's the solution? And I'll give you the answer. Unfortunately, there is no quick fix. But I'm willing to listen if you think there might be one. Start things with Joe, hanging out in San Francisco, wants to get into Warrior talk. What's up, Joe?
Fellas, ho, 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 Merry Christmas.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Lo Neal, what up, baby?
What up, my guy?
Niners need you, man.
Bang, bang.
We got to get you back in uniform. I think I'd rush for at least 25 yards. Give me 30 carries behind you.
I love you. I love. Hey, you and I, they'll carry us both off the field together, baby. We'll go down together.
Hey, for real, you're a real legend, man. I admire you.
Thank you, brother.
And both of you guys. But yeah. So look, I think the move that maybe could have been a difference maker of everything that's been floated was Lauri Markkanen in the offseason, because he's a real good player. He's a big, like with Draymond, I don't see how another center, under the basket type guy, unless Draymond develops a jumper, which he's not going to do. Like, the only big is a shooter. But to your guys' point, I mean, there's like 5 guys in the league who are contending for titles, and Steph maybe isn't that guy anymore. So unless they were to get an absolute superstar, and like Giannis, when was the last time the best player in the NBA got traded? It doesn't happen. So anyway, I think the most viable thing, if I was a GM of another NBA team, I really think Moses Moody would be a great piece, a two-way wing on a lot of teams. And he's not getting minutes for the Warriors. So why wouldn't we just trade him for a 2032 protected first round? And Kuminga, like, we're talking about trading all these guys up, but at the end of the day, they're playing 10 guys. If we took Podziemski, Kuminga, Moody, like Kyle Anderson, the team really wouldn't be any different. They just have a less guys in the rotation. So I really think the only move they might make and should make is just, if these guys aren't the future, like, we're not going to get Jimmy Butler. That's not going to – we'd still be a play-in team, maybe a 6 seed. Like, that, we're not better than Oklahoma City. So if these guys aren't the guys, we don't need to play 11 dudes. Like, just get some future draft capital. Someone was just traded for like a 2031 first-round pick I saw. When – the Spurs and the Timberwolves, when they traded Dillingham on draft night, it was like, it's not hard to get super future picks, and why not if these guys aren't going to be playing anyway?
Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate it. Let's quickly get to Jarek before we do Dan Devone reading the legal ID for the 4th time today. Jarek's hanging out in Oakland. Jarek, what's up, man?
This is Jack, if you were talking to me.
Jack, we got you, baby. What you got for us?
Okay. I got a lot. I have coached for many years. I played under Bill Van Gundy. Ring a bell? Stan and Jeff were my ball boys. We were demanded to play defense. Demanded. You didn't hit the court if you didn't play defense. You got a guy, Kerr, who's a good coach, but I think he's more of a babysitter now. He needs to take a year or two off. They got 6 guys sitting behind him there, and nobody's teaching defense. Let me tell you what could have happened in that game last night. The guy, Wiggins, should have had his right foot pointed towards the baseline and forced him, if he went baseline, to go right down the baseline and out of bounds, or forced him back to the middle. That's basic stuff. They don't press the leads, except Draymond did it with about a minute left if you go back and look at the film. They have the capabilities of doing it, but you must demand. And that's the only way. Now, I know in the pro game, it's different, like Lorenzo was saying earlier. I mean, you played 16 years. I bet you were very coachable because you lasted 16 years, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you're coachable. You got to get guys that want to be coached. And maybe I'm not out on anybody. Maybe some of their guys don't want to be coached. It's critical. I'm sitting up here at Skyline High, where I played for before I played for Cal State Hayward.
Gary Payton, shout out.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Gary Payton's picture, I was just looking at it in the office with K.C. Adams.
Tom Hanks, shout out.
Director. Yeah, now that's a guy that played defense all the time.
Jack, we appreciate it, buddy.
You got to do it.
All right, stop me if you've heard this before. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing at the dealer. All right, it's time to clear to play and get into Dr. Feely. Let's go out to the River Island guest line because it's time for Clear to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF's Health on this segment and bring on Dr. Feely. And Doc, how are you today?
Pretty good. Happy holiday, guys.
Happy holidays to you as well. First things first, I want to get into Dre Greenlaw and sort of what's going on with him, because obviously he tore the Achilles last year in the Super Bowl, has been out the entire season and was so good. In fact, Kyle Shanahan said he was the best player on the field defensively for a half against the Rams, and then had some discomfort, but then did start against the Miami Dolphins and then quickly was pulled from that game because, again, of another flare-up. Where's he at, and what's going on with him medically, Doc?
Yeah, I think when you look at his injury last year, it was kind of a fluke injury. He tore his Achilles literally just jogging onto the field. And this is the other side. It's a calf strain, so it's a different part of the muscle. This is, if you feel where your Achilles is, you go almost 5-6 inches up into the muscle belly. That's where this injury is. I think they're just being safe and conservative. Unfortunately, with them eliminated, there's no real reason for him to play. It would be nice to say we still have a shot if we win the last two, but there's no reason for him to risk injury, to risk further damage. So I think you just shut it down for the year and get him 100% for next year.
Did he do it on a particular play aggravated, or is it because it was torque? When you're in your professional opinion, what aggravated it? Was it a play or just the fact that he's overcompensated? What is your opinion on that, Doc?
Well, we typically see these in during the preseason. So this is probably because he hadn't played in a long time. So I think the best example is Joe Burrow. The example that most people remember is Joe Burrow last year. He had a calf strain at the start of training camp, and it kept him out for 3-4 weeks. He was even in a boot. This is different than Achilles tendonitis like CMC has had this year. So this tends to be an early season injury as you're ramping up in reps, and that's exactly what he did. He went from ramping up during the season, but not really playing any games, and he was then the best player on the field, which takes a tremendous amount of energy. His muscles probably weren't quite ready for it, just like we would see in the preseason. And if this was the preseason second game, we'd say, hey, we'll shut him down and get him ready for the regular season. But since it's the end of the season, we can't say that.
Cleared to play with Dr. Brian Feely. And, Doc, when we talk about Trent Williams and the offensive line, he's got the bad ankle injury, and he's been shut down for the remainder of the season. Just sort of theoretically, for big guys like that, how difficult is it to come back from the sprained or the bad ankle, rather?
Yeah, I think for any tall and big athletes, we see this particularly in the NBA and in offensive and defensive linemen. You know, your ankle is a relatively small joint that takes a tremendous amount of force. So chronic ankle sprains like Trent has had are going to play a toll. And he's had one off and on for the last couple of years. It kept him out of a few games last year. And I think it's the same thing. If we were in the playoffs, he plays. You can tape him, you can rest him during the week, but without anything to play for, a person at that caliber, you rest him and get him ready for next year.
What about Banks? When you think about the offensive line, guys are dropping like flies. What was the injury? Is it something he could play if it was playoffs still at stake, or is this something you say, hey, foregone conclusion, he'd be out no matter what?
I think, typically with Banks' injury, you're looking at about 4 weeks anyway. On average, with these types of injuries, you're looking 3 weeks maybe for some athletes, but on average across the NFL, it's a 4-week injury. So in best of circumstances, like last year, we had a bye. He'd be out for the last 2 games, have a week off, and maybe play in that first game. So I think as soon as that injury happened, it was a foregone conclusion. He's out no matter how thin the line is.
Doc, what's the latest on Isaac Guerrero and his hamstring?
Well, since I don't treat him, I don't know what the latest update is. Typically with mild hamstring strains and explosive athletes, these are 2 to 3 week injuries. It's hard because he obviously wants to play. He wants to be out on the field. But at the same time, the worst thing you can do with a hamstring injury is re-injure it, because that takes something that's going to be a few weeks to get better to several months. And my guess is he wants to have a good off season. He's definitely solidified where he is in the pecking order, and he had a great season. So if I were him and I were the training staff, I want him ready for next season more than anything else. So they'll wait for him to be 100%.
Doc, on a personal note, and being a bit selfish here, so I like to swim in the San Francisco Bay, and I've developed an impingement. How, in my stroke, I've never been in more pain in terms of my right shoulder. What do you recommend?
So the weird thing about swimming is it's not a good rotator cuff strengthening exercise. You use all deltoids and all lats. So when people swim a fair amount, they tend to get their deltoids strong. Haven't seen you in person. I'm sure you have huge strapping deltoids. you need to do the rotator cuff exercises to back it up. So band work, internal and external rotation, that helps pull your shoulder down. And then, unfortunately, the other thing is rest. And sometimes it just takes 2-3 weeks of rest to let everything calm down.
That was precious right there.
Doc gave it to Doc. Usually charged for that. You gave that to him for free. I already did that, Doc.
I didn't say the bill wasn't in the mail.
Okay, there we go.
Dr. Brian Feely, thank you so much for joining us. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, man. Swim it all. I mean, well, you know, when you play, right, after a game, how long are you in the tub, as they like to say? Is that like immediately after the game, or is it the next day?
It's the next day. The next morning you're in there. I would do swimming in the off season. I still now go to GB3, shout out George Brown, go there and I go swim. You know, I'll get 30 minutes in. I'll run in the pool, swim in the pool, you know, do little strokes in. I had a pool at the house, wasn't using it as much. I was like, you know what? So, yeah, I can swim, but am I an avid swimmer? No. But pool workouts, way easier on the joints, less impactful. So I love it.
The pool in the house, man. Way to drop that. Is that in Clovis?
No. I had a pool at the house. I sold it.
All right, we got Gene's been hanging out in Oakland.
Gene's
get back into the Golden State Warriors talk. And Gene, what's on your mind? Fix the Warriors. What's up, buddy?
Hello. First of all, full disclosure, I'm not a coach like the last caller. I'm an engineer. But what occurs to me, and I know this is not breaking news, that listen, maybe it's about time Kerr just settled on a rotation, maybe a nine-man rotation, because you know maybe a good part of the problem might be that these guys most of them don't even know their roles. You know, whether they're going to come off the bench, whether they're going to start, how long they're going to play. You know, so I think that can get into these guys' heads, particularly someone like Kuminga. We know how that affected him early on. Maybe it's affecting him now, you know. So he has a good game, he has a bad game. I don't know. It just feels like, you know, by now, Kerr ought to know what he's got. I understand he had a lot of new players, all of comparable skills, but with flaws. But once again, he should know what he's got at this point, even with Schroeder. So I'd like to see him just settle on a set rotation for, I don't know, the next 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. It can't be much worse or any worse than, you know, what they've been doing the last, 14 games where they've lost 11 of them already. So anyway, that's what I'd like to see.
Gene, before you go, what kind of engineer are you, man? That's pretty impressive. Mechanical engineer?
No, civil structural buildings mostly.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's some serious schooling right there.
It is.
I mean, it
is. Where'd you go to school? My son went Bowler up, Hammer down. He's a little Purdue, you know, a little construction engineer as well.
That's a good school. Yeah.
Where'd you do your schooling?
I tried. I went to Top Spec East, and then I went to UC Berkeley for my master's.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's my job to make sure your buildings that you occupy don't fall down on you.
Well, talk to me about what's going on. What's the latest in terms of trying to restructure where Joe Montana lives? That tower they found was sinking.
Oh, that thing. Oh, the Millennial Tower.
The Millennial.
The last I heard. So quickly. I mean, the reason that happened, I don't know if you're aware, is that's like the heaviest building in the city, and they were supposed to go all the way down with the piers to the rock, and they cheated and didn't, and they got away with it. And and then they started to do the Trans-Bay Center next door. There's a lot of disruption. So consequently, the thing started rotating, and I think it was off by like 16 inches or something at one point. What I heard was what the fix was supposed to be was pounding all these steel piles into the ground and providing underpinning for the building. So it was one of those deals where it was too expensive to do it right the first time, but a lot more expensive to fix it afterwards.
Yeah, it's like in a lot of the buildings here are built on landfill. It's why when you have these earthquakes, everything falls like a house of cards. Would you like the sponsorship here at 95.7 The Game? We can hook you up if you want to be a... Oh, all right. What the hell with you? Now, Gene, I talk to Gene all the time. Call again, Gene. I'll talk to you on Saturday morning. We are sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Or do you want a legal ID? Would you like that?
You do you,
What's
baby.
What's the over-under on my legal IDs today?
10.
We are sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com. All right. Don't forget, we got Steve Kerr coming up in less than an hour. We'll continue to talk a little Warriors. Want to get into football. I do want to talk about the Chiefs at some point. At some point?
No Chiefs.
All right, we'll be back. Lowe and Dan after this.
Schroeder being told by Wiggins where to line up. Schroeder will screen. Ball to Draymond. Back to Curry. Curry takes a deep three. It's good! In the right corner. Falling out of bounds. 1-point game, but there's only 12.2 on the clock. Wiggins, as Draymond will screen now for Curry. To Curry.
Oh.
Curry gets an open three. Look, it's on the way. Tie game! Tie game! There might be one more gift left under the tree. 17 points in the fourth. A great screen by Draymond. And Curry nails it. And it's James who pops out, wants the ball that gets to Reeves. Reeves with 5, with 4, guarded by Wiggins. Reeves takes a drive left side, drives and gets a layup with 1 second to go in the game. Curry in the backcourt gets it off, but I don't think it was in time. And somehow the Warriors give up a layup with 1 second to go to lose. 115-113 the final.
Everybody's disappointed. We've lost some confidence. You can feel it. You know, we had great vibe early in the season, and we're going through it right now. But I love our guys, high character guys. They care. They care about the game. They care about each other. I believe in them. I believe we're going to get this thing turned around. You know, this is all part of it. It's part of the season, part of life. You hit these ebbs, and you know you feel like everything's tough, everything's difficult, and you got to feel the flow. You got to feel the confidence, and we'll keep plugging away, and we'll get there.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roye. Catch the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, with Willard and Dibbs every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
That was Coach Kerr last night in his post-game conference talking about how this team obviously has hit sort of a low point. And Lo, I know as a guy who's been there before, and you know, he mentioned this. Listen, the Warriors typically are able to avoid this because they've been so good throughout the years. But there's always, when you talk about basketball, baseball, certainly, they use words like attrition and that you're going to go through the ebb and flow and the peaks and valleys. And this is clearly one of those that you just have to get through. But as a guy who's been there, and when you're losing like this and it just stinks and the morale's terrible, how do you get out of it? What is it that you do? They had a players-only meeting before the game. Again, does that help? Has that ever helped in the history of sports? What is your professional sort of input, not only on a players-only meeting, but when you hit this low rung of the ladder as far as a team and experiencing the rash of losses like that of the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I think, does it help to have a players-only meeting? It can help, but it depends on what your team is. I've been on teams where, you know, we go 14-2 and we're on the charge and we have a players-only meeting, but you knew that you were a good team. You knew what you were dealing with. And I've been on teams where, you know, didn't have that type of team. And you knew that it wasn't necessarily going to be pretty. And that is just that time where you meet and it's like, hey, guys, we got to fight. We got to hold on. Hey, look, let's just show everyone that we can play together as a team. And no matter what happens, guys, let's just compete. Let's compete at a high level. That's that talk when you know that you're not going to win. It's about just competing. That's, I think, where the Warriors are at. They're having conversations about, guys, your name is on this. Let's go out and compete. You're kind of like where the Niners are. I mean, of course, it's a longer season. And you can say, oh, anything's going to turn around. It's hard if you're 15-15 and you're looking at during their, you know, quarter season over and you're like, okay, how are we going to put 10 more games? You're at the halfway point, 12 more games. How do you really think you're going to turn around when you're at 500? It's hard because you've seen who you are right now. The Warriors are going to have to make some tough decisions, but you have those meetings and you just want guys to say, look, don't quit. Don't quit on each other.
Yeah, I don't know if the Warriors are ready to quit, but it's just, and Draymond and Steph and the veterans have been there. Well, they haven't experienced losing like this, but I guess the concern is more on sort of the younger players.
Don't fight. Don't accept it. You can have these meetings, and it's not don't quit. It's like, look, don't accept this. I've been on teams where I went to a Pro Bowl. I was in Cincinnati. We won friggin' 4 games. I went to a Pro Bowl because I made sure that my play was going to be at another level. And it's hard to do that. See, a lot of guys, you like, look at Steph. Steph's going to be awesome. I mean, you watch some of these guys. He's teaching these guys. So if it's not going to get into a playoff, it's like, guys, I'm going to fall. You guys follow my lead. I'm going to get us there. And it's get us there to say, how do you win? And they get the goal, even though this year may not be successful, and it may be successful, but what do you take from it? These guys know they're playing with a first ballot, one of the greatest three-point shooters. Well, today, the greatest three-point shooter the game has ever seen. You're playing with him. So if you're a young guy, what are you taking from Steph Curry? That's the thing. The team meetings, those things like, hey, guys, man, look, we're playing. We owe to this guy. And just don't quit on yourself. Understand defense. Get better. That's what it's about. When you're on a team and you look like it seems like, hey, look, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know how good we're going to be. That's when you got to say, let me meet you in the weight room. You know what? I'm going to get out some extra shots. Hey, we're going to practice and we're going to do more walkthroughs. It's not about practicing harder. It's about practicing smarter. It's about doing the small things. And that's what it is. It's about buying in even when you're facing adversity.
If you have a players-only meeting, maybe, I guess, I don't know, I've never played, but I'm assuming that it might work if you do it maybe once. If you're doing those things multiple times a year or even multiple times within a 5-year span, like you lose your sort of like, I remember Robert De Niro would never go on late night shows, right? It's because he's Robert De Niro, for crying out loud. It's like maybe he'll go once, but that created the allure and the impact of, oh my God, De Niro's here, I'm going to listen. If you're having more than one of those player-only meetings, it's sort of like falling on deaf ears, is it not?
It really is. And that's why, Steph and Draymond, they called the meeting and just trying to tell these guys, hey, look, guess what? They've been on teams where when Steph first came to the NBA and came to the Warriors, they lost. So Steph's got to be able, this is where Steph's like, look, guys, I've been here before. This is tough. I'm not used to this. We've been on winning. We won 4 or 5 championships. But guess what? Those windows are closed. Those windows aren't always staying open. So what are you going to do in this difficult time? Steph's been on a team where he lost early in his career. I mean, Dre. So how do you teach? This is those teaching moments that a head coach can't teach you that. This is where Steph and Draymond have to step up in their character and continue to just work on these guys. So yeah, it's hard when you're having all these team meetings. It doesn't help.
Talking about the Golden State Warriors, losers of 11 of their last 14. A reminder that Coach Steve Kerr is going to join us coming up at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock, and we'll get into all things Warriors with him. Golden State now just trying to figure things out as far as the rotation is concerned. 7-7, by the way, at home, so Chase is no longer in advantage. This all after the 12-3 start. So, it's not all on DeAnthony Melton. I know a lot of people like to say, DeAnthony Melton has certainly, hurt this team. And he has, because they finally solidified a rotation and he, quote unquote, unlocked, Mr. Curry. But listen, it's hard for me to believe that if DeAnthony Melton was healthy and playing on this team, that the team still is struggling. He was a vital member, but he wasn't that important. So the issues with the Warriors go far deeper than any DeAnthony Melton injury. And at the end of the day, as much as we try and pull back the layers and stick this under a microscope and figure out who the culprit is, because that's what we like to do on Sports Talk Radio, point a finger, it's his fault. No, it's his fault. This is what's wrong. No, I know what's wrong. The caller in line 3, he's got the answer. Is this just at the end of the day that you just don't have the horses? In other words, that you don't have the personnel? And no matter what it is that you do, that you're always going to fall short because this is a team that just simply can't match up with the better teams in the NBA, namely in the Western Conference.
No question. And you get it, brother. You know that, Dan. I mean, hell, Emmitt Smith, everyone says should have never left the Dallas Cowboys. But, he left because guess what? The window was closed. Dallas said, hey, look, we can't afford to pay him. We're not going to pay him. One of the greatest running backs ever. LaDainian Tomlinson, left Detroit. You got to realize, even though you have Steph and all these different guys on this team, the window, sometimes it closes. It's not pretty. It's not a pretty thing, but you got to be able to accept it. So when guys say, they could do this and they got to do it for Steph, you don't have enough horses. I don't care how many team meetings. I don't care what you do. I don't care how much you practice. When you just don't got it, you just ain't got it. And that's where they're at. It's no harm, no foul in that. But it's like, how do you get better in difficult times? How do you get better and how do you grow? I know it's painful. I know say Steph doesn't need this. Steph's got hundreds of millions of dollars. Steph is going to enjoy this ride. If Steph wanted to go win a championship, Steph could go to a team that's a contender, and he could win and be huge for a team because he would have help around him. Teams would be lined up if you were going to move Steph. But the Warriors know if you move Steph, the seats that he sells, he put butts in his seat. They're getting to watch an icon. He's the greatest 3-point shooter. So it's just a growing pain that these Warrior fans we're going to have to go through because, like you said, you just don't have the horses.
888-957-9570 is the phone number. Let's get out to Rodney. He's hanging out in Oakland. Wants to get in on the Warriors talk. Rodney, how are you tonight?
Hey, thank you for having me on, fellas. Hey, it's just the Warrior thing is very simple. Draymond and Steph, you want to start or you want to win a championship? Because when you first got in the league, y'all was starting, but the OGs were sitting on the bench making the second team happen. It's your turn to be the OGs and sit on the bench and make it happen. You're not going to get a ring and start. That's it.
Rodney, that's good knowledge because you're spot on when they first came into the league. But are you telling me you don't want – who's Steph going to give way to?
I would put Moses Moody out there. That's the future. Put your future players out there who should be getting experience and getting confidence and everything. And then just have Steph come in and just light them up with 30 in the second quarter and just kill the other team. That's the way y'all did it before.
What about Moses Moody's game tells you he's the future?
Just if you look back at the championship run they had last when he was part of it at the Boston game, he was not fazed by Boston. He was dropping threes, and Kerr took him out.
Rodney,
the dude has it in him. Yes.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I don't know that I necessarily agree. I think Rodney might be sipping from the holiday punch a little bit too much this year. No.
No, it's a situation where, yeah, I understand what he's saying. Sit the stars. Like, you guys remember that transition. The older guys are sitting on the bench. But that's not here. You don't have enough. Your cupboards are bare. You do not have enough young guys, superstars, upcoming superstars, to sit Steph and Draymond. It's just not there.
San Jose, California. Let's get out to Nick. Wants to talk about Steve Kerr and the Warriors. Hey, Nick.
Hey, fellas. How you doing? First of all, Lowe, you're the best fullback I've ever seen. You need to be in Canton, dude.
My man.
That's number one.
My man.
Number one. Number two, I got to let you guys know, I was so disgusted with Kerr's comments last night. We are, 30 games into the season. He says he admits he has no rotation, and Kerr was a bench role player. You need to give guys consistency. So I blame this on Kerr. Last few minutes of a game, still doing the freelance stuff. This is 14 games. We're 3-11. Lakeup needs to start shaking some things up. I would get rid of everyone except Wiggins, Curry, and Draymond. You need to get someone like the Mavericks did, 2 big guys, and get a dog like Butler. And Kuminga, how could he not play help defense last night? That guy needs to go because he's not worth $35 million a year. Get something for him. Low Hall of Fame, buddy. Happy New Year.
Oh, God, he came in hot. You need to call back anytime, brother. He was dropping the heat.
I love the way he tagged out. Happy New Year, you SOPs. By the way, let's just get back to what it is that he was alluding to and Steve Kerr and the sound from last night when he was talking about rotations and not finding one to this point.
In fairness to our guys, we've been all over the map this year, rotation-wise. I've had a million different starting lineups. Guys are in and out of certain roles, rotations. I'm well aware of that. And that's hard as a player to not know, how many minutes you're going to get, what minutes you're going to get. The reality is we're searching. We've lost 11 of 14 games. And, I don't feel like this is a roster where you just say, all right, here are our top 8 guys or top 9 guys. We just play those guys. Our roster is really deep, and we've got a lot of guys who can play. And every game calls for something different. That's the issue. We've got it. There's certain games we need more shooting. There's certain games we need more defense. And so we've got a lot of guys who can play, but it's been difficult, to develop consistent rotations and lineup combos. And I think it has not been easy for the guys, but, we'll keep plugging away.
By the way, Coach Kerr will join us now at 5:30. So he's going to join us in an hour. We'll hear from the head coach, and we can talk to him about the rotation. But certainly this is an area of concern listen, I think that you can go after him for not finding a rotation up to this point, but I think what Kerr is telling you, he's being pretty forthright here, and he's just laying it on the line like, I just don't have the horses. If there was a rotation that made sense, you don't think he wants to play those guys to start a game and then end a game? he's essentially echoing what it is I think you and I have talked about, that he's admitting that he doesn't have the guys.
How long has Steve Kerr been the coach? And we know how long he's been the coach. Warriors, how many championships he won? Did he have? You remember when we knew who the starting five was. You knew it's going to be Clay, it's going to be Dre, it's going to be, Steph, of course. You had KD. You said, hey, these are my starters. It was unmutable. You don't think if Steve Kerr knew that he had a starting five that he could roll out there night in and night out, he would do it? Of course. Now, I do understand the callers, they're angry and disappointed because they're saying, you've already played 30 games. You don't have someone that you can get some continuity and roll them out there. And if his answer is no, because he's the head coach, he's saying that this player can only do this. He's limited, so I can't keep him out there, so I can't name him a starter. If a guy's feeling it, I'm leaving him in longer I'm leaving him in longer because he's feeling it that night. If he's playing good, then I got to do that. So it's hard. So I see that Kerr's in a tough situation. That's why he hasn't said, here's my starters. But I think he's at that point and at that time where right now you know that it's not working. You got to make that decision and say, okay, I'm going to roll these guys out here and let the chips fall where they may. But another part is you can't wear out Steph Curry, Draymond, and have these guys in their 30s think that they can carry the load.
I would agree with you. No.
Whoa. I thought you just wanted to take it out. Man down. Man down. I wish you guys saw that. Everyone that's watching on YouTube and Twitch, I mean, this mic comes out like it almost takes this guy out. I mean, Dan kind of weaved. You look kind of like Joe Frazier and Ali watching this fight on ESPN. Yeah, the way you ducked and got out of the way.
Now I'm doing.
You all right?
Now I'm doing a lounge act in Vegas, man.
You got 9 minutes till the break, so you're gonna.
I'm going to the moon.
Handheld. I have a question for Lo. Can I ask him?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hey, Lo, it's Lucas, your producer.
Lucas Alexander.
What's up,
Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be on with you.
Baby.
Pride of USC. Lucas Alexander.
The way what Kerr's talking about with his rotations and roles and all of that, the way that he's changed it on a night-to-night basis, imagine if you came to the facility on a Sunday morning, whenever you got there, 8, 9 a.m. before the game.
Yeah.
You didn't know if you were playing fullback that day, if you were playing running back, if you were playing receiver, if you were playing tackle. And you also didn't know if you were starting, and you didn't know how many snaps you were going to play. Like, what is that? How difficult is that to an athlete? It seems nearly impossible to get used to.
It's possible to get used to, but not probable. Because one day you're excited, and that's why you see it wore off. First, you're like, oh, man, I'm playing a 3 today. Oh, I'm playing a 2. Okay, I'm playing point. I'm playing this. And then after a while, you're like, hell, just put me in my position. Let me, this is where I need to be. And so, but Kerr's looking at it saying, just because you believe that you need to be at that position, I see something else. So either Kerr's got to understand that, hey, that mystique has worn off, bro. And it's shown that it hasn't worked. So if I came in and one day, if he tells me, hey, look, you're going to dot the I. If I'm in my second or third year in the league, I'm like, let me dot it. Give me 20 totes. I can get it done. But you're in year 10, year 12, 13, 14. You know that certain things you can't do. And now you put a guy, you got a center that's light, undersized. You say, oh, I'm going to put him down there and let him get beat up and banged. It's just sometimes you know that it does not work. So it would, as a player, it would be very, very tough to answer your question. It'd be very tough, very uncomfortable, and you would be disappointed. And you would be confused, and at times frustrated.
Let's get back out to the phone lines. I'm sorry, are you done, Lucas Alexander?
Well, I want to continue with just where Kerr's going with this. Right, we're 29 games into an 82-game schedule. That's over a third of the way through. He loves to say, as do most coaches and people who cover the NBA, that 20 games into a season, you kind of know who you are. And he's told us that he knows who he is. He thinks they're a good basketball team. They've lost a lot of games recently. He still can't figure out who's starting games, what the rotations are, who does what, in what role. What does that say about Kerr and how he feels about this team, that he's still making all these changes as we're nearing halfway through a season already?
Well, I think part of it is the injury to DeAnthony Melton. Part of it is the inconsistency of Jonathan Kuminga, who is, I don't think, has taken that step to give the confidence that he's clearly, not only should he be in the rotation, but he is the star that they've anticipated for so long. While I understand it's frustrating, but to Steve Kerr's point, aside from Andrew Wiggins, Steph, and Draymond Green, who is it that I feel comfortable putting out on the floor, again, that I know are going to give me reliable minutes? I think Kerr is a product of his personnel. And it's not as though there's somebody, because here's another way to look at it, Luke. Who is it that he's not playing? that you would say, my God, that's a huge oversight. And I think he's just making the most of what it is that he has to work with. And it's 12 or 13 deep that in the beginning of the season had this unmatched energy and a defensive presence that won games. And now that that's gone, you're trying to do it with smoke and mirrors. And it's obviously, at the end of the day, the NBA is about, there's 5 guys that start, and it's always been a players' league. You need talent. You need guys that can score and play defense. You need better players than the other team. That's more often than not how you win in this league. And trying to do it with 13 guys, you can disguise and hide things for a certain amount of time, but eventually I think people are going to catch up to you. Can we get out to Kevin in Oakland really quick?
Yeah, I'll give you a quick one last thing, a little breaking news piece here. Gary Payton II, he played 7 minutes last night. You're talking about shortening a rotation. Here's something that makes it a little easier for Steve Kerr. He's going to miss a week with a calf injury. And I think just real quick to what you were saying, who wasn't in the rotation last night that Warriors fans may want or I would want, there are plenty of Moses Moody stands out there, including the guy who just called who said he wants him to probably be playing 30-plus minutes. He got a DNP CD in a loss. And, I mean, Lindy Waters as well was starting games early in the season. He didn't get any minutes. Those are two. And Kyle Anderson. But when you're dealing with such a deep team already, a couple guys just aren't going to make the rotation. I don't know what Moses Moody would have done necessarily to help last night, but a lot of Warrior fans love him.
So it's got to be one or the other. People are making the argument that, okay, Lindy Waters is clearly out of the rotation. Anderson's out of the rotation. Moses Moody didn't play. But in order for you to simplify things, it's going to come at the cost of some players not playing. And the one guy that I would, if I had to go out to Kerr about something, was the fact that Trace Jackson-Davis, who I think has been very good of late and was very good last night, didn't close. And the reason there was because AD was out of the game, so they wanted to go small. But I think Trace Jackson-Davis, regardless of Anthony Davis availability or the fact that he wasn't on the floor, should have been in that closing lineup as well. All right, now can we get to Kevin out in Oakland?
You may.
Kevin, man, you owe me, brother, because Lucas just wanted to dominate the show, but I said, no, I got to get out.
Came in hard.
Sorry, Kev.
Got to get out to my man, Kev. So, Kev, you better, deliver the goods, my man.
I'm delivering. Can you guys hear me?
Got you.
All right, check this out. We all know all dynasties come to an end, right? Especially in the NBA, whether San Antonio, Bulls, Lakers, they all come to an end. And the toughest part about a dynasty is we hold on to our franchise player, once-in-a-generation player, too late. And so in life, it's always hard to buy low and sell high, right? We never get the top. So this is what I propose. I propose we trade Steph Curry and rebuild. Because, and here's the point, if he wants to go back to Charlotte, for example, get LaMelo Ball, a couple good role players, and a Herschel Walker trove of draft picks and start rebuilding.
Can you get that much for him, though, now?
Because that's what I don't know. But what I do know is that if we follow the standards, be garbage. Just like San Antonio was garbage for the last 8 years, Boston after they lost Bird. And we're gonna, and I understand it's almost blasphemous to trade Steph Curry, but if we don't, we're gonna follow the same script as these other dynasties. That's all I have to say.
I understand what I understand what he's saying, but the biggest thing is look, you can trade all these players, but if you miss in the draft and if you don't have the right players, you still set yourself back. So a bird in hand is better than two in the bush. So I understand what you're saying, but you're not going to get an overhaul for Steph. You're going to get something. A championship team will trade something for him because they know that he can go. Steph can step into a bunch of teams that are one player away or shoot away, and they're going to win a championship. Steph can do that.
It's not as crazy as a lot of people make it out to be, trading Steph. I get it, especially now when there's some value and you need to rebuild. But the reason why it'll never happen is because that dude prints money. Whatever jersey he puts on, if it's Charlotte, they suddenly get the cash cow.
Exactly.
And you can't even quantify how much money that dude means.
People come everywhere to watch him play.
State Warriors.
Yes.
And not only that, when you travel and you sell out arenas. And so Joe Lacob, listen, he cut his teeth as a business tycoon. So it's about profit margins. It's about making money at the end of the day. And there's no way in hell that Joe Lacob would ever move that guy. But I like the thinking because it does, from a basketball sense, it's somewhat plausible. All right, we got to get to a break. We'll take more of your calls. Mike in Oakland, hang out. We'll get back to the Warriors. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's Low Neal and it's Dan Devon. I'll continue with my lounge act here, holding the mic. Tiny bubbles in the wine make me happy.
Nice.
Make me feel so fun. Let's get the hell out of here.
Let's go.
Dub Nation, is Moses Moody. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibbs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Oh, Moses Moody, as Lucas pointed out, a DMP last night. That's a weird relationship. I still can't get my arms around it. Sometimes he plays, looks as though he's playing well, and then he disappears. And then at the end of the day, the last guy in the world you think that they're going to extend, they give him a contract extension. So they see value in there somewhere, but yet how it is that they rationalize this in their mind as to how he contributes to this basketball team, I don't think I'm smart enough to ever understand. So,
well, that's why we got Kerr. So I guess you could ask him. Hopefully he could give us some answers. I think that people want to know.
No, I'm just barking now. Rest assured.
Right. When Kerr comes over, hey, Coach, hey, I love you.
How's Christmas?
How's Christmas? You're the best.
Coach.
But you have to. You know what? How uncomfortable it must be. You know. And he understands we have a job to do. He understands he has a job to do. But it's tough, man, because you know it and I know it. We can make Coach Kerr very uncomfortable. And it's like, but that's not what this is about. It's about just kind of like, asking the question and let him. People don't need to be told what to do, just ought to be reminded. And I think that's what this is about tonight. Just like, hey, ask these questions saying, what do you think? How is this? Why? And ask the why. And I think he does a great job of answering. He'll give us the answer.
I'm a big fan of his, though. In all full disclosure, I know as a coach, just like any coach, you're going to come under criticism and ridicule. He understands that. For what he stands for off the field, off the court,
he's amazing.
All right, Mike's out in Oakland. Let's get back out to the phone calls. 888-957-9570, and we'll hear from Mike and his take on what's happening with the Dubs. What's up, Mike?
Okay, so where do I start? Because there's a lot of things, so I'm going to start here. Okay, so Steve Kerr is the commander. And if the commander is not in line with the team is going to show they're out of line. So Steve Kerr has to get himself in line for one thing. The other thing I feel like, as a coach back in the day, myself, I played all my players. I wanted all my players to feel like they were part of the game because that brought good morale. It got good hustle. I was able to bring fresh guys in, take tired guys out. I just think as a team, that's what it stands for. And when somebody said to Steve Kerr, you're going to have to shorten your roster, and when he started doing that, that's when we started losing. And it took the fun out of the game for the players and the joy. Because if you look on the sideline, where's the joy at? Everybody's confidence is down. Nobody shoots the open shot. They're going to dribble the ball in and turn it over. I mean, shoot the open shot, bro. I mean, that's my take. And those are the reasons why they're losing. Thank you, fellas.
Do that again. Shoot the open shot, bro.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, listen, it's frustrating, man. I get it, but I got to tell you, Lo, at the beginning of the season, are we really surprised that we're here right now?
No. Everyone said that wasn't going to work long.
Yeah. What did we talk about at the beginning of the year? 12 or 13 guys. Is this sustainable? As it turns out, it's not. And even before they had the early success and you looked at that roster, Buddy Hield never excited. But he is who he is at the end of the day. He can be good, but he's like any shooter in the NBA that makes his living off of hitting threes. Sometimes you're good, sometimes you're not. It just depends on, what side of the pillow you woke up on. And all of those guys. I know we get excited over the new shiny toy that's Schroeder, and we got to give Mr. Schroeder some time. But Schroeder, there's a reason why you were with 6 different teams in the last 7 years. If there's real value there, teams aren't going to let you go. That's pretty fundamental. This is not we talked about sizzle the other day. Did you see any sizzle with Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa? I don't know, aside from Steph, that there's anything where I would go, there's no wow factor here. This is who they are.
Right. And no question. When you think about Steph has that pizzazz, that wow factor. We talked about it, Josh Allen, those type of quarterbacks. That's who Steph is. And then you have, like you said, Tua and Purdy, not that they're bad, but they're just guys. And you got to realize there's a lot of guys in the NBA. There's not a lot of great players. And that's why Kerr said, hey, we're a good team. We're not great. He didn't say we got a bunch of great players. You've never heard him say that. When he had KD and Clay and Steph and they were at the peak of their, at the peak of their superpower, he said, we're a great team. We got great players here. We've never said it. These are good guys that he's trying to, turn into players. And you got to realize, Steph is the only elite shooter. There is no elite players on that team, on that roster. I don't care how you look at it. There is no top-tier players on that roster besides Steph, And that's just what it is right now.
Here's the other way to look at it. Well, I get it for what it is that he said last night, that he's still trying to settle on a rotation and you're this deep into the season. But here's the other side of that coin. Let's just say he's settled on 7 to 8 guys. He's got a rotation. And you still are struggling. And you still have lost 11 and 14. What would people be clamoring then? I'll tell you what they'd be saying. It's like, you need to find a different rotation. You need to play different players. These guys obviously aren't the answer. I want to see more of fill in the blank. You need to, you need to continue to search for a rotation. You need to play more guys. You need to get this guy out of the lineup. I mean, there's damned if you do, damned if you don't right now. When you don't have personnel, there's no way to sugarcoat that thing, man. And there's no way to dress that thing up and pretend you're good. You're going to get exposed one way or the other, whether you find a rotation or you don't have a rotation. Lack of talent is lack of talent.
Yeah. And you got to be careful because everyone's, well, let's trade. You be careful because if you trade away the forum for guys that are just past their prime or just players that used to have sizzle and used to have names, now what'd you do? Now you got to go back and, you trade away those players or trade away draft picks. What does that do for you? So you just got to be careful. I know it's by the NBA, by the record, the lottery, and all that, how that works. So you just have to be careful what you're doing as the Warriors to say, what do we do? Are we all in on a restart? Do we keep Steph because we know, like you said, he's the golden goose, he's the cash cow. You keep him and everyone else is expendable. Everyone else you try to say, how do we overhaul this team and keep Steph as the face? You can do that. That's not the first NBA team that didn't do that. You think about Karl Malone and Stockton. You overhaul the team. Those guys stayed your face. There's always what you have to do. Magic was past his prime. You look at Kobe past his prime, but you always went and said, hey, look, these are guys that are the cash cow. You're going to let those guys sell the tickets, and you don't let go of those guys, and that's just how it is.
Were you ever traded?
Yeah.
Where'd you get traded?
I got traded. I was in the Jets. Got traded to Tampa Bay Buccaneires.
Oh,
yeah. So it was fine with those. Played for Parcells.
You didn't like New York, so you were kind of happy to go.
I was very happy, to get traded. But it was still a great experience, and guys understand. You understand. Draymond was one of those guys who is a business guy. He understands this sport. These guys understand the NBA and sports. They understand that, hey, look, I may get traded. This may happen. Draymond knows that. You don't think Draymond hadn't talked to his agent? What do you think? You don't think I've been in those situations where you think I'm good. I'm going to stay here. What do you think is going to happen? Teams requiring about because the Warriors are in that position now that hey, you might have to turn the page on on Draymond or go get it because Draymond has value. A team that wants his defensive prowess, what he brings to the table is IQ. He can play, he can play darn near all 5 positions. I mean, Drake can play point, he can play guard. He's not the greatest shooter, but he still can play. He's a great facilitator. He can play center. So you have some value in it, but you just can't miss. So I just think that you look at this and everyone's talking about, hey, the Warriors need a championship. Steph deserves that. You don't. There's not a player that's going to make that happen. You got to say, Steph, sorry, we tried. We have to go get younger. We have to go get some players that we can build around, and you could be a part of this process because we don't want you to go anywhere.
All right, let's get back out to the phone lines. Kev's hanging out in Pleasanton. P-Town, the location, wants to fix the Warriors. What's up, Kev?
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Kev from Pleasanton that talked to Lo about Edison. We were talking about football and DB Guru.
That part.
Ricky Whittle.
Right. Right. Right.
Don't leave me out of the conversation when it comes to the no.
Hey, you were on point. I was surprised. You knew about Clovis.
He's been down there. He's been down there at the bottom. Don't let him fool you. Hey, Dan been down there to the dirty. He know what's happening.
The bottom. Okay, so check it out. So, I've called in before and told the guys basically. And I was a season ticket holder from Oakland, but I didn't do it when Laker made the money move over to the peninsula side of the house because of all the corporate sponsorship filling up the seats. But anyway, that's another conversation. It's all about the money, like the other guy said. It's about the money. However,
until Kerr is gone, this is going to be the same thing. He's great, but Phil Jackson had to go at one point in time too, remember? So, I mean, Kerr is the smartest guy in the room, and no one can out-talk him or defeat what he has to say. The way he's playing the guys, it sucks. It's unfortunate. But Steve Kerr believes that his system is the best system. And so he's going to play fill-in guys mixed in with great guys because he thinks he can plug and play. But guess what? You're not going to win, Steve, with that. I would beat the hell out of you, Steve, because I'll double-team Steph. And Draymond's not going to score. And then depending on whatever the lineup he has, he's not putting confidence in the players to score. Last year, when Kuminga finally had enough, and Draymond, kind of crapped out on us for about 15 games, we won 10 games. Why? Kuminga. Kuminga was the hottest player in the league last year for about a month and a half. We all know that. He was the number 2. Guess what position he played? The 4. Guess where he played? The block. And everything ran through Kuminga. I'm not saying do that now. I'm just saying, guys, at the end of the year, and Lowe knows this, the coach sits down and does an evaluation with each one of his players. Obviously, he told Kuminga, go work on your threes because that's all the young man does. I would never do that. I would stick him right back down in the block. I've already seen a successful pattern and run it through and then let him make decisions to help everybody else.
Kev, let me ask you really quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but do you think Kuminga, when you say in the block, are you talking about getting to him out of the post with his back to the hoop? Because I think, isn't he more effective facing up so he can take you off the bounce?
Okay, that's a fair question. And I think I remember you said you didn't play basketball. So what happens is in the block, if I throw it to you.
That was nice.
No, listen. Let me
hey, don't let me come down there to Fresno and take you to school and back.
No, I'm in Pleasanton, remember?
Oh, that's right.
So listen. So if you recall, those games, Kuminga had him down on the block. Coach did. When he got the ball, his turnaround moves were so quick that he could able to turn around and face or just back the guy in and get to the free throw line. But he was always getting to the hoop because everybody says, all the announcers, he's got the quickest first step, when he's down within, 5 feet of the basket. Low. I'm only going to make you, if I'm the coach, I'm going to make you successful. I know what you can't do. Let me do what you do good, which is 5 feet and in. I'm not going to go have you working all season on your threes.
Right.
I'm going to put you right back into the paint where you scored all those points and you were the star of the NBA for a month and a half. And so all I'm saying is, guys, is Steve has a system. And that's why Bob Myers left. That's another conversation.
Question for you.
Well, we got to get to a legal ID.
God, I had a question for him.
Okay, you can ask me.
Afterward? Okay, there we go.
Yeah. The one thing I would say.
Get legal.
The one thing I would say to my man in P-Town, if you want to hang out, Kev, during the legal ID, we'll get back to you. But spacing is something I got to. Spacing, Kev, spacing. You dwell on that as I do my legal ID, and then we'll come back to you, and I want to hear your answer. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Do we still? Oh, we lost him.
He didn't want to hang out. I didn't touch it.
Because my question was going to be is this. And you can answer Dan. So if you look at sometimes coaches, you put Steve Kerr with a team that's very, very talented. He's going to win you championships. If you don't have the talent, can he develop and can he coach? When you gave Steve Kerr all those talent, and you look who was coaching here before, they couldn't do it. But once Steve came to this and talk about spacing, move the ball, play with speed, to what he did to the offense, he took them to another level. But he had the athletes and the talent to execute his plan. How much is that the same here, that maybe when you don't have the talent or you don't have the superstars, is he that type of coach?
I think that the NBA more probably than the NFL, certainly more than baseball, it's a players' league. And he almost went, matter of fact, he was signed, sealed, and delivered to the New York Knicks. And the Warriors came in with an offer at the 25th hour. Had he signed a contract and gone to coach for the New York Knickerbockers, he would have been fired within 18 months. Why? Because they were a trash team. They had no players. And it's only until last year did the New York Knicks become a relevant team. Maybe Spoelstra in Miami and the way they do things there is a little bit different, where sometimes they'll take average players, although I wouldn't call Jimmy Butler and Hero and company average, but they squeeze the most out of their players. But more often than not, things haven't changed in the NBA. Yes, you can get the best out of your players, and I think the biggest asset for a head coach, especially in the NBA, but it's certainly true for the NFL, is that you have to have the respect of your players, and they got to want to play for you. And I think that he's a player's coach to a certain degree. They respect the hell out of him. But I think it all starts with there has to be something with which to work with. There's no Cinderella stories, all right? This isn't the NCAA tournament, okay? There's no North Carolina State and Jimmy Valvano story here. You either have the boys or you don't. Now, you may have, a different system, and you get the most out of your players, and you're freeing guys up, and they like playing for you. You create a good culture, as they like to say. But I don't believe in miracles when it comes to the NBA. That's just sort of my quick answer. All right, Guillermo's hanging out in Menlo Park. Guillermo, what's going on, man?
Taking my call. Yeah, I just want to make observation. I think we knew that what the problems was with the Warriors. I think we should have someone, good blocker, center. Putting in consideration all the teams, they have a good center. And thinking that Draymond is going to continue dealing with all the big guys the other teams has is a crazy idea. He's getting tired. I believe that we have a great team. We just need to add a good center that can block some shots. If you remember what happened with the game with the Pacers, there was a player in the last quarter. She scored the same over the ring, like a 6-point, and no one was able to block the shot. I think his name is McCullough. I don't know if you guys remember what happened in that game.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I would say, because you're not alone there, Guillermo. A lot of people, when you look at the Warriors, they're like, you've been small for so long, but they've won without centers. And I know Bogut certainly was a big, and the Festus Azelis of the world and the Pachulias, but this is not a team that's ever been center-centric.
No.
And Draymond's been able to do it. But I would, to your point, and to a lot of people out there that feel very similarly, that the NBA is cyclical, and you're beginning to see the return of the big. And teams that are good now in the NBA that win titles usually have a serviceable big man that can rim protect and give you some presence on the interior, and the Warriors have never had that. But, I mean, if you were to look at, when we talk about their championship run, I mean, they've been able to do it without that big guy. All right, Jay's hanging out in his driveway. What's going on, Jay, and why are you in a driveway?
Because I don't want to smoke inside.
Oh, well, I'm assuming you don't live alone.
Well, I have a renter.
Okay.
And, yeah.
And when you say smoke...
Hey, Lo!
What up, baby? Jay.
Hey, man, I just want to say this one thing, all right? I played fullback. I wasn't even close to your talent, but I had your mentality, bro.
That's it.
Cheers to you.
Thank you, brother. You already know that
cheers
mentality,
to you,
brother. Thank you. Cheers.
I remember seeing you out there, man. I was like, that's a devastating man. All right. So what I want to say about the Warriors, man, the Warriors front office, the Warriors, and all the Warriors fans, we all got to understand that panic mode is going down right now, and moves need to be made. All right? Steph Curry, awesome. Everyone knows this. All the championships, awesome. Everyone knows this. But we are at the point. We are at the point where we need to understand that Bill Walsh is in the building, and it's time. to break it up and think about the future. It sucks. Everything about it sucks. We have to make the changes. And that's all I want to say.
Pass that along, Joe, in the driveway. Let me get here, Jay. Come on, Jay, don't bogart that thing. Oh, Jay, I'm just giving you grief. I don't know what the hell he just said. I heard Bill Walsh.
Yeah, Bill Walsh is in the building. I think he was alluding to, hey, look, everyone's in panic mode. It's time to poop, turn the page. He's like, hey, Joe Montana had to turn the page. Only thing that I asked him, but who do you turn the page to? Like you and I keep alluding to. Who do you turn it to? I understand you're saying, okay, let's move on. What are you moving on? What assets do you have that can make this team relevant? And that's what that's the thing that I don't understand. And I don't understand people saying turn the page, get better, do these things. But what are you giving up? How much can you get? And what does that look like?
They love you, Lo. That's all I got to say. 925 is coming in with that damn Lo brought up anybody day. I mean, we got more callers that just seriously.
Your boy used to be out there, man. I played the game. And I think that's what people respect. Do I know baseball and basketball? No, but I know the mentality. I know what it takes to win. And that's what I can relate to. And I think that's what people understand. Hey, look, I can't sit there and talk X's and O's and talk about, get down in the box and 2-1-2 defense, box and one, and do all those things. I play a little basketball, but I'm not knowledgeable of that baseball warp and all. It's about mentality. Sports come down to mentality. If you work, and even if you're not the best player, Andrew Bogut wasn't great. Well, you know what made Andrew Bogut was great about him? His personality, his attitude, and his willingness and his commitment and the dog in him. He couldn't necessarily do those things, but you knew what you were going to get. That's what's so frustrating, about Kuminga, is because of the fact you're saying, okay, where's that effort? Bogut he wasn't that type of guy, but you saw certain guys, the effort and the energy and how they played, it made up for the lack of ability athletically.
By the way, would they drug test for marijuana? I mean, sorry, going back to Jay and his driving.
Yeah, in NFL.
Was that ever a drug of choice in the NFL? Well, I mean, seriously, if you guys went out, I mean, guys, they like to smoke their pot from time to time, or was it alcohol? What was?
I'll tell you what, it's so here. I mean, I don't know. It's telling on guys.
Yeah, you don't have to.
But I'm not gonna name guys. Wouldn't do that. But I'm gonna tell you right now, for guys to get caught smoking weed in getting this program, you have to be pretty much an idiot. Because here's the reason why. You go to camp and they don't test you during the year. They usually don't test you during the year. So right before camp, like 6 weeks before, or you're in training camp, right before your training camp or during training camp, you get tested. Test you for everything. Once you get tested, after you get tested, if you're clean, guys can smoke pot all year long. They won't get tested for pot. Now, what you get randomly tested for that you can't do, I don't think guys can get away with it. It's no way. I think it's possible, but not probable. You would have to be like a needle in a haystack. It's steroids and those things. Because with steroids, it's random. So I got tested one time 5-7 times in a row. They randomly put you in the computer and they spit out the names and you got to pee for them, on Monday after the game, right after the game, 24 hours after the game, you got to go and pee. And so steroids, it's hard. Guys can't do steroids or those stuff in the league because you are tested. Now, weed, when guys, you hear people get popped for weed, bro, and then the program, that means you only got tested one time and you knew the test was coming. What the hell are you doing?
Smoking weed?
Yeah, but that's the point that I'm saying. Once you get past that one, guys could smoke. So it was kind of weird when I seen guys get popped in the program because you only get tested the one time and then you can smoke all you want.
Well, now I think, I'm not sure if the NFL as much, but certainly the NBA, Major League Baseball, sort of, loosen the reins and all of that when it comes to marijuana. Especially with the legalization over the last couple of years, I don't think that the penalties are as harsh, nor is the sort of structure in terms of doing it throughout the course of a season. All right, we're talking about the San Francisco 49, or excuse me, we're talking about the Golden State Warriors.
Niners on the brain. You got Niners on the brain.
Yeah. Oh, no, he went Bill Walsh there for a moment. And just thinking about the good old Bill Walsh days. But just Talking about the Golden State Warriors, by the way, Steve Kerr is going to join us in a matter of a little more than 15 minutes. We'll hear from the head coach of the Warriors. But before we do that, can I finally sneak in? Because I don't think I'm going to have an opportunity to talk to Kansas City Chiefs.
We got to go. We got to.
Just for 5 minutes. And wait, listen. So Kansas City wins on Christmas Day. And remember the one knock that we were saying, well, they're not blowing people out. It's getting all fluke. Well, it's not a bad call or a block kick. We're talking about a team now that looks as though they're putting into that other gear. And there's two things I want to ask you. Is that Kansas City now gets the number 1 seed, so they get a month off. But there's two schools of thought there. I want to know what side of the fence you fall on. Is having that much time off, do you lose your edge? Because they're playing their best football right now, despite the fact they've only lost once in the calendar year, going back to last Christmas when they got beat by the Raiders. But there's a month off.
And they should have lost to the Raiders this year.
Could that be the worst thing for this team right now?
No. I think it's the best. Okay. I think it's the best thing. You watch Kansas City. The other day, you and I talked, and I said, hey, everyone's like, oh, someone's going to beat them. Someone's going to beat them. They just got Hollywood Brown back. And what he does, stretching the field, vertical with Isaiah, the kid out of Fresno, shout out
Worthy.
Central High School, Worthy. You have speed, a vertical. You see Kelsey now even more prevalent now. Where's he been? And look at Kelsey. Everyone's like, where's Travis lost it? Look how he was, because you brought in Hollywood, all these guys. He just got back. Now your offense has spread out, and Mahomes is delivering. That's what you and I are talking about. If you can get to 24, you can beat them. Now the machine is back. Pittsburgh's got a good defense. They just slapped on them. They just beat up on them. I'm telling you, Kansas City Chiefs, they're going to be a tough out. Steelers, I thought the Steelers would give them way more of a test than that. And they did.
They had everything to play for. That was a bad performance for the Steelers.
Everything. Bad performance. But I'm telling you, I still Buffalo still gives you some hope because they're running the ball well. But maybe Baltimore, because when you watch Lamar Jackson, I mean, you look at his numbers and the way that they're able to run the ball. I don't think Derrick Henry carried the ball, I think 7 or 8 times the first time they played Kansas City. Derrick Henry, they didn't even give him the ball, and they barely lost. Toe tap scored that touchdown. It was out of bounds. So Baltimore is heating up at the right time too. So I don't know. Somebody's got to beat Kansas City. I don't want to see Kansas City, but I'm telling you, like you said, they're a tough out. They're getting it together. Their defense is playing lights out, and now you got your receiving core back, and they look like they're getting ready to score, and they're just sitting full stride.
925 wants you to run for mayor of Oakland or Fresno. Would you ever consider getting into politics?
No, man, because it's just politics.
Got them skeletons in the closet?
Yeah, and you just never want to be dirty. It's just politicians, man. Right. You don't. Yeah. You got to realize they start off wanting to help. They really want to help, and just big people come in and just it skews your train of thought. So many things happen. I love it, and I wish that these mayors and these individuals really work for the people. But our government, I just pray for them. But it's tough to be in politics, man. It really is.
Wow, that's a good answer. So here's the other question when it comes to the NFL. You mentioned Lamar Jackson. Who's your MVP?
You know what? I'm tired of seeing Lamar because this be third time or fourth time. I would say Josh Allen because
he's the odds-on favorite. But Vegas has him as a clear favorite. I'm just saying, did anybody see what the hell Lamar Jackson did yesterday?
Lamar Jackson has thrown for more yards. Pull it up. Lamar Jackson has more rushing yards. Lamar Jackson has thrown for more touchdowns. Lamar Jackson
his quarterback rating is off the charts.
So I like Josh, and I think I'd give it to Josh because he doesn't have the weapons Lamar has. But if you look at Lamar Jackson's numbers, touchdown, rushing, everything, his numbers are better. Yeah. His numbers say MVP. I'm just telling you. But only reason I'm saying Josh is because Josh, to me, has done it with less, and Lamar has done it with more.
Well, speaking of doing it with less, why doesn't Patrick Mahomes get any votes? I mean, if it's about MVP, the true definition of MVP, this guy has no offensive line because they've been banged up. He's dealt with, now it's Hunt that's getting the ball because Pacheco's been out. You're talking about wide receivers. Hollywood Brown finally returns this football team, but this guy, I mean,
Lamar Jackson has more MVPs than him.
Yeah,
and that it's hard. That's the part that's like, okay, how can Lamar Jackson have more MVP than Mahomes?
Well, Lamar Jackson has got it. He's got to get to that Super Bowl. Like, he can't get them happy feet in a championship game again.
And Mahomes beats him every time. They head up, and there are times when it means something. Mahomes beats him.
The other thing before we get off the NFL is we talk about Pittsburgh for a second. I like Tomlin. I know you love Tomlin, but he does this a lot. Like, he'll put up some big numbers in the regular season, but when it comes to this time, because it's all about how you're playing right now. I mean, I don't care what you did in September and August. It's right now. Who's hit their stride? And they're leaking oil, man.
They are.
He's not. Since Roethlisberger left, I mean, I don't think he's won a playoff game.
Yeah. And that's the thing with me. The difference is this: if you look at Tomlin, they don't have a quarterback. How many? Okay, so if you talk about the coaches, Harbaugh, how many playoffs, how many Super Bowls has he been to compared to Tomlin? Tomlin got him. You think about any coach in the AFC, in the AFC, the only one who has him would probably be, and he's got everyone. That's Andy Reid. But how many did Andy Reid have when he didn't have a quarterback? Now you look at who Andy Reid has a quarterback. You look at Tomlin, who he has a quarterback. He has a quarterback that's way past his prime, that won with the Legion of Doom, who won the Super Bowl, not really their offense. He's got playing with, Russell Wilson. So I think that Russ is limited. I don't think that I thought Russ was having a decent year. The guy turns over the ball. He turns the ball over way too much.
Who's that?
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, well,
he's turning the ball over way too much. He's not an elite quarterback any longer. He's a manageable quarterback, but you watch the game. Yeah, they're going in to tie that game up. He throws interception on the goal line. He fumbles. So I'm not off of Tomlin. I think if Tomlin had a top tier quarterback or a guy, where would they be? Because they play pretty good defense.
Well, that gets back to when you were asking me about Steve Kerr and can you make something out of nothing? And I think that's not that Steelers don't have boys. I mean, TJ Watt's for real, and
and that's why they compete.
Yeah, but their defense and the buy-in to what he gets the most out of his. That's if you're talking about a coach that there's a cause and effect and an impact on a team, it's Tomlin. Like, Tomlin is the reason why the Steelers are
stay relevant,
and it's him. And so, I mean, I hear some people say that he's overrated, but he's just got to, you got to do it now, though, this time of the year.
You put him in Dallas and get him some weapon like those, and you change the change. I mean, here's the deal. You let Tomlin go, he would have 15 coaching jobs.
Yeah.
That's the kind, I mean, you got to realize, you think about, this guy has not missed the playoffs in probably 8-9 years. He's never had a down. I mean, one out of the last 10 years, I think he missed it maybe once. So
never had a losing season.
Never had a losing season. I mean, so there's a coach that, like you said, he gets the best out of those guys.
All right, are we done with NFL talk?
Yeah, but Kansas City, they just, like you said, they're getting ready to hit their stride. Just when we thought they were out, now all of a sudden they're scoring. They can do it all. They look for real,
and they've got a whole month off this time of the year. What is that? Because you hear stuff like that, but somebody who's played in the league to get a month off this time of the year, how significant is that?
It's huge. The body, now you got to talk about an ankle from your quarterback, MVP. He's going to get his ankle right.
Well, Chris Jones didn't play in the last game.
Chris Jones get to get healthy. You're in a situation where you're going to come in the playoffs and you have home field throughout the playoffs. You're talking about a team that is going to get dangerous, and they just know how. Now they're getting ready to turn it on, like you just alluded to. They're going to be a tough out, and I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. Look for them. They are hoping and praying. I wouldn't be surprised if they let Denver win. They're going to let Denver win. They don't. There's one team I keep telling you. Me and you talk about it in the AFC that teams don't want to make the playoffs. They do not want to see friggin' the Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrow in the playoffs. Pull up Joe Burrow's name. Joe Burrow is having a MVP. You're talking about who's another guy? Joe Burrow should be mentioned in the MVP. Go look at Joe Burrow's numbers, what he's been doing. Lucas, is Joe Burrow's in there? When you think about Joe Burrow's his numbers and what he's done with the weak team, not having a great defense, not having weak sauce, nobody wants to see Cincinnati Bengals.
Offensive line.
Terrible, horrible. They don't want to see Joey Burrows get in the playoffs. So I think Cincinnati, I think Kansas City.
Well,
they're gonna choke. They're gonna we don't want to see him.
I know, I hear you, but you know why? Who's the one guy that's beaten them at KC? Joe Burrow went in there and said, "I do not care."
Joe Cool.
I mean, that's the one guy that took on Mahomes and Reed and everything that you mentioned.
And go head to head. And look at his numbers. This dude, He's got numbers. It's not that he's just Joe Burrows, they haven't been playing well. Joe Burrows have put up numbers this year. If they got in the playoffs, I would almost say you got to give it to him because he's done it with not a good defense, not a good offensive line. He's done it with less.
But it's a team that, you're going to need Denver to win that game or to lose that game against Kansas City.
Denver is going to lose because
Carson Wentz is going to. So Carson Wentz gets the start, right?
Yeah, Kansas City's going to lose that game. Kansas City's not going to because they're going to say Kansas City's going to say let's keep Denver in the playoffs. Every team in the AFC that's in the playoffs. Do you think they'd rather see Denver in the playoffs, or do you think they'd rather see freaking Cincinnati Bengals in the playoffs? Every team rather see Denver Broncos in the playoffs instead of seeing Joe Burrows, who's been there, by the way, who's been to a Super Bowl and freaking could almost beat the Rams. So AFC does not want to see Cincinnati Bengals and Joe Burrows get in the playoffs.
You out on Bo Nix?
Now, Bo Nix is playing well, but watch what happens. Now, watch what happens Sunday. Watch what Joe Burrows do to this. Watch what Joe Burrows do to the Denver Broncos. He's going to take them to the woodshed.
All right, we want to get back into some Golden State Warrior talk just to sort of lead into Steve Kerr is going to join us coming up at 5:30 as the Golden State Warriors, who have lost 11 of 14 after the 12-3 start. He's going to join us in a matter of moments. You played a little bit in high school, right?
Oh, yeah. Your boy had a nice little jade. I'd back you down.
Did you get any offers?
For basketball?
Yeah, no.
No. I did. You got to realize.
Was Tark at Fresno State when you were no?
Oh, yeah. Tark was there. No, Tark wasn't there. Tark wasn't there. You got to realize, though, when I played, you got to realize I was California State champion. I was 42-0 with 38 pins my senior year.
Oh.
I was California Athlete of the Year. I played, I did football. I did wrestling. I did track and field. They had Janet Evans. You know who Janet Evans is?
Yeah, the swimmer.
The swimmer. And you know who Michael Chang is?
The tennis player.
Tennis player. You know who Curtis Conway is?
Wide receiver USC.
Yeah, you know who Willie McGinnis. So you have to realize it said in 1989, it said Janet's the queen and Lorenzo's the king. I was California male athlete of the year. Give me another whoop. Yes, your boy. You be down on me, B. Down on me, Dan. Down on me.
I'm down on you, man. I love you. So does the text line. All right. We also love Steve Kerr. He's going to be coming up in a matter of moments. We'll talk to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors and find out how he thinks the Warriors need to fix things after that huge, disappointing, frustrating loss at the hands of the Los Angeles Lakers on Christmas Day. We'll do that and much more. It's Lorenzo Neal and Dan Devone with Steve Kerr next on 95.7 The Game.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Lorenzo Neal. It's Dan Avone. Close out the final half hour of the show. Reminder, we are sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Time now to go out to the River Island guest line because it's time for Coach Kerr. Presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort. And the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's going to be great. Coach, how are you today? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
We're doing well. And before we get into the last play of that game, we've been dealing with callers all day that want that thing broken down and obviously answers to it. Just to get into the good part of this, and that being Steph Curry, who is just, again, nothing short of amazing. Do you, at this point of the relationship between the two, do you get a sense that something like what happened last night is about to happen? Because he's obviously not played on that stage, being Christmas Day in the past, coming off the game, which was not Steph-esque against Indiana. Do you just have a sort of a sense that he was going to go off like he did last night?
Yeah, I mean, he's got such a sense of the moment and a flair for the show. You know, the fact that it's national TV on Christmas. Steph's going to step up for a game like that, and it didn't surprise me at all, especially as you mentioned, coming off a bad night, a few nights before that. So this is a guy we've known for a long time. I mean, he's just an incredible performer and one of the greatest of all time for a reason.
Coach, when you think about the ones that you've been accustomed growing up and watching and being a part of, Berg and Magic, is LeBron and Steph equivalent to that type of game day magic when you're thinking about what that meant and what the NBA, those two type of guys with that type of ilk?
Yeah, I think so. I grew up, we're in Los Angeles right now. We're down here for the Clippers tomorrow night. And, pulling into the hotel, I got a lot of memories of my childhood, growing up rooting for Magic and watching the Lakers and the Celtics play in the finals. And those were amazing days, iconic days. And what we've seen from Steph and LeBron, particularly meeting in the finals 4 different times, they are basically the Magic and Bird of their day for sure. I mean, just not only brilliant, all-time players, but charismatic and, showmen. Everywhere they go, people are, they're coming to the game to see those two. And that's pretty unique. And it's also unique to see the rivalry that, turned into them being teammates this past summer in Paris, and for me to be there and observe that was just incredible.
No question, Coach. Coach, also just kind of looking at the state of basketball then, the viewership and watching, where it's at now. What do you think is going on when you think about it when the ratings are down, or what basketball is? Will it come back? How do you, being a connoisseur and being a part of so many, great franchises and being a part of this great franchise, what do you contribute it to, and do you see it coming back? What is the biggest thing in your opinion?
Well, I think ratings are down. There's a lot more options these days than ever before. So I don't know that ratings are as important as they were 20 years ago. There's so many ways to consume the product and to and I know that there's proof there, right? The league just signed this massive rights deal, so it's not so much about TV ratings as it is about content. And so I think the dynamics are much different on that front. As for the popularity of the game, I just think that the NBA has always been very cyclical, and it often kind of rides the momentum of star players and superstar teams like the Lakers and Celtics in the 80s or the Bulls in the 90s. And, the Warriors this last decade. And so it's not a surprise that, as Steph and LeBron and Kevin Durant and the current stars start to wind down, that, maybe the league takes a hit popularity-wise. But the next guys they'll be coming, and the game will survive quite well, I think, and there will be another uptick before too long. It's always been the way it's worked in the NBA.
Coach Kerr joins us on the River Islands guest line. And Coach, all right, take us in the huddle with 6.3 seconds to go. What was said to the team? And, well, sports talk radio, it's sort of the nature of this beast, is that people want to point fingers. If there was a breakdown defensively, should there have been a help defender? Can you just walk us through the final 6.3 last night?
Well, the ball's going to go to LeBron, so we put our best switching lineup out there. We wanted to make sure we kept the ball from LeBron as best we could. And our guys did a good job of that. LeBron tried to get the ball up top. Steph jumped out. Steph was guarding the passer. He jumped out and took that pass away. And then, Reeves was the guy who was open. Reeves made a hell of a move. Those are tough plays. Wiggs tried to stay in front. And I think, Reeves had a big game, had made some threes. So Wiggs wanted to press up on him. And he made a hell of a play. He got to the baseline and got right to the rim.
Was Wiggins, do you think, was he expecting help at the rim? It looks as though, and Reeves is, look, for those that aren't familiar with Austin Reeves, he can do that. He can get to the rack. Yeah. But was there, I guess if you were to replay this the day after, was there any sort of notion to maybe give him a tough sort of mid-range, or was the idea to get up on him? And should there have been a help defender, maybe somebody didn't meet him on the baseline?
Yeah, I think what we teach all the time is send baseline. We never want someone driving middle, because when you drive middle, you have the whole floor, and now there are way more options in terms of passing and spacing. So we always send sideline. So Wiggs got him going in the right direction. And, again, Reeves made a hell of a play. He got there quickly. And, we just it was a tough loss based on the fact that we battled back and we had our chances, but just couldn't get the stop at the end.
I hate to single anybody out, but was Jonathan Kuminga the guy that maybe, because he looked, just looking at on replays, he was watching, I believe, Hachimura, was he the guy that maybe if there was somebody that could have helped at the baseline, that it should have been him to close out on Reeves?
There's help. We talk about help defense all the time, and that's it's all part of it, it's the game happens quickly, and it's a game of reactions and decisions, and so you work on all these schemes, you work on the different scenarios that are coming up, and you try to execute them, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't, and you just go from there.
Hey, Coach, that's what old Marty Schottner used to tell us. Say, sometimes you get the bear, sometimes the bear gets you. And I know you as a coach, you know the deal, and you can't necessarily call people out, and that's just, behind closed doors, you do what you need to do as a coach. When you see a players-only meeting, was that called by Steph and Dre, and what is those usually, in your opinion, good for, and what do you think the notion of that for?
Yeah, I guess that was mentioned in the media last night, maybe after the game. I don't know exactly how that came about, but anytime you have those types of meetings, they're meant to be private. So when stuff comes out, it is not ideal, but it's also not something that I'm going to spend a whole lot of time talking about, because those are private conversations and things that the team deals with, but it's not unusual. Teams across the league periodically through the year meet, especially if you've lost 11 out of 14 like we have, and that was what the guys did.
Coach Steve Kerr joining us on the River Island guest line. And Coach, after the hot start at 12-3, it looked as though you guys were hanging your hat clearly with defense and doing it. It was almost like hockey line shifts. You had these 12 or 13 guys that would come in with this energy and just suffocating and blitzing guys. And now when you look at the team defensively, it's sort of lacking that. And you know this, Low, as well as anybody, that defense is one of those things that it's sort of an intangible, right? It's buy-in. They use words like want to. I'm just curious, Coach, how do you, as a coach, what is it that you say? Is there anything that you can do to sort of bring back that energy that was clearly the identity of the team in the first month of the season?
Yeah, I think more than anything, it's just a confidence issue. You know, we had a great vibe early, and things were rolling along, and we're playing 1 million people, and you know, when you're winning, that's a good thing. You know, that's when you're playing all those people and you're winning, everyone's happy. But as soon as you start losing, then playing 12 people becomes problematic, and that's basically what happened. We started losing, and we decided we had to counter that, and we had to get back, cut back to 9 or 10. And unfortunately, that hasn't resolved our slide either. So we're scrambling right now, but our defense definitely is not as energetic. I think it's a confidence thing more than anything. We've got to find our groove again. And, you know, if we can stay with it and get through this difficult stretch, I know our defense is strong. I mean, we're a third of the way through the season. We're a top 10 defense. So we know it's real. But we've got to find that confidence that leads to energy and force for sure.
Coach, just to stay with the defense for a second, a guy that fascinates me is Brandon Pajemski, because he's obviously, and he's played much better offensively of late, but simply he's had a hard time of it. I think he's sort of in his own head, and I think the offense would come around. But the one thing about this guy is that he may miss 5 shots in a row, but rest assured, he is going to turn his butt and get back defensively, either take that charge, snare a rebound, or get out on a guy. So it does not – he's one of those guys where it doesn't affect his defensive play. And maybe he understands that that's how he's going to get run, is that he's got to be a guy that's buying in defensively. But I just sort of wanted to compare and contrast that to Jonathan Kuminga, who is so raw in terms of the athleticism, is so nasty. And that dunk he had where he just lowered his shoulder last night on Christie is, I mean, that's what it is that this guy can do. But it seems as though at times defensively he can sometimes he doesn't have the same energy maybe as he does on offense. He seems to be a bit, maybe for lack of a better word, confused on rotations, and not as communicative and not as loud as maybe he should be. And not to single out Jonathan Kuminga, but just as a coach, because you see guys who will improve as young players. He's only 22 at the end of the day. And guys offensively, you know, they learn to shoot threes or different facets of their game where they get better. But how difficult is it for a young player, and can you cite examples to get better defensively? Does that light go on at some point, that they understand that there's a necessity on that part of the floor that maybe they didn't address early on in their career? Or is it just sort of a DNA thing that you either have it or you don't?
Every player is different, you know, and we get players at different stages of their careers, different experience levels. The modern player generally does not have nearly as much of a fundamental base as the guys even from Dre and Steph's generation, because most of these guys are coming in with very little college experience. And so it's a different deal these days in the NBA. You know, we're doing the job that frankly the college coaches used to do for us. You know, but it's tricky because you know, you don't have much practice time, and you don't have the same level of control as a college coach does. And so I think what's interesting for us is you just get a sense of where each guy is when he gets here, how much he needs, how much you know, teaching he needs, what he needs to work on. But they're all different, and I think a lot of basketball is frankly is just kind of innate. I think players, you see players who have feel, you see guys who have a really good sense for, you know, the game, what's happening on the floor. The other guys who maybe don't, and those are the guys who need more teaching, more prep. And it's all based on each individual, and that's our job as coaches to bring them all along, regardless of their experience.
Coach, how many championships you won as a player and as a coach?
5 as a player, 4 as a coach.
Okay, I asked that question because people are like, where are you going with this, Lo? You won. You have talent. Steph, Clay, and all the boys were together. We know that you won championships. You understand how to win championships. You've done it as a player. You've done it as a coach. How frustrating is it at times when people question and you're like, I know how to do this. I've done it on every level. Give me the talent. Give me those things, and I can win championships. How frustrating is it at times when people ask the questions and, question, what you're doing, and the reason why you're doing it, and how hard is it to answer those questions without necessarily going too deep?
Well, I think that's the job, especially these days. And I tell our players all the time. I mean, that's why we get paid. That's why we live the lives that we do. I mean, if we didn't want to deal with the criticism, we could go coach at a different level really easily, and not have to deal with the spotlight. I enjoy the spotlight. I enjoy the competition at the highest level with everybody watching. To me, that gets me going. But I also embrace the fact that part of that means that there's going to be a ton of criticism, and because so many people are watching and so many people are interested. So I never take it personally. I know how hard it is. I think basketball is more art than science. I think building a team is more art than science. And I've been on great teams. I've been lucky enough to be part of great teams. And there's no one formula that makes it work. But when it clicks, you know it. You can feel it. And so that's always my goal as a coach, is to help a team click and find that space where it's just beautiful to watch and to see and to experience when everybody is just on the same page and all trying to do one thing, and that's win a game. And the fans feel that. Everybody feels that. That's always the goal, and it's just a lot harder to get there than people think.
Coach Kerr joins us tonight. Hey, Coach, I don't know if there might be a stat for this. I don't know. Though they got a stat for everything these days in the NBA. But in terms of you being effective ATO after a timeout and designing those plays, especially in the closing moments, I mean, I can't think of a coach who does it more effectively than you. But just take us again in the huddle on those 2 timeout plays you drew up last night for Steph, beginning with the 1 and the 3, which was ridiculous because his release point, I don't know where he shot that thing from. But can you just sort of take us through those 2? What it is that you designed to bring them within 1 and then to tie the game?
Well, some of the plays that you run are plays that you have installed already that the players can run on the fly. So the baseline one, the one you mentioned where Steph just hit that crazy corner 3, that's just a late clock out of bounds underneath play that we have. So we practice it, once a week or so. And if you don't have a timeout and you need to run something, you've got a handful of those. And then the other ones, when you take a timeout, those tend to be more specialized. You probably wouldn't be able to run it on the fly. Maybe you practice it, or maybe you just draw it up and trust the guys to run it. But I find that NBA coaches in general are really talented with this stuff, much more so than when I played. I think the stuff that people run late game is much more creative than it's ever been. And the shooting that we have in the league now is just insane. And so if you can put 5 guys on the floor who can all shoot threes, it just opens up the floor, and it allows coaches to draw up a lot of really interesting stuff. And those are fun plays when they click, and then when they don't, it's really humbling. So it's all kind of all part of that late game stuff.
Coach, really quick, Lorenzo Neal, who I love, but he's peeking at Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, first time around. It's on one of the monitors in the studio here, and it's at Madison Square Garden. Any thoughts on Frazier Ali, first time around at the Garden when Frazier knocked him down? Did you have any recall?
Well, I mean, what was I, like 4? I mean,
That was what year was it?
It was 70s, man. I watch it replay. I never watched it live. Live.
Okay.
I was born in 70. Me and Coach, come on, you trying to make us out to be dinosaurs?
I remember the iconic shot of Ali standing over Frazier. That was a still photograph. I don't know if that was the same fight we're talking about.
No, that's over Liston. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Oh, that was Liston.
Where he's standing over him.
Yeah.
Right.
Standing over him, yeah.
Yeah, see, my grandpa, Coach, he was friggin' Oliver. We had to watch fights. I had to watch fights with him every night, every day. So I loved boxing back in the day. Never did it, but I loved it.
Yeah. You were a wrestler. Really quick.
I was never a huge boxing fan, but I do remember when Ali went rope-a-dope against
baby.
It was George Foreman. Yeah,
Zaire.
Yeah, I still use that term every once in a while with our coaching staff. We could just go rope-a-dope for a while and then
survive.
And the younger coaches are like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
There was a great writer who wrote for, I believe, the Times, and he had this great description. I'm going to butcher it, but he said it was like watching somebody lean out of their window